is Amir Rashid. So
the guy holding the key. So this picture that we are running currently, so this is happening live, viewers. So we will also amend ourselves. But this is Amir. And you're saying that Amir and Umar are not the same person. Amir Rashid is one person. Umar Rashid is his brother. Both of them live in this house where you are standing. And Tariq, the tipper driver, has also been arrested. So do we have a picture of Tariq?
Well, we don't have a picture of Tariq at the moment, but because we're relying on this picture since yesterday. When we showed it to the family, they confirm is their son Amir Rashid, but they have no clue when he visited Delhi, when he purchased any vehicle. The only vehicle that they know about is the one which is parked at their doorstep, which is registered in Jammu and Kashmir in the district itself, which is J&K-13 number. You will notice here 13C7345. But there are links according to sources between all of them that they might have been in touch.
Ishan, just one more question. Arunima is joining us with more details. Ishan, just asking you, have both Umar and Amir, the two brothers, have both of them been detained by the cops?
Yes, absolutely. Both of them have been picked up. Yesterday, police team came here. They picked up both Amir and Umar and taken up for the further investigation.
Right. Thank you. Now, we're going to come back to you for more details. So, viewers, there are now 3 players from this region, this Samura village in Pulwama. Let's just clarify that. The the owner to whom this car was given is Tariq, a tipper driver. But the person in the picture, that person's name is Amir, who's the one who's taking the keys. He is being picked up and he has a brother named Umar, and that Umar person has also been now picked up. So there are 3 entities in this entire car transfer. The person in the picture who's receiving the key or the symbolic key, that person is Amir and not Tariq. But there are 3, all of them belong to the Samura village. Why did Amir go and collect this key on behalf of Tariq is again a subject matter of investigation. The family itself is flummoxed, as Ishan was saying. Now we have more information coming through. Arunima joining us with these details that the Delhi police have now confirmed that there are body parts that have been found inside the vehicle. It could be the driver. It's still under in the realm of assumption. Forensic teams are picking up body parts for further testing. There is no clarity if there was only a driver in the car or there were multiple passengers or multiple people in the car. There's no clarity there. But Arunima, let's listen into the cops before we go across to Arunima.
The investigation is going on and we cannot conclusively comment upon anything. Once we have the facts, hard facts in hand, then only we'll be able to tell. The FSL is doing the same thing only. They are lifting the traces of explosives, and based on their testing, they will be able to conclusively tell.
How long does that process usually?
Just now we were talking to them, maybe 1 or 2 days they will expedite the process and maybe they will be able to tell us in a day or 2. बॉडी अभी तो देखो, अभी तो चल रहा है, अभी एफएसएल की टीम है, वो लोग उठा रहे हैं उसको, और उसके अंदर कुछ बॉडी पार्ट्स भी हैं, तो लेट अस सी हाउ इट कनेक्ट्स.
Interesting though that neither Tariq nor Umar nor Amir were in the car because all 3 of them are alive and they are in the police custody. So who was driving the vehicle? Who did Tariq give that car to, or Amir or Umar? Were they aware? Who was the person who took that car and brought that car into Delhi if this car had been now taken into Jammu and Kashmir? These are questions that remain. Arunima joins us with more. Arunima, body parts have been found, but there are also eyewitnesses from last evening who said that there were certainly 3 to 4 people in the car. It was not just the lone driver. People who were eyewitnesses, who were just in the vicinity and who narrowly were saved.
So, DCP North clarified that body parts have been found inside the vehicle. When I asked him if the driver of the car is now deceased, he said there's no way we can confirm that. The rear end of the vehicle is completely damaged, but in the front side, there are body parts that have been found, which are now being picked up. Do all the body parts belong to one person, or they are body parts of more than one? Because like you said, eyewitnesses seem to believe that at least 3 people were in the vehicle. So once these parts are picked up and subjected to scientific tests like DNA testing, only then we will know whether this was only the driver. Why this also becomes important is once again drawing parallel to the Pulwama attack that was carried out. Usually when a Fidayeen attack like this happens, which Jaish has carried out in the past as well, there's one Fidayeen. So in this case, if there's more than one person, is this an accidental blast that was triggered off? The terrorist group was not intending to carry out the blast here. Then that line of investigation will also gather gather steam. So that is why this part of the scientific investigation is so important, to figure out whether only the driver of the vehicle is the deceased or more than one person. If it is established that the body part belongs to one person and it is the driver whose face has been captured on camera, then it becomes a little easier. There are a lot of other scientific endeavors that is now available. If you pick up the right body parts, then the bony structure through scientific modules can be reassembled in terms of graphically trying to figure out who this person was and match it with the CCTV footage as well. So as far as that investigation is concerned, that also becomes very important.
There is also the DNA reconstruction which is possible with blood samples, and also with multiple body parts, whether they are of the same human body or different bodies. All that is possible. But Arunima, coming back to you only, there's more that this entire Faridabad module link, that's also now being probed, because circumstantially it all points that there can be or there must be a connection. Arunima. Arunima, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I think the DCP was speaking once again, so I was trying to just figure out what was going on. But yes, you're right.
If you need to go, you go live. You can talk and walk if you can.
At the moment,
if that bite poses...
He's speaking. I'll try.
Yeah, go ahead. Just walk ahead. We'll stay with you.
Live, but just to give you an update. Just to give you an update as to what really is happening as far as the Faridabad module is concerned. These names, Umar, Amir, Tariq, these are very familiar names in Jammu and Kashmir. So one is also trying to ascertain, that's what police officials told us, that they're also trying to ascertain whether, these are the same one person or these are similar.
No, Arunima, we have confirmation from Ishan.
We
have confirmation from Ishan, who is right there in Samura. Just before you came on live, there's confirmation that Umar and Amir are brothers. They are two separate individuals, and Tariq is a third individual, and all three of them have been right now picked up from Samura. So whether or not the aliases were...
Anand, what I was trying to tell you was...
Right.
No, what I was trying to tell you was Dr. Umar, who's suspected in the Faridabad module. Is Dr. Umar the same Umar who has been picked up for ownership of the car?
Right.
That's also a confusion right now. But because these are so commonly used names, it will take time. It will take time to figure out.
So there again, what's happening is
this car.
There again, what's happening is that the Amir, the person who's collecting the key in the image, he's actually not Tariq, he's Amir, and Amir's brother's name is also Umar.
Yeah.
So those two individuals, and they both belong to Samura village, and Amir has seemingly picked up the keys or the car on behalf of Tariq. So those three individuals, Tariq, Amir and Umar, are right now in custody of the cops. Now whether or not they are linked to this Dr. Umar, and that perhaps, like you say, is in the realm of investigation. Yeah.
Yes, and if you just give me 30 seconds, I want to finish what officials are telling me. Does it seem deliberate that till 2015, the papers, the records of this car is clean? Even the challan that has been paid from Haryana all the way to Tariq in Kashmir, there's no problem with that. Post which, suddenly the records go up in the air. There's no paperwork, there's no record as per the MV Act. So has this vehicle been picked up deliberately to put off investigators off their trail? That's also something that is under the realm of investigation at the moment.
Well, but was it a 10-year plan, or were they just illegally selling cars without having to go through the paperwork as per the Motor Vehicles Act? That's another part. But then what happens is it becomes difficult to trace ownership. Now from Tariq, because if Tariq, Umar and his brother Amir is the one who's there in the picture here, if all three of them are alive, so clearly Tariq was not the one, driving the car. So who is driving the car? Who did he give the car to? And who are these people, and are they connected somewhere to Pulwama, and via Pulwama somewhere with Dr. Umar and Dr. Muzammil and that entire group, which is the Faridabad module? Ankur Gupta is live with us. Arunima is trying to see if the top cop is speaking again, and we'll go back to her moment we have an update from her. She's at the Red Fort. Ankur has also been tracking this very carefully. Ankur, somewhere circumstantially, the first intent was, or the first assumption was, this has to be linked, this has to be connected. Did the bust of the module trigger a certain level of haste from this group? Were they trying to flee the area, relocate perhaps whatever ammunition they had, or were they trying to create certain amount of mayhem and create destruction sooner than later because they thought the authorities could close in on them since the Faridabad module was busted? All this perhaps now under the ambit of investigation.
Yeah, Anand, I'll come back to on this. Basically, we have got exclusive information that according to the forensic, forensic officials have told the investigators that there is a possibility of use of RDX. There is a possibility that the whatever they have gathered from the spot, it hints about the use of RDX in the blast. So this is the biggest development so far, and importantly, the car which was used in the blast was seen from coming from Badarpur border to New Delhi area, and around 8 a.m. in the morning, this car was noticed by the investigators at a toll gate. So certainly these information have been gathered by different sources, and importantly, there is a now cops are also probing a direct link with Faridabad module which was busted by J&K police and Haryana police yesterday, and they are also suspecting that this could be a panic car blast after getting caught by investigators. The master could have told them to just place the blast anywhere. So in the panic, they just placed the blast, and they in fact they couldn't placed it properly. So certainly all these are now under investigation. So the biggest part is there is a possibility that RDX, which is the highly the most sophisticated explosive,
Ankur,
may have used in this basically
Ankur,
energy.
Two parts to your information. One, you're saying that there's possibility that RDX could have been used. Now, have the forensic analysts found traces of RDX there? Because RDX in modern day can be very easily traced. Its origin and where it is from, it's traceable. So that's one point. The second point is that you say that this I-20 vehicle crossed a toll at Badarpur. So where was this I-20 actually coming from if it crossed the toll at Badarpur? One. Two, how many occupants were there? Does that toll capture the occupants of the car? So do the authorities now have a fixed image of who all were sitting inside the car as it entered?
Yeah, so Anand, basically the current investigation has suggested that there are two parts of investigation. Which initial forensic FSL conduct initial assessment and inform the local the investigators, and later the most authentic way is the NSG brief the investigator whether what kind of explosive was used in which blast. So certainly this is the initial stage which we are talking about, and cops are now investigating whether if they crossed a toll gate of Badarpur border at 8 a.m. So from 8 a.m. till 4:35 p.m. This car roamed in Delhi at different parts of the national capital. They are now probing where exactly they went, whether the driver of the car, which is suspectedly the doctor, which is linked to the Pulwama. So
yeah, interestingly,
so whether they met anybody in between these 7-8 hours. This is the part of the investigation.
Right, and also the location. Where all did the car roam from 8 a.m. if it crossed into crossed the Badarpur border? Interestingly, viewers, if you look carefully, there's nobody sitting in the front seat. There's no one sitting next to the driver. So the front seat is empty. Was this being driven solo by the driver as he entered, as the car entered Delhi via the Badarpur border, and were there more occupants who were added on through the course of the day? So the trail of this car is now going to be traced right across Delhi. Where all did it drive? Where all did it row on? Did it tank up anywhere? Fuel? Did it stop? Did it make a longest stopover? Did more people get onto the car? Because as of now, you see the driver is wearing a smoke mask or a mask on his face to cover it from pollution. So it's very easy to wear that. But there's nobody sitting next to the driver in the car. The front seat, the front passenger seat next to the driver is empty. Are there people at the back? We are not able to we can't make it clear, but it's a small car, and if you can see the rear view or the rear window of the car and the back screen, the rear windscreen of the car is visible. That means there aren't too many occupants except for this person who's wearing a blue shirt and wearing a face mask. We got more news. More than 200 police personnel have monitored the CCTV. According to footages of different locations, at least 13 people have been questioned. One Dr. Umar of Faridabad module is suspected to be inside the vehicle. However, to exactly identify, DNA reports are actually awaited. So that's more news. Anshul is now joining us. Anshul, whether this Umar who's been now nabbed in Samura and the Dr. Umar are the same people, or are they just two different people with the same names? You have to establish who's this person who's driving the car in Delhi. If Ishan is confirming to us that both Umar and Amir have, who are sons of a person who lives in Samura village, have actually been picked up by the cops. So there are multiple dots to connect and also multiple gaps or blanks that need to be filled in this investigation. Yes, Anshul.
So at this point in time, the Delhi police suspects that the person who is driving the vehicle is actually one Dr. Umar, who belongs from Faridabad, and is probably the part of the Faridabad module that was busted just a few days ago by the Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Faridabad Police. Now, in the investigation that has been done till now, the pictures that you are seeing on your screens at this point in time, this is of this could be of Dr. Umar, is what the police suspects at this point. However, since the body is in absolutely decapitated condition when the blast happened, and hence the body has still not been identified of the person who was sitting inside the vehicle. But from the footages that has been accessed by CNN News 18 and from the footages that has been seen by Delhi police at this point in time, this could be Dr. Umar, who could be a part of Faridabad module at this point in time. The samples that were received from nearby the vehicle that had exploded, they have been sent for forensic testing and DNA testing as well. Once the DNA testing comes back, it would be abundantly clear if at all this is the same Dr. Umar.
How is the Dr. Umar of the Faridabad module connected, Anshul? Why was he one who the authorities could not arrest? Because we did talk about Dr. Umar and Dr. Muzammil, but who is this Dr. Umar and why is it? Why is it that the authorities believe that he could be the one driving the car?
Well, if you look at the investigation that has been done by the Faridabad police and the Jammu and Kashmir police, there was one doctor who was still at large, and we had reported about this yesterday as well, that there is another suspected doctor who is still at large, and the name of that doctor was Dr. Umar itself. Now, since this person whose photo has come out looks very close to that description of Dr. Umar, and hence the Delhi police suspects at this point in time that this could be Dr. Umar himself who was driving the vehicle and has probably carried out this within sort of an attack, because if in the CCTV footages as well, it can be seen that the vehicle seems absolutely empty, and eventually the blast that happened from the rear end of the vehicle as well, is what the Delhi police sources have told us, and they have found out in the investigation. So probably whatever explosive was there was put in the either in the rear end boot of the car, or probably on the back seat of the car. But since the DNA sampling has still not been done, it could take another 24 hours for the DNA sampling reports to come out. Then it would be abundantly clear if there are direct links between Faridabad terror module and the
So there are Anshul, Anvit, Ishan and Ankur and Arunima, all of them actually tracking these details, viewers. So there are multiple layers to this. Dr. Umar was part of the Faridabad module, but he escaped and he was at large. Was he the one driving the car on Monday evening? Because there's only one person who's driving the car. It's got to be established via DNA sampling. The Umar who's been arrested in Samura village in Pulwama is Amir's brother. Amir is the one receiving the key, the token key from the car dealer on behalf of Tariq. So that Umar is different. This Dr. Umar is different, but are they all somewhere connected? What was Dr. Umar, if he was the one driving the car last evening, doing? Was he ferrying remaining explosives away somewhere, or was he in a haste because the module being busted? Was he trying to look at a place where he could cause damage and in the end also give himself up in terms of suicide bomb attack? Or did this car bomb go off before it was actually intended to, or where it was actually intended to? This is all subject matter of investigation, but to track the car is important. So investigators are tracking the I-20 connected to the recent Delhi blast, and they have now pieced together it's a route through the day, roughly, since the time 8 a.m. it enters the Badarpur border, what happened and where did it go? And it's revealing key movements and timings from CCTV footage. More than 200 cops have actually monitored the CCTV footage thoroughly, tracking this movement of this car all across Delhi very, very carefully. The car was first captured near Kashmiri Gate, then seen moving through Daryaganj, then Sunehri Masjid, and finally it made its way to Red Fort, where it was reportedly parked between 3:19 p.m. and 6:48 p.m. on the day of the incident. Now this is critical. 3:19 p.m. and 6:48 p.m. For nearly 3.5 hours, this car was parked there, and 4 minutes after this car was moved out at 6:52 p.m., that's when the explosion is triggered. 6:48 p.m. the car is moving. 6:52 it explodes. Sources confirm that over 50 CCTV cameras across these areas have recorded visuals of the vehicle, helping authorities to establish a clear movement pattern. So that's critical. We'll try and go across to Amit, Anshul, Arunima, Ankur, and also Ishan. Let's try and go across to Ishan and try and understand. Ishan is right outside Tariq's house. So who's this Tariq? This Tariq is a tipper driver, and Umar and Amir are his sons, or is Tariq a separate individual altogether from the household where you are? Ishan.
Well, he's a different individual, but what we have seen in last couple of days was one, that, Umar and Amir Rashid are two brothers who live here. The picture that has been flashed since yesterday through our sources is of one of those persons who lives there. His name is Amir Rashid, but both the brothers have been picked up. Tariq is linked to them because they are friends. That's what we have been given to understand by our sources. And all of them have been picked up because he is the one who's holding the key, but the family says they have no clue about any other car except for this one, which is registered in Jammu and Kashmir, JK13C7345, and is parked outside their house, that they have no clue about any other car. So let's make it very clear that there are two brothers, Amir and Umar, who live here, and the picture of Amir Rashid has come out purchasing that car. But there is another person called Tariq who has also been picked up, who is their friend of Amir, whose name has been flashing since yesterday. It's most likely that the SIM card that Amir was using and the Amir gave at the time of purchasing the vehicle in Delhi belonged to Tariq, and hence all of this confusion about the picture, about the names have emerged, because the Amir was possibly using the SIM card given by Tariq, and that he gave in Delhi while making that purchase. So that's why the name started emerging as Tariq, but the picture was of Amir Rashid. Though now the agencies are connecting dots, all of them have been picked up for the investigation. Now the name that we are also hearing is about a Dr. Umar, who is a resident of Pulwama, and name of him is emerging that he could be part of the entire module, and he could be the one who was sitting in the car, who was driving the car, and later on he was the one who possibly could have triggered it. We don't know yet, but it seems like very unlikely. But this is the house where there is Pulwama connection. This is the house where they lived. One brother works as a plumber and another works as an electrician, and Tariq, I am told, works as a tipper driver, and all of them have been picked up yesterday evening by the special operation group of the J&K police, and their interrogation is going on. And what we also understand is that these dots have been connected, but it has a Pulwama connection to it, because all of those who have been picked up, or the doctor, they all are from Pulwama, within the radius of 2 to 3 kilometers.
So they're all within a radius. This is again interesting, viewers. Ishan is now confirming to us here on this live broadcast that the Faridabad module doctor who was arrested, Amir Rashid, Umar Rashid, the two brothers who are friends of Tariq, the tipper driver, all three of them who are now under the custody of the cops, they all lived in a vicinity of 2 to 3 kilometers in the Pulwama district. So can there be a connection established? The house where Ishan is currently standing is not Tariq, the tipper driver's house. It's the house of Umar and Amir Rashid, brothers who are also friends with Tariq, and it is Amir Rashid in the picture collecting that symbolic key of the I-20. That's the person. He and his brother Umar are friends with Tariq. Tariq's picture we don't have, Umar's picture we don't have, but who was driving the car in Delhi? Was it Dr. Umar, again from Pulwama? So there are two Umars. One is Umar Rashid, this guy, Amir Rashid's brother, and the other one is Dr. Umar, who is directly connected with Dr. Muzammil in the Faridabad module and who was absconding. Ankur is joining us, Ananya Bhatnagar joining us, but quickly taking you through is Arunima from the Jain temple site where body parts were found. She's done a report from there. Let's go to that.
This then Jagambar temple as well. Sir, इस मंदिर के अंदर क्यों गए हैं फोरेंसिक वाले?
सर किसी के नहीं कुछ पड़े हुए थे यहाँ पे शरीर का।
मांस के टुकड़े पड़े हुए हैं?
हाँ नहीं, अब तो रात में
ले गए हैं।
थोड़े बहुत कहीं छत पे थे। हाँ। तो वही हमने बोले कि
मांस के टुकड़े ऊपर छत तक चले गए।
हाँ, और गाड़ी की नहीं, वो इंजन के कहीं कुछ पड़े थे,
तो वो उसकी जांच करने गए। हाँ। अच्छा, बहुत शुक्रिया। So what is being confirmed to us is that the impact of the blast was such that some body parts went right up to the roof, and that is what is being probed by the forensic team. There are some parts of the vehicle also that has been found inside the J&K-based temple, and all of that is being subjected to investigation at the moment. What we are getting in now is that.
So Arima getting us those details. So that was the temple, and because of the explosion, the temple was very close by, and there are certain pieces, body parts that were found there, also pieces. Now that's important for DNA tracing. Were there multiple people in the car? Does this belong to some of the victims who perished or got injured? There have been certain loss of limbs that has also been reported, viewers. Some things which are disturbing, but let's just hope that those who have who are injured, but some of them critically, they all pull through. 8 people have died, tragic turn of events last evening, but we are focusing on the investigation as pieces are coming in together of this entire puzzle, and it all seems to be connected. The terror module emerging from Pulwama, this incident at Red Fort emerging from Pulwama, the Pulwama connect of the car owners and the person who handed over the car. Were they all linked? Did they know each other? Because they all are living within a vicinity of 2 to 3 kilometers of each other. That's what Ishan has got us. So that's another bit of exclusive information here on CNN News 18, that all those linked to the Faridabad module and also to the Red Fort module, they were living within 2 to 3 kilometers of each other in Pulwama. The former DGP Uttar Pradesh, Vikram Singh ji, joins us. Vikram Singh ji, there are various aspects, but more importantly, how is it that such an elaborate module of white-collar terrorists was functioning, and could there be more such entities? They have been able to amass over the course of the last year and a half, nearly 3 tons of explosive material. Was some of it used in the Red Fort event? And was the driver, Dr. Umar, the one who was absconding from the Faridabad module, an alias or associate of Dr. Muzammil, and also the lady doctor in whose car this was found, an AK-47 was found?
Good morning. Many congratulations for doing a bit of reverse engineering, putting the various pieces in perspective and together. Now the dust seems to be settling down. We have 2 Umars, the Umar and a Umar, and which, but the interesting point is that all of them belong to Pulwama within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. There is a Faridabad module, and the new dimension of Jaish-e-Mohammed is to pick up those highly qualified, trained professionals, not those of the madrasa products, but yes, highly trained professionals who have a credibility, so they will not be under the police radar very soon. And therefore, that was something that they probably thought that they would be able to get away with without. But smuggling of 3 tons of ammonium nitrate is a different ballgame altogether. And to have a safe house in Faridabad, transport and smuggle this 3 tons, you may recall that this is the similar material that was used in Paris and Beirut also. It has been a favorite of the terrorists right across the globe, not only in Paris. And the blast that happened in Paris rattled the windows and broke the window panes 5 kilometers away. Right. Well, this happens to be understood. And the 200 cops who are analyzing the CCTV footages, I'm sure things will go forward. And the moment this is identified from the DNA analysis, whether who was the deceased person, but the picture seems to be very, very correct now and very, very clear that the storage of ammonium nitrate, the Pulwama module, the connect, the Faridabad safe house, and then the blast that it happens. Now, right. The I-20 car and the manner in which it changed hands, nobody can be given a clean chit as of now. Everybody who changed hands, because this car I-20 has an insidious story to narrate, and all those who changed hands, I'm sure the police would question their antecedents. And giving of SIM cards also is something not very natural, because you may recall that whenever SIM card changes hands, that has a different story, and there's much more explaining that needs to be given by those who exchange SIM cards and why. Everybody has a SIM card. Why exchange SIM cards? And if they did, they were the devious purpose, I dare say that.
Well, Vikram Singh ji, just stay on interesting part, the aspect that you brought. We'll see if Ishan is there. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey is also with us on the broadcast, and viewers, we're going to stay continuously on this. Ishan, if you're through with us, can you just explain this whole SIM card aspect? What is the story behind the SIM cards? Whose SIM card was, who was using whose SIM card? Okay, we'll try and go to Ishan in a bit. Ananya is also with us. The legal aspect of it, the clauses and the sections that have now been invoked in the FIR. Will more sections be added? What's the kind of punishment that these perpetrators are going to look at? Aliases, accomplices, and also the main perpetrators.
Well, absolutely. The most stringent act as far as the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act of the UAPA has been kicked in. Section 16 and 18 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which goes up to, in fact, the death penalty is something that has been invoked as far as the FIR is concerned. Not only that, various sections of, in fact, the Explosives Act, since it was, in fact, a blast, have also been invoked by the Delhi Police's investigators. And very clearly, there has to be a very, very strong case that the Delhi Police would be building up as far as this blast is concerned. Right now, Anand, I am at the Lok Nayak Jayaprakash Hospital in the national capital, where these injured persons were actually brought, and in fact, those who had suffered casualties were also brought, because it is one of the nearest hospitals to, in fact, the site where this bomb blast had taken place. In fact, this whole investigation, as it's unfolding and as we have been discussing it since the very morning, many questions are still to be answered, and that is something, in fact, the investigators are going into whether and how this RDX was procured, what place was this RDX from, and in fact, more importantly, as to who is the person who was driving that particular vehicle, whether there was in fact the Faridabad module people who were actually involved. Is it the same Umar who is connected to the Faridabad module, and how all of the chain of events line up is something that the Delhi Police would actually be investigating and would be putting forth in its charge sheet or the documents that it would be filing in the next few months, because it would be a very, very crucial charge sheet. Each and every aspect has to be maintained. And as far as the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act is concerned, it's a very, very stringent act. Almost, you can take a police custody remand of over 30 days in one go. So that would, in fact, be a little beneficial for the investigators in order to turn out and to see as to what this whole criminal conspiracy was and how this tragic incident actually took place. Anand.
Right. Thank you for that, Ananya. Viewers, we try and put out a flow chart for you for this entire Pulwama Connect that's building up. And it's circumstantial evidence, links, and also connects. The one missing link, perhaps the most important one, is this person who's driving that terrorist, is that Dr. Umar? Was he the one who was driving the car? And that's the connection with the entire, that then seals the connection with the Faridabad module. That's the most important part. This car was bought by someone in Pulwama. The car was given to someone who's also in that 2 to 3 kilometer radius. Is that Dr. Umar of the Faridabad module? That's the big question the agencies will want to answer. And were there more people inside the car, or was he the lone driver? But what's boggling me, viewers, is 3:19 p.m. to 6:48 p.m. this car was parked at Red Fort. 4 minutes after this car starts moving, it explodes. What happened there? Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's where the injured, of course, have been admitted. We saw the Home Minister. I guess we also saw the Delhi Chief Minister. Any update you're getting early this morning from the hospital?
Well, that's right. Pallavi, a very tragic morning, not only for the national capital, but for the country. In fact, right now I'm reporting from outside the LNJP hospital, which is a few kilometers away from the blast site. In fact, this was perhaps the reason that injured were immediately taken to the LNJP hospital. Now, we are in fact, Pallavi, getting to know that depending upon the injuries suffered, they may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital. As you rightly said, yesterday Chief Minister Rekha Gupta visited the injured patients at the LNJP hospital. So far, there are 20 injured patients admitted. They are being treated. What we have got to know from the doctors is that these are the cases of serious burns, and perhaps they are being treated. Eight have been declared dead so far by the LNJP hospital. Now, the official toll is 11. That is what Anvit just confirmed to us. But as per the LNJP hospital, 8 people have died in the car blast case yesterday. So, in fact, the family members, the relatives, I did manage to speak to some of them standing right outside the hospital. People are coming from other cities. The time they got to know that something has happened, and their relatives were at the blast site and they have been admitted. Hospital informed them. Now people are coming. Their relatives and family members are coming. So right now the death toll, according to the LNJP hospital, is 8 and 20 injured. Some are critically injured, and some of them may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital for the better treatment. Back to you, Pallavi.
Okay, Siddhant is with us, as we pointed out. Thank you, Siddhant, for giving us all those details from outside LNJP hospital. Anvit, who got us those details of the FIR, Ankur as well as Arunima covering the Home Ministry. Both of them are at the spot of that blast which took place in the evening. But we are going to also show you the entire Red Fort area, which is where that blast took place. Remember, that happened outside gate number 1 at the Red Fort metro station. Now look at that area of Red Fort. Like most of us who live over here in the national capital do know and understand that it's one of the most packed areas. There are several commercial establishments. There are many shops over there. There are businesses which are run, small and big businesses, and therefore the cars which are parked over there are almost neck to jowl, cheek to jowl. That is because of that's also one of the main reasons that moment that blast took place, the impact was felt across many other cars, and which is why that injury was also relatively high. And that is when people were either going back home, they were just shutting down their shutters of their shops. And this is that entire Red Fort car blast area. You can see this up on your screens on the map, which essentially talks about the Chandni Chowk, which is just 500 meters away from where the blast took place. Then there was a Bhagitar Place light market, one of the biggest wholesale markets in India, I can say. It was around 550 meters away from there. And then you have the other, you can see the blast site right over here. And in fact, the Red Fort is just about 280 meters away from where that blast happened. You can see that craters, you can see the deep impact that blast had around the adjoining areas on the ground, and of course as far as the cars were concerned, in which, as we now learn, 11 people have been killed and more than 20 injured. Arunima is at the Red Fort area. Arunima, early morning visuals, if you can get for us, what do you see around you so that we can get an assessment of what really could have been an impact of the blast?
So the entire stretch that leads you to the blast site has been barricaded. Right behind me is barricade and police deployment, and this is...
Big news, and CNN News 18 joining you with yet another exclusive in our continuous coverage. This is Umar. This is Dr. Umar, the terrorist, part of the Faridabad module and suspected to be driving the I-20. So we've received, CNN News 18 has its pictures. We are exclusively putting this picture out. Big exclusive here. So we have the picture of Amir Rashid, and also we have the picture of now Dr. Umar. This is Dr. Umar, who is an accomplice alias connected to Dr. Muzammil and those involved in the Faridabad module, the bust Dr. Umar was on the run, he was at large. Was he the person? Is he now the person who was driving the car? Do the upper facial features match the person who's sitting with the face mask driving the car at the toll gate at Badarpur border? Is this is Dr. Umar, a big exclusive here at CNN News 18, that this is Dr. Umar. We try and show this, the first picture. Anshul now joining us with more. Anshul, we now have a picture of Dr. Umar of Faridabad. He's suspected to be driving the vehicle. Is he the same person? That's what needs to be established. Who is he? What are the authorities now exploring? Is there a clear picture of him in any of the CCTVs when he's taking off the face mask?
Well, yes, there is one picture that the police has gotten. This is a pretty clear picture that has been accessed by the Delhi police, and that is the reason why the suspicion has now the entire suspicion has now gone on Dr. Umar, as he could be the person who was driving the vehicle. At this point in time, the Delhi police is still trying to double check this entire situation and make sure that once the DNA reports are out, then it would be evidently clear that if at all this is Dr. Umar, because that is the only evidence that is left that can actually go ahead and prove the involvement of Dr. Umar in this entire matter. So definitely, this is one thing that is still being looked into by the Delhi police. His DNA samples are being sourced from Kashmir, is what we have been told, because Dr. Umar himself is a Kashmiri and was working over here in the same Al-Falah University for the past at least 2.5 years, is what we are being told. But he, along with Dr. Kafil and the woman doctor who has been arrested, all of them were a part of the same group, and that is the reason why Dr. Umar was being searched after over the past 7 to 8 days by the Faridabad police and the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now, this photo that has come to the fore, the CCTV footage that has come to the fore, this actually tells the police that this could actually be Dr. Umar himself, and that is the reason why now the DNA samples are being collected from his family back in Kashmir. And then
is there an earlier picture of Dr. Umar that the authorities have to link it with the CCTV footage or the CCTV picture that they have got to establish that the person who's part of the Faridabad module, Dr. Umar, who was working with the lady doctor and also the other Dr. Kafil or Dr. Muzammil, how you'd call him, and the person driving the I-20, they are the same? Do they have two separate pictures to match it?
There is an older picture that was taken by Faridabad police and Jammu Kashmir police from Al-Falah University, where he was employed as an educator over there, and from there they have gotten an older picture of Dr. Umar, and they are being matched at this point in time. But only the conclusive evidences will only come out once the DNA samples are also matched, and that could take another 24 hours to happen. So in the next 24 hours, it would be abundantly clear with evidences if at all this entire blast that has happened in the national capital, if at all these has links to the terror module that was busted in Faridabad yesterday itself.
Right. So we're going to freeze that picture. Anshul, just stay with us on the phone. We're going to freeze this picture, viewers, and have a look at this. This person who's driving the car, kad kathi se, and with the facial match, it's not easy to determine, but are there similarities with the Muzammil, with the Umar, Dr. Umar face grab, and the person who's seen crossing, driving that I-20? That needs to be established. That's what they will do. As per the law, as per the Nyaya Sanhita, you have to have scientific evidence. It's not just that you watch the pictures. You have to have scientific evidence, a DNA or a blood sample, something that confirms scientifically 100% that they are the same people. But there is an earlier picture which we will also try and access and try and show it to you from the Al-Falah University of Dr. Umar, and match it with this picture and see if these are the same people. There is also a CCTV picture, so clearly he's taken off. He's wearing the face mask when at toll gates, perhaps conscious that there could be cameras that could capture him, and then taking it off where he believes there aren't CCTVs, but over 50 CCTVs across Delhi. So has there been a picture of his face clearly captured? And when they are matched, are they the same people? Now, there is also more news coming through. This is suspected to be Dr. Umar of the Faridabad module, part of a hand suspected to belong to this driver has been recovered. DNA sample of his family in Kashmir is being taken to ascertain identity beyond doubt. So the investigation is moving at a very, very fast pace. Arunima Goy joining us. So there are a severed limb has been recovered. From there, DNA will be extracted. It will be matched with the family which is based in Jammu and Kashmir, and then they will be matched. Arunima, we try and go to her in a bit to get you more details. So clearly now the Faridabad module connect with the Red Fort blast closer to being established beyond doubt. The person who was driving the car is the person who was absconding, and the authorities were chasing and on the hunt for the last week, ever since the first arrest was made back in Pulwama. So kudos to the Jammu and Kashmir Police for being relentless in their pursuit, coming down to Delhi because they traced the movements. The Haryana police getting involved because the bust happened in, the raids happened in Faridabad. The Delhi police getting involved because of what happened at Red Fort. All authorities, all agencies working together, but it all originated with that thorough investigation and that bust which happened in Pulwama via the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Arunima now joining us. Arunima, so the big development now, Muhammad Umar or Dr. Umar seems to be the person who was driving the car, who's also part of the Faridabad module. Now you are saying that there is a severed limb that's been recovered of the driver, and that will establish the DNA, help establish the DNA.
Yes. Yes, that's right. You know, behind me, you see Rajesh is just showing you that green bag that the police constable is carrying. That green bag is full of evidence. So the process of picking up evidence, body parts, parts of the vehicle is still on. And as this process is going on, they're taking it inside. The forensic team is working. Most of the evidence is being transported to the forensic science laboratories. Also the NSG's post-blast data center. But as far as Muhammad Umar or Dr. Umar is concerned, what police sources are confirming to me that the man seen driving the car, who has been caught on CCTV camera, his identity has now been established. Prima facie, it seems he is Dr. Umar. Now the severed limb that has been found in one of the main vehicle which is damaged, the rear end of the vehicle is damaged, but I reported a short while ago that from the front side body parts have been recovered. DCP North confirmed that to us as well. Now it seems that one part of the limb has been found, and that is being sent for DNA testing. Dr. Umar's family in Kashmir has been contacted. DNA samples are being taken from there for the DNA match to happen. And the agencies and the police officials involved are more or less convinced that Dr. Umar was the one driving, but this scientific evidence will prove it conclusively beyond doubt.
Yes, it does, and it's a big development, this, viewers, as things are moving at a very, very fast pace. In about 45 minutes, or in fact at least about 40 minutes from now, the Home Minister is going to take a high-level security review meeting, because there are many questions that are unanswered, and we will have to focus on that. Umar's family's DNA, Dr. Umar's family DNA is also being taken to match it with the limb, that severed limb that's been recovered. Somewhere the dots are now connecting, and connecting beyond doubt, viewers, and this is quite diabolical. It's a big bust. It's a big bust, viewers. We'll try and go to Lieutenant General DP Pandey and Vikram Singh ji also, compelled to take a very short break. We come back also with the story of those who have lost their loved ones, who are praying for the recovery, speedy recovery of their loved ones. Siddhant Mishra has spoken to some of the families of the deceased and also those who are injured. We get you that side also, because terror always hurts innocents. And that's what's happened here too at Red Fort. But let's also pray and also give a silent salute or a big warm salute to our forces, because it could have been far greater had this 3 tons of explosive material and that bust of the Faridabad module not happened. So let's also look at the brighter side, or perhaps the silver lining amidst this blast at the Red Fort. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's where the injured, of course, have been admitted. We saw the Home Minister. I guess we also saw the Delhi Chief Minister. Any update you're getting early this morning from the hospital?
Well, that's right. Pallavi, a very tragic morning, not only for the national capital, but for the country. In fact, right now I'm reporting from outside the LNJP hospital, which is few kilometers away from the blast site. In fact, this was perhaps the reason that injured were immediately taken to the LNJP hospital. Now, we are in fact, Pallavi, getting to know that depending upon the injuries suffered, they may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital. As you rightly said, yesterday Chief Minister Rekha Gupta visited the injured patients at the LNJP hospital. So far, there are 20 injured patients admitted. They are being treated. What we have got to know from the doctors is that these are the cases of serious burns, and perhaps they are being treated. Eight have been declared dead so far by the LNJP hospital. Now, the official toll is 11. That is what Anvit just confirmed to us. But as per the LNJP hospital, 8 people have died in the car blast case yesterday. So, in fact, the family members, the relatives, I did manage to speak to some of them standing right outside the hospital. People are coming from other cities. The time they got to know that something has happened, and their relatives were at the blast site and they have been admitted. Hospital informed them. Now people are coming. Their relatives and family members are coming. So right now the death toll according to the LNJP hospital is 8 and 20 injured. Some are critically injured, and some of them may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital for the better treatment. Back to you, Pallavi.
Okay. Okay, Siddhant is with us, as we pointed out. Thank you, Siddhant, for now, for giving us all those details from outside LNJP hospital. Anvit, who got us those details of the FIR, Ankur, as well as Arunima, covering the Home Ministry. Both of them are at the spot of that blast which took place in the evening. But we are going to also show you the entire Red Fort area, which is where that blast took place. Remember, that happened outside gate number 1 at the Red Fort metro station. Now, look at that area of Red Fort. Like most of us who live over here in the national capital do know and understand that it's one of the most packed areas. There are several commercial establishments. There are many shops over there. There are businesses which are run, small and big businesses, and therefore the cars which are parked over there are almost neck to jowl, cheek to jowl. That is because of that's also one of the main reasons that moment that blast took place, the impact was felt across many other cars, and which is why that injury was also relatively high. And that is when people were either going back home, they were just shutting down their shutters of their shops. And this is that entire Red Fort car blast area. You can see this up on your screens on the map, which essentially talks about the Chandni Chowk, which is just 500 meters away from where the blast took place. Then there was a Bhagitar Place light market, one of the biggest wholesale markets in India, I can say. It was around 550 meters away from there. And then you have the other, you can see the blast site right over here. And in fact, the Red Fort is just about 280 meters away from where that blast happened. You can see the craters, you can see the deep impact that blast had.
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, वहाँ तक सीने पे धड़कन की आवाज़ गई।
A tragic explosion near the Red Fort metro station Monday evening has sent shockwaves across the national capital. At 6:55 p.m. last evening, a Hyundai i20 car suddenly exploded, killing 8 people and leaving several others injured. The powerful blast sparked off a massive fire, damaging nearby vehicles. The Delhi police have registered an FIR under stringent sections of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. It is now officially being termed as a terror act. for murder, for conspiracy. A massive investigation has now been launched. In a major development, the Delhi police have traced the vehicle. It has been traced back to Pulwama district in Jammu and Kashmir, and also they've now released a picture of a man suspected to be Dr. Umar. This is the first picture of Dr. Umar, who is suspected to be the lone suicide bomber, the man who drove that car, that I-20 car, which crossed into Delhi from Faridabad, from the Badarpur border early morning yesterday, and was seen roaming around that vicinity of the Red Fort area. It was parked in the Red Fort car parking for about 3 hours, and then just moments before the blast, it was taken out from the parking and it was driven around that area at the red light, at the traffic signal just outside gate number 1 of the Red Fort metro station. At 6:55, this car detonated. There was a lone driver suspected to be inside. The man, Dr. Umar, that's the picture that's been put out by the Delhi police. This car itself, it was originally registered in Gurugram. It has an HR26 registration, which is the Gurugram RTO. It's owned by a man named Mohammed Salman. He bought it in 2014, more than 10 years ago. The car had changed hands multiple times before reaching a man named Tariq, again traced back to a village in Pulwama. The first owner, Mohammed Salman, says he has nothing to do with this. He had been detained by the police yesterday for questioning. In fact, the police also suspect that it changed hands on multiple occasions without proper transfer or ownership papers. Now the central agencies are probing whether there's a possible terror link with this Pulwama connection. This Dr. Umar, whose image has been put out by the police now, he is allegedly the one who was inside the car, who was driving the car. There is separately the CCTV footage that has been retrieved from last night. Now it is up to the police and the investigators to patch together both the CCTV footage and the photograph of Dr. Umar and come to a conclusion whether it is the same person who was driving the car, which eventually caused that blast at the Red Fort, leaving 8 people dead. Now, Delhi police sources have confirmed that the car, which has changed hands 4 times since 2014, it was first bought by a man named Mohammed Salman, who's a resident of Haryana. This was back in March of 2014. Salman, who is now under arrest, was the original owner of the vehicle. Later, he sold that car to a man named Devendra, who then passed it on to another man named Sonu. Sonu, in turn, sold the car to a gentleman named Tariq. He is the 4th supposed owner of this car, but the police also have reason to believe that the transfer and ownership has not been done legally, it's not been done properly. This Tariq has been traced back as a resident of Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. Officials say that the vehicle's ownership was never fully transferred from one owner to the other. These transactions, the police have reason to believe, were done illegally through a Faridabad-based car dealer. So it's changed hands multiple times in the last 10 years. But this car was seen roaming around the vicinity of the Red Fort area for a number of hours before being parked for 3 hours before the blast. And just moments before the blast, it was taken out of the parking lot and it was driving up just outside the metro station, the Red Fort metro station, at just 5 minutes before 7 o'clock last evening. That's when the detonator went off, the car exploded, leading to the deaths of 8 people. So let's track that Hyundai i20, which is at the center of this Delhi blast that happened outside the Red Fort, and piece together the route that the car took through the city. And it reveals some key moments, some key timings from the CCTV footages as well. The car was first captured near the Kashmiri Gate station. It was seen moving through large parts of the old Delhi area, through places like Daryaganj, Suneri Masjid, and finally, a little before 7 p.m. in the evening, it was spotted in the Red Fort area. And in the Red Fort area, it had been lying parked in the parking lot for about 3 hours. And just before 7 p.m. yesterday evening, the car then was seen coming out of the parking lot and moving towards gate number 1 of the Red Fort metro station. The question also remains, what happened in that gap, in that 3-4 hours? Who left the car there? Why was that car left there? And why did this person, whoever was driving the car, who is thought of to be the suicide bomber, why did he come back and drive the car out at exactly the time that he did? Investigators are also tracking the Hyundai i20's connection with the Delhi blast, and they have pieced together some of the key moments with timestamps from the CCTV footage. Like I said, it was seen driving through large parts of Old Delhi from Kashmiri Gate to Suneri Masjid and finally the Red Fort, where it was parked between 3 o'clock and 6:45 in the evening yesterday. And then a little past 6:45, the car is seen driving out of the parking lot. Sources have also confirmed that 50 different CCTV cameras across various areas have recorded visuals of the vehicle and one person driving that car. Whether that person is Dr. Umar, we don't know yet. That is something that the investigators will have to piece together. We have more breaking details on the investigations and what they are currently focused on. They are focused on the missing 7 or 8 hours. It was seen entering the National Capital Region, entering Delhi through the Badarpur border at 8 a.m. And then it has been seen passing through multiple locations in Old Delhi. The car then entered at 8 a.m. and the police have tracked its movements once again starting at 3 p.m. in Old Delhi. Where the car went, who all the driver met, and what occurred in those 4 or 5 hours after it entered Delhi is a key question that investigators are trying to piece together. Across to Arunima, who's joining us live from the Red Fort. Ankur is also joining us. Ankur, do we know what further details the police have? First of all, are they able to establish whether the lone person who was driving the car yesterday who caused the blast is the same as Dr. Umar, whose images have now been released? And secondly, what about these missing hours? After 8 a.m., I believe the next CCTV footage that is clearly available is from 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the car is seen entering the parking lot outside Red Fort Metro Station.
So now Zaka investigators are focusing on those 7 to 8 hours which are now missing. So according to the sources, they have now gathered the CCTV footages starting from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. till the time when the blast took place. So before that, the car entered from Badarpur border area and after that it vanished. So now the investigators are collecting the CCTV footages of that particular multiple roads are connecting and reaching, making this place this thing. So now the investigators are basically focusing on the different aspects of the investigation. Primary focus is the missing 7-8 hours, and importantly now the forensic team has also widened its scope. Now they are picking up, if I tell my VJ Umesh to show you that now the forensic team has gone to that auto which is parked that area and the spot which is almost opposite to this particular area. It is almost 500 meters radius which is now under forensic department. Forensic team are taking multiple things from different areas, and now they have widened the scope of their investigation. They are picking up different items from this blast site, and certainly they are also not relying on a specific thing. They are also relying on multiple aspects which can be a crucial evidence during the investigation. Back to you.
Let me also go across to Arunima, who has more on this. Arunima, so I think the central thing that investigators need to crack is match the person, the individual who's there on the CCTV footage, who you can see from the front door window. You can see parts of his face, and whether they can match that to the image of this Dr. Umar that's been released by the police. How far do you think they've got to establishing that? Do we know for certainty that this is the individual concerned and there was only one person at the car at the time that the blast happened?
So this is a multi-agency probe that is going on. Even though Delhi Police is the one who's the primary investigators, Delhi Police Special Cell has been on ground. But there is Jammu and Kashmir Police, there is the Central Intelligence Bureau, there is the Haryana Police and the National Investigation Agency. So they're all putting together the information that they have as they move further. And based on that joint information sharing, they firmly believe that it is Muhammad Umar, Dr. Umar in fact, whose picture picture we are seeing, who was caught on the CCTV as he was coming out of the parking lot minutes before the explosion happened here. Now, one part of a limb has been found inside the charred vehicle, and that has been sent for DNA testing. His family in Jammu and Kashmir has already been contacted for DNA sample. So if the DNA is conclusively established, then the suspicion that it was Dr. Umar of the Faridabad module who was responsible for the Red Fort blast, that will be beyond doubt. The other thing that they are also probing is that whether Dr. Umar was alone in the vehicle or not. If you see the CCTV footage, it is not very clear if anybody else is accompanying him. However, eyewitnesses told media yesterday that they thought there were at least 3 people in the car. Now, when I put this question to the probe officials, what they're saying is, and this has been confirmed by Delhi Police Commissioner as well, that at that red light, where you now see deployment of RAF, at that red light, the vehicle started moving very slowly, and it was a very crowded evening. So the police officials who are probing are not ruling out the possibility that other occupants of the car could have stepped out. If there was anyone else in the car, they could have stepped out at some point. But only further investigation will establish this beyond reasonable doubt. At this stage, they are only confirming that Dr. Umar's role seemed to be more or less clear based on the CCTV, based on the input they have picked up from Kashmir and the intelligence input that they have after the Faridabad probe has been on. Umar was absconding. Officials say that he was the one who got radicalized while on an encrypted platform. But who was his handler? How did he procure the explosive? All of that is a matter of investigation.
I also want to go across to a piece of breaking news that's coming through, and my colleague Ishan is reporting on this. So this Dr. Umar has been identified as the one who was possibly the suicide bomber who was driving this I-20 car, HR 267674, which caused the blast. Now we have information from Pulwama where reportedly the 2 brothers of this man, Dr. Umar, and his mother have been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Let me go across to Ishan with more details on this. Ishan, what do we know about the antecedents of this man, Dr. Umar? What is his connection to this other person, Tariq, who I believe is also hailing from Pulwama, and the latest information that you have shared that both his brothers and his mother have also been detained by the police?
Well, Zaka, let me decode for our viewers the Pulwama connection to Delhi bombing, how it really has possibly transpired, and the connections that are being joined by the investigating agencies right now. There are 3 people who have been picked up since yesterday. One is Tariq. The guy who's not in the picture is not Tariq, but his name is Amir Rashid and Umar Rashid. These are 2 brothers working as electrician and plumber in Pulwama. Now, this entire Pulwama connection is within the radius of 3 to 5 kilometers. Dr. Umar is from Pulwama, who was working in GMC Anantnag, the Government Medical College in Anantnag, from where initially from Dr. Adil's, former, because he was also working at Anantnag. So from his particular residence in Anantnag Hospital, an AK rifle was recovered, and this Dr. Umar was also working in the same hospital in Anantnag. So that gives you a clue that this does have possibly the connection of Faridabad, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, and what we have seen unfold. Because he was also working in Anantnag GMC, Dr. Umar was also there, Dr. Adil, who was initially picked up on hose posting of posters, the entire thing blew up, but it could have been a massive attempt to destabilize the rest of the country by carrying out further IEDs hadn't the J&K police acted initially. But Dr. Umar is the one who's suspected to be sitting in the vehicle. He's not at home. His brothers, 2 brothers and mother have been picked up for questioning last night. So this means now that 6 people have been detained. Umar and Amir are different people, and possibly it was Amir who made the purchase of the vehicle and later on handed it over to Umar for further whatever he wanted to do. Whether he had an idea what he wanted to do, we don't know yet, but the family says he has never informed them he has gone outside Jammu and Kashmir for any work. So there are multiple connections emerging where Amir Rashid, Umar Rashid, plumber and electrician brothers have been picked up, except for them Tariq, who under whose name possibly the SIM card of Amir was, and except for them, Umar's family is also being questioned, who is a doctor, has worked in GMC Anantnag, has done his MBBS from from GMC Srinagar and then had done MD and was working in that university in Faridabad. And this vehicle, when I checked yesterday about his challan that had been done, his challan was done by the for traffic violation in Faridabad just in a September month. So that tells you there are a lot of clues and leads that this could be possibly a case which is linked to the busting of this inter-state module which was done by J&K Police along with Haryana and UP Police. But yes, arrests have been made, detentions are there, and there are further questioning going on to establish the entire link.
So here is another interesting aspect that Ishan has just brought out. So there is a link between Dr. Umar and Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who were part of this Faridabad module, who were of course picked up. And yesterday there was this massive revelation. They had both had a connection with GMC Anantnag, and of course they were also in this Al Falah clinic and hospital where they were working. It was basis this Adil putting out some posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, etc., that the police were tipped off about this. And this is what led to the unraveling of such a massive terror module that was in operation. Thanks very much for that, Ishan. We'll try and come back to you for further details. So there are three individuals. There is Umar Rashid, there is Amir Rashid, and there is a man named Tariq, as well as, of course, the mother of Umar and Amir Rashid, who's also been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Their links with this Dr. Umar Nabi, who is allegedly the suicide bomber, who was the man inside this I-20 car and who blew it up at 6:55 p.m. last evening. That exact nature of connections are being established by the police even as we speak. But the fact that they went to GMC Anantnag is something that Ishan Wani has just informed us, and also that they were working in this Al Falah clinic and hospital in Faridabad. That's where the connection has been established. I want to go across to our guests as well. There's also more breaking news that will be lined up in just a moment, but Manik Jolly is joining us. Shashikant IPS, former DGP, is also joining us. Mr. Shashikant, are all the pieces of the puzzle now falling in place, between Dr. Adil and Muzammil, who were first picked up, and this whole massive module got busted because of that, and then these other elements of this module, including this alleged suicide bomber, Dr. Umar Nabi, it is thought, and the Delhi police will weigh in on this, but it is thought that it was the busting of the Faridabad section of this module that led Umar Nabi to do what he did yesterday, blow up. Maybe in panic, we don't know, but certainly the busting up of this module in Faridabad led him to believe that the cops were hot on his trail, and he did what he did yesterday, in which that blast claimed 8 lives. Mr. Shashikant.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. It already, since yesterday, it had all the trappings of a very well planned, and I don't know, executed, whether it was a sudden panic which led to this blast or whatever it is, but it had all the trappings of a very well planned terrorist attack, possibly a suicide attack. And it appears now the investigation will tell where exactly he was heading for. 2 questions. Like, the bomb was there, nitrate or whatever it was, there were no nails, no nothing. Did this group plan to assemble the bomb with the nails and all those things at a more crowded place, maybe very near the metro railway station? It's all a matter of investigation, it will come out. But yes, it's a very well planned out, unfortunately, and very well executed, again, unfortunately, terrorist attack. It is all the trappings. And I'm sure when these things happening now, 3 persons who are working at the government medical college out there, they all got sort of influenced by this stupid idea. That means that they had some handlers. I'm sure the further investigation will reveal who were the handlers, who were pulling on the strings. And yes, it has. And again, like I have been saying since yesterday, unfortunately, we have lots of sleeper cells.
Okay.
Every time it comes, what happened in in the Parliament House, everywhere, these guys had safe houses. There were handlers everywhere. Everything is well planned. It all points out very systematically to the presence of this very deep sleeper cells who were activated at the behest of their masters, whosoever they are, sitting across the border or wherever they are. I don't know. It will come during the investigation. But yes, it is so sorry for saying that it was a failure. Thanks to the J&K police that they could get this inkling, and these persons were almost 3,000 kilograms of ammonium nitrate was recovered. Otherwise, these guys would have created real havoc. And again, this alert has been sounded all over the country. In Calcutta, in Bombay, even in Punjab, all the districts are on alert. That means there is some information which shows that they're gonna.
I also want to ask Manik Jolly this. I think the former DGP made an excellent point. The fact that no detonators or wires or batteries or even shrapnel was found indicates to me that they got spooked by the fact that the Faridabad module was busted yesterday. Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil were picked up by the ATS, and that led these guys to panic. They drove it to the Red Fort area. It was in the parking lot outside Red Fort Metro Station from 3 p.m. till about 6:45 p.m. And then there is CCTV footage to show the car coming out of the parking lot a little past 6:45, and at 6:55 this blast goes off. Do you think, Major Manik Jolly, now the pieces are falling into place, that perhaps the plan was for a much bigger detonation, a much bigger and more damaging blast, but because the Faridabad module got busted, it seems like these guys were out on the run in panic?
Good morning, Zaka. Yeah, I totally agree. There's no doubt on that. This was a last moment panicked action that was taken place. And as you see the movement of car, one would try to hypothesize on this, that while he was trying to find where to hide or what to do next, this was guy alone in the car, he sat in the parking and waited for the peak traffic hours to start. And the missing of shrapnel is not actually a very big issue, because most probably if they have been using ammonium nitrate as their base, so there's something called ammonium nitrate fuel oil. You mix the two and it causes a very big explosion. And when you are in traffic, you don't need shrapnels, because if shrapnel are basically either steel balls or nails and all that, they'll get blocked by the cars anyway. So the glass and the plastic and the metal that shatters from the vehicles around becomes shrapnel anyway. So the fuel ANFO, ammonium nitrate fuel oil, causes such a massive explosion that the way the cars have been shattered and the way the glasses have broken even so far away, it means it was a very solid explosion. Now, coming to his plan, I totally agree with you and the DGP, sir, that obviously this would have been a planned, and they would have kept it for a much bigger explosion. But at last moment, this guy thought, whatever I can take, because the linear progression of the investigation has been so precise that they keep getting one track after the other. And once they got the Faridabad warehouse, the mother lode, these guys knew, hey, they're coming for me. So he tried to do whatever he could in the last few hours. And he waited for the peak traffic hours, got into a near red light. And yes, Red Fort is a symbolic gesture also, if one wants to presume. It is where our PM stands and gives the speech. So one can draw conclusions from that. So
Okay,
this was like
Major,
that.
just give me a moment. We're getting more breaking news. CNN News 18 is now tracking the inside story of this Dr. Umar Nabi. Now we can confirm that he ran. He made a run after the raids in Faridabad that happened last morning. He got spooked. He made a run. The car is seen entering the Badarpur border into Delhi, into proper Delhi at about 8 a.m. There's CCTV footage to establish this. He escaped the moment he got news about the Faridabad raids. He escaped early in the morning, entered the Delhi border through Badarpur. Then there is some CCTV footage to show him passing through certain old Delhi localities like Suneri Masjid, Kashmiri Gate, etc. and finally entering the Red Fort Metro Station parking lot at about 3:30, 3:45 in the afternoon. From about 3:30, 3:45 in the afternoon till 6:45 in the evening, the car is parked, and the CCTV footage from the parking lot establishes it that for about 3 hours the car is parked inside the parking lot, and about 6:45, a little past 6:45 in the evening, the car is seen coming out of the parking lot outside the Red Fort Metro Station. Also, the police have found ammonium nitrate from the location. Remember, you can put two and two together. There was ammonium nitrate recovered from the Faridabad warehouse as well yesterday morning, and now traces of ammonium nitrate have also been found from the blast site. This is information from Manoj Gupta. Anand has more on this. Anand, walk us through. So now it's becoming clearer and clearer with each passing hour that there is a definitive link between the Faridabad bus stop that happened yesterday morning and the blast outside Red Fort yesterday evening.
Yes, morning Zaka, and as Major Manik Jolly was saying that the speed of the investigation and the linear progression is only connecting the dots faster. The Pulwama connect, the Jaish-inspired connect, and also the fact that Umar Nabi was a person who escaped the Faridabad raids, where nearly 3 tons of ammonium nitrate has been now caught. Imagine had those 3 tons been allowed to percolate across Bharat, what could have transpired? So kudos to our agencies there. But he escaped with a certain amount of explosives. There is confirmation from Anshul that ammonium nitrate plus oil plus an accelerator was used as part the incendiary device or the explosive material. The question that rankles us is that why was this car parked? And this is what Manoj Gupta is getting the confirmation that the accused and this terrorist entered Red Fort via the Sunari Masjid route. So the car entry is also timed because CCTV confirms the car being parked from 3:19 p.m. till about 6:48 p.m. So for 3 hours this car was parked there. Why is the question? That answer is critical because at 6:48 p.m. this car starts again and at 6:52 at the road it explodes. Now, one premise is that he was waiting for it to become peak traffic, become really crowded before he explodes it. But Manoj Gupta is also saying that the intent was not to go fidain. The intent was not to go suicide. The intent was to orchestrate a car bomb attack or a sticky bomb. But did the bomb not go off? Did a frustrated Umar Nabi then want to take out the car to go ahead and go to another secluded place to see what went wrong? And did the explosion happen or the bomb just explode without Umar Nabi planning it to in the middle of the road? We don't know. That's all around assumption and circumstantial at this point. But like you said, the connect is now established. The plot was afoot to try and create a series of attacks. These were white-collar terrorists and Umar Nabi very close to Dr. Adil and also Dr. Muzammil.
And Anand, thanks for that. We have more breaking again on this car, the I-20 HR267674. The car inside which these explosives were packed and the explosion happened a little past 6:50 yesterday evening. This I-20 car, now details are emerging that it was registered under the name of Dr. Umar Nabi in 2018 in the Pulwama RTO. So you can see that it's mentioned Jammu and Kashmir, but somehow the registration number was not changed in the car. The old registration number of HR267674 continues. This is a 2018 sort of entry as far as the RTO records are concerned. Ankur has more details on this. So Ankur, it mentions Dr. Umar Nabi's name, but somehow the number of the car was not changed and cops have reason to believe that the ownership papers were not fully transferred either.
Yes, certainly, Zaka. So this is the fourth transfer of a car, which was not done legally. And initially, the first time the car was bought by Salman in 2014 March 18. So after that, it transferred to Devinder, and Devinder transferred to Sonu, and Sonu finally sold it to Tariq. And Tariq is linked with the current suspect, who is Dr. Umar. So this whole chain of transfers suspectly done because just to fool the investigators that it may take time to investigators to finally find out who was driving the car. And importantly, the latest registration certificate shows that the car was registered in 2018 in Jammu. So certainly there are multiple inputs which have been gathered by intelligence and as well as investigation agencies. This car is basically the epicenter of the whole investigation, and after that the route which was taken by the driver of the car, which is suspected to be Dr. Umar, the route is also very crucial because that is the part which is basically missing, and the Delhi police is basically checking all the CCTV footage. There are multiple roads which connects this part of the Delhi from Badrpur area. So they have to analyze all the CCTV footage to establish what route they took to reach North Delhi. Back
All
to
right,
you.
Ankur, thanks for that. I also want to go across to Anand, who has more details on this registration. Now, interestingly, this is in 2018. The registration is shown as 7th March 2018. The car was bought in March 2014, but somehow the ownership or the transfer of papers did not entirely happen because it was still registered to the original owner, Mohammed Salman, who was picked up yesterday from Haryana after the blast that happened. He said he sold the car many years ago, but you can see Dr. Umar Nabi's name there. Anand, you have more details on this. You have who Nabi is and where it's been registered, but somehow the ownership papers were not transferred.
Now, here's the case. There are 4 different owners and the original registration remained. Was this a fake registration certificate? Because we've got colleagues in Jammu, they can answer this. Will a registration certificate at the top not have the seal of the local motor body? 1. And registration is misspelled Zaka at the top. Registration is not spelled properly, the T is missing. That's 1. Secondly, here look at how the serial number registration is read, name with parentage. Now, why would there be name with parentage? What has parentage got to do with the, it will be owner, name of the owner. It's not parentage. So why is this parentage? So that's Farji, 1. Second, look at this. It says Jan 27 GMC Srinagar. If the qualification and date thereof is MBBS Umar and Umar KMR, who's KMR? It is U. Kumar. Why is this being put here? And what is this whole logic of 2017 GMC? 1. Secondly, what is the plate and place of registration? 7/03/2018 Jammu. 7th of March 2018 in Jammu. Why is a resident of Srinagar getting his registration certificate from Jammu? That's the first question. Second, permanent address is Koil, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. Nobody puts Koil, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir as permanent address. You have to put the exact address details here. It cannot be Koil, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. Then, date and time of generation is put as 6th of March 2020. So, if somebody is making a registration certificate, why will it be made 22 years later? 2018, 2020 and the time is written as 11:15:01 p.m. in the night. Which registration office works in the night? It's not even 11:15:01 a.m. It's 11:15:01 p.m. And place of generation is Jammu. Now question is, this is somebody who's in Srinagar, and this itself shows, and I think to the common sense of our viewers that, and the authorities, they will know that this is a fake registration certificate. This is not genuine papers. So they were using a car with Farji papers for a long time. For what reason? And that's why, because it's not easy to trace. And I think this is what the white-collar terrorists were able to understand and surmise, that we can use papers, we can use, Farji papers and perhaps fool the common public and perhaps the cops at the light and say, oh, I've got these details, because on face of it, it looks like a registration certificate, but it's actually not. So there's a fake details, and they were using a car which had dubious background and details. So it will go back to the original owner 10 years, 11 years ago, but in between who had the car, you will not be able to actually find out, because nobody can say that Umar Nabi is the same Umar Nabi that's been arrested today, or is it Umar Rashid? So we don't know. So I'm just saying these are fake. It looks fake. This registration looks fake on the face of it.
All right, Anand, we'll leave it at that. So clearly many question marks from this alleged registration certificate, which seems to point in the direction of Jammu and Kashmir in Pulwama, but then the ownership papers never got transferred. And of course, Anand pointing to the many discrepancies in this registration certificate itself. Mr. Shashikant and Mr. Manik Jolly are still with us. Mr. Shashikant, now what is going to be the focus of the investigators? How are they going to piece together the linkages between the alleged suicide bomber, Dr. Umar? They'll have to match facial recognition between the CCTV footage and his mugshot that's been released by the police, and also his linkages with the other members of this module. How are they going to establish this?
Well, to start with, I'd like to compliment your team. The kind of investigation you guys have carried out, hats off to that, really. You've exposed the entire thing to a great extent. Now the police is certainly gonna confirm that. And the second point is that now this thing has come up. Now investigation will go towards one thing, of course, his contacts, his group, etc. And who were the masterminds who were sort of indoctrinating these guys? And then again, what were the hideouts, where they were hiding, they had come, and what they were doing for 3 hours sitting in the car. What were they planning for the crowds to collect so that they could going for maximum damage out there. These are small little points, but they are very important, and certainly they lead to conclusive proof that yes, it was a well-planned, badly executed operation. I'm using the operation with quotes, and that's what it is. I'm sure that police is gonna, with your help, with the kind of investigation report point that you are putting, I'm sure that police is gonna certainly use them very handy. Thanks to you.
All right, Mr. Shashikant, stay on with us, please. I'll also go across to Major Jolly in a second, but more breaking updates coming through on this story. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be chairing a high-level meeting, a security review meeting at Kartavya Bhavan. It was supposed to happen at 9:30 this morning, but now we have word that this meeting will begin at 11 a.m. The Union Home Secretary will be part of the meeting. The Director of the Intelligence Bureau, the Delhi Police Commissioner, and the DG NIA will be attending this meeting as well. The DGP of Jammu and Kashmir will also be joining this meeting virtually. They will, of course, have to take a call on handing over the case to the NIA. Already sections of the UAPA have been invoked to formally declare this a terror attack. I want to go across to Arunima, who has more details on this. So what next in the high-level inquiry into finding out it's not just Dr. Umar, but who else was allegedly involved as part of this module and this car explosion that happened outside the Red Fort metro station last evening?
So 2-3 important points before the Home Minister. A, because there are multiple agencies involved, so coordination, whether sharing of information and coordination is happening perfectly and in real time. That will be question number one. Second, because Director of Intelligence Bureau will be there, the Kashmir Group members will be there, Multi-Agency Center, which is MAC, members who track MAC, and MAC is responsible for intelligence sharing. So all of them will be present in the meeting. So I think Home Minister will also see how is the intelligence being generated and how is the intelligence being acted upon. Now, this was a module which was already busted by the Haryana Police and the Jammu and Kashmir Police, so they were coordinating already. But in all of this, while the module was being exposed, one person who was absconding, it is suspected that Dr. Umar, who was part of that module, managed to carry out the Red Fort attack. So was there any gap as far as intelligence is concerned? That will be reviewed. How is the information being shared by multiple agencies? That will be on the agenda as well. And like you said, most importantly, since there are multiple states involved and possibly a link with Pakistan, because police officials are telling me that prima facie it seems that on an encrypted platform all these doctors got radicalized. So the effort is also on to look at who their online handler was. How did the handler help them procure the quantity of explosive? That is a big question before the police now. So that also will be before the Home Minister when the review goes on as to when, at what point should this case be handed over to the National Investigation Agency. Unofficially, NIA is already on board. Director General of NIA, Sadanand Date, will be part of this meeting as well. And Jammu and Kashmir DGP, because J&K Police is playing a huge role and they feel this entire conspiracy, evidence suggests, was hatched in Kashmir. Dr. Umar is from Kashmir. Tariq, on record, he's the last owner of the car. He's from Pulwama. The other doctors also from, Anantnag. So therefore, Kashmir's involvement is also very important. And at this review meeting, all these aspects will be considered, decisions taken.
Major terror attack that happened in Delhi was outside the Delhi High Court. I think it was in 2011, so it's been more than 10 years. I want to go across to Ishan Vani as well, who was reporting a moment ago that 3 people have been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and I believe the J&K DGP will also be part of the meeting chaired by the Home Minister a little later on this morning. Ishan, what do we know about these 3 individuals and what their connection is to Dr. Umar Nabi, who's now emerging as front and center to this investigation? He's possibly the suicide bomber who carried out the attack last night.
Zaka, I have the family of Dr. Umar with me, and you will see that they are saying that they are clueless about what they did. He was working as a private job. Umar क्या करते थे? वो डॉक्टर थे बाहर?
हाँ, डॉक्टर थे, वो प्रोफेसर था, वो पढ़ाता था।
जी।
बस
तो जो कुछ आपको पता चला, कुछ कभी कुछ ऐसा
ऐसी कोई बात है ही नहीं। वो इतना अच्छा था, सबों से घुल मिलता था, बच्चों के साथ प्यार से ज़्यादा बच्चों के साथ वो अटैच था, बहुत प्यार करता था बच्चों के साथ।
तो कब वो यहाँ से दिल्ली गए काम करने के लिए, यूनिवर्सिटी में जहाँ पढ़ाते थे?
वो पिछले 3 साल, शायद 2 साल हो गए उसे वहाँ, शायद 2 साल, ज़्यादा पता नहीं। आज तो पहले ही दिमाग बंद पड़ा है, कुछ या समझ में भी नहीं आता है, याद भी नहीं है क्या बोले।
तो फिर कल पुलिस आई क्या शाम?
हाँ, शाम को, रात को 10 बजे आई थी, 10:30, 10। 4:45 बजे।
फिर इनकी माँ और इनके जो 2 भाई हैं
हाँ वो पहले ही इनको ले गए थे 10 बजे। माँ को आज सवेरे ले गए वो लोग।
ये सर्च भी हुआ यहाँ पे?
हाँ हो गई तलाशी, आप देख सकते हो।
So Zaka, this is the family, immediate family of Dr. Umar, who are saying that they had no clue about, if he had any role or if he had anything to do with any of these activities. But he was a doctor. This is his house that we are inside right now, and this is a small house located in Pulwama. This is a few kilometers away from where we were reporting earlier, and the woman we just spoke to is the wife of his brother. And you will notice that this small area around this place is where Dr. Umar lived, and few years back, as his family has pointed out, that he moved out of Kashmir Valley to pursue a job there. And my VJ will be able to show you, this is the residence of Dr. Umar. Police has thoroughly searched the entire house since yesterday, and they have been trying to ensure that they are able to bring those clues and leads together so that they could establish the crime. But the family is in shock. Most of those who could be possibly related to the family have been taken into custody, and the further investigation is underway. But as we spoke to his family, they are saying that they had no clue about if he was going to do any of this incident, this sort of nature. He has never had any kind of radicalization in his mind, and he was never radicalized, and he was always friendly to people. But the fact is that today, the path that Umar has chosen is something which has shocked the family, though the investigation is underway. This entire episode of Pulwama is there because, one, this entire area where people have been picked up is within the radius of 5 to 6 kilometers. One. Two, this Dr. Umar was also working in the same hospital where Dr. Adil was working, who was first seen pasting the posters on the outskirts of Srinagar, and later on an AK-47 rifle was recovered from his Anantnag hospital where he was working earlier. So both of them were working in the same hospital. So that's why all the Faridabad, UP and Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir links are being right now connected, and the investigation is underway to find if they could find any further leads and if there are any further people who could be part of this group or planning to carry out any attack.
All right, Ishan, thanks for that, and we'll be in touch with you as and when we have further details. So it's very clear the pieces of the puzzle are now falling into place. Dr. Umar Nabi was closely connected with Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, both of whom were busted as part of the Faridabad module. And then when that happened early morning yesterday, he got wind of it. He escaped from Faridabad. The car is seen entering the Delhi border through Badarpur on the outskirts of Delhi at 8 a.m. At about 3 o'clock, a little past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the car is seen entering the Red Fort parking area, the Red Fort metro station parking area. The car lies idle in the parking area for about 3 hours, and then a little after 6:30 in the evening, the car is seen coming out of the parking lot, and then at 6:55, the blast happens outside the Red Fort metro station. We'll take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have more details and continuing coverage about the investigation into who this Dr. Umar Nabi is, the man who allegedly was the suicide bomber, the man who blew up his car outside the Red Fort metro station, leaving 8 people dead right in the heart of the national capital.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's where the injured, of course, have been admitted. We saw the Home Minister. I guess we also saw the Delhi Chief Minister. Any update you're getting early this morning from the hospital?
Well, that's right. Pallavi, a very tragic morning, not only for the national capital, but for the country. In fact, right now I'm reporting from outside the LNJP hospital, which is a few kilometers away from the blast site. In fact, this was perhaps the reason that injured were immediately taken to the LNJP hospital. Now, we are in fact, Pallavi, getting to know that depending upon the injuries suffered, they may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital. As you rightly said, yesterday Chief Minister Rekha Gupta visited the injured patients at the LNJP hospital. So far, there are 20 injured patients admitted. they are being treated. What we have got to know from the doctors is that these are the cases of serious burns, and perhaps they are being treated. Eight have been declared dead so far by the LNJP hospital. Now the official toll is 11. That is what Anvit just confirmed to us. But as per the LNJP hospital, 8 people have died in the car blast case yesterday. So in fact, the family members, the relatives, I did manage to speak to some of them standing right outside the hospital. People are coming from other cities. The time they got to know that something has happened, and their relatives were at the blast site, and they have been admitted. Hospital informed them. Now people are coming. Their relatives and family members are coming. So right now the death toll, according to the LNJP hospital, is 8, and 20 injured. Some are critically injured, and some of them may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital for the better treatment. Back to you, Pallavi.
Okay. Okay, Siddhant is with us, as we pointed out. Thank you, Siddhant, for now, for giving us all those details from outside LNJP hospital. Anvit, who got us those details of the FIR, Ankur, as well as Arunima, covering the Home Ministry. Both of them are at the spot of that blast which took place in the evening. But we are going to also show you the entire Red Fort area, which is where that blast took place. Remember, that happened outside gate number 1 at the Red Fort metro station. Now, look at that area of Red Fort. Like most of us who live over here in the national capital do know and understand that it's one of the most packed areas. There are several commercial establishments. There are many shops over there. There are businesses which are run, small and big businesses, and therefore the cars which are parked over there are almost neck to jowl, cheek to jowl. That is because of that's also one of the main reasons that moment that blast took place, the impact was felt across many other cars, and which is why that injury was also relatively high. And that is when people were either going back home.
The pieces of the terror module are falling in place. The man who seems to be front and center of the terror attack that happened in Delhi outside Red Fort metro station last evening has been identified as Dr. Umar Nabi. He hails from Pulwama. He is connected to the Faridabad link-up, or the bust-up that happened yesterday with Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who were caught running this warehouse which had kilograms and kilograms of explosive material, ammonium nitrate, as well as other material that is used in the creation of explosives. There is now a well-established link between Dr. Umar and these two individuals who were picked up. It is highly possible that after the bust-up that happened in Faridabad, Dr. Umar Nabi got word of it. He got spooked. In panic, he escaped from Faridabad. He managed to enter Delhi, and it's possible entirely that in a manner of panic, he detonated this at a little past 6 o'clock in the evening yesterday outside the Red Fort metro station. The investigators have to still piece together from the CCTV footage and the mugshot that they've released, the facial recognition features of both of those photographs, and establish that indeed it was this Dr. Umar Nabi who was driving that I-20 car, and also the linkages between Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who were, of course, part of this Faridabad module, which was busted up early last morning. I want to go across to Arunima as well as Ankur, who's joining us. Dr. Shashikant is also continuing to be with us, former DGP. Arunima, so what is the linkage between this Dr. Umar Nabi and Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, whose sort of arrest it initially blew the lid of this Faridabad module? What is Dr. Umar Nabi's connection to that?
So they all went to the same college and had known each other while they were in Anantnag. And this is a module which, as per police officials, got radicalized on an encrypted platform. On this encrypted platform, there are groups from Pakistan which are looking out for possible, targets. So looks like this group of medical professionals joined this particular encrypted platform, and that's what they got radicalized. Now it's a matter of investigation as to how they procured the explosive. Some of the details are available with Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Haryana Police, but they're also probing further because assault rifles were made available to them. Was this part of the drone dropped consignment that comes from Pakistan via Punjab, or was this ammonium nitrate consignment locally procured? That is being investigated. But what police official tells CNN News 18 is that their suspicion is that Dr. Umar, who was an absconder, he developed cold feet after the Faridabad module was exposed, and Jammu and Kashmir Police, in collaboration with Haryana Police, went after all the doctors, all the medical professionals involved. So the suspicion is that Dr. Umar, because he already had a huge cache of explosive and he feared arrest, he decided to use the Red Fort area, which is heavily crowded, and the timing of around 6:55. It is being probed whether the initial target was the parking lot, but the chances of that, police officials say, could be slim because their number of casualties would have been lower. Most people park their car and leave. So they are working on that premise that he bid for his time, waited in the parking lot, and just before the crowd peaked on the stretch, which leads to Chandni Chowk. It's the wedding season. A lot of people finish their wedding shopping and come out in the evening. The Purani Delhi railway station is down this road as well. So the suspicion is that Dr. Umar waited for the right time in the evening when the crowd is at its peak and then carried out the explosion. The CNG vehicle, the backside of it is completely damaged. So the suspicion is that the boot of the car carried the explosive, and the way it was engineered, it set off like an inflammable, like an incendiary device, setting on fire all the neighboring vehicles as well.
All right, I also want to get a word from Mr. Shashikant. You've seen numerous such, terror linkages, terror attacks that have happened in the past. The officials have invoked Section 16 and 18 of the UAPA, which deal with terror acts. But are we any closer to knowing, sir, whether this is the modus operandi of the Jaish-e-Mohammed or modus operandi of the Lashkar-e-Taiba? We have seen these car-driven suicide bombers employed by the Jaish in the past as well.
Yeah, we have seen this kind of thing, a number of places in the country, this kind of explosions have taken place. Everybody is aware of it. But what surprises me really is a person who is so well educated and nicely placed in life and is in the medical field could do it. And yes, like you rightly mentioned, that possibly in all probability he got spooked and he did it. Yes. But again, to my mind, what's the sinister thing is that if it was a suicide bomber, that means this thing is coming up again on the platform, on the scene after quite a number of years. This is the deadliest of the possible things. But these guys can really, what happened in Benson's case. There was also a suicide bomber out there. They can do maximum damage. You can't really imagine what they're doing. To my mind, the most sinister thing out here is that in case this person was a suicide bomber, then there's a red light. The blinkers should be on by this time that possibly what could happen, God forbid. And yes, I think remaining things I'll leave to the police because they have got all the links, and J&K police is also, they're doing good work. They are also they're also in touch with each other. I'm sure that they're going to not only solve this particular case, but they're ensured to guidelines can be evolved further how to deal with this kind of situation where suicide bomber possibly is at large, yes, around in the society. Yes, thank you.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Shashikant, for joining us. But clearly, this should ring alarm bells. The last time we saw a major car-driven suicide attack was in Pulwama in 2019, and we know what happened after that. But this, like I said, investigators are still trying to piece together, but we have some definitive clues which suggest that Dr. Umar Nabi, who had studied in the GHMC Anantnag and who was associated with Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who were picked up as part of the Faridabad module of this particular terror group that was operating. That bust-up happened yesterday early in the morning. Dr. Umar Nabi got wind of it. He panicked. He drove away from Faridabad, managed to escape into Delhi, and then either as a manner of panic or in a case of having well planned this and in a way to try and get rid of the explosives that he was running away with in that car, in that I-20 car, he detonated right outside the Red Fort metro station at 6:55 p.m. We'll have all the missing pieces of the puzzle. We'll try and put this together in a way that makes sense to our viewers. This is the biggest terror attack that Delhi has seen in over 10 years, and we'll be right on top of the coverage of this story. Quick break. We'll see you on the other side in a moment.
Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details that Intel sources have said that there could be a possible use of an IED device, and they are looking at this incident at the Red Fort as a terror attack.
Vehicle is from the Samura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us? The Pulwama connection takes us back to the ongoing investigation and the crackdown on this entire module. And the originator and the mastermind and the first arrest also happened, and there is a Pulwama connection to this, and a Jammu and Kashmir connection. Muzammil, his accomplices, the other doctors, the person in Faridabad, the Maulvi there from whom the house was rented, this guy who buys the car, and the other occupants of the car. Were they all connected and were they all linked? That's going to be the biggest question mark right now.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's where the injured, of course, have been admitted. We saw the Home Minister. I guess we also saw the Delhi Chief Minister. Any update you're getting early this morning from the hospital?
Well, that's right. Pallavi, a very tragic morning, not only for the national capital, but for the country. In fact, right now I'm reporting from outside the LNJP hospital, which is a few kilometers away from the blast site. In fact, this was perhaps the reason that injured were immediately taken to the LNJP hospital. Now, we are in fact, Pallavi, getting to know that depending upon the injuries suffered, they may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital. As you rightly said, yesterday Chief Minister Rekha Gupta visited the injured patients at the LNJP hospital. So far, there are 20 injured patients admitted. They are being treated. What we have got to know from the doctors is that these are the cases of serious burns, and perhaps they are being treated. Eight have been declared dead so far by the LNJP hospital. Now, the official toll is 11. That is what Amit just confirmed to us. But as per the LNJP hospital, 8 people have died in the car blast case yesterday. So, in fact, the family members, the relatives, I did manage to speak to some of them standing right outside the hospital. People are coming from other cities. The time they got to know that something has happened, and their relatives were at the blast site, and they have been admitted. Hospital informed them. Now people are coming. Their relatives and family members are coming. So right now the death toll, according to the LNJP hospital, is 8, and 20 injured. Some are critically injured, and some of them may get shifted to the other hospitals in the national capital for the better treatment. Back to you, Pallavi.
Okay. Okay, Siddhant is with us, as we pointed out. Thank you, Siddhant, for giving us all those details from outside LNJP hospital. Anvit, who got us those details of the FIR, Ankur as well as Arunima covering the Home Ministry. Both of them are at the spot of that blast which took place in the evening. But we are going to also show you the entire Red Fort area, which is where that blast took place. Remember, that happened outside gate number 1 at the Red Fort metro station. Now look at that area of Red Fort. Like most of us who live over here in the national capital do know and understand that it's one of the most packed areas. There are several commercial establishments. There are many shops over there. There are businesses which are run, small and big businesses, and therefore the cars which are parked over there are almost neck to jowl, cheek to jowl. That is because of that's also one of the main reasons that moment that blast took place, the impact was felt across many other cars, and which is why that injury was also relatively high. And that is when people were either going back home, they were just shutting down their shutters of their shops. And this is that entire Red Fort car blast area. You can see this up on your screens on the map, which essentially talks about the Chandni Chowk, which is just 500 meters away from where the blast took place. Then there was a Bhagitar Place light market, one of the biggest wholesale markets in India, I can say. It was around 550 meters away from there. And then you have the other, you can see the blast site right over here. And in fact, the Red Fort is just about 280 meters away from where that blast happened. You can see that craters, you can see the deep impact that blast had around the adjoining areas on the ground. And of course, as far as the cars were concerned, in which, as we now learn, 11 people have been killed and more than 20 injured. Arunima is at the Red Fort area. Arunima, early morning visuals, if you can get for us, what do you see around you so that we can get an assessment of what really could have been an impact of the blast?
So the entire stretch that leads you to the blast.
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, वहाँ तक सीने पे धड़कन की आवाज़ गई।
Namaste, Jai Hind and good morning viewers. There has been significant amount of progress that's been made overnight into the investigation of the Red Fort blast in New Delhi and the connections with the entire Pulwama module that was busted in Saharanpur and Faridabad has now been very closely established, and the dots are connecting sooner than later. And it looks like the person who ran away or who escaped the arrest at the Faridabad module is the one who is driving the vehicle that's now been identified as the I-20, and the person is Umar Nabi. Now, this tragic explosion near the Red Fort metro station on Monday evening has also sent shockwaves across the country. Around 6:52 p.m., as confirmed by the Delhi Police Commissioner Satish Golcha, a Hyundai I-20 suddenly exploded, killing 8 people and leaving several others injured. The Delhi Police have registered an FIR under the UAPA Explosive Substances Act and the BNS or the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita sections for murder and conspiracy to commit murder. A massive investigation has now been launched. In a major development also, the Delhi Police have traced the vehicle to Pulwama district in Jammu and Kashmir, originally registered in Gurugram 6 and owned by Mohammed Salman in 2014. The car had changed hands multiple times before reaching a man named Tariq in Pulwama village. The first owner, Mohammed Salman, has been detained for questioning. He facilitated the sales illegally without proper ownership transfer and documentation. Meanwhile, Umar Nabi's image has surfaced, an alleged suicide bomber, and is linked to the Faridabad terror module. The investigators have found an arm, a limb of the driver at the incident site, and they are now going to match the DNA extracted from that limb with the family of Umar Nabi, who have also now been detained, and then match it to establish that this is indeed Umar Nabi who was at the wheel of this car that was carrying the explosives. Interestingly, viewers, will show that details to you. This car entered Delhi at around 8 a.m. and then traversed all around Delhi, and it's established over 50 CCTV cameras that from 3:19 p.m. till 6:48 p.m. it was parked at the Red Fort car parking right outside the gate number 1 of the Red Fort metro, and then at 6:48 it starts moving, and at 6:52 the explosion happens there itself on this slow moving vehicle. So where was the perpetrator, the main perpetrator? The entire course that this car travelled has now been established. There is a 3-4 hour gap. Now investigators are now going to access the 3-4 hour gap before the contact or the visibility of this car is established. Over 200 police personnel have worked overnight piecing together CCTV footage to establish the presence of this car. And Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us this detail so far, that Umar Nabi got off at 3 p.m. and was at entered Red Fort via the Sunari Masjid and gate, and then he was present there before he comes back to this car at 6:48 p.m. and the car starts moving at 6:48 p.m. 4 minutes later, right on the road, slow moving at the signal itself, it explodes. Now, what happened there? What was the plan? Was the plan for a car bomb or a sticky bomb attack and not a suicide attack? Or did something go wrong? Did Umar Nabi want to move explosive material somewhere else? Or was he running away and he knew that the investigators are hot on their heels? Jammu and Kashmir Police, Haryana Police, Special Cell, NIA, everybody's gotten involved. But J&K Police were the ones who started the investigation. First up with a crackdown 7 days ago when Dr. Adil was arrested. His connections were seen in Saharanpur, and then he was seen in Pulwama, and he was picked up from there. And that's when they stumbled upon this entire module, which had about 3 tons, 3,000 kilograms of explosive making material, ammonium nitrate, that was recovered from the Faridabad warehouse. So that module connected to this Red Fort via this person on your screen, that is Umar Nabi. Who is this person? Was he a close associate of Dr. Adil, Dr. Muzammil, and also the lady doctor? They all worked at the same hospital facility. They were all connected with each other. The owners of the car, Tariq, the two brothers, Amir and Muzammil. Now, Amir is the one who's seen taking the key, the symbolic key, on behalf of Tariq. Why did he do that? Electrical plumbing guys, we'll get to those details too. Investigators focusing on the missing 7-8 hours too. They entered the car, entered Delhi through the Badarpur border at 8 a.m. Like I said, cops have tracked the movements starting 3 p.m. in North Delhi, where the car went, whom the driver went, and also what occurred in that gap. This is the question. Between 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., where was this car? They're trying to find that out because from 3 p.m. they can locate it. 3:19 it enters the Red Fort area, parks there till 6:48 p.m. and then the driver gets into the car, starts driving slowly, comes out, comes to the signal, boom. That's where the explosion happens. What happened there? What was the plan? Were they running? Were they hiding? Were they looking for a place? Or did they plan a sticky bomb attack or a car bomb attack and they did not go off? Or were they looking at other options? Or was it a planned suicide bomb attack when the traffic is heavy? We have to piece together, or the investigators have to piece together that information. But clearly, the Pulwama origins, the Faridabad module, and the Red Fort attack, they all seem to be connected, part of the same group of white-collar terrorists. That's another issue that the investigators now need to face and address. Anshul joining us live. He's connected. He's joining us from the Royal Car Zone, Faridabad. That's where this entire exchange happens, the key exchange. Arunima is there at Red Fort. She is joining us live at this point. The car was purchased at this place. That is at the showroom in Faridabad. We'll go to Anshul there first. Ankur Sharma is also joining us from Red Fort. And Ishan, he is in Pulwama at the Samura village, where he's pieced very interesting pieces that how Amir, the person seen in the picture, actually not the owner, he's collecting the keys on behalf of Tariq. Why did he do that? Why did he come all the way to Faridabad to pick up this car? Question has to be answered. What is their connection? Amir, Tariq, Umar, their connection with Umar Nabi and Adil. They all live in a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers in Pulwama. That's what Ishan has got us. So, piecing together all the angles and putting the entire jigsaw together like nobody else is doing. That's what we are doing here at CNN News 18, bit by bit, brick by brick, put this all together for our viewers to understand how complex this plan was, how far back did they go to try and execute this, and what was their intent, where all and what all were their targets and in what time period. We'll get to all of that too. But first to Anshul. Anshul, we've got more details. There's confirmation of Amir at the person with the car dealer who's taking that key. He's not Tariq, he's Amir. And Amir's picture from Pulwama has also been sourced by Ishan, and we'll put that out in a bit. But who's this car dealer who illegally sold this car without proper paperwork? Has he also been arrested?
Well, yes, the car dealer has now been taken into detention and he is being questioned at this point in time. In fact, he was taken at approximately 9 p.m. from this very location. This is the Royal Car Zone, and Manish Patel is said to be the owner. Manish Patel is said to be the owner of this entire car zone, and he was the person who, in fact, went ahead and sold this car illegally to Amir, who was initially being seen as Tahir. If I could just show you around in the visuals over here, this is the entire parking lot in which the used vehicles are or second-hand vehicles are being sold from over here. But at approximately 9 p.m. yesterday, Manish Patel, who is the owner of this Royal Car Zone, in fact, he was taken into custody by the Delhi police, and he is now being questioned over the last 12 hours. If you could see this area as well, the locks have been placed as well. So somewhere or the other, the Delhi police is still trying to figure things out, that how. Why did actually Manish Patel decide to go ahead and sell this vehicle to someone without a proper background check, when the said person did not have proper documents, and that is the reason why the RTO transfer that was supposed to happen, that also did not happen. Did he take some money from them, or was he or did he knew that something like this was happening, and was he also a part of plan? This is something that is being looked into. But at this point in time, Manish Patel, who is the owner of Royal Car Zone over here in Faridabad, he has been detained and he is being questioned by the Delhi police over the last 12 hours.
Who is currently, is that area currently closed? What has this person, Manish Patel, revealed to the authorities so far? They do take a picture. Now, we were just doing this quickly before we go back to Anshul. Now, look at this. Look at this. This is Amir Rashid. This is Amir Rashid in Pulwama with his brother Umar Rashid. These are the two brothers. Let's try and zero in on this face. This is Amir Rashid getting the key. Initially, everybody thought this is Tariq. No, it's not Tariq. So, Ishan Wani getting us this confirmation that this is Amir. This person here, he's the one here in this picture. We'll get you a clearer picture. These are moving visuals, but we get it. So, you see, these are both the same people. Amir Rashid here getting the key, and Amir Rashid here standing with his brother. Let's go to Ishan to understand who is Amir Rashid and who are Umar Rashid. What do they do in Pulwama and what is their connection? What is that? This is the still picture, right? So this is Amir Rashid. You can recognize him. They're clearly the same as this person standing close to the wall. These are the two. This is Amir Rashid. This is Umar Rashid. They are the two brothers to whom the origins were traced, that they know, or perhaps that is Tariq's house. Then you realize that these two brothers are actually friends of Tariq, who actually was the on paper owner of this car now, current owner of this car. Tariq is a tipper driver. Now Tariq should have been the one collecting the key, but it is Amir who's collecting the key. Why is Amir collecting the key is a question. And that's exactly what his family is also asking. Amir's family say, we have no clue. How is it that this guy was there in Faridabad, all the way from Pulwama, comes to Faridabad to pick up this key on behalf of Tariq, and why? Let's go to Ishan and understand this. Ishan, explain this to our viewers, and also Ishan, explain to our viewers what is the three of them, their connection with Umar Nabi and Dr. Azil. Yes.
Well, Anand, first we have to understand that this entire episode is about 5 to 6 kilometers of radius in Pulwama. Now, for the clarity of our viewers, to give an understanding what really has happened since yesterday, post that attack has taken place. There is a name of Dr. Umar Rashid, which has come up, who was working and had left GMC Anantnag. Remember, GMC Anantnag is the same premises, Government Medical College Anantnag, from where Dr. Adil, the first person who was arrested in this case, when he was pasting posters on the outskirts of Srinagar. And just yesterday, when we thought the case is over and the hunt is only on for Dr. Umar, that's when yesterday night an untoward incident took place. You see these brothers over here on the screen, the pictures we are flashing. This is Umar, and this is his brother. This is Amir, and this is his brother Umar. And this is the one you have been seeing since yesterday of the picture, purchasing and holding the key. He's a plumber, and his brother is an electrician. They have both been picked up. Now, further what happened is, after possibly they were friends with also Tariq. Tariq is a guy on whose name, Amir's SIM card is registered. And when he possibly purchased that card, he gave that number to the car seller person. And that's why yesterday you saw the picture of Amir, but the name of Tariq emerged. But the main person in all of this is this person called Dr. Umar, who has possibly and allegedly for now carried out this attack. This is the house of Dr. Umar, where his family, his brother and mother have been picked up for questioning. The last time his mother was able to speak to him was on Friday, when he told them that they were busy in the library, so she should not call him at all. And the family says that the mother was worried about him, so that's why she would make frequent calls in day or in a couple of days. But later on, his phone was found to be switched off for a couple of days. Family had gotten worried, but because he had assured them that he's busy in the library in the university, so he wouldn't be able to take the call, maybe that's why he has turned off his phone. And the family says that his behavior never showed that he is inclined towards any of these activities, and they're unable to contact him. His two brothers, his mother have been taken in for questioning. 6 people in total since yesterday have been detained, including those who have had links with them or whose numbers and car purchase have happened. And possibly what our sources are indicating to us that this doctor group was able to provide money to Amir Rashid to purchase the car, and then further it was handed over to Dr. Umar on whose further instructions and who later on tried to carry out.
So Amir Rashid gets money from
Red Fort.
Amir Rashid gets money from Umar and these doctors. He takes Tariq's phone and gives Tariq's number to confuse, so that the trail gets confused and there is no proper documentation. The registration certificate itself is a fake document. We'll get to that also, why this registration certificate that we've procured and that's doing the rounds with Umar Nabi's name there is actually fake document. But Ishan, you spoke to the sister-in-law. What did they have to say?
She said that he never showed any behavioral issues, particularly towards any radicalization, any such, when stone pelting or clashes would happen here, he would never go out or participate in them. And he was mostly in love with kids, the kids they had in the family. He was closely knitted with the family. He decided to leave his job at GMC Anantnag and move out of Jammu and Kashmir to pursue some other career in that university. But that was his personal decision. The family says that they never expected such a move to happen, and police coming at their doorstep, and they are even shocked. So this tells you that even if you're being closely monitored by the family, so you don't know what's happening, and that's the level of radicalization that has taken place in a couple of years, and that's why a lot of alarm has been, bells have been ringing from a couple of years, and experts have been saying that there needs to be a deeper thinking to how to basically take things into control. Particularly, we see what Dr. Umar has done, but the family is in shock. They have no clue what really he did, how did it happen. He had no inclination towards all these things, and suddenly he turned out to be possibly what we are looking at, an attacker who blew that car and carried out attack in Red Fort. But for now, family is in shock. There is only sister-in-law who is at home. Rest of the family members have been taken for questioning. His father was working as a government teacher before he voluntarily retired a couple of years back.
Ishan?
He has a mother, 2 brothers, a sister who's married.
Ishan, I'm going to swing back to you and talk a little more on these people and how they are all connected. They could be connected because they are all in a 5-6 kilometer radius. So we'll try and understand that also with Ishan. Quick, before we go to Arunima, but quickly let's listen into what the family of Amir and Umar Rashid told Ishan a short while ago, and also the family member of Umar Nabi, the sister-in-law, what she told CNN News 18 while speaking with Ishan. Listen in.
पहले ही उनको ले गए थे 10 बजे माँ को आज सवेरे ले गए वो लोग।
ये सर्च भी हुआ यहाँ पे?
हाँ सर्च हो गई तलाशी, आप देख सकते हो।
So the immediate family of Dr. Umar, who was saying that they had no clue about, if he had any role or if he had anything to do with any of these activities. But he was a doctor. This is his house that we are inside right now. And this is a small house located in Pulwama. This is a few kilometers away from where we were reporting earlier. And the woman we just spoke to is the wife of his brother. And you will notice that this small area around this place is where Dr. Umar lived, and few years back, as his family has pointed out, that he moved out of Kashmir Valley to pursue a job there. And my VJ will be able to show you, this is the residence of Dr. Umar. And police has thoroughly searched the entire house since yesterday, and they have been trying to ensure that they are able to bring those clues and leads together so that they could establish the crime. But the family is in shock. Most of those who could be possibly related to the family have been taken into custody, and the further investigation is underway. But as we spoke to his family, they are saying that they had no clue about if he was going to do any of this incident, this sort of nature. He has never had any kind of radicalization in his mind, that he was never radicalized, and he was always friendly to people. But the fact is that today, the path that Umar has chosen is something which has shocked the family, though the investigation is underway. This entire episode of Pulwama is there because, one, this entire area where people have been picked up is within the radius of 5 to 6 kilometers. One. Two, this doctor, Umar, was also working in the same hospital where Dr. Adil was working, who was first seen pasting the posters on the outskirts of Srinagar, and later on an AK-47 rifle was recovered from his Anantnag hospital where he was working earlier. So both of them were working in the same hospital. So that's why all the Faridabad, UP and Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir links are being right now connected, and the investigation is underway to find if they could find any further leads and if there are any further people who could be part of this group or planning to carry out any attack.
हमारे घर में कोई तारे की नहीं है। हमारे घर में उमर रशीद है, दूसरा है आमिर रशीद, बस वो दो।
क्या उन्होंने कोई गाड़ी ली थी बाहर से, कहीं HR नंबर की गाड़ी जो?
नहीं, हमारी गाड़ी ये है, आप देख सकते हैं, JK नंबर की है। हमारे और कोई गाड़ी नहीं।
तो कल रात पुलिस वगैरह आई थी आपके घर, जिन्होंने यहाँ पर इन्वेस्टिगेट वगैरह किया, क्या कुछ कहा उन्होंने?
उन्होंने कुछ नहीं कहा। जब हमने नंबर ये बोला JK की गाड़ी है, तो उन्होंने और कुछ नहीं, उन्होंने बोला चलो ठीक है, इनको थाने में पूछताछ थोड़ा सा करेंगे, और कुछ नहीं, उन्होंने और कुछ नहीं बोला। सिर्फ हमने बोला था उनको, इनको छोड़ दो, हमारे घर में और कोई मर्द नहीं है, हम खाली दो हैं। तो फिर उन्होंने बोला कल तक छोड़ देंगे, सुबह आ जाना, तो हम छोड़ देंगे।
So that's what the cops have said, and we heard the family. Just quickly going back to Ishan to understand, why do you say they are all connected to each other? Could be possible. What is the Amir Umar connection, Amir Umar Tariq connection with the three doctors? You say Azil and Umar worked, Dr. Umar Nabi worked in the same facility, Ishan. But how could these three people be connected to them? And what is the radius? How far are they from each other in Pulwama?
Well, it's very easy to even, as a reporter, to decode what's happening. Somebody who has covered Pulwama and all these incidents. One, that it's within the 4-5 kilometers radius where every person lives who have been connected to the case so far. Second, Dr. Adil, who was the first person who was arrested in this case and the entire thing blew up, was also working in the same college where this Dr. Umar was working, which is in Anantnag, where the AK rifle was also recovered. Third, that the picture that we have seen is of Dr. Amir Rashid, who was working as a electrician, and also was friends with Tariq, and Tariq and Amir have both been friends, and possibly what we have been given to understand is that he was using Tariq's number, and he had given that, mentioned in the notebook while he was making a purchase of that vehicle. So it's all connected, and the sources are indicating that the money was given by this doctor group to Amir to purchase that vehicle, and later on, because there were no traces left, even if you look at the vehicle, the sort of history that it has had, it does not have a perfect history. It's registered under someone else's name, so legally there will be a challenge and a hurdle to prove how this vehicle had changed hands, whether there was any affidavit, whether there was any thing done in the writing to establish the crime, and that's why it was particularly chosen. Then you have the Faridabad connection. Both the doctors had moved from the same government college in Anantnag to Faridabad, and then you have the connection of another doctor, Dr. Muzammil, who was also picked up from outside Jammu and Kashmir. But yes, it's something we have to record further deep to establish that what really has transpired, what their idea was. Are there any other people who are part of the group who are out? Because they used to chat through encrypted app. They used to build money through charity, or try to gather money from professionals to help poor.
Right.
But we know that money, where it was being used. So all of this has been connected, and it's possibly in next couple of days you might hear a bigger picture come out.
So try to clear things out for us. We'll put that in detail in a bit. Just quickly going through who all have been arrested so far in Jammu and Kashmir before we go to the next breaking news update coming in from Faridabad. In a bit, just a sec. Tariq Ahmed, Amir Rashid, Umar Rashid, Shamima Bano, mother of Dr. Umar, Ashik Nabi, brother of Dr. Umar, and Zahur Nabi, brother of Dr. Umar. These are all the people who have been picked up by the Jammu and Kashmir Police and who are now being questioned. The background for each of them we'll explain in a bit. But let's quickly go across to Faridabad as Anshul getting us more info. Anshul is there at that very car zone, and more details coming in that searches have actually been going on since yesterday at several locations which have been searched by the crime branch of Faridabad. And also interestingly, this Al-Falah University, where this Dr. Umar and Dr. Azil had moved from the Government Medical College in Srinagar, this is actually only 20 kilometers away from this royal car zone. Yes, Anshul.
So yes, this is another connection that is coming to the fore as the Faridabad police is continuing with its searches across the district of Faridabad. The crime branch is trying to go ahead and find out if at all there is more ammonium nitrate that could have been stored out here in Faridabad. But if you look at this car zone, this is just 20 kilometers away from Al-Falah University, where all these three doctors were in fact working together, and right next to the Badarpur border. Remember, Badarpur border is the same border from where this car had entered into the national capital at approximately 8 a.m. Yesterday morning, and then went through parts of North Delhi before parking itself in the parking of Suneri Masjid near the Red Fort, and then eventually in the evening this entire incident has happened. So Faridabad connection is something that is coming out very strongly in this entire matter. The crime branch is carrying out searches because still the whereabouts of Dr. Umar, if at all he was present inside the vehicle or not, that is something that would be established only after a DNA test. But till then, keeping all the doubts aside, the Faridabad police is still searching for Dr. Umar, as inputs have suggested that he was
so
still...
Anshul, just hold on. Anshul, hold on. We got Javed Mansoori, who's live on News 18, getting us the details from the village where searches are going on. Those pictures, viewers, are coming in from live searches that are going on. We try and go to and see if Javed is still speaking and getting us the details from there. Yes.
लगातार चल रहा है, चाहे घर हो या फिर दुकानें हो, तो ये लगातार चल रहा है अभी, और पुलिसकर्मी अलग-अलग हिस्सों में इसी तरह से मौजूद हैं। जी।
Well, we play out Javed's details. He's right there with the cops where fresh searches are currently going on. Javed Mansoori of News 18 getting us. This is happening at the Taga village in Faridabad. Anshul is also in Faridabad. Anshul, just talk us through. You said searches have been going on continuously as we see these pictures. This Taga village, what's its significance? How far is it from where you are, that is the royal car zone?
Taga village is very close to the area of Al-Falah University, that is in the Roa village, and it is very close to that. According to sources within the Delhi police, what we have been told, in fact within the Faridabad police, we have been told that there are several locations that are nearby the Al-Falah University and several villages that are in the nearby vicinity of the Al-Falah University that are still being checked. Because remember, yesterday itself more than 2,500 kgs of ammonium nitrate was recovered from a house in the Doha village, and now this Taga village has come to the fore, where yet again it is being suspected that Dr. Umar, who is one of the person who is still absconding from this entire nexus of three doctors that was present over there till now, he had connections over there, and that is the reason why the Faridabad police is now carrying out searches over there as well. Initially, they are trying to find Dr. Umar, along with, if at all, there are some other contrabands that could have also been brought over here. Because remember, yesterday from where the seizure had happened, it is being suspected that it was being used as a logistical storehouse to store ammonium nitrate over there, and then eventually in smaller parts, this was being sent out. For example, a cache of it, approximately 360 kgs of it, was in fact sent right next to Al-Falah University to a rented accommodation which was owned by Dr. Muzammil himself, and this is another location that is being said that.
So this is another detail that we will try and draw out for our viewers. But imagine this picture, this viewers, that there are two doctors from the GMC who are in Srinagar, who are also, or Government Medical College, who moved from there to Al-Falah in Faridabad, Haryana. These are people, that is Dr. Azil, Dr. Muzammil, these are people who are also from the same locality in Pulwama, which Ishan has already drawn the connect. They moved to that area, and around that is the Taga village, where they rent two places. At one place there is 360 odd kilograms of explosive material and other devices, and another place like a godown where ammonium nitrate of nearly 2,900 kilograms is being stored in a godown. That's been rented by a Maulvi. Now, this Taga village is very close to the Al-Falah University. They buy a car, and Amir Rashid is the front there. Phone number is of Tariq's, but the money is provided by these doctors, and they buy this car from a car zone which is 20 kilometers away from Al-Falah University. So it's all happening in this area. Javed Mansoori is joining us live. Javed, namaste. आप तागा में हैं, वहां पुलिस के सर्चेस हो रही हैं, बताइए जरा.
देखिए, फतेहपुर तगा गांव जहां से कल विस्फोटक भारी मात्रा में बरामद हुआ था और कल शाम में दिल्ली में धमाके होने के बाद अब फतेहपुर तगा में रात भर सर्च ऑपरेशन चला है और अभी भी सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है. पुलिस ये सुनिश्चित कर रही है कि कोई भी घर, कोई भी दुकान ना छूटे. हर घर में इसी तरह से सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है. आप देखिए, घरों के अंदर अगर आ रहे हैं तो महिला पुलिसकर्मी की मौजूदगी आपको यहाँ पर दिखाई देगी. ये मेक श्योर किया जा रहा है कि महिला पुलिसकर्मी की मौजूदगी में यहाँ पर सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाए. देखिए किस तरह से चेकिंग की जा रही है. जो घर के बैग्स हैं या जो अलमीरा हैं उनको चेक किया जा रहा है कि कहीं कोई संदिग्ध चीज तो नहीं है. और ये जो आप देख रहे हैं ना तस्वीर आनंद, ये फतेहपुर तगा की ही नहीं है. धौज गांव में भी इसी तरह से एक बड़ा सर्च ऑपरेशन रात भर चला है और अभी भी चल रहा है. धौज और फतेहपुर तगा क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है, हम अपने दर्शकों को वो भी समझा देते हैं. जब इस फरीदाबाद के मॉड्यूल का खुलासा पुलिस ने किया तो धौज में ही अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी में डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल कार्यरत था. वहीं से गिरफ्तारी डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल की हुई. उसके ठिकाने धौज में वहां से भारी मात्रा में विस्फोटक बरामद हुआ और कल 2500 किलो विस्फोटक फतेहपुर तगा से ही बरामद हुआ. तो लिहाजा पुलिस ये सुनिश्चित कर रही है कि हर घर में यहाँ पर तलाशी ली जाए और जगह जगह पर इसी तरह से अलग अलग टीम्स बनाकर पुलिस ने एक टीम जो है वो घरों की चेकिंग कर रही है, एक टीम सिर्फ दुकानों की चेकिंग कर रही है. उनके जाकर नाम पूछ रही है, वो क्या करते हैं, उनके नंबर्स नोट किए जा रहे हैं. एक बार तस्वीर नीरज तिवारी आपको यहाँ पर आगे से दिखाएंगे किस तरह से ये सर्च चल रहा है. बातचीत सुनवाने की कोशिश भी करते हैं.
बहन आ रहे वैसे शादी वैसे आई पड़े वैसे नहीं रहती है.
अच्छा, कितने भाई बहन हो आप?
हाँ, मैं भी
10 में से भाई कितने बहन?
भाई
4 भाई 6 बहन. एक बार चेक करो.
देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर चेकिंग की जा रही है. आप ये तस्वीर देख सकते हैं. घर में अलग अलग जगहों पर सामान की चेकिंग की जा रही है यहाँ, और ये एक एक घर में ये किया जा रहा है. आप समझ सकते हैं कि
फतेहपुर तगा और दौज अल-फलाह से कितनी दूर है?
जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है तगा में, देखिए आनंद, कुछ ही दूरी पर ही है, कुछ किलोमीटर की दूरी पर ये 4 से 5 किलोमीटर की दूरी है. फतेहपुर तगा का और रिलेवेंस आपको समझाएं, अपने दर्शकों को समझाएं. फतेहपुर तगा में जो डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल का एक सहयोगी इमाम था, उसने एक जगह ली हुई थी और वहीं पर ही विस्फोटक रखा हुआ था, ऐसा दावा किया जा रहा है पुलिस की तरफ से. और वहाँ से ही वो विस्फोटक करीब 2500 किलो बरामद हुआ है. वो एक जगह है. अल-फलाह से 500 मीटर की दूरी पर धौज गांव में डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल ने एक रूम किराए पर लिया था. कल पुलिस कमिश्नर ने बताया कि वहां से ही सारी बरामदगी हुई है. 360 किलोग्राम विस्फोटक बरामद हुआ, असॉल्ट राइफल, मैगजीन्स, लाइव राउंड्स और इसके अलावा अन्य हथियार वहां से बरामद हुए. तो ये 2 जगह बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और यही वजह है कि जगह जगह कोने कोने में इन दोनों गांव की पुलिस तलाशी ले रही है.
जावेद, एक बात और बताएं,
देख सकते हैं.
ये कल रात से जो सर्चेस चल रहे हैं ये क्यों चल रहे हैं?
जी,
उनको पुलिस को क्या शक है, क्यों ये सर्चेस चल रहे हैं? क्या उनको लग रहा है कि और भी खेप हो सकती है अमोनियम नाइट्रेट की?
देखिए क्योंकि पुलिस कमिश्नर ने ये कहा है कि जो पुलिस का जॉइंट ऑपरेशन है जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का और हरियाणा पुलिस, फरीदाबाद पुलिस का, वो जारी है. ये उसी कड़ी में है. तार जुड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन जो पुलिस सूत्र हैं वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जो मॉड्यूल फरीदाबाद से मिला है उसी को विस्तार दिया जा रहा है, उसी कड़ी में उसको आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है. लेकिन कड़ियाँ ज़रूर जुड़ती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं. डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल अल-फलाह में कार्यरत था. अब ये खबर भी सामने आ रही कि जो उमर जो गाड़ी चला रहा था, जिसकी मौत हुई है, सोर्सेज जो बता रहे हैं वो भी अल-फलाह में ही कार्यरत था.
एक अंतिम क्वेश्चन प्रश्न आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा. डॉक्टर किरण बेदी इज ऑल्सो विद अस. एक ही प्रश्न है कि क्या वो I-20 कार वहां पर देखी गई है CCTV फुटेज में, धौज में या इधर फतेहपुर तगा में? क्या वो I-20 कार क्या देखी गई है पिछले कुछ दिनों में? जावेद,
देखिए इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है, लेकिन जो CCTV की मैपिंग हुई है उसमें एक बड़ी जानकारी जो पुलिस सोर्सेज से आ रही है वो ये कि I-20 कार बदरपुर बॉर्डर से दिल्ली में दाखिल हुई है. अगर जो अपने दर्शक हैं उनको समझाएं दिल्ली और फरीदाबाद का ज्योग्राफी. अगर आप फरीदाबाद से दिल्ली में एंटर होते हैं तो सबसे मुख्य बॉर्डर बदरपुर बॉर्डर ही है. तो ये संभावना है कि वहां से ये गाड़ी इधर ही की तरफ गई हो, लेकिन अभी और इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसमें होना बाकी है। तो ऐसे में तार जहां जुड़ रहे हैं, और ये भी बात आ रही है कि बदरपुर बॉर्डर से ही एंटर की थी वो गाड़ी, तो ऐसे में ये तार जरूर जुड़ रहे हैं।
जी, thank you, Javed. I'll come back to you. Dr. Kiran Bedi is with us this morning, former IPS and also former LG of Puducherry. Kiran Bedi ji, namaste. That was the critical question because the car was seen entering from Badarpur. These operatives and operators were working at the white-collar terrorists who were working at Al-Falah University in Faridabad. And we were checking if that car has been seen in that Faridabad region. What do you make of what we are seeing? Educated professionals who systematically move from Srinagar, from Government Medical College, based themselves at Al-Falah University in Faridabad, and we've seen nearly 3 tons of explosive making material being recovered from that area itself, Dodge and Fatehpur Taga, and then what happened at Red Fort? Yes, Dr. Kiran Bedi. Namaste.
But as far as I'm concerned, I have more questions than have answers. So I think we need to raise the questions about the vehicle, the ownership, the blast from the dicky, what kind of ammunition it was. See, the answers lie more at the moment in inquiries and investigations like ownership of the car, mobility of the car, positioning of the car, and also what was in the dicky. And that means forensic answers. So I think these are the answers which need to be waited, because that will narrow down, and also the occupants of the car. Who were they? Who were they? Where were they coming from? So I think at the moment we may have to, we all have questions rather than the answers, and the leads are already with the investigating agency, and it's good to see that everybody's converged to apply their mind together. You see, now it's not one agency, it's not a relay. All agencies have been brought together by the Government of India and the Ministry of Home Affairs to apply their minds now rather than lose time. So I think we will have the answers faster. Forensic scientists, the National Investigation Agency, the Delhi Police and the Haryana Police and all other agencies, intelligence. So I think that's a very good thing that they've all come together to apply their minds, and I think that will give you quicker answers. Because all leads from all directions are being worked on.
Dr. Kiran Bedi, as far as the investigation, the leads point to the fact that this car was parked for 3 hours between 3:19 p.m. and 6:48 p.m. at the Red Fort car parking before the car was moved at 6:48 p.m. and at 6:52 p.m. it explodes at the Suneri Masjid signal. But it's 4 doctors now who are involved, including a lady doctor, educated professionals who have systematically moved and relocated from Srinagar and Pulwama into Faridabad. And there is a connection because they were amassing huge amounts of ammonium nitrate. We have confirmation that ammonium nitrate plus oil plus an accelerant and a timer were part of this entire IED which was placed in the rear of this car. These are details we have. But I'm asking you the question of these white-collared terrorists where the family says they had no clue. They showed no signs of radical behavior. They showed no signs of trying to do something as diabolical as it's manifest.
Well, this is not for the first time. People who've been involved in terror attacks, families do feign or explain ignorance. They either feign it or they genuinely are ignorant. That only investigation will tell whether the families, because if they don't feign ignorance, they too get involved as a part of conspiracy, because hiding crime is also a crime. So therefore, I'm not surprised. But as I said, these are also questions. Why are they linked? Is Faridabad or this group involved or linked with the Red Fort blast? We do not know. But I think investigation within a day or two will reveal. So as I said, all of us have questions to ask and wondering what's happening. And why is this kind of a community, why is this kind of intelligentsia, educated class, men and women involved in these kinds of attacks?
Uneducated people, jobless people being recruited, it's an act of desperation. It's been said in the past. But to radicalize educated individuals, aren't you concerned that somebody is radicalizing them so deeply and so, under the radar? It's nobody's got a sense of this, how they're doing it.
Yeah, I've seen radicalization happening in the educated classes. I've seen victims of radicalization who've gone and then became approvers later. So radicalization is possible even in the educated classes. So I think, and then it's a very gradual radicalization over a period, and it's a very steady education, brainwashing. So it happens. You cannot exclude educated classes.
Dr. Kiran Bedi, thank you for speaking with us. Thank you for your inputs too, and a very unique perspective that it's possible that radicalized, educated individuals can be radicalized. It's happened in the past, it's happened now, but what were their motivations and who's radicalizing them? Who is being able to try and turn such individuals who had a good career going, educated professionals who had huge amount of opportunity, but they decided to focus their energies towards working towards destroying lives and perhaps also tearing the social fabric of Bharat. Now, more news coming through. Let's go back to the investigation. We're following it relentlessly. Our reporters are all across. The biggest spread of reporters and coverage across the network and across Bharat on this biggest story of the day, viewers, and that's here at CNN News 18 and the News 18 network. The I-20 used in the blast. Faridabad police teams are now at the Royal Car Zone. Anshul is joining us live from the location. Yes, Anshul.
So yes, a team of local police, Faridabad police, had just arrived over here. The SHO of the local area had come over here along with his team, and they tried to in fact go ahead and knock into the doors of this Royal Car Zone, but nobody replied from inside. Even after there is a lock that has been placed, the police suspects that there could be someone inside this, and hence they are finding another route to get inside this Royal Car Zone at this point in time. So the teams have reached over here. The owner of the property, the owner of the car zone, is already in the custody of police. There are some documents that the police is also looking for because it is suspected and it is believed that Manish Patel, who is the owner of this Royal Car Zone, in fact knowingly sent this vehicle to Amir and Tariq just for the purposes of earning money, even after he knew that there are documents that are lacking, and even after that he went ahead and decided to sell this vehicle and hand it over to them, which was eventually used in the blast that happened in the Red Fort. So some documents that the police is looking for, there is someone inside is what the police suspects as well, and that is the reason why they are now finding for some other routes through which they could actually get inside this Royal Car Zone office.
Well, we're going to take a short break on that note. More details coming through. It also exposed the fake registration certificate and fake papers that these people were carrying. But somewhere, Umar Nabi's name features there too. Getting you more details and tracking these the investigation relentlessly as we try to get to the bottom and piece together this entire turn of events over the last 48 hours, viewers. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's where the injured, of course, have been admitted. We saw the Home Minister. I guess we also saw the Delhi Chief Minister. Any update you're getting early this morning from the hospital?
Well, that's right. Pallavi, a very tragic morning, not only for the national capital, but for the country. In fact, right now I'm reporting.
The car is parked, and the CCTV footage from the parking lot establishes it that for about 3 hours, the car is parked inside the parking lot, and about 6:45, a little past 6:45 in the evening, the car is seen coming out of the parking lot outside the Red Fort metro station. Also, the police have found ammonium nitrate from the location. Remember, you can put two and two together. There was ammonium nitrate recovered from the Faridabad warehouse as well yesterday morning. And now traces of ammonium nitrate have also been found from the blast site. This is information from Manoj Gupta. Anand has more on this. Anand, walk us through. So now it's becoming clearer and clearer with each passing hour that there is a definitive link between the Faridabad bus stop that happened yesterday morning and the blast outside Red Fort yesterday evening.
Yes, morning Zaka, and as Major Manik Jolly was saying that the speed of the investigation and the linear progression is only connecting the dots faster. The Pulwama connect, the Jaish-inspired connect, and also the fact that Umar Nabi was a person who escaped the Faridabad raids where nearly 3 tons of ammonium nitrate has been now caught. Imagine had those 3 tons been allowed to percolate across Bharat, what could have transpired. So kudos to our agencies there, but he escaped. with a certain amount of explosives. There is confirmation from Anshul that ammonium nitrate plus oil plus an accelerator was used as part the incendiary device or the explosive material. The question that rankles us is that why was this car parked? And this is what Manoj Gupta is getting the confirmation, that the accused and this terrorist entered Red Fort via the Suneri Masjid route. So the car entry is also timed, because CCTV confirms the car being parked from 3:19 p.m. till about 6:48 p.m. So for 3 hours this car was parked there. Why is the question? That answer is critical, because at 6:48 p.m. this car starts again, and at 6:52 at the road it explodes. Now, one premise is that he was waiting for it to become peak traffic, become really crowded before he explodes it. But Manoj Gupta is also saying that the intent was not to go fidain. The intent was not to go suicide. The intent was to orchestrate a car bomb attack or a sticky bomb. But did the bomb not go off? Did a frustrated Umar Nabi then want to take out the car to go ahead and go to another secluded place to see what went wrong? And did the explosion happen, or the bomb just explode without Umar Nabi planning it to in the middle of the road? We don't know. That's all around assumption and circumstantial at this point. But like you said, the connect is now established. The plot was afoot to try and create a series of attacks. These were white-collar terrorists, and Umar Nabi very close to Dr. Adil and also Dr. Muzammil.
And Anand, thanks for that.
News and CNN News 18 joining you with yet another exclusive in our continuous coverage. This is Umar. This is Dr. Umar, the terrorist, part of the Faridabad module and suspected to be driving the I-20. So we've received, CNN News 18 has its pictures. We are exclusively putting this picture out. Big exclusive here. So we have the picture of Amir Rashid, and also we have the picture of now Dr. Umar. This is Dr. Umar, who is an accomplice, alias connected to Dr. Muzammil and those involved in the Faridabad module, the bus. Back live, and investigators have now mapped the complete route of the I-20 used in the blast, piecing together critical moments from over 50 CCTV cameras. This white color Hyundai I-20 with a Haryana registration that was not updated. This has moved across the capital. Let's try and plot this here, and we'll call out the graphics. One thing, viewers, it is seen entering from the, before you play this, 1 second, 8 a.m. it is entered via the Badarpur border. Next, it's tracked at 3 p.m. So between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m., where was this vehicle? That question needs to be answered. But let's now track the movement of this vehicle. Where all does it go? Around 1 p.m., it's seen at Kashmiri Gate. So at 1 p.m. it's seen at Kashmiri Gate, but these 4-5 hours, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., where was this car inside Delhi? The investigators are now scoring the entire CCTV footage to piece this gap. Between Badarpur and Kashmiri Gate, where was this car? Now, from Kashmiri Gate, it moves, the car keeps moving. It takes various routes all around North Delhi, roaming around to Daryaganj. It's then next spotted at Daryaganj. The car is spotted at Daryaganj. Then it moves further. At the next stop, after Daryaganj, the car takes a U-turn. This is the Suneri Masjid, and it was parked at 3:19 p.m. to 6:48 p.m. at Suneri Masjid. So at Daryaganj, it moves further down, takes a U-turn, comes back into the Red Fort area. This is the Red Fort area here, and it goes in and parks it at the car parking at the Suneri Masjid gate. So there it goes. This is Red Fort area, and the blast takes place at 6:52 p.m. But viewers, note this, and this is important. One needs to understand this. 3:19 p.m. to 6:48 p.m. This is nearly 3.5 hours, viewers. This is parked at this parking lot. Then, 4 minutes after this car is started and moves out back at the Suneri Masjid signal, the explosion happens. In 4 minutes. 6:52 p.m. the blast takes. So there is 4 minutes before when the car starts moving. For 3.5 hours, this car was parked at Red Fort at that Suneri Masjid in front of gate number. Why was it there? Why was it parked for 3.5 hours there? And why is it that 4 minutes since the car moves and gets out and it's at the signal that the explosion happens? Was this person trying something here and moving away? Was there a recalibration? And did the explosion happen, or the unplanned explosion? Was it unplanned, or was it deliberate that they wanted to come to the intersection at a time when there would be peak hours and there could be maximum damage. Now, this is subject to investigation, but this question continues to rankle that for 3.5 hours, a car packed with explosives is parked right through the day on a busy day at the Red Fort car parking right outside the gate number 1 of metro station, and nothing happens here for 3.5 hours. But 4 minutes after this car is taken out and it's at the signal, it explodes. Let's go across to Anshul. He's joining us with more. Yes, Anshul. Ankur is with us. Ankur, now this is a question that needs to be answered. Now, we know that the explosive used was ammonium nitrate, so there's a connection to the Faridabad module. There are traces of ammonium nitrate found. Was there an accelerator? And this part, the 4-5 hours between 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. and this 3.5 hours, why was it here? Where was the driver and the occupants of the car in these 3.5 hours that the car was parked here? And why suddenly 4 minutes after the car moves, the explosion happens? Yes, Ankur.
Yes, Anand, there is an update on the route as well. According to the sources, in Faridabad, a CCTV has captured the car around 7:15 a.m. And after that, the car crossed Badarpur border. There is a CCTV which captured the car around 8 a.m. So if I summarize for our viewers, so car started somewhere in the Faridabad around 7:15 a.m. and it crossed Badarpur around 8 a.m. and then reached to different parts of the Delhi around North Delhi around 3 p.m. So for 7-8 hours, which is missing, that is the main crucial point which is under the investigation. Investigators are trying to gather more information about those 7-8 hours, and importantly after that the car found travelling in the North Delhi area, be it Kashmiri Gate, Daryaganj, Suneri Masjid, and finally reached to the blast site. Before that, approximately 3 hours car was parked inside a parking lot, and cops are also trying to gather the information where actually the driver went out, where exactly he went out from the car, and also was there any occupant with him. So certainly there are multiple, the complete route has been established, but there are missing dots which cops are trying to figure out. Back to you.
Ankur, you say now 8 a.m. at Badarpur toll naka, the car has been seen. That's the footage we have on screen. You are saying let's go back at least 45 minutes. 7:15 a.m. the car has been caught on CCTV in Faridabad. Now, this location where this car has been seen, is it close to Fatehpur Taga or Dhauj, or close to the Al Falah University?
Anand, this is basically the initial information which we are gathering. So we have asked our sources that whether it was close to the Al Falah University. So according to the sources, it is close to that area only. They have gathered a CCTV footage, and multiple CCTV footages are already under scrutiny. So certainly the route will be established, and the story of the blast is starting from the Faridabad. In fact, the route of the car is also starting from the Faridabad. It started from 7:15 a.m. So they had a early day started and ended at Red Fort after the blast.
Now that becomes more critical, viewers. And Ankur, just because this is the critical link to establish further the connect between the Pulwama Faridabad module with the Pulwama Red Fort terror module, and the connection being Dr. Umar Nabi and this car, the Hyundai i20 with a Haryana registration but ownership of a certain Amir Rashid, who backs up the car with the money given to him by these doctors supposedly, and with the phone number of a Tariq, who's a tipper driver and a friend. Now, if this car was seen at 7:15 a.m. near Fatehpur Taga or Dhauj, why the connection? Because in Dhauj was a 360 kilogram heap or explosive material, timer, etc. that was raided and that was busted. That belongs to Dr. Muzammil. And Dhauj village is where 2,583 plus kilograms of ammonium nitrate was found, or urea that was being stored, and ammonium nitrate was being stored along with timer bombers, detonators, etc. And Dhauj village is again in the vicinity of Al Falah. So this car has been seen in that area. It makes its way from Faridabad all the way to Badarpur border. From Badarpur border enters North Delhi, Daryaganj, and the entire region. It comes, takes a U-turn, comes back to that Suneri Masjid, enters the parking area, and it's parked there for 3.5 hours from 3:19 p.m. to 6:48 p.m. The car starts, the driver moves, 6:52 at the signal, explosion happens. What transpired between 8 a.m. entry into Delhi till 1 p.m. when it is first seen near Kashmiri Gate, those 4-5 hours, and what happened in those 3.5 hours? Why was that car parked there? Car full of explosives parked there for 3.5 hours. If Umar Nabi was somebody who was on the run or he wanted to give anjam to a karnama, if I may say that, in terms of plan an explosion or an incident. And how is it that 4 minutes after this person, after vacating the vehicle and leaving it for 3.5 hours, 4 minutes after he starts driving the vehicle, it explodes at the signal? These are questions that need to be answered. But increasingly, Faridabad module, Delhi blast connection is being established. We are tracking the investigation, every single minute detail being brought to you here at CNN News 18. See you after a short break. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details that Intel sources have said that there could be a possible use of an IED device, and they are looking at this incident at the Red Fort as a terror attack.
Vehicle is from the Samura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us? The Pulwama connection takes us back to the ongoing investigation and the crackdown on this entire module. And the originator and the mastermind and the first arrest also happened, and there is a Pulwama connection to this, and a Jammu and Kashmir connection. Muzammil, his accomplices, the other doctors, the person in Faridabad, the Maulvi there from whom the house was rented, this guy who buys the car, and the other occupants of the car, were they all connected and were they all linked? That's going to be the biggest question mark right now.
Co-presented by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
The car is parked, and the CCTV footage from the parking lot establishes it that for about 3 hours the car is parked inside the parking lot, and about 6:45, a little past 6:45 in the evening, the car is seen coming out of the parking lot outside the Red Fort metro station. Also, the police have found ammonium nitrate from the location. Remember, you can put 2 and 2 together. There was ammonium nitrate recovered from the Faridabad warehouse as well yesterday morning, and now traces of ammonium nitrate have also been found from the blast site. This is information from Manoj Gupta. Anand has more on this. Anand, walk us through. So now it's becoming clearer and clearer with each passing hour that there is a definitive link between the Faridabad bus stop that happened yesterday morning and the blast outside Red Fort yesterday evening.
Yes, morning Zaka, and as Major Manik Jolly was saying that the speed of the investigation and the linear progression is only connecting the dots faster. The Pulwama connect, the Jaish-inspired connect, and also the fact that Umar Nabi was a person who escaped the Faridabad raids, where nearly 3 tons of ammonium nitrate has been now caught. Imagine had those 3 tons been allowed to percolate across Bharat, what could have transpired? So kudos to our agencies there, but he escaped with a certain amount of explosives. There is confirmation from Anshul that ammonium nitrate plus oil plus an accelerator was used as part the incendiary device or the explosive material. The question that rankles us is that why was this car parked? And this is what Manoj Gupta is getting the confirmation that the accused and this terrorist entered Red Fort via the Suneri Masjid route. So the car entry is also timed because CCTV confirms the car being parked from 3:19 p.m. till about 6:48 p.m. So for 3 hours this car was parked there. Why is the question? That answer is critical because at 6:48 p.m. this car starts again, and at 6:52 at the road it explodes. Now, one premise is that he was waiting for it to become peak traffic, become really crowded before he explodes it. But Manoj Gupta is also saying that the intent was not to go fidain. The intent was not to go suicide. The intent was to orchestrate a car bomb attack or a sticky bomb. But did the bomb not go off? Did a frustrated Umar Nabi then want to take out the car to go ahead and go to another secluded place to see what went wrong? And did the explosion happen, or the bomb just explode without Umar Nabi planning it to in the middle of the road? We don't know. That's all around assumption and circumstantial at this point. But like you said, the connect is now established. The plot was afoot to try and create a series of attacks. These were white-collar terrorists, and Umar Nabi very close to Dr. Adil and also Dr. Muzammil.
And Anand, thanks for that.
News and CNN News 18 joining you with yet another exclusive in our continuous coverage. This is Umar. This is Dr. Umar, the terrorist, part of the Faridabad module and suspected to be driving the I-20. So we've received, CNN News 18 has its pictures. We are exclusively putting this picture out. Big exclusive here. So we have the picture of Amir Rashid, and also we have the picture of now Dr. Umar. This is Dr. Umar, who is an accomplice, alias connected to Dr. Muzammil and those involved in the Faridabad module. The bus. Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us as we continue to remain on our coverage of the Delhi blast, and we are piecing together all the information here, viewers, getting you updated, confirmed reports, our reporters on ground, the most comprehensive coverage of an investigation that is pointing towards a link between the Faridabad module and the module that orchestrated the blast at the Red Fort signal. But more importantly, they are linked with the Pulwama origins of the perpetrators of this white-collar terrorism act or white-collar terror act. And there is a Jaish link to this too. We'll get to all of that. But first, a quick check of the latest updates in the headlines. Delhi Police tightens noose in the Delhi terror blast probe. FIR registered under UAPA Act and Explosive Substances Act. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to chair high-level security review meeting in a short while from now. Director IB, Delhi Police Chief and NIA Director General also to be in attendance. The I-20 used in the Delhi blast was illegally registered under Dr. Umar Nabi's name. Umar's kin now detained for questioning by police in Pulwama. Suspected bomber Dr. Umar was a close aide of Dr. Adil of Faridabad's Al-Fatah module. Pulwama linked to Delhi terror blast emerges. Owner of the Hyundai I-20 identified as Tariq, a resident of Pulwama Samura village, who has now been detained for questioning. But the person accepting the keys is an Amir Rashid, who along with his brother have also been detained. From first confirmation of terror blast to Faridabad module and the Pulwama links in, and News 18 tracks all the angles to the Delhi terror blast with the largest team on ground. It's a high-stakes battle as the final phase of polling gets underway in Bihar. Stand by for the biggest exit poll coverage on CNN News 18 later this evening. As toxic smog continues to blanket the national capital, GRAP Stage 3 implemented by air quality watchdog. A deadly explosion near the Red Fort metro station on Monday evening around 6:52 p.m. has sent shockwaves across the national capital and across the country. A Hyundai I-20 suddenly exploded, killing 8 people and injuring several others around 6:52 p.m. on Monday evening. Delhi police have registered an FIR under the UAPA Explosive Substances Act and sections of the BNS for murder and conspiracy to commit murder. The vehicle has been traced to Pulwama district in Jammu and Kashmir, originally registered in Gurugram and owned by Mohammed Salman. The car changed hands multiple times before reaching a man named Tariq on paper, but we now know that there are multiple individuals involved with dubious paperwork, and it ended up in Pulwama. Salman has been detained for facilitating illegal sales without proper ownership. The car dealership, which was also enacted this entire transaction and transfer, has also been picked up. Fake registration certificate has been found. The authorities suspect terror links with Dr. Umar Nabi, an alleged suicide bomber connected to the Faridabad Al-Fatah module. Now, investigators are focusing on a 7 to 8 hour gap. In fact, 5 hours, and then also what transpired in those 3.5 hours when the car was parked. So that is now being explored since the car entered Delhi via the Badarpur border toll. And an interesting development, at 7:15 a.m. this car has been seen in Faridabad. around the vicinity of the Al Fatah University, the Fatehpur Taga and the Dhauj villages where Dr. Azil and Dr. Muzammil were operating, residing, and also from where explosive material was recovered. The movements tracked only again from 1 p.m. onwards and then at 3 p.m. The Faridabad Police Crime Branch is also conducting searches at multiple locations, perhaps looking for more warehouses, links, people, associates, affiliates, etc. in that region itself, and also raids at the Royal Car Zone, which has currently been locked. A big news, key meeting to begin in a short while from now at 11 a.m. That's when the meeting scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The Director IB, NIA, DG and top officials will be present. Arunima joining us with more details. Yes, Arunima.
So all the top officials have reached the last to arrive, where the Union Home Secretary and the Director of Intelligence Bureau. Before them, Commissioner of Police as well as the NIA DG arrived at the Home Minister's residence. So this high-level meeting in which Jammu and Kashmir DGP is also joining virtually has, is minutes before it begins. I think all the top officials have now come in. The security detail just ushering in the last car inside. So in minutes from now, perhaps you will see news agencies beaming out visuals of that conference room where Home Minister is chairing this meeting. On the agenda, first and foremost, since multiple agencies are involved, coordination so that there's real-time sharing of intelligence and the intelligence is acted upon. Second, coordination issues, because there are so many other different agencies. Jammu and Kashmir Police took the lead, then Haryana Police collaborated to pick up the Faridabad module, and subsequently after the blast happened, the NIA, the NSG have been aiding Delhi Police in carrying out forensic tests, carrying out investigation on ground. So perfect coordination is the second thing. And third, since there are so many different states and union territories involved, perhaps Home Minister will take a call as to when is the right time to hand over this case to the National Investigation Agency.
Well, more details. Is there going to be a proper briefing? Is there going to be a serious assessment of the security infrastructure and the preparedness in Jammu and Kashmir too? Many questions remain. Arunima, coming to you in a bit. Ankur is also with us and Neeraj Kumar ji is also with us. Neeraj ji, namaste. Good to have you with us, and we'll talk at length in a bit. Just getting an update from Ankur on the fact that at 7:15 a.m. this car has been seen on CCTV footage in Faridabad. Yes, Ankur.
Yes, Anand, that's right. So the first spot, the car was started around 7:15 from Faridabad, and it crossed Badarpur border. The car was captured in a CCTV footage, and that has been already accessed by the investigators. Later, it reached to the North Delhi area. It roamed in North Delhi area, went to Kashmiri Gate, Suneri Masjid, and Daryaganj, and later finally parked at a parking lot. Just after a few minutes before the blast, the car came out from the parking lot, and then the car got blasted. So the important point here is that there are 6-7 hours which is missing, which is still under investigation, which cops are trying to gather all the information. Those 6-7 hours will tell about the driver, to whom, whether he met anybody, whether there was any occupant with him, whether he dropped anyone from the car, or he tried to meet somebody. So all these things, those 6-7 hours would be very crucial for the investigation, and this is for the investigators also to get all the details as soon as possible, because the time is very crucial in such terror cases. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Ankur. Before we go across to the former Commissioner, Delhi Police, Neeraj Kumar ji, in a bit, we've got an eyewitness right now with us. Let's go straight across to him. Namaste.
जी सर.
नमस्ते, आपका शुभ नाम?
जी, मेरा नाम दीपक शर्मा जी.
दीपक जी नमस्ते, आप कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं और कल शाम को क्या आप वहां पर थे घटनास्थल पर?
जी, मैं उत्तर प्रदेश अयोध्या का रहने वाला हूँ, लेकिन अभी दिल्ली में हूँ सर. लाल किले पे उस समय मैं कुछ शूट कर रहा था एज अ ब्लॉगर, और उसी समय सर ये रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान ऐसा धमाका हुआ और मैं काफ़ी डर गया था सर. जो भी पब्लिक थी वहाँ पर इस धमाके को देख के वहाँ पे भगदड़ मच गई और काफ़ी लोग मतलब वहाँ पे पैनिक हो गए थे. और सर मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि ये क्या हुआ है. लोग कह रहे हैं कि सर सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट में नहीं आया कि सर एक्चुअल में हुआ क्या है. और सर वो ज़्यादा डरावना सा लगा सर. वहाँ से फिर उसके बाद मैं अपना फोन लेकर, क्योंकि डरावना था कुछ सर, क्योंकि वो ब्लास्ट इतना तेज था सर कि कान तक मतलब हिल गए सर। कोई भी बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाया, तो इसलिए हम वहां से थोड़ा दूर भागने की कोशिश किए ताकि चोटें ना आई। मैं अपना फोन लेकर, उसके बाद जो भी लोग उसके आगे वहां पर देखने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, मैं उन सभी लोगों को ये सोच रहा था कि वहां से हटे ताकि उनको चोट ना पहुंचे। इसलिए वहां पर मैंने कुछ लोगों को साइड किया, और एक महिला वहां पर थी जो इस ब्लास्ट को देखकर, सुनकर वहां पे वो जो है बेहोश हो गई थी। तो उनका ये हेल्प किया, उनको उठा के साइड करने की कोशिश की मैंने, उनके फैमिली मेंबर का थोड़ा सा हेल्प किया, और बाकी जो लोग थे उनको हटाने की कोशिश किया। सर जो एक बॉडी पार्ट का वहां पे अंग जो है, उस जगह से जहां ब्लास्ट हुआ है वहां से गौरी शंकर मंदिर के सामने आके गिरा। तो उस चीज को देख के लोग जो है बहुत ज्यादा डर गए और वहां से भागने लगे। तो ये सर चीज सर बहुत ज्यादा खौफनाक था, और सर हम लोग तो काफी डर गए थे। और ये रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान हुआ था, जब रिकॉर्डिंग चल रही थी तब जब ब्लास्ट हुआ तो वो कैमरा उस तरफ घुमा, और उसके बाद ये सब चीजें रिकॉर्ड हो गई सर।
जी, लेकिन आप जब ब्लास्ट होके आपने कहा आप दूर गए, आपने एक महिला की मदद की जो बेहोश हो गई थी, ये आपसे कितनी दूर था ये धमाका? क्योंकि जो वीडियो है उसमें वो
सर ये
धमाका सुनाई देता है और आप
एटलीस्ट
लोग भाग रहे हैं, पर ये कितनी दूर था?
जी सर, जहां पर धमाका हुआ वहां से मैं शायद 150 मीटर दूरी पे था, 150 मीटर समथिंग।
और आप 150 मीटर की दूरी पे थे, और ये गौरीशंकर मंदिर आपसे कितनी दूर था? या आपके पीछे था वो?
हाँ सर, नहीं सर, मैं सामने की तरफ था और कैमरा अपोजिट साइड में था। और जब वो ब्लास्ट हुआ सर, तो वो मतलब उस तरफ देखने के लिए वो कैमरा भी उस साइड में मुड़ गया, तो वो सब चीजें विजुअल जो फुटेज था वो हमारे कैमरे में ऐड हो गया
ये
सर।
गौरीशंकर मंदिर कहाँ पे था ये बताइए?
गौरी शंकर मंदिर लाल किले के जस्ट सामने, और उसके सामने वो मांस का टुकड़ा जो एक मानव अंग का वहां पे आके गिरा, उस आदमी का जो इसमें जख्मी हुआ था,
आप
जिसका
बाद
मृत्यु
में
हो गई।
फिर थोड़ी देर बाद आप वहां गए थे घटनास्थल की तरफ?
जब वहां पे ये ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बाद सर, लोगों को थोड़ा सा उधर साइड करने के बाद सर, हम लोग तो डर गए थे सर। उसके बाद वहां से हम भागने लग गए सर। मैं तो ऐसे जो छोटा मोटा वीडियोस वगैरह
जी।
रिकॉर्ड करता रहता हूँ अपने इस पे यूट्यूब पे, जो भी पदयात्रा वगैरह चल रही है तो रिव्यू
हाँ।
इंडिया न्यूज मैं चलाता हूँ सर अपना। तो
जी।
वही चीज मैं ऐड कर रहा था, उसी समय ये ब्लास्ट हुआ सर।
ये ब्लास्ट हुआ क्योंकि
और
वो
ये धमाका सर इतना
जी,
जोर का
हाँ,
था कि लोग
जी।
बहुत डर गए सर।
जी, क्योंकि उस धमाके में आप दिख रहे हैं वहां पर, आपके एक
जी
टोपी पहन के एक सज्जन भी आपके साथ खड़े हैं, और आप दोनों धमाके की तरफ देखते हैं
हाँ
अचानक
सर।
से। हाँ, और फिर आप घबरा
हाँ
भी गए
सर।
क्योंकि इतना जोर
जी
से
जी
धमाका हुआ। जी, आप
जी
कह रहे हैं
सर,
भागो
उस समय
भागो, लोग भागो
रिकॉर्डिंग के
भागो चिल्ला
दौरान
रहे हैं। जी,
जब मैं क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा था, उसी समय ये हुआ, धमाका हुआ, और उस तरफ हम देखने लगे। हम लोग नीचे झुकने की कोशिश की कहीं हमारे पे ऐसा कुछ ना हो जाए, काफी दूर था वैसे। और उसके बाद फिर जिसका इंटरव्यू लगा था वो भी डर गए। हम दोनों वहां से फिर भागे सर, और
जी।
पब्लिक भगदड़ मच गई थी सर, बहुत ज्यादा ही डरावना था सर ये।
जी, जी, दीपक जी धन्यवाद। आप वहाँ से सकुशल निकल गए, काफ़ी लोग निकल गए, लेकिन 8 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है इस धमाके में, जो कि अब क्लियरली एक टेरर अटैक बताया जा रहा है, एक आतंकी घटना है वो। धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। आप ही का वीडियो उसका प्रयोग भी हम कर रहे हैं जहाँ
बहुत धन्यवाद।
धमाके की आवाज़ आ रही है। थैंक यू फॉर दैट। नीरज कुमार जी, फॉर्मर कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस, इज विद अस। नीरज जी, नमस्ते। Thank you for your time and thank you for your patience. Your first comment on this entire development, even as Rahul Shivshankar also joins us on the broadcast. What do you surmise, sir, and this entire threat of white-collar terrorism?
It's extremely worrisome because after a lapse of so many years, there has been this blast. The last blast took place in the year 2011 outside Delhi High Court, which means after 14 years, we are seeing terror raise its ugly head all over again in Delhi. So it's extremely worrisome.
Neeraj ji, this is Rahul Shivshankar. Good morning. Unfortunately, we begin with bad news. Obviously, this is not something any one of us expected. As you rightly said, last terror attack took place in the Union capital outside the Delhi High Court building, and that was in 2011. So history repeating itself, this time with another brutality. I just want you to put this into perspective for some of our viewers who might be joining us. What do you make of this? What do you think is the motivation behind all of this, specifically when it comes on the back of Operation Sindoor? Do you believe that there are, of course, cross-border ties, but how does this sort of link up in the larger situation that is obviously unfolded after Operation Sindoor?
See, as a police officer, ex-police officer, I would say that it is too premature to link this to Pakistan or to link it to any particular terror group. Like a true scientist, we have to wait for more evidence to emerge so that we can say with certainty. I don't believe in speculating. I don't believe in surmising or theorizing. The possibilities that there is a possible Pakistan link, the possibility that there is an interstate terror module at work here, the possibility that huge amount of explosives were stored for a likely, say, a series of blasts. They are all possibilities, but we cannot say for sure. And it would be premature to begin to, postulate that our neighbor is testing our patience. Our neighbor is trying to provoke us again. We have to wait and watch.
Neeraj, the police obviously have been over the last 2 days very active. There was a model or two modules that were exposed, as you know. And we know that there was according to the FIR that has been filed by the police, a ring of white-collar criminals or white-collar terrorists, as it has been claimed in that FIR, an ecosystem of white-collar terrorists. Now, how do you see this, sir? Obviously, this particular attack takes place within 48 hours, 24 hours, 12 hours of all those recoveries that were made and arrests that were made. Could this have been prevented? Many people are already talking about, specifically politicians, about a security failure, this, that, the other. How do you see this?
Again, it is too fashionable to use these terms and say that it is security failure and so on. See, what we have to understand is that terrorism of the kind that exists in our country is not a one-time incident. It's an ongoing process. And this process will carry on. And always, I mean, it is not correct to say that the first time doctors are found involved in an act of terror. Well, Dr. Jalis Ansari, who was involved in the 1992 serial blast, train blasts, which were investigated by a team headed by me in the CBI. He was a doctor. He was a doctor based in Bombay. And he was running a group called Ahle Hadith, which caused blasts on several trains on the first anniversary of the Babri Masjid demolition in 1993. So, it is not correct to say that white collar criminals have always been involved because they are used to pass on money, they are used to mobilize money, and so on and so forth. So in this case, what exactly was the role? Was it much more than what has been seen in the past? These are all matters of investigation. We should not jump the gun and we should wait for more details to emerge.
Well, absolutely. These words, of course, were used by the police themselves when they filed the FIR. So that's why I was sort of paraphrasing the police there. Just hold on, sir. Let me just very quickly bring our viewers to abreast with some of the latest clues that have been unearthed in this investigation. If you follow the trail of the clues in this interstate transnational network, viewers, it all started with the arrest of Dr. Adil Rather in Uttar Pradesh's Saranpur district, after he was caught putting up JEM posters across Jammu and Kashmir. So he was caught on CCTV. That led investigators to his aide, Dr. Muzambil. That's the second individual that you see on your screens, who was arrested in Haryana's Faridabad. And Dr. Muzambil, a Pulwama resident, was employed at the Al-Falah University in Dhauj. So he left Kashmir, he started working at the Al-Falah University in Dhauj, and that's him in the middle of your screens. And now, the suspected suicide bomber, Dr. Umar Nabi, a close associate of Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzambil, also hails from Pulwama and worked at the same university. So it appears that this was a bunch of people from Pulwama who knew each other. They were all doctors or had entered the profession, moved to Delhi, became radicalized, became part of a cell. Now, whether this happened to them in Pulwama itself, remember Pulwama is in South Kashmir, a hotbed of terror, viewers. So it is possible that over the last few years there's been a crackdown. Some of these individuals might have decided to leave because it was becoming too hot for them to be there. And they built up their ring, their terror ring outside of the state. The Pulwama connection doesn't end there. The I-20 car used in the operation was sold to Tariq, another Pulwama resident. Tariq has named Amir Rashid, who was spotted with the car keys, as a key player. The probe agencies are now scrutinizing this terror trail, focusing on the Pulwama link. We'll keep tracking this story and, of course, bringing you updates as more information becomes available. But that's really the grid right now of suspicion. This is the entire group of individuals. Arunima, let me just come out straight to you. Ishan Vani there with us, who's looking at the Pulwama angle. But Arunima, quickly put in perspective all what has transpired over the last 15 hours.
So I think the trail has to go back a little further. You'll have to rewind a little more and get down when the Jammu and Kashmir Police first got wind of this module. Jammu and Kashmir Police then alerted first Saharanpur and then Faridabad, and that's how this entire alleged conspiracy started unraveling. Yesterday, when the Faridabad police finally carried out the arrest and did the press conference, seized the ammonium nitrate and confirmed about the seizure of assault rifles and ammonium nitrate, one theory on which the police is working is that Dr. Umar, who was absconding, he panicked, and therefore the ammonium nitrate or the explosive that was at his disposal, he was either trying to flee with it and there was an accidental blast, or he decided, or he was instructed by his handlers that the blast must be carried out outside Red Fort. So these are all questions that the investigators have at the moment, the answers to which they can find by questioning those from the module who are already in their custody. They already have leads in terms of the encrypted channel on which all these doctors and medical professionals were allegedly radicalized. Their handler allegedly is based in Pakistan, and it is suspected that Jaish-e-Mohammed could have a role to play in this. The reason for that suspicion is vehicle-fitted IEDs is a Jaish specialization. So they already have some leads. They've managed to identify who the person was who was driving that vehicle. It is a Fidayeen attack. That's what is being suspected. Initially, eyewitness account seems to suggest that there were 3 or 4 people in the car. But now more and more agencies are veering towards the view that there was only one driver. They have sent the body parts that were recovered from that vehicle for DNA, for forensic analysis as well. DNA sample of Dr. Umar's family has also been taken. If there's a perfect match, then their suspicion will be established beyond doubt. The next question for them to resolve is, how was this ammonium nitrate procured from? Because linkages are being drawn to Pulwama. When the Pulwama CRPF convoy was blasted, a similar vehicle was used which was fitted with RDX. But in that case, the RDX was smuggled in from Pakistan through the Jammu border via a tunnel. In this case, was the ammonium nitrate locally procured? Was there any other high-grade explosive? These are still unanswered questions, but in less than 15 hours, I think police with the agencies have managed multiple breakthroughs, including identifying the Fidayeen attacker.
Well, this is very comprehensive, in fact, viewers, and you saw that entire terror trail. And I want to go across to Ishan Vani, a very experienced journalist, known for balance and therefore doesn't jump the gun. And it put out a large amount of information yesterday. Lots of contradictions there, lots of counterclaims. You've been speaking to some of the relatives. Put it into perspective for us. What are we actually looking at? How much of this is based on conjecture? How much of it is all fact? Ishan.
Well, the fact is first that the first arrest which was made in this case, which was about Dr. Adil, is the medical college.
We're having a few issues with your audio. Could you just repeat yourself, Ishan? I think there was a little dropout of your audio. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Rahul. There is a similarity in these cases. If you can, as a journalist, pick up certain things very easily in this case, which is that first, the doctors who have been arrested, Dr. Adil, who was first arrested for posting posters in Naugam area of Srinagar, and Dr. Umar, both were working in Government Medical College, Anantnag, before they both moved out of Jammu and Kashmir. And the Government Medical College, Anantnag, is the premises from where the AK-47 rifle was recovered. And that's the first similarity connection between the two. Second connection is that this entire incident, most of the connections are within the radius of 5 kilometers. This Pulwama, where I am right now, within the 5 kilometers premise, is where the raids have taken place and people have been picked up. Then there's a connection of Amir, then there's a connection of Umar. Both are electricians, and one is a plumber. Both are brothers. Both of them have been picked up. And the picture that you have seen since yesterday is of Amir holding that key. It wasn't Tariq. Why did Tariq's name come up? Possibly because his friend Tariq had given him his number, and that he had given to the car dealer. So police, when they searched for the details of the person who had purchased the car with that photo, Tariq's name came up because the SIM was registered under his name. That's why the confusion started picking up. It's the Tariq name. But the family has identified him as Amir, but he has never informed the family that he will go out of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, there are 8-9 people at least which are connected to this case. 3 overground workers initially arrested in Naugam. Dr. Muzammil, who has also been arrested yesterday in Faridabad. Then Dr. Adil, who has been arrested in Saharanpur. Then Dr. Umar, who possibly, what reports indicate, can be the one who has carried out that blast. His mother has been taken for DNA sampling. His 2 brothers are being questioned. He had told his family on Friday that he's busy in the library of the university, so he wouldn't be able to communicate. His family says that his mother would get worried about Dr. Umar, so she would frequently call him after 2 days, but he would talk less on the call. And on Friday, he told them not to disturb him as he's busy in the library. There are exams coming up of the students, so he wouldn't be able to take the phone. And later on, they discovered his phones were switched off and they couldn't communicate to him yet again. He was a shy personality who had also outshined his studies when he became a doctor. Taking out a seat in Government Medical College, Srinagar is not easy. It happens through merit, and he had chosen to do, study well. His family had invested in him, but later on, they never knew that he's going to take a path, and possibly has and can have, because the links are emerging, and it seems like the investigation is pointing out that Dr. Umar was the person who was part of the group, because he was missing. Yesterday, when you heard police and other agencies say that they're looking for Dr. Umar, and they had come here actually from last couple of days, his family had also told them that it's police looking for you. You should come home and talk to the police. But he said, I have a couple of days are busy, then I'll come. And maybe that was what he indicated was on Monday, that he was going to carry out this particular attack.
What a waste of a promising life. The 3 overground workers you were talking about, I'll just come back to you with that, and also with Ankur in just a few moments. I have Mr. Neeraj Kumar with us, who is a former Commissioner of Police. I just want to come back to you, and I know, sir, that you have other work to attend to. So I'm just going to ask you now, you've heard a little bit of how this entire conspiracy is shaping up. Are you surprised at the Pulwama angle that is so sort of recurrent as a theme in this entire episode?
Not at all. Not at all. Because once the seeds of terror are sown, they can sprout into such activities at any time down the line.
So what do you make of this now? There are 3 doctors and at least 3 OGWs or overground workers all working together. What possible trigger could have led them to do this, specifically after Operation Sindoor, when the glare was so strong and there has been so much going on in Kashmir with the raids continually to discover OGWs, etc.?
That would be very difficult to kind of surmise what exactly triggered it off. But my sense is that these things happen not because of a trigger, because of an ongoing process. And we all know who the masterminds behind this process are, who are perhaps sitting overseas, and they keep monitoring it. And it is their lifelong mission to harm our country. And they keep working at such projects, one after the other. And you see, this terror attack or this bomb blast after a gap of 14 years is extremely significant. It's extremely significant, not only because it is coming in the wake of the Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor and so on, because it is part of a process of indoctrination, part of a process of breeding hatred in the valley against the mainland, against the country, and so on and so forth. So I'm not at all surprised.
Right.
You can keep crushing terror modules, but they will keep sprouting up from time to time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kumar. Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. Viewers, the Defence Minister has spoken. A quick update there. Big statement by the Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. Those responsible will be brought to justice. Well, viewers, remember that those responsible might well be sitting across the border in Pakistan. So this is a big, significant statement. Remember, Operation Sindoor has never been called off. It's still ongoing. Listen in.
First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives in the tragic incident that occurred in Delhi yesterday. I pray to God to grant strength and solace to the bereaved families in this hour of deep grief. From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of the investigation will soon be made public. I want to formally assure the nation that those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to the justice and will not be spared under any circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to be amidst this August Assembly of the eminent speakers and participants at the Delhi.
The Defence Minister there prefacing his speech with these comments. Very significant comments, viewers. Remember, the Prime Minister is in Bhutan. He's expected to return tomorrow. I'll bring in Arunima on that in just a few moments. I want to pick up the thread with Ishan Vani. Ishan, so the three doctors, Dr. Muzammal, Dr. Adil, Dr. Umar, all go back to Pulwama. But there are three OGWs also, overground workers. How do they tie in? Can you elaborate on that point? Ankur also there with us, and I'm going to bring him in right after. Yes, Ishan.
Yes, Rahul, once the posters were pasted, they were also found to be pasting the posters. There were his record of being a chronic stone pelter and also being overground workers of these outfits. And initially, they were the ones who were picked up for questioning, which led to the detention of a Maulvi or a cleric at a mosque in Shopian. And on his sustained interrogation, he then revealed the plot because the overground workers did not possibly knew the entire plot. Then the sustained interrogation of that Maulana or Maulvi in a mosque in Shopian at Srinagar revealed the plot that they were linked to Jaish and there's possibility of ISIS angle also being there. And later on, his sustained interrogation revealed the names of doctors, 3 doctors, and Umar could not be found. Police had also come here. If you look at this particular house, police had also searched through this house on the day they found out the name, but he couldn't be located. His family tried to contact him, tell him to come home because the police was looking for him, but he became, an absconder. He was never found. The family could not get in touch with it. There are angles and clues and leads which are leading and pointing out at one direction. We don't know whether, after DNA samples confirmed, because family is saying that, he had switched off his phone a couple of days back and he hasn't been in contact with the family. And he had told them that not to contact him because he's busy in the university studying. And that's the sort of detailing that they have, the sort of leads that the police has. They indicate that it could be Umar who could be involved in the entire episode, because he was the one. Even in yesterday when we spoke to the police, they said that they're looking for Umar and they're looking for more arrests in this case. They were talking through an encrypted app, made difficult for the forces to actually go through their web of chat and to read their digital footprints, but they were able to tap in the network and they were able to bring it down. But police yesterday announced they were able to do it, but they had also said that there are few people who will be arrested in the days to come, but possibly did not have much of the hint or clue that this kind of action would be undertaken possibly by the same doctor who is now, for now, missing, but could be possibly the one who could be driving that vehicle in Delhi.
Well, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Stay on with me. I want to go across to Ankur. Ankur, what's the latest you're picking up from the ground and from your sources in the agencies?
So Rahul, now the NIA team has reached, and along with the 2-3 officers, they are now examining the spot. And in our previous show, eyewitness told CNN News 18 that yes, due to the intensity of the explosion, the various body parts were found nearby area of the blast site. So if I show our viewers that about the area, so this is basically the Gauri Shankar temple. And the site, if you can see that white tent is basically the blast site that has been covered with the white tent, and just close to the approximately 150 meters away, this Gauri Shankar Mandir is there. And according to the eyewitness who told us that a few body parts were also found just in front of the Gauri Shankar Mandir. And in fact, the forensics officers were also took the sample from this place. And also, if I request my VJ to show you the other part of the area, that second fire tender, which is just in front of this first tender, they also took sample from that area. So you can understand the gravity of the explosion. So they have taken sample from approximately 300 to 400 meters. So this is very different blast which earlier Delhi has seen. So the intensity of the blast is very, very high.
Any idea what explosive was used? Was it ammonium nitrate? Was it a cocktail? Some people are hinting at perhaps something more potent. Akash also joins the broadcast. I'll be coming across to you, Akash. Yes.
So Rahul, according to our sources, there must be some cocktail. It cannot be ammonium nitrate alone. Why? Because the intensity. If you see the visuals of the car, at least 6 to 7 cars have been completely damaged. 2 auto rickshaws have been completely damaged. Multiple injuries. 8 dead bodies before reaching to the hospital. The persons already died on the spot. So the gravity of the explosion is very high. It is still under investigation. According to our sources, they have hinted a very high sophisticated explosive which has been used along with the other explosive.
Well, viewers, there's a lot of talk. We're not going to jump the gun here. There's a lot of talk about one particular kind of explosive, but we're not going to go there till we get confirmation. Akash, the defense minister making a very, very significant statement. And I can tell you, if you just jog your memory back in time to about 2 months ago, the Jaish-e-Mohammed commander sitting in Pakistan, Masood Azhar, had vowed vengeance after his family members were killed during Operation Sindoor. So this is also supposed to be a Jaish-e-Mohammed module. Things are tying in, aren't they?
Oh yes. First of all, I want to talk about the statement by Raksha Mantri. It is first time after the blast that happened last evening, and 2 important things that Raksha Mantri has conveyed. He was speaking at Manohar Parrikar Defence Institute, where this program, Delhi Defence Dialogue, has been organized. And in the inaugural address, he has said that he wants to assure the countrymen that those who are responsible for this blast will not be spared and they'll brought to justice. Clear message coming from the Raksha Mantri of this country, Rahul. Secondly, he has also said that whatever will be the findings of this particular investigation will be made public. And right now we know that how the central agencies are basically investigating, as to what happened, under what circumstances, and who is actually responsible for the sort of blast that happened yesterday. Now, coming to Jaish-e-Mohammed, module and the sort of linkages and the possibility of linkages. Rahul, we know that, since Operation Sindoor, there have been developments in Pakistan where they have, in fact, shifted their headquarters to KPK. And in fact, a number of activities that have happened. In fact, we have reported in the last 6 months that how there are provocative statements, coming from, their leaders and also those who are somewhere heading the organizations like Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. also as far as this particular, incident is concerned and the sort of linkage, because right now agencies are also trying to connect the dots. We know about the kilos of explosives that were recovered yesterday, the Faridabad angle, the Jammu Kashmir angle, and our, colleagues are reporting from Jammu and Kashmir and in fact from Faridabad as well, that how there is a possibility of some sort of definite link between, what has been recovered by the agencies and also what happened yesterday.
Okay.
If or not, it was some sort of, some sort of blast that was carried out, in fear that, they'll be trapped as well, or some sort of recoveries will be made to this particular component as well. We still don't know, and, we'll wait for some sort of conclusion to the investigation. But right now, this big statement coming from Raksha Mantri of the country that those who are responsible for this blast won't be spared and will be brought to justice, Rahul.
Well, stay on with me. I just want to go straight across to Anand Narasimhan because he has a very big exclusive update to give us. Anand, over to you.
Well, top intelligence sources, Rahul Shivshankar, and to our viewers at 11:34 this morning on Tuesday, we can say that there is a combination of a threat and a claim capability and a political messaging. This is a technique that the Jaish uses to intimidate. But Rauf Asghar, Masood Azhar, they have repeatedly said that they are ready and they have already put things into place, into action, and the target will be Delhi. That's also something that has come across. The threat of a Jaish orchestrated module that would operate, curate, and then perhaps at the end of the day perpetrate attacks, a series of terror attacks in Bharat is something that is now seriously manifesting. The connection of these white-collar terrorists who have been involved in this Faridabad bust and also the Red Fort blast, their connection with the Jaish module and with the Jaish is now being established. International connections, the Pak ISI link, all of that will slowly emerge through the course of the investigation as we are piecing together the details. But we are in possession of an audio of Rauf Asghar from not so long ago. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us this audio, which very clearly says that the Jaish will hit back. The Jaish has already put processes in motion, and the Jaish has already got its operatives who are working on ground to try and tear the social fabric of Bharat via proxy war. Now, more interestingly, Rahul, we have to not just limit ourselves to what we are seeing in the Al-Falah module, the Faridabad module, the Pulwama Connect and Red Fort blast, but also bring in what was unearthed by the Gujarat ATS in Ahmedabad, where there is another doctor who was trying to go the non-kinetic biochemical way by using ricin and create mass poisoning and hysteria and deaths. So the enemy is desperate, and there are many who are looking at how long are you going to not keep your finger off the unpause button with respect to Op Sindoor. That's another question, but clearly the Pakistanis and these terror outfits, they want to create terror in Bharat. And the next 2-3 months is also very critical. Deepavali, there was warnings by the Raksha Mantri, the army chief saying don't try anything diabolical. So clearly the intelligence had a sense कि कुछ कारनामा करने की कोशिश करेंगे. But more importantly, now between November to the 22nd of January, this is important. Period. 25th of November, there is a big ceremony in Ayodhya that is being planned with the Dhwajarohana and completion of the Ram Mandir. There is also till 22nd of January, the anniversary of Ram Mandir, being consecrated, temple being consecrated. It's important. There are a lot of festivals. There is again a series of festive season that starts. Winter time, there will be some activity that they are desperate to try and force. 7 months after Operation Sindoor, and the Jaish saying we are recalibrating. Their terror hubs are the infrastructure is being rebuilt. There are so many things that are happening simultaneously, but more importantly, they seem to have let loose white-collar terrorists, professionals who can hide in plain sight and orchestrate something as devious and diabolical as we are now unearthing in and around Delhi NCR.
Anand, are you surprised? Look, I posed this question to a couple of experts yesterday, General Dhillon, Sushant Sareen and others, as to why Pakistan would not be deterred for a longer period of time. Operation Sindoor was very significant. It took out a huge amount of capacity and capabilities of the Pakistani armed forces, and also, of course, inflicted much damage, as you know, on the terror infrastructure. Are you surprised that this has happened so quickly within just about 6-7 months, as you said?
the planning may have been, on for a long time. In fact, it's the Pakistanis who were surprised with Operation Sindoor. There are many like Major Manik Jolly, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, who have very clearly said, and there are others too, who have said that Pahalgam was actually the start of a new chapter of unleashing terror on Indian soil. So this was trying to recreate the 2001 to 2011 period, a decade of terrorism, again after about a decade and a half, to unleash it and restart that entire process. So Pahalgam was the first, and from thereafter they would have wanted to orchestrate a series of terror attacks until the UP elections in 2027 over the course of the next 2-3 years, which would perhaps derail the growth story. Now we have to see there is a huge link to Bharat's rise and its growth story, along with Pakistan's fall and its balkanization or near balkanization and its crumbling. And the jihadis wanted to make a threat, and that's the reason why. Derail Bharat by creating proxy war or kinetic, non-kinetic forms of terror, create mayhem, keep the people not just underconfident, but also in a state of fear, panic, and also lacking self-belief and conviction. That's what they wanted to do with Bharat society. Let's not forget which was the place which was thwarted or attacked between the 90s and 2000, soon after liberalization. It was Mumbai, the financial capital. If you keep the financial capital and the throes of terror and keep people panicked, looking under their seat, looking at their backs, looking over their shoulder, they won't be able to look ahead and march ahead. The financial capital was surrounded and shrouded in terror. This is a master strategy. So now what do they want to do? They want to do the capital, Delhi. Let's try and attack Delhi. Let's try and attack religious establishment and target the Hindu faith. The Pahalgam module or the Pahalgam attack was a recalibration to say terror attacks not just in Bharat, but concentrated terror attacks on non-Muslim areas, and especially Hindu regions and Hindu people. Single them out, attack them, and keep Bharat, push Bharat into a flux. Now this is another part of the strategy or of the playbook that emanates from the ISI, and it's manifest via its proxies or perhaps its non-military extensions, that is these terror tanzeems. This is something which many experts have said could be started again. So Operation Sindoor was the aberration which actually paused their terror actions and their activities, the terrorist activities, which would have started in April and perhaps continued on into January, February, and every month some series of attacks to push Bharat into the throes of being a terror nation or a panic nation. No tourists, no investments, stymie the growth and create a sense or psychological sense of fear, etc., and depression, etc., to thwart Bharat's growth story. Because the gap between Bharat and Pakistan now is an awning gap which the Pakistanis and those losers of the 1971 war and their progeny can never bridge in the next 3-4 decades. So what to do? If we can't rise, let's pull the adversary down by whatever means possible. And is that the playbook that we are witnessing now unfold? We have to wait and watch. So that's why it's got to be huge credit to our security agencies, the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Haryana Police, etc., because they've been able to bust this 3-ton explosive material haul. 3 tons of explosive material. And Major Manijoli did the math.
And the ricin plot.
Yeah,
let's not forget that. That could have been absolutely devastating. A biochemical weapon like that would have really, really caused a huge amount of casualties. Look, Anand, just stay on with me. I'm just taking a very short break because I want to pick up on a couple of other threads with you as well as Akash. We're going to bring them back because we're just taking a very short break. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Co-powered by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
The car is parked, and the CCTV footage from the parking lot establishes it that for about 3 hours the car is parked inside the parking lot, and about 6:45, a little past 6:45 in the evening, the car is seen coming out of the parking lot outside the Red Fort metro station. Also, the police have found ammonium nitrate from the location. Remember, you can put 2 and 2 together. There was ammonium nitrate recovered from the Faridabad warehouse as well yesterday morning, and now traces of ammonium nitrate have also been found from the blast site. This is information from Manoj Gupta. Anand has more on this. Anand, walk us through. So now it's becoming clearer and clearer with each passing hour that there is a definitive link between the Faridabad bus stop that happened yesterday morning and the blast outside Red Fort yesterday evening.
But yes, morning Zaka, and as Major Manik Jolly was saying that the speed of the investigation and the linear progression is only connecting the dots faster. The Pulwama connect, the Jaish-inspired connect, and also the fact that Umar Nabi was a person who escaped the Faridabad raids, where nearly 3 tons of ammonium nitrate has been now caught. Imagine had those 3 tons been allowed to percolate across Bharat, what could have transpired? So kudos to our agencies there. But he escaped with a certain amount of explosives. There is confirmation from Anshul that ammonium nitrate plus oil plus an accelerator was used as part of the incendiary device or the explosive material. The question that rankles us is that why was this car parked? And this is what Manoj Gupta is getting the confirmation, that the accused and this terrorist entered Red Fort via the Suneri Masjid route. So the car entry is also timed because CCTV confirms the car being parked from 3:19 p.m. till about 6:48 p.m. So for 3 hours this car was parked there. Why is the question? That answer is critical because at 6:48 p.m. this car starts again, and at 6:52 at the road it explodes. Now, one premise is that he was waiting for it to become peak traffic, become really crowded before he explodes it. But Manoj Gupta is also saying that the intent was not to go fidain. The intent was not to go suicide. The intent was to orchestrate a car bomb attack or a sticky bomb. But did the bomb not go off? Did a frustrated Umar Nabi then want to take out the car to go ahead and go to another secluded place to see what went wrong? And did the explosion happen, or the bomb just explode without Umar Nabi planning it to in the middle of the road? We don't know. That's all around assumption and circumstantial at this point. But like you said, the connect is now established. The plot was afoot to try and create a series of attacks. These were white-collar terrorists, and Umar Nabi very close to Dr. Adil and also Dr. Muzammil.
And Anand, thanks for that.
News and CNN News 18 joining you with yet another exclusive in our continuous coverage. This is Umar. This is Dr. Umar, the terrorist, part of the Faridabad module and suspected to be driving the I-20. So we've received, CNN News 18 has its pictures. We are exclusively putting this picture out. Big exclusive here. So we have the picture of Amir Rashid, and also we have the picture of now Dr. Umar. This is Dr. Umar, who is an accomplice, alias connected to Dr. Muzammil and those involved in the Faridabad module. The bust, Dr. Umar was on the run. He was at large. Was he the person? Is he now the person who was driving the car? Do the upper facial features match the person who's sitting with the face mask?
Viewers, the heart of any aftermath of a terror attack is investigation, and the NIA is deputing larger number of its personnel at the site to pick up forensic evidence. If you have to build a case for retributive action, you must have the facts at your fingertips. And I want to go straight across to Ankur Sharma. Ankur Sharma, lots of NIA officials of different seniority there now.
Yes, Rahul, now NIA officials, including the SP, female SP officer, along with the other senior officers, have already reached. They are examining the spot. They have been joined by Special Cell DCP Mr. Kushwa, and now we have just FSL, a senior officer of FSL has also arrived. So basically it is now just the formality to transfer the case to NIA, and it is important that all the terror cases are being handled by NIA. So NIA is the right authority, right investigation agency to probe this matter, and their officers are already working since yesterday. Back to you.
Thanks. Let me just bring in Anand. Anand, before the break, we were talking very animatedly about the depths to which Pakistan's establishment might be involved. Now remember, this comes on the back of a major move in Pakistan via a constitutional amendment to give the army a greater role in the running of the country. So there's a hybrid model that they've come up with, which sort of makes it very difficult to separate and put in silos the Pakistani state. So clearly there is now a move towards unification there. So if a terror module is acting, it can't have gone rogue, could it have? It would have definitely have been blessed by the establishment as a whole.
Well, it's no doubt when Pakistani officers and generals and then top cops are standing there behind proscribed terrorists at the funeral of Lashkar Kader who were, neutralized during Operation Sindoor, it's very clear that this is no proxy now. They are an extended arm of the Pakistani military, these jihadi tanzeems. The Pakistani military is actively canvassing collection of money and also redirecting money towards rebuilding of the facilities at Muridke and Bahawalpur. So there is no doubt about that. And also, we not only have Rauf Asgar's audio, we also have Masood Azhar's audio where he's urging women to also be recruited and radicalized and to join this entire fight, what he calls as a fair fight or acts of terror. And one of the people accused in this entire Al-Falah module is Dr. Shaheen, who's a lady doctor. Now, this lady is also close to Muzammil and Dr. Azil. So, and an AK-47 was recovered from her car. So, women are being radicalized. Women are also being recruited. So, and these are all white-collar terrorists. So, the Jaish is not just evolved as, operandi modus, but it's also deeply radicalizing entities and, seeding entities who over the years are waiting and biding their time and then striking when they are asked to. Now, is this the only module? We have to wait and watch. Are there others? There is a probability. We'll get details of the high security level meeting, but we must understand that this enemy is not going to learn. Demolishing their terror infrastructure is not going to thwart them. If they are going to reorganize as a military state, the military is going to desperately tell these jihadis that you go ahead and do whatever you want as long as Bharat is bleeding and Bharat is tense, because we cannot grow like Bharat, so let Bharat also suffer like us. Yeah. That's how radicalized and far gone they are. And why talk about a state that is in doldrums? The point is how soon before we redraw the map, we redraw the dynamics, because the generals and the Raksha Mantri have very clearly hinted that the next unpause of Operation Sindoor, there will be a geographical alteration. So they have changed the theatre of action and the field of play.
Well, viewers, of course, we'll have to wait and watch. We can't preempt, we can't quote, we have to be ready on our terms if you have to take retribution. But the Defence Minister making it clear, viewers, that there is going to be retribution, that those responsible will be punished. Short break, viewers. When we come back, we're going to pick up on the female terror angle. We're also going to look at those that have been arrested and the larger conspiracy, and whether there are other modules out there, viewers, who are ready to strike. We're taking a very short break.
Co-powered by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Thank you for that. Neeraj Kumarji, former Commissioner of Police, is with us. Neerajji, namaste. Thank you for your time and thank you for your patience. Your first comment on this entire development, even as Rahul Shivshankar also joins us on the broadcast. What do you surmise, sir, and this entire threat of white-collar terrorism?
It's extremely worrisome because after a lapse of so many years, there has been this blast. The last blast took place in the year 2011. Outside Delhi High Court, which means after 14 years, we are seeing terror raise its ugly head all over again in Delhi. So it's extremely worrisome.
Neerajji, this is Rahul Shivshankar. Good morning. Unfortunately, we begin with bad news. Obviously, this is not something any one of us expected. As you rightly said, last terror attack took place in the Union capital outside the Delhi High Court building, and that was in 2011. So history repeating itself, this time with another brutality. I just want you to put this into perspective for some of our viewers who might be joining us. What do you make of this? What do you think is the motivation behind all of this, specifically when it comes on the back of Operation Sindoor? Do you believe that there are, of course, cross-border ties, but how does this sort of link up in the larger situation that is obviously unfolded after Operation Sindoor?
See, as a police officer, ex-police officer, I would say that it is too premature to link this to Pakistan or to link it to any particular terror group. Like a true scientist, we have to wait for more evidence to emerge so that we can say with certainty. I don't believe in speculating. I don't believe in surmising or theorizing. The possibilities that there is a possible Pakistan link, the possibility that there is an interstate terror module at work here, the possibility that huge amount of explosives were stored for likely say a series of blasts. They are all possibilities, but we cannot say for sure. And it would be premature to begin to, postulate that our neighbor is testing our patience. Our neighbor is trying to prove.
Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details that Intel sources have said that there could be a possible use of an IED device, and they are looking at this incident at the Red Fort as a terror attack.
Vehicle is from the Samura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us? The Pulwama connection takes us back to the ongoing investigation and the crackdown on this entire module. And the originator and the mastermind and the first arrest also happened, and there is a Pulwama connection to this, and a Jammu and Kashmir connection. Muzammil, his accomplices, the other doctors, the person in Faridabad, the Maulvi there from whom the house was rented, this guy who buys the car, and the other occupants of the car. Were they all connected and were they all linked? That's going to be the biggest question mark right now.
CNN News 18 keeping you ahead with accurate and updated information, breaking a lot of news first, but only after verification. Viewers, if you want authentic news, if you want news that has been validated, stick with our coverage. We brought you the CCTV's footage first. We brought you the Pulwama, Faridabad, Delhi link first. We've been able to establish the individuals, the antagonists and the protagonists first. So stay with us. I just want to quickly, viewers, at the top of 12 noon, give you a quick update on the big leads so far. Delhi Police has tightened its noose in the Delhi terror blast probe, FIR registered under UAPA Act and Explosive Substance Act. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a high-level security review meeting. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh assures citizens says perpetrators will soon be brought to justice. A loaded statement. The I-20 used in the Delhi blast was illegally registered under Dr. Umar Nabi's name. Umar's kin now detained for questioning by police in Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. Suspected bomber Dr. Umar was a close aide of Dr. Adil of Faridabad's Al-Falah module. Pulwama link to Delhi terror blast emerges. Owner of I-20 identified as Tariq, a resident of Pulwama's Samura village, who has now been detained for questioning as this plot thickens. From the first confirmation of terror blast to Faridabad module in the Pulwama link, CNN News 18 tracks all angles to Delhi terror blast with the largest team on the ground. And viewers, in other news, not insignificant, it's a high-stakes battle as the final phase of polling gets underway in Bihar. Stand by for the biggest exit poll coverage on the CNN News 18 Post 6. And as toxic smog continues to blanket national capital, GRAP Stage 3 implemented by Air Quality Watchdog. Viewers, I don't need to remind you, but we've been rolling with this coverage now for the last almost 12 hours to 15 hours. A deadly explosion near Red Fort metro station on Monday evening at 6:55 has claimed at least 8 lives and injured several others. Delhi police have registered an FIR under the UAPA Explosive Substance Act and section of the BNS for murder and conspiracy. The Hyundai i20 used in the blast has been traced to Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. Its original owner, Muhammad Salman, and another man, Tariq, have been detained for illegal vehicle transfer. They're thought to be OGWs or overground workers, terror workers. Authorities suspect terror links with Dr. Umar Nabi, an alleged suicide bomber connected to the Faridabad module. He's the one who was driving the car when it exploded. The Faridabad Police Crime Branch is conducting searches in multiple locations, including the Royal Car Zone Agency, which is in Faridabad, just a few meters, viewers, few meters from where Al-Falah, that hospital is, that medical establishment is, where some of the conspirators were working. Home Minister Amit Shah is currently chairing a key security meeting. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, on the other hand, is assured that those responsible will be brought to justice. Big breaking news also coming in that suggests that tomorrow when the Prime Minister returns, a CCS meeting will also be taking place at around 5:30. Now, Prime Minister is travelling to Bhutan today, and we are learning that once he is back, he will be chairing that Cabinet Committee of Security at 5:30 tomorrow after Prime Minister is back from Bhutan. Aman Sharma with more details. Akash also joining the broadcast. Aman, very quickly over to you. What can you tell us about this? This is very important.
Well, Rahul, first thing, the Prime Minister is about to speak in Bhutan. This could be a very, very important speech. It is expected to begin in a short while from now. So first is the speech by the PM, which is happening in Bhutan. Let's see if he refers to this dastardly incident which has happened outside the Red Fort. And what I'm learning is that tomorrow, as soon as the Prime Minister is back from Bhutan, there will be a cabinet meeting as well as likely a cabinet committee on security meeting around 5:30 p.m. in the evening. A full report will be presented to the Prime Minister tomorrow evening when he's back from Bhutan on what all has been discovered by the investigating agencies, what all evidence has been found, because now there is increasingly the fingers are pointing towards the Pakistan-based Jaish-e-Mohammed, that this is a Jaish-e-Mohammed module. That is what initial investigation is showing. So if these links are there, the Jaish-e-Mohammed link is there, if the Pakistan link is there, and the Prime Minister is briefed about that tomorrow evening when he's back, remember, Operation Sindoor is only on pause. Operation Sindoor is not over. India has publicly said earlier that if there is another terror attack against us, we will treat it like an act of war. So I think it's going to be very important what the investigating agencies put together in today as well as tomorrow before the Prime Minister is back for this very crucial Cabinet Committee on Security and Cabinet meeting at 5:30 p.m. This is also what happened soon after Pulwama, Rahul, if you remember. The Prime Minister was abroad, and as soon as he landed back, he did a CCS meeting, he did a Cabinet meeting, and some big steps were taken post that meeting chaired by the PM soon after the attack in Kashmir, which we saw in Pahalgam. So this is very important. Prime Minister will speak in a short while. Let's see if he speaks on this Delhi attack, and tomorrow when he's back, a full report to be presented to him by the investigating agencies on what all links they have found on this particular Pulwama Faridabad module, and is it linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed, and ultimately is it linked to Pakistan?
Okay, stay on with me. I just want to go straight across to Akash, but just before that, playing out this soundbite, very, very significant. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh speaking at the IDSA, viewers, and before he spoke on the subject that he was invited to speak on, he made these comments. He prefaced that speech with these comments, very significant. Listen in.
From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of the investigation will soon be made public. I want to formally assure the nation that those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to the justice and will not be spared under any circumstances.
Let me go straight across to Akash, who covers the Defence Ministry. Very significant statement, Akash. I just want to ask you this, because obviously Operation Sindoor was undertaken to impose deterrence on Pakistan. Now we've come full circle. We've got a situation where obviously the Jaish-e-Mohammed, based out of Pakistan, known to be the rabble-rouser in Pakistan, militantly opposed to the Indian worldview, has reportedly struck again. We're not saying for sure, but definitely there are linkages at the Red Fort, very significant, heart of the Union capital, symbolically extremely important.
Right, Rahul, we are not drawing any conclusion here, but this is important to mention that, the kind of indications or the kind of theories that are emerging out of the investigation are definitely pointing out towards Jaish-e-Mohammed, the organization very much based in Pakistan, responsible for the sort of activities that have happened in the past here in the country. Right now, while we are discussing this blast, Prime Minister is in Bhutan and in fact has started his address. But right now, the important statement by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, you rightly pointed out, Operation Sindoor is very much on. It is only the cessation of the activities that happened in the month of May. But it has been pointed out categorically by not just Raksha Mantri, but also by the service chiefs. And today, while we are talking,
मैं पीड़ित परिवारों का दुख समझता हूं। आज पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice. साथियों, आज यहां एक तरफ गुरु पद्म संभव के आशीर्वाद के साथ ग्लोबल पीस प्रेयर फेस्टिवल का आयोजन हो रहा है। दूसरी ओर भगवान बुद्ध के पिपरहवा अवशेषों के दर्शन हो रहे हैं और इनके सबके साथ हम सब हिज मैजेस्टी द फोर्थ किंग के 70वें जन्मदिन समारोह का साक्षी बन रहे हैं। ये आयोजन इतने सारे लोगों की गरिमामय उपस्थिति, इसमें भारत और भूटान के रिश्तों की मजबूती नजर आती है।
Very significant, viewers, very, very significant. The Prime Minister in Bhutan making a very, very, very loaded comment saying that all those who are behind this, ideologically behind this, will be brought to justice. Aman Sharma is there with us. It's the second big statement coming out of the Indian establishment. Rajnath Singh already warning that there is going to be repercussions. And now the Prime Minister, very much reminiscent of what he had said 6-7 months ago in Bihar, viewers, when he had come out and said very clearly that those responsible will be brought to justice, once again invoking those sentiments. Aman, this again happening on foreign soil in Bhutan. Applause rang out when the Prime Minister made that comment. This is a very, very significant statement coming from the Prime Minister, looking very grim and determined.
Absolutely, Rahul. This is a dire warning, I think, to the terrorists, the terrorist groups which may be behind this. The Prime Minister clearly saying all those responsible will be brought to justice. Our agencies are working day and night to get to the bottom of this conspiracy. That is what the word the Prime Minister has used, षड्यंत्र. तो हमारी एजेंसियां उसके तह तक जाएंगी. Our agencies will get to the bottom of this conspiracy. No conspirator, no perpetrator will be spared. You know, this is the same language, Rahul, which the Prime Minister had used before Operation Sindoor, if you remember, soon after the Pahalgam terror attack, when he had spoken in Bihar and said that our agencies will go to the ends of the earth to catch and punish the perpetrators and the conspirators of the Pahalgam attack. The Prime Minister is repeating that warning now. He's clearly saying all those responsible will be brought to justice. He's also saying that he was up all night yesterday talking to the agencies, talking to the concerned officials. We know he spoke to the Home Minister, he spoke to the National Security Advisor, he has spoken to other top officials, the Home Secretary, the Director IB, the Prime Minister has spoken to all the senior officials. I believe what I'm told by my sources, the Prime Minister has told all the officials to prepare the complete report. What is the, as the Prime Minister himself said, that all our agencies are connecting the dots. So all these dots will be connected. The entire report will be presented to the Prime Minister when he's back tomorrow from Bhutan. Then follows the very, very crucial Cabinet Committee on Security and the Cabinet meeting, which will be chaired by the Prime Minister at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow in Delhi. And we could see a big decision or a big public statement coming from the government post that meeting. Because right now what the agencies are doing, they are piecing together the dots. You know, is Jaish-e-Mohammed involved? What is the connection between the Faridabad module and the Pulwama module? Is it directed from Pakistan? All these concrete evidence is being collected by the agencies as we speak. The forensic examination at the site of the terror attack is also being conducted to know what kind of explosives has been used. You know, this car coming from after the module was in fact busted yesterday by the agencies. You know, key arrests were made, but this one man in a desperate act, maybe feeling that, you know, the entire module had been busted, has done this terror attack.
Hold your thoughts, because I'm going to replay that soundbite from the Prime Minister speaking in Bhutan, viewers, very significant on foreign soil, saying this.
मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
इसके पीछे की षड्यंत्रों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। अमन,
इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को, तो who are the real perpetrators, the handlers, who are the real conspirators behind this attack? That is a very significant word, and I must point out the same thing the Prime Minister said after the Pahalgam terror attack, that there may be bigger forces behind this. Is he hinting towards the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Pakistan, the Pakistan state actors? Well, the evidence will throw it up in the next couple of days, in the next maybe 24 hours once the PM is back. But it is very clear that the Jaish-e-Mohammed role in this particular terror attack is becoming clearer by the hour, and that is what the agencies are also pointing to. Once these explosives, the forensic report is out, and once all these dots are joined, you know, be it from Faridabad to Pulwama to what has happened. Remember, Rahul, Jaish-e-Mohammed had vowed revenge against the Indian strike which happened on their headquarters, in which many family members of Masood Azhar were killed. We have also played, our Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta brought this information just to us a few minutes back on how Rauf Asgar's threat was also public, that Jaish-e-Mohammed had vowed revenge. Is this all linked? Because that is what the Prime Minister's words are now, you know, I feel are hinting towards when he's saying that I was in contact through the night with all the agencies investigating the incident. Our agencies will go to the root of this conspiracy, and those who have plotted this will not be spared. So I think the Prime Minister is very clear. It is now the job of the agencies over the next one day to join these dots, and we may have much more to, we'll know much more once this Cabinet Committee on Security and Cabinet meeting, very crucial meetings, happen at 5:30 p.m. tomorrow, as soon as the Prime Minister lands back in Delhi from Bhutan.
Well, viewers, we're going to, of course, split the screen in just a few moments. We're going to pull out that soundbite of the Prime Minister before Operation Sindoor, and then bring this particular one into play, and you can then make out the similarities there of intent and of words. So, Aman, this really is a signal. I just want to go across to Akash also, if you're just going to stay on with me, Aman. Akash, we don't have Akash. Aman, this particular soundbite now clearly is presaging intent, and politically it is also very significant.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. And I think the Prime Minister staying true to his words. We saw just before the ceasefire happened on May 10th, we saw this official statement from the government that if there is a terror attack in the future on Indian soil, we will treat it as an act of war.
Stay on with me. I want to go straight across to Arunima also. Arunima, let me bring you into this conversation. Big developments. Aman on one side, Arunima on the other. Arunima, very quickly, just talk us through the implications of this comment there.
So, very clearly when Pahalgam had happened, Government of India led by Prime Minister Modi had made India's doctrine very clear. Every act of terror would be treated as an act of war. Officially speaking, nobody in the top government functionary level has called what has happened at Red Fort an act of terror as yet. But if you see the Delhi Police FIR, there are sections of Unlawful Activities Prevention Act and indications are that the case will be transferred to NIA. So that is enough indication that Government of India is treating this as a terrorist attack. Who's behind this? Well, the perpetrator, prima facie, has been identified. The DNA test procedure is being carried out and Jaish-e-Mohammed handler is what is suspected. If this is conclusively established, if the role of Jaish-e-Mohammed is established conclusively, then let's go back to what happened in Pahalgam. Once again, we are staring at a similar situation. Government of India, like I said, has made it very clear that terror perpetrators, people who are sitting across the border, they will not be spared. And Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, as recently this week, had done an interview with Network 18 where he again reiterated that Operation Sindoor is only on pause mode. It has not concluded. That has been the government's position all this while. So what the Prime Minister just said, and combine that with all the background that I gave you, makes it very clear how seriously the government is thinking about this. Internal security wise, the top minds of the country are meeting at Home Minister's residence at the moment. But I think when the Prime Minister returns, I will not be surprised if a CCS meeting is called for step 2.
Well, just stay on with me, Arunima, because there's more breaking news coming in. This probe is widening, viewers, even as we speak. We are being told that the Jammu and Kashmir Police and UPATS is conducting raids in Lucknow, linked to the Faridabad terror module after Delhi blasts. According to sources, the team reached the residence of Shaheen, a female friend of Dr. Muzammil. What can you tell us, Arunima, about this angle of the female suspect?
So, there are multiple doctors and medical professionals who were allegedly part of that module. From what I hear from Jammu and Kashmir Police, which initially cracked cracked open this entire module, is that they found on an encrypted platform all these doctors were together, including the female doctor who was part of this. I think the assault rifle, the AK series rifle, was also recovered from her premises. And this is not surprising to the agencies at all, because even in the past, National Investigation Agency, during its probe, at least twice, one wherein Jamia Millia Islamia, a couple which was I think a PhD scholar, one woman, one man, radicalized, were picked up by NIA, and that trail took them all the way to Pune, where again a girl was allegedly radicalized, a young girl in her early 20s was radicalized by the same group. So targeting women who are professionals, who are highly educated, has been a modus operandi that terror groups have been following some time now. So arrest of this female doctor is not a surprise to the agencies at all.
Okay, let me just bring in Anshul. What do you mean when you, how do you assess this ATS probe widening, bringing in Dr. Shaheen? How does she tie into this entire sort of crackdown?
Well, she's a very crucial piece of this entire puzzle. Remember, this entire case opened up once Dr. Adil was arrested from Saharanpur, and then in sustained interrogation, he went ahead and named Dr. Muzammil, who was an educator over here at the Al-Shafa University over here. And then it is over here itself that the female Dr. Shahina was also employed over here. In fact, when sustained interrogation happened, with the said accused Dr. Muzammil, he said that there is an assault rifle that is in a Swift car that is owned by Shahina herself. When searches were conducted in that vehicle, that assault rifle was recovered from her vehicle itself, and there were other cartridges that were also recovered from her possession. Post this, she was taken into custody by the Jammu Kashmir Police and was taken back to Jammu Kashmir, where after interrogation she was arrested yesterday. Now, to make sure that there are no other explosives or weapons that
Well,
are
I'm getting
attached
updates from Arunima to suggest that the meeting at the Home Minister's, the one that he was sort of chairing, has ended. Arunima, what can you tell us? We're just going to put out those visuals, but yes, over to you.
Yes, so just a second back, we saw the vehicles of top officials moving out. Delhi Commissioner of Police, Director General of IB, Union Home Secretary, NSG DG, they were all present in this meeting along with NIA DG Sadanand Date. We are given to understand that this probe could soon move, as early by this evening or by tomorrow morning. This probe could well move to NIA. In this meeting, we are told all the details of the investigation so far. Jammu and Kashmir DGP Nalin Prabhat also joined virtually, because this case, like we were reporting, was first unearthed by Jammu and Kashmir Police, and it is again leading to Pulwama. So what is it that Jammu and Kashmir Police has on record so far? What is it that Delhi Police Special Cell has managed to retrieve from the spot? NSG's post-blast analysis team, there was some suspicion, even though ammonium nitrate was the primary suspicion. They wanted to check if any other high-grade explosive has been found on the ground. So at this meeting, all these inputs were once again brought together, and at least 2 senior officials just left. The others are still inside. So we are given to understand that the meeting is concluding, and the next step towards finding out the other members of the module, that is the key task that the intelligence agencies have been given.
Well, let me go across to Ishan Mani. Stay on with me, Arunima, because I'm being told that there is a joint operation being conducted, and that the joint team of the UPATS and the Jammu and Kashmir Police have reached the residence of Shaheen, Dr. Shaheen, a female friend of Dr. Mujammil. Give us a bit of a background, Ishan, about Shaheen, Dr. Shaheen.
She's being associated with Dr. Muzammil. What has been reported is that she was very close to Dr. Muzammil there, and it was her car initially from where the ammunition was recovered in Faridabad. It was registered on her name, but she's not a native of Jammu and Kashmir. She's a native of Lucknow, and she was picked up possibly from there. And she has been also questioned regarding her role, had she been aware of it. But yes, her name has also emerged later on, but it was not mentioned by the J&K police in their final drafted press release sent to the media. But later on her name emerged that she is also the one who has been detained for questioning and has later on been arrested. But as far as Muzammil is concerned, you will see I'm at the Muzammil's residence here in Pulwama. The distance between Dr. Umar and Dr. Muzammil's house is barely 1 kilometer. They live 1 kilometer away from each other, and this is the house which is there. His sister is also a doctor. We shortly spoke to her. She says we believe in the law, and if a brother is guilty, then they don't have any remorse, and they believe that since he always talked about studies, books, so he's possibly has been forced to do this, and she believes that the law will take its own course, but she believes that brother is innocent. But at the same time, you have the J&K police and the police there in the UP cracking down on those location where he was staying in, and that's where if you remember, all of this material was dumped and all of this material was recovered. So his link to the case is extremely important. And remember, as I said earlier, between Dr. Umar to Dr. Muzammil, it's barely 1 kilometer distance between the two houses, less than 1 kilometer distance.
Well, viewers, that's one aspect to all of this, but we're also getting more updates, and this is a big CNN News 18 exclusive news break. We've accessed the leaflets found near Nagaon, Jammu and Kashmir. Top intelligence sources have told us that Jaish-affiliated terrorists reportedly attacked Red Fort. We know this metro yesterday, but the letter appears to have been issued under the name of a banned Pakistan-based terror outfit. What's in this letter? When does it date back to? Let's go straight across to Anand Narsimhan. Anand, what can you tell us?
Well, good afternoon, Rahul, and to our viewers. This is a letter dated the 17th of October 2025 where there is an internal warning. Now, this points to multiple aspects. One, there is something that's being planned in Bharat. Two, there is a warning that people should not leak this information or break ranks. Three, of severe punishment for those who do not follow the orders or who try and break away and try and leak information of whatever is being planned. And the third is, and fourthly, a reiteration of the commitment to try and commit and act these acts which are supposed to be mandated, and this must be done. Now this Ansar Ghazwatul Hind, this being brought back into life, or being the effort to try and resurrect it, and this connection from the erstwhile Zakir Musa and their connection with Jaish. They broke away from Hizbul Mujahideen. At that time, Zakir Musa had broken off, and there were connections re-established. At that time, they were these jihadi tanzeems in 2016, 2017 were competing with each other. So Hizbul was competing with Jaish, with Lashkar, and there was growing influence, and there were also those who believed that they wanted to do something different. But now they're all aligned, they're all collaborating, contributing in terms of resources, logistics, OGWs, etc. The white-collared OGWs now have turned white-collared terrorists. They are also implementing these actions, so not just facilitating.
So there it is, viewers. Of course, we're going to put a watermark over these pictures because, of course, this is exclusive material. But very quickly, Anand, this is that poster that was being splattered across all over Kashmir, and that's what really brought this entire conspiracy into the foreground, because one of these individuals who was posting these posters turned out to be affiliated to that module. And that module is the Faridabad module. So just go back on this and give us a quick...
Well, see, action hoga agar, and mentions punishment by the Amira or the commander. Now, this is written in Urdu, but this is what the interpretation is. The tone indicates that there is internal mistrust within the local Jaish network, that somebody would break ranks. There is also consistent pressure from recent counter-insurgency operations in Jammu and Kashmir. But this poster was put out just to try and say that don't break ranks, don't try and be disloyal, and those who are supposed to be part of a Jaish network locally are supposed to work together. This text claims to communicate an internal directive or warning, and it mentions retaliation, loyalty and action against individuals allegedly betraying the organization. Now this were the leaflets that were found in Nogam, and after that the investigation was actually mounted. And Adil was also seen putting out certain posters which were in Pulwama and in that region. But more importantly, once this came out, these posters were put out in Nogam, clearly it was sure that the Jaish was activating its local cadre here and its local recruits here.
Well, just stay on with me. I want to quickly go across to Ishan Bani if he's still there with us. And this is how the Jammu and Kashmir Police, after seeing individuals posting these or pasting these posters on walls, began to unravel this entire chronology, which is left, of course, to us to now determine whether it was connected in any which way. And from all visible indications, Anand, it does appear. We don't quite have Ishan right now, but Anand, so 3 OGWs were involved in pasting all this material, this warning from Jaish to perhaps its cadres in Kashmir to say, look, toe the line, don't break ranks, do what is told to you, right? That's what's happened.
And these are chronic stone pelters of the past. So these 3 were stone pelters. Ishan getting us these details. Arif Nisar Dar, alias Sahil. He is a resident of Nogam in Srinagar.
Okay, so
Yasirul Ashraf.
Just hold on, because I have Ishan. I'll just go back to him. We were trying to get him on. I didn't mean to cut you off, Anand. Just give me 30 seconds. I just want to go straight across to Ishan. Ishan, this poster that was being pasted across Kashmir is the key, really, to this entire investigation, because it's from there. Now, just talk us through a little bit about Arif Nisar Dar, alias Sahil, resident of Naugam, Srinagar, Yasirul Ashraf, resident of Naugam, Srinagar, Maqsood Ahmed Dar, alias Shahid, resident of Naugam, Srinagar. These are 3 individuals you were talking about, the OGWs, weren't they? So how do they all link into this?
Well, they were all part of this group. They were in their Telegram chats. They were part of this group which was planning for a very long time. But they were told, possibly by Dr. Adil, to paste these posters. And on finding these posters, police thrusted upon basic policing that we need to know that who are these people who have been pasting these posters. Though there are posters which appear from time to time, but very rarely. Since there has been a massive crackdown on these elements, there are rarely any posters which are pasted. did what generally these handlers do. They paste a poster, send it to their handler across, and then remove it so that they don't get nabbed. And what happened in this case is that the posters stayed there, and then police was alerted about these posters. They checked through CCTV footages. They got hold of these 3 persons. They were able to identify them. They have a history of being involved in stone pelting at security forces in the past. They've also worked as an overground workers, and that's from where entire thing started. Then happened.
Can you tell me when these individuals
this
were
person
released
who is a local
and under
imam,
what circumstances were they released?
They must have been possibly on bail, or they were released in a very long time ago, because these are not new cases. Chronic stone pelting hasn't taken place post 2019. They must have been involved in stone pelting between 15, 14, 13. In some cases, they might have been also minors at that point of time. So they might have gone to rehabilitation centers, and then later on, security forces might have also consulted them and tried to ensure that they fit in the society once again. But that didn't happen in this case, and this actually I wanted to point out to this cleric in Shopia who's called Maulvi Irfan, and on his questioning, he was the first person who was able to provide solid leads to the security forces to really what is happening. He was in the know-how of the things. He knew that there is a group which is functioning very discreetly on Telegram. They are chatting on this platform because it is hard for forces to crack. It's highly encrypted. And then came the names of Dr. Adil, then a person from Gandarbal identified as Zamir Ahmed, who was close to this imam, was also held. He led them to Muzammil, and this entire modus operandi was unearthed. But yes, there could also be possibly, because police yesterday said it's a joint link between Jaish and ISIS. So this means that 2 different ideologies who are differently trying to eye Jammu and Kashmir and India are coming and clubbing together for something like what happened in Delhi yesterday.
I'm just going to go across to Arunima, but before that, I just want to bring in Anand. Anand, look, there are 2 aspects to this big breaking news, this big exclusive that we've put out. One is, of course, that there has been, once again, after elections in Jammu and Kashmir, a demand that political prisoners, which is a euphemism for pelters, etc., should be released. And that means that you can never be sure when they're back in society if they're going to be rehabilitated, integrated, or whether they consider themselves even part of the country and its apparatus. And secondly, of course, most importantly, that once again, you have a Maulvi through whom the indoctrination has taken place. So very, very quick views on that before I bring in Arunima. Yes.
Well, like General Pandey, former GOC 15 Corps says, Jammu and Kashmir currently shant hai, par wahan shanti nahi hai. That means that they are quiet right now. That doesn't mean that that is the equivalent of peace. The other thing is that it's not just Telegram, Rahul and Ishan. There are so many other platforms, encrypted platforms, where communication is happening. We don't even know of those platforms. But how does this tie this entire chain of events? Imagine had the J&K police not stumbled upon this poster, not arrested those OGWs, not stumbled on Maulvi Irfan, not caught Zahir Ahangar, and then via them Dr. Azil, and from Azil, who was picked up in Kazigand, and from Kazigand, he's from Kazigand, he was picked up in Saharanpur. He had just moved to that government for hospital in Saharanpur. Look at this. They organizedly move from government medical colleges and also the local medical facilities, hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir, to hospitals and universities, etc., outside of Jammu and Kashmir.
That's right.
And then take this forward into the hinterland beyond Jammu and Kashmir, into the rest of Bharat. And these are white-collar terrorists, so that means they are highly radicalized, highly motivated, and also patient. But they are Jaish motivated, and they are Jaish cadre. So we know where the radicalization, where the instigation comes from.
So viewers, those that are demanding the release of these so-called political prisoners, viewers, are perhaps not being very pragmatic. That's all I can say here. But big breaking news coming in, and Arunima has some updates. Big breaking news. Well, meeting at the Union Home Minister's residence has just ended. Arunima, what can you tell us? What are the updates? What are the discussions focusing on?
Yes, so the meeting at the Home Minister's residence just got over. All the vehicles the last one also left a couple of minutes back. Union Home Secretary and DIB were present along with the Home Minister. Now, what was really on the table? Prime Minister has made it very clear that, this has to be avenged. So this will be avenged in a twin-pronged strategy. While a call will be taken we're told that a cabinet committee on security is likely to meet once the Prime Minister returns from Bhutan. But what decision is taken at the CCS level, we'll have to wait and see. But internal security wise, the focus from the Union Home Ministry and the Internal Security Division is very clear that this module has to be, all parts of this module will have to be exposed. Right now, we know that there is a Haryana angle in Faridabad, there's a Saharanpur angle in Uttar Pradesh, there's a Jammu and Kashmir, and there's a Delhi angle. But there are other sleeper cells of this module. Like I told you last time around when NIA was probing a similar radicalization case, they found linkages all the way up to Pune. So there have been evidence in the past. All of those cases are being re-looked at because the strategy of these radicalized groups seem to be lie low, especially down south in Karnataka and in the area around Pune. In the past, there have been reasons to believe. So at this meeting, we are told the internal security apparatus is going to look afresh, share their intelligence real time, take action based on those intelligence and coordinate as far as as I'm speaking to you, there are more vehicles which are going out. I think the Home Minister is also stepping out. So we'll just get you a confirmation of where the Home Minister just left for. But after this meeting, there are multiple rounds of meeting before the Prime Minister arrives that is slotted. And the main focus is to A, expose that module and B, look for any other sleeper cell or overground workers either in JK or in the rest of the country, because they suspect that what has happened is a well thought out plan to take the process of terror away from Jammu and Kashmir, just like in 2008, 2009, Indian Mujahideen had attempted.
Well, that is very, very significant. Big breaking news. Viewers, where, of course, the Union Home Minister is headed, we will get you those updates. But obviously, the security establishment, viewers, working behind the scenes over time to connect this dot, all the dots, and to unravel this entire conspiracy. Because tomorrow there's going to be a CCS, a cabinet committee meeting on security, which will be held by the Prime Minister at 5:30 when he comes back from Bhutan. And he will want all the updates so he can take an informed decision on what to do next and who to punish, who to go after, who to target, and so on and so forth. Remember, viewers, the same thing almost happened after the attack in Pahalgam, if you remember, viewers. That was the turning point. And then we didn't hear much from the government. We heard that there was an investigation underway, and before we knew it, the Prime Minister came out and said that he's going to be taking very, very strict and stringent action against those that are behind the conspiracy, not just the conspirators who carried out that attack, but behind the conspiracy. And we know after that, Operation Sindoor unfolded, and this is exactly what the Prime Minister has said in Bhutan this morning. And I want us to play out that soundbite of the Prime Minister speaking in Bhutan. He presaged his address to a peace gathering there with these words, very important words. Listen in, viewers.
मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
Now, viewers, this was, of course, this morning. Now I'm going to take you back a few months, a few weeks before Operation Sindoor. And this is what the Prime Minister said in Bihar, if I'm not mistaken. At the beginning of the electoral season, and this presaged what we did via Operation Sindoor. Listen in, viewers. Listen into this soundbite back then.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done.
The tonality there, very similar, ominous, very ominous. That was April 24th, 2025 at a public rally in Bihar, and now in Bhutan, viewers, November 11, 2025, the Prime Minister once again says that the conspirators behind this will not go unpunished. We are going to go after them. So very significant sound bites, viewers. Let's listen in now to some of the eyewitnesses who were actually at the scene at the very time this blast went off. Because, viewers, what is very important to know and still unanswered is whether one explosive was used or a cocktail of a few more explosives were used. And these testimonies will allow investigators to determine that, because at the heart of it really is the intensity of the blast, isn't it, viewers? Listen in.
आप कहां के रहने वाले हैं और कल शाम को क्या आप वहां पर थे घटनास्थल पर?
जी, मैं उत्तर प्रदेश अयोध्या का रहने वाला हूँ, लेकिन अभी दिल्ली में हूँ सर। लाल किले पे उस समय मैं कुछ शूट कर रहा था एज अ ब्लॉगर, और उसी समय सर ये रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान ऐसा धमाका हुआ और मैं काफ़ी डर गया था सर। जो भी पब्लिक थी वहाँ पर, इस धमाके को देख के वहाँ पे भगदड़ मच गई और काफ़ी लोग मतलब वहाँ पे पैनिक हो गए थे। और सर मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि ये क्या हुआ है। लोग कह रहे हैं कि सर सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट, में नहीं आया कि सर एक्चुअल में हुआ क्या है। और सर वो ज़्यादा डरावना सा लगा सर। वहाँ से फिर उसके बाद मैं अपना फ़ोन लेकर, क्योंकि डरावना था कुछ सर, क्योंकि वो ब्लास्ट इतना तेज़ था सर कि कान तक मतलब हिल गए सर। कोई भी बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाया, तो इसलिए हम वहाँ से थोड़ा दूर भागने की कोशिश किए ताकि चोटें ना आई। मैं अपना फ़ोन लेकर, उसके बाद जो भी लोग उसके आगे वहाँ पर देखने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, मैं उन सभी लोगों को ये सोच रहा था कि वहाँ से हटे ताकि उनको चोट ना पहुँचे। इसलिए वहाँ पर मैंने कुछ लोगों को साइड किया, और एक महिला वहाँ पर थी जो इस ब्लास्ट को देखकर सुनकर वहाँ पे वो जो है बेहोश हो गई थी, तो उनका ये हेल्प किया, उनको उठा के साइड करने की कोशिश की मैंने, उनके फैमिली मेम्बर का थोड़ा सा हेल्प किया, और बाकी जो लोग थे उनको हटाने की कोशिश किया सर। जो एक बॉडी पार्ट का वहाँ पे अंग जो है उस जगह से जहाँ ब्लास्ट हुआ है वहाँ से गौरी शंकर मंदिर के सामने आके गिरा, तो उस चीज़ को देख के लोग जो है बहुत ज़्यादा डर गए और वहाँ से भागने लगे। तो ये सर बहुत ज़्यादा खौफनाक था, और सर हम लोग तो काफ़ी डर गए थे। और ये रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान हुआ था, जब रिकॉर्डिंग चल रही थी तब जब ब्लास्ट हुआ तो वो कैमरा उस तरफ घुमा और उसके बाद ये सब चीजें रिकॉर्ड हो गई सर।
जी, लेकिन आप जब ब्लास्ट होके आपने कहा आप दूर गए, आपने एक महिला की मदद की जो बेहोश हो गई थी, ये आपसे कितनी दूर था ये धमाका? क्योंकि जो वीडियो है उसमें वो धमाका सुनाई देता है और आप लोग भाग रहे हैं, पर ये कितनी दूर था?
जी सर, जहां पर धमाका हुआ वहां से मैं शायद 150 मीटर दूरी पे था, 150 मीटर समथिंग।
और आप 150 मीटर की दूरी पे थे, और ये गौरी शंकर मंदिर आपसे कितनी दूर था? या आपके पीछे था वो?
हाँ सर, नहीं सर, मैं सामने की तरफ था और कैमरा अपोजिट साइड में था, और जब वो ब्लास्ट हुआ सर तो वो मतलब उस तरफ देखने के लिए वो कैमरा भी उस साइड में मुड़ गया, तो वो सब चीजें विजुअल जो फुटेज था वो हमारे कैमरे में ऐड हो गया।
ये गौरी शंकर मंदिर कहाँ पे था ये बताइए?
गौरी शंकर मंदिर लाल किले के जस्ट सामने, और उसके सामने वो मांस का टुकड़ा जो एक मानव अंग का वहां पे आके गिरा उस आदमी का, जो इसमें जख्मी हुआ था।
आप बाद में फिर थोड़ी देर बाद आप वहां गए थे घटनास्थल की तरफ?
जब वहां पे ये ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बाद सर लोगों को थोड़ा सा उधर साइड करने के बाद सर हम लोग तो डर गए थे सर। उसके बाद वहां से हम भागने लग गए सर। मैं तो ऐसे जो छोटा मोटा वीडियोस वगैरह रिकॉर्ड करता रहता हूँ अपने उस पे यूट्यूब पे, जो भी पदयात्रा वगैरह चल रही है तो रिव्यू इंडिया न्यूज मैं चलाता हूँ सर अपना, तो वही चीज मैं ऐड कर रहा था। उसी समय ये ब्लास्ट हुआ सर।
ये ब्लास्ट हुआ क्योंकि
और
वो
ये धमाका सर इतना जोर था कि लोग बहुत डर गए सर।
जी, क्योंकि उस धमाके में आप दिख रहे हैं वहां पर, आपके एक टोपी पहन के एक सज्जन भी आपके साथ खड़े, और आप दोनों धमाके की तरफ देखते हैं अचानक। हाँ, और फिर आप घबरा भी गए क्योंकि इतना जोर से धमाका हुआ। जी
जी सर, उस समय रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान जो मैं क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा था उसी समय ये हुआ, धमाका हुआ और उस तरफ हम देखने लगे। हम लोग नीचे झुकने की कोशिश की कहीं हमारे पे ऐसा कुछ ना हो जाए, काफी दूर था वैसे। और उसके बाद फिर जिसका इंटरव्यू लगा था वो भी डर गए। हम दोनों वहां से फिर भागे सर, और पब्लिक भगदड़ मच गई थी सर, बहुत ज्यादा ही डरावना था सर ये।
Well, viewers, those were the eyewitness accounts, and you get a sense really of just how powerful this explosion was. And there is a map that we put out which tracks the route really that this car took. It was parked for 3 hours at a local parking. So government run NDMC or MCD parking, viewers. And from there, this car makes its way through Daryaganj. And then, of course, dog's legs back on itself, is parked there from about 3:45 to 4 to about 6:48. Then it moves, and then there's the big explosion. So viewers, this is really the route of the car, which was the really modified assault weapon, so to speak. And let's go straight across to Anvit to get more details on some of those who have lost their lives. So Anvit, what can you tell us about those who have lost their lives, their identity? Do we know anything about them? Do we have any of their photographs that have been released? Do we know what where their relatives are? What about the injured?
Well, see, hospitals and police are still working on it, and there was a list of injured last night that was released, and the death toll also, initially it was said to be 8 in the final hours of around 10 p.m. yesterday, but later on we were told that during the early hours it also went up. Number of injured who were rushed to hospitals, LNJP and nearby hospitals, they are still recuperating, and their condition is continuously being monitored. We are right now right outside Digambar Jain Mandir and the Lal Killa, the main road that runs through it. And you can see the cordon has been widened today, and that tent-like structure that you see, it is the main spot of explosion is within inside of that cordon. Senior officials from Delhi Police, NIA, NSG, CRP, and other agencies are there.
Well, just a minute. I just want to, Anvit, just a second. On the right, viewers, are those pictures from the meeting that was held by the Union Home Minister early this morning. So let's just play out those visuals once again. And those pictures just being fed by ANI Live, and we cut across to them. We're going to try and bring them back for you. That was the meeting, viewers, and you can see a large number of people were connected through that video camera right up there on the screens. Obviously, part of the consultations, these would be the heads of various investigative agencies briefing the Union Home Minister. Remember, the Union Home Minister had gone to the site of the blast yesterday, so he's in a very good position to visualize what really was taking place, the entire conspiracy, how it played out on the ground, and therefore can square some of these inputs with his own thoughts and also take down notes more accurately. So that really served that process. The Union Home Minister has been up pretty much the whole night. So is the Prime Minister, as he said himself, that he had been monitoring these entire developments and the latest updates that were coming in. We're going to try and connect once again to Anshul for this, as well as Arunima. Anshul, what can you tell us now about the coordination that is taking place amongst the various agencies to ensure that there are no others who might be still out there who are part of this larger conspiracy?
Well, yes, the agencies are now trying to make sure that there is no other person who might have been left out of bounds at this point in time, because the last person that the agency was searching for yesterday was in fact Dr. Umar, and it eventually turned out that it could have been Dr. Umar who eventually went ahead and blew up in that vehicle, and that is the reason why out here in the National Capital Region itself, more than 13 people have been taken into custody and their questioning is happening, whereas 7 people have been taken into custody from Uttar Pradesh, from parts of Saharanpur, where Dr. Adil was employed. Then people from Lucknow who were known to Dr. Shaheen they have also been taken into custody. So 7 people from Uttar Pradesh, 13 from over here in Faridabad and Delhi NCR. All of them are being questioned to figure out what kind of relationship did they have with all these 3 terror accused people, and if at all they knew that they were planning something this sinister, and if they knew if at all there is any other cache of arms or ammunition
Let me bring in Arunima on these visuals that have come through. Thanks. Stay on with us, Ankur. Let me just bring in Arunima. Arunima, these pictures coming in. Can you give us a sense of who's in this meeting and what could be the level of inputs that would have been fed to the Union Home Minister so early in the investigation, really?
So the Home Minister was joined by Director of Intelligence Bureau, Union Home Secretary, Director General of the National Investigation Agency, the Delhi Police Commissioner, Director General of the NSG, and virtually joining in was Nalin Prabhat, the Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police. There were other officials also from the IB who deal with Kashmir, who deal with national security, and there were officials dealing with the same subject from the Ministry of Home Affairs. So what was this meeting all about? We all know Home Minister himself gave a soundbite moments after this blast happened. He was already on the phone line with the DIB and the Commissioner of Police, and subsequently he visited the spot and also went to the LNJP hospital, met the victims as well as got a first-hand update from the medical professionals who were attending to them. So he had a broad idea of what had really happened. Prime Minister also during his Bhutan address made it clear that he had been in touch with agencies all night. So all of last night, these multiple agencies who were in the meeting today with the Home Minister were working at their end. Haryana Police, for example, was carrying out plans to carry out searches in Faridabad where this lid was blown off. Jammu and Kashmir Police, where this entire module was first exposed. Ishan had been reporting how this was exposed. So what is the new detail that Jammu and Kashmir Police has? So what the focus of this meeting was, so many agencies involved, there should be real-time coordination. Intelligence which is being brought by one state must be shared with all other agencies, and actionable intelligence. Often what happens is that intelligence is brought in and that file goes somewhere, nobody takes note of it, but to ensure absolute coordination, this meeting was important. And then the next part is the NIA is taking over the investigation. Since this is a Delhi Police FIR under UAPA, NIA will have to step in at some point. I think this meeting also discussed whether it should be by this evening or latest by tomorrow morning.
Okay, more breaking news coming in, viewers. We're getting updates thick and fast. Anand Narasimhan will be joining us in just 30 seconds for more on this. We're being told that CNN News 18 teams have once again been able to pick up on where the investigations are focused and what apprehensions now exist amongst the agencies about these so-called white-collar radicals. Anand.
Well, more importantly, not just the white-collar radicals, but white-collar terrorists and the involvement of women. Now, for long, we have been worried about women being used for as radical tools for radicalization and also as drug mules. But now, terror conduits and them being used for terror activities to fly under the radar and below suspicion and help is interesting. The connection in the case of Shaheen, Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details that they're worried about the educated class radicalization and also involvement of women here. Many unanswered questions, but in this case, the lady Dr. Shaheen or Shahina is from Uttar Pradesh and she was in Al-Falah along with Umar. She's a friend of Muzammil, the main person where recovery has happened. Muzammil, Adil, Umar were all part of the group and she knew all of them. And she was aware that they were planning serial blasts and series of blasts and that this was not for agriculture. The weapons recovery in her vehicle in Faridabad, well, that also, this vehicle belongs to this lady Dr. Shahina. And also she has multiple visits to Kashmir. She is the funder of this attack where people collected nearly 35 to 45 lakhs were collected by people. And she was the front. She was used for donations and collection of donations, raising money and also for radicalization. Now we are here, we had CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta have confirmed that Masood Azhar had urged that women be used for collection of donations and also for radicalizing and also mobilizing recruits. So this is something which is manifest in the way they have used her. She was using a professional background to evade scrutiny, fly under the radar. She also used encrypted communication with Muzammil and Omar through medical welfare groups and also NGO channels. These were later found to be covers for fund transfers, and she has a connection with the Al-Falah network in Delhi NCR and served as the initial recruitment and radicalization hub for this cell. So exactly what the Jaish wanted that women be recruited to do, especially in Jammu and Kashmir and also some regions in Pakistan, is something that we are seeing manifest with Shaheen, and this is worrisome. But more importantly, the educated class, the progressive class and also perhaps financially more able class is now so far radicalized that they are ready to organize, they're ready to relocate, and they're ready to pool funds and resources and material and plan something so diabolical. Imagine the dominoes starts from the 17th of October, Rahul, and had that poster not been left on the wall, had the local intelligence in Jammu and Kashmir and Naugam not seen that, had the three OGWs not been arrested, had they not stumbled upon Maulvi Irfan and Zahid Ahangar, and from there Adil in Pulwama, Dr. Adil, who was nabbed in Saharanpur, had all that not happened over the course of the last 15-20 days, the 10th November incident could have been a far greater one than just what happened at Red Fort.
Let me go across to News 18's Rishabh Mani. He reports for News 18 Uttar Pradesh. He's live from Madhyon, where raids took place yesterday at Dr. Parvez Ansari's residence. मैं आपके पास अब आ रहा हूँ ऋषभ जी, मुझे बताइए कि आपके पास क्या समाचार है जो आप हमारे साथ शेयर कर सकते हैं.
देखिए, मैं इस वक्त राजधानी लखनऊ के मड़ियाव इलाके के मुतक्कीपुर गांव में मौजूद हूं और यहां पर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और यूपी एटीएस की एक टीम ने सुबह 6 बजे छापेमारी की है. डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी का ये घर है जहां पर छापेमारी हुई है. डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी यहां की एक जो प्राइवेट मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी है, इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी से एसोसिएटेड हैं. ये चीज हालांकि कोई नहीं बता पा रहा कि वहां पर वो एक डॉक्टर के तौर पर काम करते हैं या वहां पर पढ़ाते हैं. डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी के इस घर का ताला तोड़ा गया है. ताला तोड़कर यूपी एटीएस और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की टीमें अंदर दाखिल हुई हैं. उन्होंने अंदर सर्च किया है और उसके बाद ये पुलिस अपना ताला लगाकर यहां से गई है. आसपास के लोगों से हमने जो बातचीत की है उनका ये कहना है कि डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी रात में आते थे और सुबह सुबह फिर निकल जाते थे और इस कार का इस्तेमाल वो आने जाने में कर रहे थे. और जब हालांकि इस इलाके के लोगों को कहना है कि 3-4 महीने से इस घर में ताला बंद है, लेकिन इस कार को देखकर ऐसा नहीं लगता कि इसको काफी दिनों से इस्तेमाल ना किया गया हो. ऐसा देख के लग रहा है कि हाँ, इसका इस्तेमाल किया जाता है. और इसके ऊपर इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का ये गेट पास भी लगा हुआ है, जिससे ये बात साफ हो जाती है कि डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी से एसोसिएटेड हैं. ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि यहाँ से छापेमारी के बाद जो एटीएस और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की टीम है वो इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए निकल गई है. ये बात भी सामने आई है कि जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और यूपी एटीएस की एक टीम राजधानी लखनऊ के ही खंदारी बाजार इलाके में गई है. ये बताया जा रहा है कि खंदारी बाजार इलाके के ही मूल रूप से रहने वाली है डॉक्टर शाहीन शाहिद, जिसको गिरफ्तार किया गया है. तो अभी कुछ देर में हम वहां भी जाएंगे.
आपने अपडेट्स ये हमारे को संदर्भ रूप में दिए हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच. विल टेक अ वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक व्यूअर्स. It's all happening here. The investigation is unraveling. We're getting very new inputs to break every other moment. Stay on with us. We're right back after this break. Don't go away.
Co-powered by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Thank you for that. Neeraj Kumar ji, former Commissioner of Police, is with us. Neeraj ji, namaste. Thank you for your time and thank you for your patience. Your first comment on this entire development, even as Rahul Shivshankar also joins us on the broadcast. What do you surmise, sir, and this entire threat of white-collar terrorism?
It's extremely worrisome because after a lapse of so many years, there has been this blast. The last blast took place in the year 2011 outside Delhi High Court, which means after 14 years, We are seeing terror raise its ugly head all over again in Delhi. So it's extremely worrisome.
Neeraj, this is Rahul Shivshankar. Good morning. Unfortunately, we begin with bad news. Obviously, this is not something any one of us expected. As you rightly said, last terror attack took place in the Union capital outside the Delhi High Court building, and that was in 2011. So history repeating itself, this time with another brutality. I just want you to put this into perspective for some of our viewers who might be joining us. What do you make of this? What do you think is the motivation behind all of this, specifically when it comes on the back of Operation Sindoor? Do you believe that there are, of course, cross-border ties, but how does this sort of link up in the larger situation that is obviously unfolded after Operation Sindoor?
See, as a police officer, ex-police officer, I would say that it is too premature to link this to Pakistan or to link it to any particular terror group. Like a true scientist, we have to wait for more evidence to emerge so that we can say with certainty. I don't believe in speculating. I don't believe in surmising or theorizing. The possibilities that there is a possible Pakistan link, the possibility that there is an interstate terror module at work here, the possibility that huge amount of explosives were stored for likely, say, a series of blasts. They are all possibilities, but we cannot say for sure. And it would be premature to begin to, postulate that our neighbor is testing our patience. Our neighbor is trying to provoke us again. We have to wait and watch.
Neeraj, the police obviously have been over the last 2 days very active. There was a model or two modules that were exposed, as you know. And we know that there was according to the FIR that has been filed by the police, a ring of white-collar criminals or white-collar terrorists, as it has been claimed in that FIR, an ecosystem of white-collar terrorists. Now, how do you see this, sir? Obviously, this particular attack takes place within 48 hours, 24 hours, 12 hours of all those recoveries that were made and arrests that were made. Could this have been prevented? Many people are already talking about, specifically politicians, about a security failure, this, that, the other. How do you see this?
Again, it is too fashionable to use these terms and say that it is security failure and so on. See, what we have to understand is that terrorism of the kind that exists in our country is not a one-time incident. It's an ongoing process. And this process will carry on. And always, I mean, it is not correct to say that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18. We're getting you the latest that we're tracking on the biggest terror attack in India since 2011, certainly the national capital. But first up, let's take a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Delhi Police tightens noose in the Delhi terror blast probe, FIR registered under UAPA and Explosive Substance Act. Prime Minister Modi, in his address from Bhutan, condemns the Delhi attack, vows that the central agencies will go to the root of the conspiracy. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a high-level security review meeting. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh assures the country says perpetrators will be brought to justice. The car I-20 used in Delhi blast was illegally registered under Dr. Umar Nabi's name. Umar's kin now detained for questioning by police in Pulwama. Suspected bomber Dr. Umar was a close aide of Dr. Adil of Faridabad's Al-Falah module. Pulwama linked to Delhi terror blast emerges. Owner of I-20 identified as Tariq, a resident of Pulwama's Samura village, who now has been detained for questioning. From first confirmation of terror blast to Faridabad module to the Pulwama link, CNN News 18 tracks all angles to the Delhi terror probe with the largest team on the ground. High-stakes battle as final phase of polling gets underway in Bihar. Stand by for the biggest exit poll coverage on CNN News 18 this evening. And as toxic smog continues to blanket the national capital region, grab stage 3 implemented by air quality watchdog.
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, वहाँ तक सीने पे धड़कन की आवाज़ गई।
So piecing together the entire sequence of events of how the plan for the Delhi blast was orchestrated, but also how much bigger the plan was and has been thwarted by our security agencies. It all started with posters emerging in Nagaum in Kashmir. Now those posters have led to the discovery of the Al-Falah model, under which 3 doctors were arrested just yesterday, and the discovery of nearly 3,000 kilograms of explosive material was made. Now, what does this poster say exactly? And why did it alert the security agencies? This poster mentions retaliation, loyalty, and action against individuals allegedly betraying the organization. It appears to be issued under the name of a banned Pakistan-based terror outfit. It's dated 17th October 2025 and is addressed to an unnamed recipient in Pakistan or Kashmir. Now, the text claims to be a communication, an internal directive or warning. Why is the discovery of this poster so important? Because the Jammu and Kashmir Police nabbed 3 overground workers after these posters appeared. They followed it through. These 3 had the history of being chronic stone pelters. They were picked up and interrogated, which led to the police to the discovery of a local cleric who was also arrested. That led the police to Dr. Adil in Faridabad, who revealed the entire plot and eventually led the Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Faridabad Police to arrest Dr. Muzammil. Remember, these are the doctors who had stored 2,900 kilograms of explosive material and others. Their plan was certainly much larger than what has been orchestrated and what we saw in Delhi last evening. I want to go across on both of these angles that we are probing to my colleagues Anand Narasimhan and Ishan Vani joining us. Anand, this poster has become the trigger point of what has been the unraveling of possibly one of the biggest terror plots in India.
Good afternoon, Shivani, and good afternoon to our viewers. Yes, 17th of October 2025 was when this poster was put out in the Nagaum area of Jammu and Kashmir. And from there, the OGWs who posted these posters or pasted these posters, they were first nabbed, detained, and from there the connection to Maulvi Irfan emerged. And we're getting more details on Maulvi Irfan. We'll come to that in a bit. But from Maulvi Irfan comes the connection of some of these other people, other individuals, which you outlined. Adil, who moved from Kazigand into Saharanpur. There was also Zamir Ahankar, who was picked up, and from there the connections unraveled. The investigators, Jammu and Kashmir Police, leave Jammu and Kashmir, come to Faridabad. The Al-Falah module is exposed. Dr. Shahina is arrested from Lucknow, and we have Muzammil and Adil being arrested. Dr. Umar Nabi is the one who runs away, who escapes, and then we know that connection comes via the I-20 to Pulwama again, and to Umar Nabi, and to the Red Fort. Now, these posters, as Ishan will explain, are supposed to be put out, pictures taken and sent back to the Jaish handlers, saying these warnings have been put out, and they are removed so that there is no suspicion. But one of these posters was left pasted in Nogam, and that's how the investigators were able to stumble onto this whole thing and then unravel what is such a diabolical plot, very quietly being planned, very smartly being planned. But who was the key perpetrator? Who was the mastermind? Who is the one who was able to radicalize educated individuals and create white-collar terrorists out of them? It's this Maulvi Irfan, and he was the one connected to the Jaish. Shivani.
Ishan, I want you to break down this entire connection between all of these individuals, including the doctors hailing from Kashmir that have now been arrested under the Al-Falah model. The connection between all of these, and what is the background that we know of theirs? Their families are now being arrested or interrogated. Tell us more.
Yes, all of them, their families are being questioned, their digital gadgets have been seized, and they are being, their digital footprints are being scanned so that they could know further who are the people that they were in touch with, were they getting any direct communication through encrypted app like Telegram and other platforms to tell them what they really need to do, because that will be the lead in the case, because this is not just about punishing them, this is also about India building the case against somebody who could be still orchestrating further destruction on the Indian soil, and to ensure that they are hit hard. This investigation aspect also needs to be done thoroughly, and that's why NIA, other investigating agencies, J&K Police is scanning through all the digital gadgets that have been seized. Their close relatives and any close contact who they have spoken with have been taken to police stations, and some of them have been taken to Srinagar so that their sustained questioning can take place and further leads could be developed. If there are other people who have not yet been arrested or whose name hasn't figured out, could be done. But it all started from the CCTV footage, as Anand was pointing out, that they gave to the three reliable people, but they have a history of stone pelting and being an overground worker. They were caught on the camera. The police went thoroughly on this group because this is something which hasn't happened in years, and because these incidents, even if they take place, they happen very minutely, not at as large a scale as it used to happen pre-2019. And that's when it all started, and that's how the entire network got busted. But there could be other people who could be part of the network and out there, and that's why questioning becomes important to identify if the person who died in that blast is Dr. Umar. His mother's DNA sample have been taken, they will be checked, and then it will be confirmed whether he was the one driving the car. But his phone has been switched off. He has told his family not to contact him on Friday because he's busy with exams, and he's also busy with studying in the library. But the family would get worried and they will call him every next day. After some days, they called him, but his phone was found to be switched off. So he has been untraced. That's why all the fingers are being pointed at Dr. Umar, because he was part of the group, and it has been proven that he was part of the group by the investigating agencies, by questioning Muzammil and by questioning Dr. Adil. Now there's a common link between all of them. There's a 5-kilometer radius of Pulwama where we have traveled just now, and we have seen that within 6 kilometer of radius, all of them live there. Be it Amir and Umar, who are electrician and plumber brothers, whose photo surfaced yesterday under the name of Tariq, but it was actually Amir Rashid who had bought that vehicle. But there are a lot of questions, which will come out with time, and answers will come out with time. But the agencies are at it, and they are trying to ensure that there's a fair probe, and there's a probe which is in depth, so that a case could also be built strongly, not only in India but also at a global level.
Yes, I want you to stay with us, Anand and Ishan, because we're getting more as far as all of these perpetrators or protagonists of this huge terror plot in India is concerned. Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar, they all stayed inside the campus. Muzammil was staying there for the last 3 years is what we're getting to know, and Umar, who's the suspected driver of that car that detonated, was also associated with the Al-Falah University for the last 7 years. Now we are getting to know that Shaheen, which is the female doctor who has also been arrested, got in touch with them recently. Another person who works in the HR department of the university is responsible for bringing these doctors from Jammu and Kashmir to this university in Faridabad. It seems to have become a hotbed of this kind of terror planning and plotting. Now, all of them are being interrogated, questioned by the Faridabad police, including the HR professional, and further arrests are expected to be done by the police in this university. I want to go across first to my colleague Anshul, who is bringing us more details in this regard. Anshul, this university seems to have become a hotbed of a massive terror plot that was being planned against India, with several doctors involved, all educated, they are doing well, they have good jobs and financial security, and yet this is happening. But tell us more of what the police is suspecting as far as could be the institutional role here. of the university?
Well, the investigation that has been done till now, the three terrorists, the three white-collar terrorists, all stay within the same campus that is inside the Al-Fazal University. And over the last few years, the police in their investigation have noted that there has been a significant rise in the number of educators that have been brought in from Kashmir specifically for them to educate students over here. And that is the reason why an HR of this entire university is also being questioned by the police at this point in time, because they want to figure out that what was the reason because of which specifically doctors from Kashmir were being called in to come in and be a part of this entire university. Remember, the recoveries that have also happened, the 350 kgs of ammonium nitrate happened approximately 300 meters away from here. The 2500 kgs of ammonium nitrate that was recovered happened approximately 4 kilometers away from here. So this entire area, the two villages surrounding over here, this has definitely become a hotbed or places where such heavy explosive materials were put in. The police is trying to figure out that if at all the HR and the administration also knew that that the people who are being brought in from Jammu and Kashmir, specifically from Kashmir over here, are being brought in with an agenda to actually carry out any sort of attacks or to carry out harm to the country, or were they part of a sleeper cell? And the HR was also a part of that sleeper cell. The name of the HR, what we are being told, is Jamil, and he is the person who has over the last 7 to 8 years brought several educators and students all the way from Kashmir to over here at Al-Fazal University. Remember, this is not one of the topmost universities, medical universities of India. Even after that, the number of educators and the number of students who have travelled over here from Kashmir, that has risen significantly over the last 6 to 7 years, and that is where the suspicion lies at this point in time. That is what the police is trying to figure out, if at all there is a direct or indirect link between Jamil, who works in the HR department over here, and these doctors, these terrorist white-collar doctors who were brought in over here to act as a sleeper cell, or to probably be a part of their logistical chain, so that more and more such attacks or logistical supplies could be supplied into the heartland of our country.
Yes, so is this a place, this Al-Falah University, where there are already people who are bringing in others who are already indoctrinated, who are already part of the network and are being brought to one location? Or are they getting radicalized after arriving here? Those are questions that will of course emerge. But speaking of the link between all of these doctors who have been caught, Dr. Adil and Dr. Umar being the suspected driver of the car that caused the blast last evening in Delhi. I want to go across to Zahoor Rizvi, who's joining us live from Anantnag Medical College. Remember, Adil used to work here at the Government Medical College in Anantnag, and also I believe, Zahoor, there is a link to Dr. Umar, the suspected blaster as well. तो आप हमें बताइए कि यहाँ पे इन जो सारे लोग अभी पकड़े गए हैं, उनमें से कौन-कौन लोग अनंतनाग मेडिकल कॉलेज में थे और उनके बैकग्राउंड के बारे में क्या पता चल रहा है?
देखिए, इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं वन ऑफ द बिजिएस्ट मेडिकल कॉलेज जो है, रिसेंटली ये डेवलप हुआ है, गवर्नमेंट मेडिकल कॉलेज अनंतनाग। और यहाँ पे बताया जाता है कि डॉक्टर आदिल जो हैं वो यहीं पे काम करते थे, और जो ही कुछ दिन पहले उनको अरेस्ट किया गया, उसके बाद उनके इंटरोगेशन के बाद जो है यहाँ पे भी छापा डाला गया और यहाँ से कुछ रिकवरीज और एग्जामिनेशन जो है वो रिकवर किए गए। और यहाँ से जो है वो 2 साल तक जो है वो यहाँ पे काम कर रहे थे, लगभग 1.5-2 साल तक। और उसके बाद वो यहाँ से सहारनपुर, और जैसा कि प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशंस के बारे में बताया जा रहा है, तो वहाँ से सहारनपुर से वो लीड मिली उनको, और उसके बाद 1-2 जगह पे छापे मारे गए जहाँ से आईडीज़ वगैरह रिकवर की गई। और उसके साथ साथ जो है कुछ और लोग पकड़े गए, और जो कल श्रीनगर पुलिस ने खुलासा किया, रिवील किया कि तकरीबन 7 ऐसे लोग जिनका ताल्लुक काजीगुंड से, जैसे डॉक्टर आदिल हैं उनका ताल्लुक काजीगुंड कुलगाम से है, उसी तरह से मुजम्मिल पुलवामा से उनका ताल्लुक है, उसी तरह से वो भी मुजम्मिल जो हैं वो डॉक्टर हैं। उसके साथ साथ कुछ और लोग जैसे गांदरबल से, श्रीनगर से और शोपियान से पकड़े गए हैं। तो तकरीबन 7 ऐसे लोग जो अनलॉफुल एक्टिविटीज़ में जो हैं अरेस्ट किए गए हैं, और अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है। लेकिन फ़िलहाल अगर आदिल की बात करें तो आदिल यहाँ पे काम करते थे। ये वन ऑफ द बिजिएस्ट मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं अनंतनाग का, अगर हम जिक्र करें तो यहाँ से आदिल जो हैं वो उनके जब उनका इंटरोगेशन किया गया, इन्वेस्टिगेशन की गई, पूछताछ के बाद ही पता चला कि उनने यहाँ पे एक राइफ़ल जो है उनसे बरामद की गई। उसके बाद और जो रिवील हुई इंफॉर्मेशन, उसके बाद कुछ और जो है मटेरियल उनसे जब्त किया गया। सहारनपुर, फरीदाबाद, तो ये कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें जो हैं लिंक्ड लग रही हैं। और 2 डॉक्टर्स चूँकि पहले ही इसमें पकड़े गए थे, आदिल जो हैं वो पहले पकड़ा गया, उसके बाद मुजम्मिल जिनका ताल्लुक पुलवामा से है, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये तार जो हैं जुड़े हुए नज़र आ रहे हैं। हालांकि फ़िलहाल इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी जारी है, लेकिन आदिल का जहाँ तक ताल्लुक है, उनका काजीगुंड और जैसा कि यहाँ हमने मालूम हुआ उनका नेचर, उनके साथ मरीजों का उठना बैठना, दैट्स ए सेकेंडरी क्वेश्चन। बट जहाँ तक उनके निजी ज़िंदगी का ताल्लुक है, वो यहाँ से निकल चुके थे और यहाँ आप काम नहीं करते थे, तो यहाँ से वो सहारनपुर चले गए, अभी उत्तर प्रदेश सहारनपुर, और उसके बाद अब चूँकि रिसेंटली फरीदाबाद में भी एक बहुत बड़ा कंसाइनमेंट और इंक्रिमिनेटेड मटेरियल वहाँ पे पकड़ा गया है, तो यकीनी तौर पे सिलसिला जो है
जरूर ये भी बताइए कि जो डॉक्टर उमर जो वीडियो में देखे गए हैं गाड़ी को चलाते हुए, क्या उनका भी कोई लिंक है अनंतनाग मेडिकल कॉलेज से?
देखिए, उमर के बारे में अभी और इन्फॉर्मेशन जो है वो गैदर हो रही है। जैसा अभी कुछ देर पहले ईशान भी बता रहे थे, क्योंकि फिलहाल अभी 2 स्पेसिफिक डॉक्टर्स जो हैं, चाहे वो मुजम्मिल की बात करें, आदिल की बात करें, तो इनका ताल्लुक साउथ कश्मीर से है। एक का पुलवामा और दूसरे का काजीगुंड कुलगाम से। फिलहाल उमर के बारे में अभी और इन्फॉर्मेशन जो वो गैदर हो रही है। हालांकि अभी कुछ देर पहले हमने SSP कुलगाम से भी बात की इस बारे में, उनसे पूछा, उनने कहा कि अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है। अगर हम कुलगाम डिस्ट्रिक्ट की बात करें, काजीगुंड की, फिलहाल आदिल के बारे में उन्होंने यही कहा कि श्रीनगर पुलिस ये ऑलरेडी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। जो इंटरस्टेट, जिसको हम बोल रहे हैं इंटरस्टेट टेरर मॉड्यूल, तो उनको बस्ट किया गया है। हालांकि इसके बाद जो दिल्ली ब्लास्ट्स हुए, तो कहीं ना कहीं चूंकि ये एक ऐसी सीरीज रही, पहले आदिल का पकड़ना, उसके बाद ये 5-7 लोग जो हैं पकड़े गए, और उसके बाद दिल्ली ब्लास्ट्स। तो अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है और बहुत सारी एजेंसीज इसमें लगी हुई है।
जी, thank you Zahur for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you for more, but we're getting some more breaking updates now on the cleric whose link has now emerged to all of these doctors and those moving from Jammu and Kashmir to Al-Falah University. This is a big CNN News 18 exclusive. We are decoding this man who's becoming an important figure behind this attack, Maulvi Irfan, who seems to have played a crucial role in radicalizing these medical doctors and students. He was a paramedic in exactly this college that we were talking about, in the government medical college in Srinagar, and was in touch with all students where they all studied. Later, he was an imam in Nagaon Mosque. Remember, Nagaon is also the area where those posters emerged first. So it's all really a web of link between all of these individuals and these places. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Anand, who continues to be with us. Anand.
Well, this was the question, isn't it? Who was the person and how did these educated individuals get radicalized? That question is being answered by this fact that it is Maulvi Irfan who's the link towards radicalizing all these individuals. And how? Who named Maulvi Irfan? Arif Nisar Dar, Yasirul Ashraf and Maqsood Ahmad Dar. All 3 of them residents of Nogam, the OGWs who are putting these posters of the Jaish. Now, why is it, how is it that they knew Maulvi Irfan? Because he is the Maulvi of the Nogam Mosque. But where was he before he became a Maulvi of this Nogam Mosque? Irfan was a paramedic teacher. He was teaching them at the paramedic college of GMC. He was a paramedical at GMC Srinagar, Government Medical College Srinagar, where he came into contact with these people, Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar, because they were all students under him. So before he moved to the Nogam Mosque as a Maulvi, he was there, and that's when he came into contact with these students, with whom he continued to stay in touch via platforms like Telegram and Threema, encrypted platforms. And he was the Jaish recruiter and radicalizer. He was the one who the Jaish had recruited to try and seed these, sow these seeds of radicalization among educated minds and slowly convert them. What was he doing? Manoj Gupta getting us these details. He was in touch via VoIP or Voice over Internet Protocol. Again, encrypted platform, difficult to detect, with entities who are based in Afghanistan in Nangarhar. Nangarhar is the alternative base outside of Pakistan, training facility of the Jaish. And that's where his handlers were. And he was feeding them again, vitriolic info, radicalizing videos, and also wartime Afghan videos which urge these men and these people to fight. Maulvi Irfan is the brains behind and the mastermind. Muzammil and Adil were the executors, whereas Shahina was the facilitator. She was the one who was supposed to collect funds. She was the benign, soft face who would perhaps get people to support them for their cause and collect funds. About 35 to 40 lakhs they had collected. But Irfan was the one who is supposed to have radicalized all these individuals, and they all received ideological
guidance. Just interrupting you for
guidance.
a brief minute, because we have the first pictures of those two doctors who have been arrested with 2,900 kilograms of explosives, timers and other material. The plot that they were making could have completely destabilized India and its major cities. This is Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who have been caught under the Al-Falah model. They both worked as doctors at the Al-Falah University. They all have links to this Maulvi that Anand was also describing, and possible links to Dr. Umar, who was the suspected man who was driving the car that was involved in the blast last evening, and Dr. Shaheen, that female doctor, who has also been arrested. We have more on that female doctor also that is coming in. In fact, we can play that now because Dr. Shaheen's first images have also been accessed. This is the Lucknow-based doctor who was arrested for the alleged involvement in this terror module, which is now spanning 3 states at least: Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and UP. Saharanpur, Faridabad, Pulwama, Nagaum and Anantnag, Srinagar, all of these cities that are being mapped as far as this entire plot is concerned. One blast has been executed, but what we know from the agencies, of course, or from the findings and the discoveries, is that plan was much, much larger. Much, much larger, possibly multiple attacks and multiple blasts were being planned. They're all doctors by profession. This is what has shocked many. It's not entirely surprising. Not the first time a doctor or an engineer has been found to be involved in a terror plot or terror attack, but it has still shocked many because this shows that radicalization has nothing to do with your background, with your opportunities, with your financial status or your educational status. Yes, Anand, coming back to you, first images accessed by CNN News 18 of those 3 doctors who are at the heart of those massive discoveries made by the police and others.
But they have been radicalized since the time they were students. To complete your MBBS and to become doctors, it takes 4 to 5 years. And then for the last 3-4 years, they've been also in practice. But all through, they have been in touch with Maulvi Irfan. And Irfan was a teacher, was a paramedical at GMC, and where all of them were students. There is Umar Nabi, or Dr. Umar Nabi, who's the 4th in this, who's also involved, and they were all at the same place. And then Irfan, from being a paramedical, becomes a Maulvi and moves to the Nogam Mosque, from where the OGWs are pasting posters. So he is actually, over the years, busy sowing seeds of radicalization in the minds of educated individuals, rather than turning them towards moderation, progressive, and perhaps inclusive living. He was sowing the seeds of radicalization, hate against the state, people of Bharat, and of course, following the agenda of the Jaish. So this is how the Jaish Connect is established with all these people who over the last many years have been radicalized parallelly while living in society. And that's why people were not able to even get a whiff of how far gone they were, that they were ready to undertake something as diabolical as now what has unfolded. And the mastermind behind all of this is Maulvi Irfan. We are waiting to get his picture too very, very soon, but he is the mastermind. These people are executioners, facilitators, planners, etc. But the mastermind is Maulvi Irfan, who has instigated them. Perhaps it was his design that these people, after practicing for a few years in Jammu and Kashmir, will move out of Jammu and Kashmir towards Uttar Pradesh and towards Haryana, around the Delhi NCR region. So from Kazigand and Azil goes towards Saharanpur. Shahina, who's been arrested from Lucknow, is at Al-Falah University. And these two also come out of AMC in Anantnag. They come to Al-Falah University, one living there for 7 years, another for 3 years, and then they continue to operate. And over this period of time, they have a warehouse of ammonium nitrate. 3 tons, 3,000 kilograms of ammonium nitrate is not easy to gather. It has been gathered over a period of time. Funds have been raised. Weapons have been now garnered. How is it that they come into possession of multiple rounds of magazines and also multiple AK-47 rifles, and they're walking around with it and they have it, and nobody is the wiser because they've been doing this quietly over a period of time. And it's all been done under the guidance of this Maulvi Irfan, because he was also getting fresh recruits. Imagine the 3 people in Nogam who are OGWs. They start with sticking posters, taking images and removing those posters. That's where they are starting, and then slowly. So how many more people have been radicalized by this Maulvi becomes critical. And had these dominoes not stumbled in favor of the security forces, imagine the damage 3 tons of ammonium nitrate and induced explosive devices could have done, because we saw the intensity of the blast that was carried out by Umar Nabi. Purportedly, allegedly, Dr. Umar Nabi in that I-20 vehicle at Red Fort.
Yes, absolutely. This is a reminder that terrorists only have to succeed once. The agencies are working round the clock, and it is to their credit and to their success that they actually managed to piece together all of these individuals because of that one poster sighting in Nagaon, in Jammu and Kashmir. And thanks to the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Haryana Police, UP Police and others who all worked together to bust this Al-Falah module, as it is being called. But let's also get you a reminder of what the PM has said after this blast in the national capital last evening. The first such blast which has claimed upwards of 8 to 9 lives since 2011. Not many remember those days when blasts were very common, but this has of course sent shivers down the entire country. Let's listen to what the PM had to say.
कल शाम दिल्ली में हुई भयावह घटना ने सभी के मन को व्यथित कर दिया है। मैं पीड़ित परिवारों का दुख समझता हूं। आज पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice. मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
And CNN News 18 also spoke to an eyewitness to this Red Fort blast, Deepak, who was filming a vlog for his YouTube channel when the explosion occurred. Here he is narrating exactly what happened.
आप कहां के रहने वाले हैं और कल शाम को क्या आप वहां पर थे घटनास्थल पर?
जी, मैं उत्तर प्रदेश अयोध्या का रहने वाला हूँ, लेकिन अभी दिल्ली में हूँ सर। लाल किले पे उस समय मैं कुछ शूट कर रहा था एज अ ब्लॉगर, और उसी समय सर ये रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान ऐसा धमाका हुआ और मैं काफ़ी डर गया था सर। जो भी पब्लिक थी वहाँ पर इस धमाके को देख के वहाँ पे भगदड़ मच गई और काफ़ी लोग मतलब वहाँ पे पैनिक हो गए थे। और सर मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि ये क्या हुआ है। लोग कह रहे हैं कि सर सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट, समझ में नहीं आया कि सर एक्चुअल में हुआ क्या है। और सर वो ज़्यादा डरावना सा लगा सर। वहाँ से फिर उसके बाद मैं अपना फ़ोन लेकर, क्योंकि डरावना था कुछ सर, क्योंकि वो ब्लास्ट इतना तेज़ था सर कि कान तक मतलब हिल गए सर। कोई भी बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाया, तो इसलिए हम वहाँ से थोड़ा दूर भागने की कोशिश किए ताकि चोटें ना आई। मैं अपना फ़ोन लेकर उसके बाद जो भी लोग उसके आगे वहां पर देखने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, मैं उन सभी लोगों को ये सोच रहा था कि वहां से हटे ताकि उनको चोट ना पहुंचे। इसलिए वहां पर मैंने कुछ लोगों को साइड किया, और एक महिला वहां पर थी जो इस ब्लास्ट को देखकर सुनकर वहां पे वो जो है बेहोश हो गई थी। तो उनका ये हेल्प किया, उनको उठा के साइड करने की कोशिश की मैंने, उनके फैमिली मेंबर का थोड़ा सा हेल्प किया, और बाकी जो लोग थे उनको हटाने की कोशिश किया। सर जो एक बॉडी पार्ट का वहां पे अंग जो है उस जगह से जहां ब्लास्ट हुआ है वहां से गौरी शंकर मंदिर के सामने आके गिरा, तो उस चीज को देख के लोग जो है बहुत ज्यादा डर गए और वहां से भागने लगे। तो ये सर बहुत ज्यादा खौफनाक था, और सर हम लोग तो काफी डर गए थे। और ये रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान हुआ था, जब रिकॉर्डिंग चल रही थी तब जो ब्लास्ट हुआ तो वो कैमरा उस तरफ घुमा और उसके बाद ये सब चीजें रिकॉर्ड हो गई सर।
जी, लेकिन आप जब ब्लास्ट होके आपने कहा आप दूर गए, आपने एक महिला की मदद की जो बेहोश हो गई थी, ये आपसे कितनी दूर था ये धमाका? क्योंकि जो वीडियो है उसमें वो धमाका सुनाई देता है और आप लोग भाग रहे हैं, पर ये कितनी दूर था?
जी सर, जहां पर धमाका हुआ वहां से मैं शायद 150 मीटर दूरी पे था, 150 मीटर समथिंग।
और आप 150 मीटर की दूरी पे थे, और ये गौरी शंकर मंदिर आपसे कितनी दूर था? या आपके पीछे था वो?
हाँ सर, नहीं सर, मैं सामने की तरफ था और कैमरा अपोजिट साइड में था, और जब वो ब्लास्ट हुआ सर तो वो मतलब उस तरफ देखने के लिए वो कैमरा भी उस साइड में मुड़ गया, तो वो सब चीजें विजुअल जो फुटेज था वो हमारे कैमरे में ऐड हो गया
ये
सर।
गौरी शंकर मंदिर कहाँ पे था ये बताइए?
गौरी शंकर मंदिर लाल किले के जस्ट सामने, और उसके सामने वो मांस का टुकड़ा जो एक मानव अंग का वहां पे आके गिरा, उस आदमी का जो इसमें जख्मी हुआ था।
आप बाद में फिर थोड़ी देर बाद आप वहां गए थे घटनास्थल की तरफ?
जब वहां पे ये ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बाद सर लोगों को थोड़ा सा उधर साइड करने के बाद सर हम लोग तो डर गए थे सर, उसके बाद वहां से हम भागने लग गए। सर मैं तो ऐसे जो छोटा मोटा वीडियोस वगैरह जो रिकॉर्ड करता रहता हूँ अपने उस पे यूट्यूब पे, जो भी पदयात्रा वगैरह चल रही है तो रिव्यू इंडिया न्यूज मैं चलाता हूँ सर अपना, तो वही चीज मैं ऐड कर रहा था उसी समय ये ब्लास्ट हुआ सर।
ये ब्लास्ट हुआ क्योंकि
और
वो
ये धमाका सर इतना जोर था कि लोग
जी।
बहुत डर गए सर।
जी, क्योंकि उस धमाके में आप दिख रहे हैं वहां पर, आपके एक टोपी पहन के एक सज्जन भी आपके साथ खड़े, और आप दोनों धमाके की तरफ देखते हैं अचानक से। हाँ, और फिर आप घबरा भी गए क्योंकि इतना जोर से धमाका हुआ। जी
आप जी सर, उस समय रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान जो मैं क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा था उसी समय ये हुआ, धमाका हुआ, और उस तरफ हम देखने लगे, हम लोग नीचे झुकने की कोशिश की कहीं हमारे पे ऐसा कुछ ना हो जाए, काफी दूर था वैसे। और उसके बाद फिर जिसका इंटरव्यू लगा था वो भी डर गए, हम दोनों वहां से फिर भागे सर, और पब्लिक भगदड़ मच गई थी सर, बहुत ज्यादा ही डरावना था सर ये।
All right, let's decode for you this entire web from Faridabad, Jammu and Kashmir, Saharanpur and others, the links that are going directly to the Delhi blast. A breakdown of the key actors that we know so far who are involved as far as this attack planning and execution is concerned. So there on the very right of your screen is Dr. Umar Nabi. He's the suspected suicide bomber, we can call him. He's the prime suspect, believed to be the one who was inside that I-20 car that exploded next to the Red Fort. Then in the picture comes Mohammed Salman, who's the original owner of this I-20 car that was used in the blast. But of course, that car has changed many hands. Mohammed Salman is, he underwent a chain of ownership as far as his car is concerned, but his name has also been coming because he was the original owner of this car from 2014, I believe. Then there are these two, Amir and Umar. They are involved as far as the chain of the car ownership is concerned. Residents of Pulwama were also involved, and now they have been picked up for questioning by the police. Then comes in line of this trajectory Tariq Ahmed, whose phone number has been used for the I-20 procurement. So remember, all of these records are completely jumbled up. Amir and Umar procured the I-20 car, but the number used was of this individual. Dr. Muzammil Shakil, explosives were recovered from his house. He is one of the protagonists of this entire Al-Falah model, a doctor hailing from Pulwama, working at the Al-Falah Medical College and Hospital in Faridabad. He was arrested yesterday, or at least his arrest was announced yesterday. The police recovered nearly 2,900 kilograms of suspected explosives from houses that were rented by him. Dr. Shaheen Shahid is the female doctor who has also been caught now. Dr. Muzammil's colleague, Muzammil is the other doctor involved in all of this. They were all arrested after an assault rifle and ammunition was recovered from her car. So all of these individuals, there is a Dr. Adil as well who has also been nabbed. We brought you their pictures as well, accessed for the first time after their arrest. But let's get you more from where they hail from. Our reporters from across Jammu and Kashmir and areas, UP, Haryana, are piecing together exactly what happened, who are these individuals, what is their background, and what do their families know. Let's listen in.
महीने पहले आया था, 2 महीने पहले वो यहाँ आया था।
तो क्या कुछ बातचीत हुई थी और वो काम क्या कर रहे थे?
वो एज ए प्रोफेसर वहाँ पढ़ा रहे थे।
तो इस इंसिडेंट के बारे में कब आपने सुना ऐसा हुआ है?
हमने तो इससे पहले नहीं, उसने तो फोन भी किया था फ्राइडे को।
तो क्या बातचीत हुई थी जब उन्होंने फोन किया?
बस मैंने उसे कहा कि घर आ जाओ, यहाँ पे कुछ प्रॉब्लम चल रही है, इनको जवाब दो, जो भी होगा आमने सामने बात करेंगे, पता चलेगा आपको भी, हमें भी पता चलेगा, हम भी बेफिक्र रहेंगे। हमें बहुत ज्यादा फिक्र लगी है।
पुलिस कब आई आपके पास और क्या कुछ कहा पुलिस ने कल आपसे?
कुछ भी नहीं कहा, उन्होंने उनको ले लिया, बोला कि हमें थोड़ी सी पूछताछ करनी है बस। वो ज्यादा बातें भी नहीं करता था, बस अपने काम में मशगूल रहता था।
आज़ाद, आप डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल के भाई हैं, कहाँ पढ़ाई हुई उनकी पहले, यहाँ पे डॉक्टरी कहाँ से करी हुई?
जी सर, जीएमसी जम्मू से वो एमबीबीएस पेमेंट सीट पर आए थे। जी सर, वो उधर जीएमसी बात्रा में।
तो आखिरी बार उनसे कब बात हुई थी आपकी, जो घर वालों की बात कब हुई?
हर दिन हो रही थी, पिछले 13 दिनों से नहीं हो रही है।
वजह क्या थी कि 13 दिन से बात नहीं हुई? कुछ
जी सर, पुलिस ने बोला ये उसने हमें गिरफ्तार किया है, उसको गिरफ्तार
13 दिन से उनकी गिरफ्तारी थी, पुलिस की कस्टडी में थे।
वरना हर दिन फ़ोन कॉल हो रहे थे, वीडियो कॉल, सब कुछ हमें मिला। हाँ सर।
तो कभी आपको अंदेशा था कि मतलब ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है कभी ज़िंदगी में आपकी?
सर जी, पहली बार ऐसा एपिसोड देखने को रहा हूँ जब से हमारे पास कोई केसेस नहीं है, कोई केस नहीं है हमारा इससे वाबस्ता।
तो ये बताइए कि मुजम्मिल आने वाले थे, आपने कहा कि कब आने वाले थे?
जी सर, 5 तारीख को आने वाले थे। हमारी बहन की शादी थी 9-10 को। जी सर।
तो वो आते थे यहाँ पे?
साल में 2 बार, मुश्किल से 3 बार। पिछली बार वो आया था, हमारे पापा की 6ठी सर्जरी थी उसी दिन।
यहीं पे रहते हैं कुछ दूरी पे? डॉक्टर उमर से कोई मुलाकात थी उनकी?
हमारे साथ कोई राबिता नहीं है, ना हम किसी को जानते हैं, ना हम आदिल को जानते हैं, ना हम उमर को जानते हैं।
आपको कभी आइडिया था, आप कह रहे थे कि पढ़ाई के बारे में हमेशा भाई बात करते?
हाँ, जब भी मेरे साथ बड़ा भाई बात कर रहा था, चाहे मैं बांग्लादेश में होती थी या यहाँ पे होती थी, पहली बात ये नहीं थी कि सेहत ठीक है या कुछ ठीक है, वो बोल रहा था कंप्लीट कितना हुआ है, मतलब कितना कंप्लीट हुआ है, ये करना है, वो करना है, इतने मार्क्स होने चाहिए, वो करना है, बस इतना मतलब बोल रहे थे वो। बाकी और कोई नहीं था, मतलब जो वो बोल रहा था, मतलब कोई और।
आपको लगता है वो निर्दोष है, उनका इसमें कोई भी?
मुझे लगता है वो निर्दोष है, उसको ये फोर्सफुली कराया गया है या उसको पर ये इल्ज़ाम लगाया गया हो, ये बात मैं बोल सकती हूँ।
तो कानून पे ये भरोसा है कि
हाँ।
वो उनसे छूटेंगे?
हाँ,
कानून पे आपको पूरा भरोसा है कि वो इससे छूटेंगे?
हाँ, वो छूटेंगे इंशाल्लाह।
तो आपको कभी ऐसा लगा कि कोई आइडियोलॉजी थी या वो ऐसे बारे में बात
अगर ऐसा कोई मतलब होता कोई आइडियोलॉजी उसका, तो हम उसको समझाते कि नहीं ये गलत है। हमें मतलब जब हमें यहाँ पे छापा पड़ा तब भी हमें नहीं पता था कि ये भाई के लिए था। यहाँ पे हमें सोचा ये कुछ प्रॉपर्टी डिस्प्यूट हो सकता है, ये भी हमें मतलब यकीन नहीं था, कि दिमाग में नहीं था ऐसा।
तो आपको कानून पे पूरा भरोसा है? अगर ऐसा होगा
वो अच्छे से इन्वेस्टिगेट करे इस पे और उसको निर्दोष साबित करना चाहते हैं।
देखिए, अंदाज़ा लगाया जा सकता है कि इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में ये विस्फोटक बरामद होना कितनी बड़ी तबाही मचा सकता है, क्योंकि कल पुलिस कमिश्नर ने साफ तौर पर कहा कि ये आरडीएक्स तो नहीं है, क्योंकि पहले खबर आई थी कि आरडीएक्स है, लेकिन उन्होंने बताया कि अमोनियम नाइट्रेट हो सकता है। तो अमोनियम नाइट्रेट भी कम खतरनाक नहीं है और यही वजह है कि पुलिस पूरे मामले में लगातार जॉइंट ऑपरेशन चला ही रही थी। कल हम जब यहाँ रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे थे, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस भी हमें यहाँ पर नजर आई, फरीदाबाद पुलिस का ऑपरेशन भी यहाँ पर चल रहा था और शाम होते होते लाल किला में यहाँ पर धमाका हुआ। एक बार तस्वीर हम अगर और आगे की दिखाना चाहें, अब यहाँ से ड्यूटी असाइन की गई है। एक बार तस्वीर नीरज तिवारी आपको दिखाएंगे। देखिए, अब यहाँ से जो टुकड़ी उनको ड्यूटी असाइन की गई थी, कुछ टुकड़ी अंदर गाँव की तरफ जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। आज दिन में भी ये ऑपरेशन चल रहा है और देखिए अलग अलग जगहों पर ये टुकड़ी जा रही है। लेकिन एक और तस्वीर जो मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूँ और जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है फतेहपुर तगा के लिहाज से कि क्यों इस गाँव में सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है, वो तस्वीर में दिखाने की कोशिश करूंगा। थोड़ा सा हम चलते हैं, ये देखिए पुलिस आपको यहाँ पर आगे नज़र आएगी जो कि जगह जगह बाकायदा जा रही है। नीरज तिवारी हमारे साथ हैं, लगातार तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं और घर घर में जाकर, दुकान दुकान में जाकर चेक किया जा रहा है। घरों में और दुकानों में अलग अलग पुलिसकर्मियों की ड्यूटी असाइन की गई है। जहाँ पर अभी जो तस्वीर यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही है, पुलिस के हाथ में एक पर्चा है, उस पर नाम और नंबर लिखे जा रहे हैं। पुलिस पूछताछ एक तरह से कर रही है। अभी इस घर में अंदर भी जा रहे हैं, यहाँ पर इसी तरह से चेकिंग चल रही है। और ये एक घर में नहीं, इस पूरे गांव में, एक बड़ी आबादी इस गांव में है, वहाँ अलग अलग हिस्सों में अलग अलग पुलिसकर्मी यहाँ पर चेकिंग कर रहे हैं। ये आप तस्वीर देख रहे हैं फतेहपुर तगा की, और ये अलग अलग पुलिसकर्मियों को असाइन की गई है ड्यूटी। इसी तरह से एक एक घर की इसी तरह से चेकिंग चल रही है और दुकानों की चेकिंग चल रही है। ये तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं फरीदाबाद से लाइव सर्च की तस्वीर, क्योंकि और ये रात भर इसी तरह से सर्च ऑपरेशन चला है।
All right, those images on your screen are the first images of the female doctor who has been found to be part of this entire nexus of doctors, professionals working at the Al-Falah University in Faridabad, where this entire nexus has come to light. It's been called the Al-Falah model now. Remember, the plan was much, much larger, but it seems that has not been executed or not been allowed to be executed by alert security forces and polices of Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. But what has resulted though is the fact that at least one blast was carried out last evening in Delhi, a car blast. Whether it was intended or it went off without intention last evening at 6:55, we don't quite know. Those pieces are being pieced together. But what is clear is that there is a link now to the Al-Falah model, the discovery of 2,900 kilograms of explosives or explosive material that was found from the likes of Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, and this female doctor, Dr. Shahid, is also part of that nexus. But the aftermath of that bomb blast, let's take a look at this report by my colleague Arunima, bringing you this walkthrough from ground zero as FSL teams were moving in to gather samples and evidence.
The Forensic Science Laboratory of Delhi team has now gone inside the J&K-based temple. They're trying to ascertain if there's any material or forensic evidence that can be picked up from here. They've gone inside this J&K-based temple as well. Sir, इस मंदिर के अंदर क्यों गए हैं फोरेंसिक वाले?
किसी के लिए कुछ पड़े हुए थे यहाँ पे शरीर का,
मांस के टुकड़े पड़े हुए हैं।
हाँ, नहीं अब तो रात में ले गए हैं।
हाँ।
थोड़े बहुत कहीं छत पे थे। हाँ। तो वही हमने बोले कि
के टुकड़े ऊपर छत तक चले गए।
हाँ, और गाड़ी की नहीं, वो इंजन के कहीं कुछ पड़े थे,
तो वो उसकी जांच करने गए।
हाँ।
अच्छा, बहुत शुक्रिया। So what is being confirmed to us is that the impact of the blast was such that some body parts went right up to the roof, and that is what is being probed by the forensic team. There are some parts of the vehicle also that has been found inside the J&K-based temple, and all of that is being subjected to investigation at the moment.
So a lot of questions over how this car was able to move around in the national capital with these possible explosives that detonated. How much of it was there, we don't quite know. But we do know the route that has been taken by Dr. Umar, who's a suspected suicide bomber. Investigators mapping the movement, the route that was taken by this Hyundai i20 used in the Delhi blast. So this is critical information and moments that have been captured in over 50 CCTV cameras across this area of the national capital. So according to this timeline, the car entered Delhi around 8 a.m. We are being told it entered via Badarpur border, and therefore that Faridabad connection is also coming to light. It crossed into the city. By 1 p.m, the vehicle was captured on CCTV near Kashmiri Gate. This is that very congested central Delhi area around Red Fort and Chandni Chowk, etc. So Kashmiri Gate is where it was seen at around 1 p.m, moving through Daryaganj, eventually reaching Suneri Masjid around 3:19 p.m. And this is where we believe that this car was parked from 3:19 p.m. to 6:48 p.m, which is just still minutes before the blast was reported, just moments before that explosion took place. So what happened in those moments? From 6:48 to 6:52, the car then moves around and moves into that Red Fort area. There, the blast occurred suspectedly around a red light area where the car came to a halt or to a pause. And investigators are now reconstructing this entire route using these CCTV footages and technical data to determine exactly what really transpired and what was the motive. Did it happen with intention, the blast exactly at this area in front of Red Fort, or was this an unintended blast that took place while transporting explosive material? They're also probing, of course, a possible Pulwama connection in all of this blast case after key developments emerged surrounding this I-20 car believed to have been used. Sources say that the car, which has changed hands at least 4 times since 2014, when it was originally first bought by Salman, a man named Salman, in March 2014. He's now under arrest. Original owner of the vehicle, he later sold to a man named Devendra, who then passed it on to Sonu. Sonu, in turn, sold the car to Amir Rashid, the 4th handler, who is a resident of Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. And Amir Rashid gave Tariq's phone number to register the car, and that's how Tariq's name has also emerged. Officials say the vehicle's ownership has never really officially been transferred. All transactions have been done illegally or surreptitiously through this Faridabad-based car dealer. So this is, of course, a matter of grave concern. This could be usual, this could be well before any planning was done, but all of these individuals now linked to the car have been interrogated as well. News 18's Rishabh Manish also speaks to the neighbor of Dr. Athar Parvez Ansar, another name that has come to light.
देखिए, मैं इस वक्त राजधानी लखनऊ के मड़ियाव इलाके के मुतक्कीपुर गांव में मौजूद हूं और यहां पर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और यूपी एटीएस की एक टीम ने सुबह 6 बजे छापेमारी की है। डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी का ये घर है जहां पर छापेमारी हुई है। डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी यहां की एक जो प्राइवेट मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी है, इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी से एसोसिएटेड हैं। ये चीज हालांकि कोई नहीं बता पा रहा कि वहां पर वो एक डॉक्टर के तौर पर काम करते हैं या वहां पर पढ़ाते हैं। डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी के इस घर का ताला तोड़ा गया है। ताला तोड़कर यूपी एटीएस और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की टीमें अंदर दाखिल हुई हैं। उन्होंने अंदर सर्च किया है और उसके बाद ये पुलिस अपना ताला लगाकर यहां से गई है। आसपास के लोगों से हमने जो बातचीत की है, उनका ये कहना है कि डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी रात में आते थे और सुबह सुबह फिर निकल जाते थे और इस कार का इस्तेमाल वो आने जाने में कर रहे थे। और जब हालांकि इस इलाके के लोगों को कहना है कि 3-4 महीने से इस घर में ताला बंद है, लेकिन इस कार को देखकर ऐसा नहीं लगता कि इसको काफी दिनों से इस्तेमाल ना किया गया हो। ऐसा देख के लग रहा है कि हाँ, इसका इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। और इसके ऊपर इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का ये गेट पास भी लगा हुआ है, जिससे बात साफ हो जाती है कि डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी से एसोसिएटेड हैं। ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि यहां से छापेमारी के बाद जो एटीएस और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की टीम है वो इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए निकल गई है। ये बात भी सामने आई है कि जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और यूपी एटीएस की एक टीम राजधानी लखनऊ के खंदारी बाजार इलाके में गई है। ये बताया जा रहा है कि खंदारी बाजार इलाके के ही मूल रूप से रहने वाली है डॉक्टर शाहीन शाहिद, जिसको गिरफ्तार किया गया है। पर कितने बजे यहाँ पर पुलिस की टीम आई होगी?
8:30 का हमने अलार्म लगाया तो उठने के लिए, क्योंकि कॉलेज जाना रहता है। उसी के बाद हम लोग दूध लेके आए अंदर, उसी के बाद गाड़ी की आवाज आई थी। फिर आके बाहर देखा तो बहुत ज्यादा फोर्स थी। हम समझे कि प्रधान जी हैं यहाँ पे, तो क्या पता उनसे मिलने उलने के लिए कोई आया होगा, ऐसा देखा। फिर हम लोग चले गए अंदर।
तो डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी यहाँ कब से रह रहे हैं, कुछ आपको?
ये सब मुझे नहीं पता, क्योंकि मैं खुद 2-3 महीने से इधर रह रहा हूँ बस।
तो क्या 3-4 महीने से मकान खाली पड़ा था?
नहीं, वो आते जाते थे, तो वो अब उनका जो रूटीन है उसके हिसाब से हम लोग कभी बाहर निकले तो दिख गए। ऐसा नहीं है कि वो खाना खा के टहलने के लिए आते हैं, कुछ भी नहीं। बस वो नमाज पढ़ने जाते थे, वो कभी दिख गए, फिर जब आते थे कभी गाड़ी खड़ी करके अंदर चले गए। ऐसा हम लोग कभी यहाँ पे बाहर घूमते भी नहीं, या तो बाहर कहीं और चले जाते हैं या तो रूम में रहते हैं।
डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी की क्या परिवार यहाँ साथ में रहता था?
नहीं, सिंगल पर्सन, वो अकेले रहते थे इधर।
अकेले? क्या उम्र होगी कुछ?
एज मेरे ख्याल से उनकी तो 35 के आसपास शायद एज लग रही थी, अब ऐसे नहीं बता सकता।
Getting you these images of the Lucknow-based woman doctor Shaheen, who has been arrested for the alleged involvement in this terror module spanning Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. First images of Shaheen were accessed right here on CNN News 18. My colleague Anshul is also joining us with more on this. Anshul, what more do we know about this female doctor?
Well, all these three white-collar terrorists were part of this Al-Fasha University. There is a lot of echo that is coming in. If the producers would correct it at this point. So yes, all these three terrorists, white-collar terrorists, were living inside this university itself. Whereas the woman Shaheena, whose pictures has now been accessed by CNN News 18, she played a very pivotal role, according to intelligence sources, as brought to us by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta, that she was tasked with this specific role to go ahead and indoctrinate women members of the college itself, and that is the reason why she eventually came in contact with Muzammil and the other doctor, and it is from there that this entire nexus started to brew up. In this entire investigation, it has come up that weapons, the assault rifle that was recovered from the swift vehicle of Shaheena herself, and in the interrogation that has been done by the Jammu Kashmir Police, post that she has now been arrested by them. So Shaheena, who was stationed over here at least for the last 2.5 years, is what police sources have told us. She was played a very pivotal role in this entire nexus. She was tasked specifically to go ahead and indoctrinate other women students or other women staff members of this college itself, and then eventually try to develop that nexus so that they could carry out separate attacks in different parts of the country and make India bleed. But before that could happen, all of them were arrested. It was just one doctor who managed to escape from the grasp of police, and now it is being said that he was the person who was involved in this entire incident that happened outside the gates of the Red Fort. But yes, all these three people are a very pivotal role played a very pivotal role in this entire university. More people of this university are still being interrogated. The name of one HR has also come out. It is being said that this HR was actually tasked with the role of bringing in more people all the way from Kashmir to over here.
Just wanted to check with you, apart from these individuals, Dr. Adil, Muzammil and Dr. Shaheen, you're talking about this HR professional, Jamil, I believe his name is. Apart from these three doctors, are there any other arrests that have been made linked to the Al-Falah University? All right. We seem to have lost that link with Anshul. We'll go across to him in just a bit. But first up, let's slip into a very short break and we'll get you this continuous coverage in just a bit.
Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details that Intel sources have said that there could be a possible use of an IED device, and they are looking at this incident at the Red Fort as a terror attack.
Vehicle is from the Samura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us? The Pulwama connection takes us back to the ongoing investigation and the crackdown on this entire module. And the originator and the mastermind and the first arrest also happened, and there is a Pulwama connection to this, and a Jammu and Kashmir connection. Muzammil, his accomplices, the other doctors, the person in Faridabad, the Maulvi there from whom the house was rented, this guy who buys the car, and the other occupants of the car. Were they all connected and were they all linked? That's going to be the biggest question mark right now.
Co-powered by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Thank you for that. Neeraj Kumarji, former Commissioner of Police, is with us. Neerajji, namaste. Thank you for your time and thank you for your patience. Your first comment on this entire development, even as Rahul Shivshankar also joins us on the broadcast. What do you surmise, sir, and this entire threat of white-collar terrorism?
It's extremely worrisome because after a lapse of so many years, there has been this blast. The last blast took place in the year 2011 outside Delhi High Court, which means after 14 years, we are seeing terror raise its ugly head all over again in Delhi. So it's extremely worrisome.
Neeraj ji, this is Rahul Shivshankar. Good morning. Unfortunately, we begin with bad news. Obviously, this is not something any one of us expected. As you rightly said, last terror attack took place in the Union capital outside the Delhi High Court building, and that was in 2011. So, history repeating itself, this time with another brutality. I just want you to put this into perspective for some of our viewers who might be joining us. What do you make of this? What do you think is the motivation behind all of this, specifically when it comes on the back of Operation Sindoor? Do you believe that there are, of course, cross-border ties, but how does this sort of link up in the larger situation that is obviously unfolded after Operation Sindoor?
See, as a police officer, ex-police officer, I would say that it is too premature to link this to Pakistan or to link it to any particular terror group. Like a true scientist, we have to wait for more evidence to emerge so that we can say with certainty. I don't believe in speculating. I don't believe in surmising or theorizing. The possibilities that there is a possible Pakistan link, the possibility that there is an interstate terror module at work here, the possibility that huge amount of explosives were stored for a likely, say, series of blasts. They are all possibilities, but we cannot say for sure. And it would be premature to begin to, postulate that our neighbor is testing our patience. Our neighbor is trying to provoke us again. We have to wait and watch.
Neeraj ji, the police obviously have been over the last 2 days very active. There was a model or two modules that were exposed, as you know.
More details, is there going to be a proper briefing? Is there going to be a serious assessment of the security infrastructure and the preparedness in Jammu and Kashmir too? Many questions remain. Arunima, coming to you in a bit. Ankur is also with us and Neeraj Kumar ji is also with us. Neeraj ji, namaste. Good to have you with us, and we'll talk at length in a bit. Just getting an update from Ankur on the fact that at 7:15 a.m. this car has been seen on CCTV footage in Faridabad. Yes, Ankur.
Yes, Anand, that's right. So the first spot, the car was started around 7:15 from Faridabad, and it crossed Badarpur border. The car was captured in a CCTV footage, and that has been already accessed by the investigators. Later, it reached to the North Delhi area. It roamed in North Delhi area, went to Kashmiri Gate, Suneri Masjid, and Daryaganj, and later finally parked at a parking lot. Just after a few minutes before the blast, the car came out from the parking lot, and then the car got blasted. So the important point here is that there are 6-7 hours which is missing, which is still under investigation, which cops are trying to gather all the information. Those 6-7 hours will tell about the driver, to whom, whether he met anybody, whether there was any occupant with him, whether he dropped anyone from the car, or he tried to meet somebody. So all these things, those 6-7 hours would be very crucial for the investigation, and this is for the investigators also to get all the details as soon as possible, because the time is very crucial in such terror cases. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Ankur. Before we go across to the former Commissioner, Delhi Police, Neeraj Kumar ji, in a bit, we've got an eyewitness right now with us. Let's go straight across to him. Namaste.
जी सर।
Good afternoon and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha Atul. Not a good day to be bringing you news today as there have been terror strikes in the national capital. Let's get you the headlines first. Delhi police tighten the news in Delhi terror blast probe. FIR registered under UAPA Act and Explosives Substance Act. Prime Minister makes statement of intent from Bhutan, says agencies will go to the root of the conspiracy, vows to not spare the perpetrators. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairs high-level security review meeting. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh assures citizens, says perpetrators will soon be brought to books. The Hyundai i20 car used in the Delhi blast was illegally registered under Dr. Umar Nabi's name. Umar's skin now detained for questioning by the police in Pulwama. Suspected bomber Dr. Umar was a close aide of Dr. Adil of Faridabad's Al-Falah module. Dr. Shahid on radar of probe agencies. Sources say she funded the attack. Link of Al-Falah network under investigation. Pulwama link to Delhi terror blast emerges. Owner of I-20 identified as Tariq, a resident of Pulwama's Samura village, who has now been detained for questioning. From Rauf Askar's threat warning attacks in India to anti-India posters in Kashmir. Jaish linked to Delhi terror under investigation. It's a high-stakes battle as the final phase of polling gets underway in Bihar. Stand by for the biggest exit poll coverage on CNN News 18.
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, वहाँ तक सीने पे धड़कन की आवाज़ गई।
Let's begin with talking about the Delhi terror attack. A high-intensity explosion occurred in a slow-moving Hyundai i20 car at a traffic signal near the Red Fort metro station at around 6:52 p.m. on Monday evening. The Delhi police, the National Investigation Agency and the National Security Guard are coordinating the entire probe. Investigators have now established a direct link to a terror module recently busted in Faridabad in Haryana, where nearly 2,900 kilograms of explosives, including ammonium nitrate, was seized just hours before the Delhi blast. The seized material and the material used in the Delhi blast are suspected to be the same. Meanwhile, the Delhi police have registered an FIR and invoked UAPA in this case. And getting in more updates, we are now learning that Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah is set to chair another key review meeting at his residence at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Earlier, the Home Minister Amit Shah had chaired a meeting with the top officials, including the Delhi Commissioner of Police, the Intelligence Bureau Director, and also the NSG DG at his residence. My colleague Arunima is now joining us live from the Home Minister's residence. Arunima, another key meet that will be chaired by the Union Home Minister. The details so far that have been collated, all of that is going to be discussed. And for the fact that this is a direct link to the Faridabad Jaish module, this is a big development.
So while we await the official word from Ministry of Home Affairs and from the Home Minister's office, sources indicate that around 3 o'clock, it is likely that the Home Minister is going to touch base with all the officials from Delhi Police, from the IB, NSG and NIA once again. If you saw the visuals of the last meeting, which went on for more than an hour, I think almost an hour and a half, in that meeting, Home Minister can be clearly seen giving instructions. In that visual, you will see how while he is speaking, notes are being taken by DG NIA, by the Special Commissioner of Police Special Cell and by the other officers who are there to aid investigation as well. So it looks like the understanding we have is that there were specific instructions that the Home Minister gave. At around 3 p.m. he's going to take a second review meeting in all likelihood and touch base as to how it is proceeding. And all this is happening while the Faridabad police is carrying out its own crackdown. There are searches being conducted. Jammu and Kashmir Police too, we are told, has detained at least one more doctor. And Uttar Pradesh Police too is carrying out its own searches. So I think the Home Minister is focusing on absolute coordination between all agencies so that there is real-time intelligence sharing, and whatever intelligence is shared by one agency is acted upon by the other. That seems to be the primary focus of the centre at the moment.
Right, Arunima, do stay on with us. We are getting some more updates. We are learning of more arrests that have been made, and we are now learning that Amir Rashid Mir, Umar Rashid Mir and Tariq Malik have now formally been arrested. They were the ones who allegedly have been involved in this chain of car ownership of this I-20, that is the vehicle where this blast really occurred, and this was the one that was used. This was the moving vehicle while this was going, and it was very close to that metro station. Fort is when this blast occurred at 6:52 last evening. My colleague Ishan with all the details on these fresh arrests have happened. Ishan?
Well, yes, there's a doctor we have been given to understand who has been taken by J&K Police for further investigation. He is the resident of Pulwama, but there's just a questioning that's happening of him at the moment. And he is from a nearby village in Pulwama, and he has been picked up by the police, and his questioning is on. Now, apart from this, formal arrests have been made of Amir Rashid, Umar Rashid and Tariq Malik. These are the three names, if you recall, that have been emerging since morning, and they have been taken into custody. And now their formal arrest has been made by the J&K Police. They were initially investigated about their role, but it seems like something has come out of the investigation. That's why the arrest has been formally now made. But a wider investigation J&K Police and other agencies are doing to ensure they're able to club together all the pieces and to ensure that it's hit hard where it has created problem for the people of J&K, the rest of the country, and how they operated, how they collected funds, how they were communicating through the cyber in the cyberspace, and how they were trying to disseminate this information and try to lure more youth towards their agenda. And that's something we have to see, but formal arrests have been made as far as the investigation is concerned.
Right, Ishan, do stay on with us. We are getting another update now. We are learning of one more doctor, a resident of Banzu in Pulwama, who has now been detained for questioning. Ishan, this is mind-boggling, the kind of details that are emerging. Doctors after doctors who have been detained, who are allegedly involved in this entire Jaish terror module, something that was busted from Faridabad in Haryana, has its roots in Jammu and Kashmir. This is another pivot that seems to have been taken by Jaish-e-Mohammed allegedly, this time going after and indoctrinating educated youth.
Well, yes, that has been their criteria, and that has been their way of working, and that is something where they have been focused on to ensure that they are able to recruit those who cannot be focused upon immediately by the agencies or who cannot be suspected. And that seems to be the priority of these outfits, that they just don't want only to be in Jammu and Kashmir. They want to have their footprints outside. Yesterday when the press release came out, there were two interesting things to point at. One is the fact that that interesting fact is one that there was a joint operation in terms of how they wanted to spread terror by Jaish-e-Mohammed and ISIS. Both have a different ideology. The ISIS wants something else, Jaish wants something else, but both want to bleed India, and that's why you see the press release mentioned that they both had a combined desire to carry out subversive activities, to carry out terror activities in India, and that's why both of them had come together for this particular move. But imagine if this kind of ammunition had reached farther and had reached further hands, how devastating would it have been? It was limited thanks to the coordinated efforts by the J&K police and agencies who ensured that they are able to hit them hard and get the information, vital leads and clue well on time by detecting that crucial CCTV footage, by working on it. But it has been their long desire to get educated. It's not for the first time that they have been able to lure them, but they have also done it in the past, and they are doing it again. That is, educating young minds have been brought into this, radicalized, and then used to make India bleed, and what they say is spread terror.
Right, Ishan, but about this fresh arrest of this another doctor who has now been nabbed from this village in Pulwama, the fact that this Pulwama connection also keeps emerging, how crucial is this latest arrest and who is this person?
Well, but the latest is, this guy, a doctor who has been picked up for questioning. He lives in Pulwama, he stays there, and now police has reached his house and they are questioning about his role, about his affiliation. He has been taken to the police station. He might have been in touch with the doctor. So it will be further investigated. His leads, his questioning will be done. And if necessary, then he will be arrested in the case if there are further links and proof that emerges. But for now, he has been detained. The questioning is going on, and he is being investigated, and his role is being investigated so that further links could be established. For now, he is being questioned, but 3 of these guys who were directly or indirectly linked to this case have been formally arrested, which includes brother Dio and also a person called Tarek, who's a bank ATM guard and also was a driver in the past.
But just very quickly, Ishan, this latest arrest doesn't have an Al-Falah University connection, or does he?
Well, we don't think that it has a Al-Falah connection as of now. There is no link as such. But what we have been given to understand is that he is a surgeon. And he was called by the police. He was taken by the police for further questioning. But because he's a doctor, he lives in Pulwama, may have been friends with him, may have been a part of the network. Who knows? Let's not, jump any conclusions at the moment. These are the arrests which are likely, detentions which are likely to take place. Questioning of a wider circle will happen. People will be called into questioning. Not necessarily they will have something on them. But yes, police does not want to leave any stone unturned. They want to ensure that they are able to nab every person who has funded, orchestrated, or tried to communicate any kind of decision making with those who have now been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir Police.
Right, Ishan, thank you so much. Stay on this story. We will keep an eye on this one. This is a big development that's coming in from Pulwama. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has vowed action against the perpetrators who were responsible and who were behind this terror attack. Defence Minister Mr. Rajnath Singh too has assured strict action against the perpetrators. Listen in to all the reactions coming in.
इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives in the tragic incident that occurred in Delhi yesterday. I pray to God to grant strength and solace to the bereaved families in this hour of deep grief. From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and
Let's now talk about the victims of the blast that occurred on Monday evening at Delhi's Red Fort, very, very close to it. 2 friends from Uttar Pradesh were killed in that blast. They planned to meet near the Lal Killa, that metro station. What began as a simple plan to meet in Delhi ended in tragedy for these 2 friends from UP, and they come from Amroha district. Lokesh Agarwal, a 52-year-old fertiliser trader from Hasanpur, and Ashok Gujar, a 34-year DTC bus conductor from Mangrola village, were amongst those who were killed in the Red Fort metro station blast that rocked the national capital on Monday evening. Ashok Gujar's kin is now joining us. Rinku Gujar, who's the nephew of the victim Ashok, the DTC bus conductor who lost his life in the blast, is now with us on the broadcast. Rinku, सबसे पहले तो हम बहुत ही ज़्यादा कंडोलेंसेस आपको देना चाहेंगे। इस तरह की घटना हुई है, आपके जो अंकल थे उनकी मौत हो गई है। आपको सबसे पहले कब इस बात की जानकारी मिली, उसके बाद क्या हुआ रिंकू? seem to have lost that link with Rinku Gujar. We'll try and re-establish that connection. Rinku Gujar is the nephew of the victim, Ashok Gujar, a DTC bus conductor who was on that spot, very, very close to where that blast happened. And he belongs to Amroha in Uttar Pradesh. He was there, unfortunate, but he was there to meet one of his friends. And that meeting, in fact, turned fatal for both the friends who could not meet, on Monday evening. They probably are reuniting in the afterlife. That's how tragic this entire story is. Both of them from Uttar Pradesh. They plan to meet near the Lal Killa metro station. And that simple plan to meet in the national capital ended in the tragedy for these two friends from UP's Amroha district. Lokesh Agarwal is one of them, who's a 52-year-old fertiliser trader from Hasanpur in UP. Ashok Gujar, a 34-year-old DTC bus conductor from Mangrola village. These were the two people who were amongst the 8 who have lost their lives. And that's how unfortunate all the developments that are coming to fore. The answer that needs to be given to the family members of all these people who've lost their lives, all the bereaved families, they also need answers. On the one hand, the Pahalgam terror attack suspects still roam free. There has not been any arrests or any nabbing that has happened. The security agencies are on high alert ever since that attack took place. India launched an entire Operation Sindoor, and right after that, there was this terror module bust that happened in Faridabad, but something did seep through the cracks, and because of that, a vehicle managed to get out and reach at the Red Fort, one of the prime locations in the national capital, and that's when this blast occurred. Now, CNN News 18 decodes the Faridabad and Jammu and Kashmir link to the Delhi terror blast. Here's a breakdown of the key actors who have been involved in this dastardly attack. First one, Dr. Umar Nabi. He is in fact the prime suspect, and he is in fact believed to be the suicide bomber who drove that Hyundai i20 car that exploded near the Red Fort. So he is suspect number 1. If we take a look at the next one on your screens, Muhammad Salman, he is the original owner of this car that was used in the blast. Now, after Muhammad Salman, the car in fact underwent a chain of ownership. Amir and Umar are both residents of Pulwama, and that's how the Pulwama Connect has emerged. They have been also involved in this chain, and they are now have been picked up for questioning by the police. The next one on your screens will be Tariq Ahmed. He is in fact the person whose phone number was used by Amir and Umar both to procure the i20 car that was used in this blast. The next one, another important one who we have been talking about since yesterday, Dr. Muzammil Shakil, a doctor from Pulwama. He was working at the Al Falah Medical College and Hospital in Faridabad, and he was arrested yesterday. The police had recovered nearly 2,900 grams of suspected explosives from the houses that were rented by him. Remember, 2.9 tons of explosives that were procured from Muzammil here. And then last but not the least, the only female link that we have there, Dr. Shaheen Shahe, the female doctor and Dr. Muzammil's colleague, who was arrested after an assault rifle and ammunition were recovered from her car. So all of these six people are the prime accused in this entire terror blast that has happened in the national capital. They are linked with the Faridabad and Delhi terror module. There is also a possible Jaish connection. All of this is happening, and this is what we are looking at, and these are the people who are currently being questioned. Key dots that need to be joined by the security agencies. Let me get in a quick word by my colleague Arunima, who is now joining us on the broadcast. Arunima, I was just giving a lowdown to our viewers on the prime suspects as far as this terror attack is concerned. The fact that the agencies were after this Faridabad terror module, not since yesterday, but for over 3 months. And for the last 10 days, after the first arrest was made from Anantnag, various things started emerging, and that's when the Faridabad terror module was unfolded. But something did seep through the cracks, and that's how this attack happened, very, very close to the Red Fort.
And unfortunately, a number of people had to pay with their lives for that one person escaping the net. Jammu and Kashmir Police, the police there in Faridabad, as well as Uttar Pradesh Police, they've been working together in tandem. And the analysis that they're doing at this stage, very, very early stages of investigation, but this is one theory on which they are working on. The doctor Umar, who was allegedly driving the car, he perhaps panicked when the other members of his module got arrested in Faridabad, and that's why he took the Badarpur toll road and came to Delhi. Now, herein where the two theories act right now. One, that he panicked and he was trying, because he had on himself a high quantity of explosive, he was trying to escape from Delhi and get some safe space. That's theory number one. The second theory is that his handlers gave him specific instructions. His handlers are believed to be in Pakistan.
I'll come back to you in just a bit, but we are now joined by one of the kins of the bereaved family members, one of the people who lost their lives in that entire terror attack that happened very close to the Red Fort. Rinku Gujar is now joining us on the broadcast. Rinku ji, बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत ही कठिन मुश्किल वक्त है, आप हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन आपसे जानना चाहेंगे सबसे पहले जो जानकारी आपके पास आई अपने अंकल को लेके, वो क्या थी, उसके बाद क्या हुआ?
सबसे पहले जैसे उसमें पहले तो 6:45 बजे जैसे हमें घटना का पता लगा गया, बाद में 7 साढ़े 7 बजे, तो उस समय तो नाम तो कोई नहीं था कि ऐसे नाले के पास विस्फोट हुआ है बहुत भारी मात्रा में, बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ है। फिर बाद में जब नाम किसी की हुई और वो अब उसके माध्यम से हमें पता लगा, तो फिर हमने उनका अपना अंकल जी का नंबर मिलाया, नंबर स्विच ऑफ आया। फिर हमने उनके साथ वाले जो हमारे फुफेरे भाई हैं उनसे संपर्क साधा, तो बोले वो ऐसे ऐसे किसी के साथ गाँव में बात कह रहे थे। तो जब फिर हमने वो लोग वहाँ भेजे उन साथ रिश्तेदार, और उसमें सूची में नाम आया, और सूची में नाम आने के बाद में जब उनका मोबाइल स्विच ऑफ आया, तो फिर हमें भी ये लगा कि कहीं ना कहीं हादसा हो गया है हमारे चाचा जी के साथ।
रिंकू जी, अभी बॉडी की शिनाख्त करने के लिए आपकी फैमिली में से कोई गया है दिल्ली? अभी आप अमरोहा में हैं क्या?
रात ही हमारे फैमिली से रवाना हो गए थे 10 साढ़े 10 बजे, और रवाना होने के बाद तुरंत फिर जो नजदीक में हमारे रिश्तेदार थे वो पहुंच गए थे। सुबह बॉडी को रिसीव करके और सुबह थाने में आए, थाने के बाद में गांव में आए, गांव से फिर अंतिम संस्कार करके अब लौट के हम वापस घर आए गंगा जी से।
तो ये अशोक आपके नेफ्यू हैं, ये स्पेशली दिल्ली गए थे अपने दोस्त से मिलने या फिर ड्यूटी पे थे? कुछ इसके बारे में बताइए रिंकू जी।
ये ड्यूटी करते थे, ड्यूटी करने के बाद मेरे दोस्त का फोन पहुंचा कि मैं ऐसे आ रहा हूँ, मेरी संपत्ति की बीमार है नंदाराम हॉस्पिटल में। तो उनके पुराने संबंध थे उनसे, लोकेश अग्रवाल जी से, तो उन्हें अपनी बाइक के माध्यम से जो मेट्रो स्टेशन है गेट नंबर 1 वहाँ से रिसीव करा इन्होंने, और रिसीव करने का बता रहे थे कि जब हादसा हुआ ये आगे थे, ये ज्यादा डैमेज हुए हैं, वो पीछे थे, वो कम डैमेज हुए हैं, मौत दोनों की हो गई। और इनकी बैग में जो इनकी आईडी प्रूफ निकला है उसके माध्यम से सबसे पहले सूचना वो जो आईडी के माध्यम से हुई, और आईडी के माध्यम से इनका नाम उजागर होने के बाद में फिर वो हुआ, उन्हें पता लगा कि ये ऐसे मंगरौले के हैं। फिर यहाँ से पता लगा, फिर उनका मोबाइल गिर गया इनके साथ वालों का, लोकेश अग्रवाल का। तो फिर लोग जो ब्लास्ट थी जो कॉल जहाँ से वो आए थे अपने मिलकर हॉस्पिटल से, तो उन्हीं के कॉल पे फिर लोग आपके प्रशासन रहा हो कोई जिसे भी फोन किया, उन्होंने उनका कॉल बैक करी, उन्होंने बताया कि ऐसा आप अस्पताल आ जाओ, तो वो एकदम दिल्ली के पहुँच गए। फिर बाद में सब लोग यहाँ से भी, हमारे यहाँ से भी, उसके यहाँ से भी सब।
सबसे पहला फ़ोन कॉल आपको हॉस्पिटल की तरफ से आया अशोक जी के लिए, या फिर कोई आई विटनेस ने आपको कॉल किया? किस तरह से आप जो घटना बता रहे हैं, जिस तरह से ये हादसा हुआ, उसकी जानकारी आपको कैसे मिली रिंकू जी?
कितने रिश्तेदारों ने सूची में नाम देखा, और ये घटना के वारदात को उन्होंने न्यूज के माध्यम से देखा, तो न्यूज के माध्यम से एकदम देखने के बाद फोन आने शुरू हो गए चारों तरफ से, ऐसे ऐसे ये नाम आ रहा है, अशोक सनोक जगवरिंग मंगरौला, आप संपर्क करो कि ये सही बात है या झूठी। फिर हमने संपर्क करा तो ये बात सही निकली कि वही है। तो फोन तो आपकी सूचना के माध्यम से ही, न्यूज के माध्यम से ही लोगों को पता लगा, फिर तो कॉल आने शुरू हो गई, फिर तो एक कटती थी दूसरी कॉल रिसीव हो जाती थी, तभी से की तरफ से कॉल आने शुरू हो गई।
रिंकू
उसके
जी,
बाद यहाँ से
उनके जो दोस्त थे लोकेश जी, उनके परिवार वालों से आप लोगों की कोई बात हुई हो?
नहीं, फिलहाल में तो उन्होंने भी अंतिम संस्कार करा है और हमने भी, बात कोई नहीं हो पाई ज्यादा घनिष्ठ, और वो साथ साथ थे, बॉडी उनकी और हमारी बॉडी को, जो हमारे परिवार गए थे उनके दोनों को साथ साथ ही करिए, साथ साथ ही बॉडी आई है अलग एम्बुलेंस में। हसनपुर जो थाना लगता है हमारा कोतवाली हसनपुर, तो उसी में साथ साथ गए, वो शहर में रुक गई है, वो शहर में रहने वाले देहात के, हमारे चाचा तो देहात में लेकर आ गए।
रिंकू जी, कौन कौन है आपके परिवार में?
ये हमारे चाचा दो भाई हैं, इनके पिताजी पहले एक्सपायर हो गए 22 साल पहले। इनकी माता जी हैं, वो भी बुजुर्ग हैं, हार्ट के पेशेंट हैं, और इनके दो बेटी एक बेटा है। एक इनका जो भाई है बड़े, उस पर भी जो दो बेटी एक का है।
कोई बात हुई हो आपकी अशोक गुजर से जब जो दिल्ली गए थे उसके पहले, कोई जानकारी कि वो एग्जैक्टली दिल्ली में कितने दिन रहना चाह रहे थे?
दीपावली पे हुई थी ये तो, जो रहना तो वहाँ प्राइवेट जॉब कर रहे थे तो रह ही रहे थे। वो जो है दीपावली पे तो गए यहाँ से सबसे मिलकर।
दिल्ली में वो अकेले रहते थे, उनके साथ कोई रहता था?
पत्नी रहती थी जगतपुर, दिल्ली में जगतपुर।
उनसे आपकी बात हुई है, उनकी पत्नी से?
बात तो, बच्चे आ गए हैं, बच्चे छोटे छोटे हैं, रो रहे हैं, ज्यादा जानकारी नहीं है, नॉलेज नहीं है, बट उनकी जो मैडम है वो बहुत समझो गमगुस्त है इस घटना को लेते हुए।
जी, हम समझ सकते हैं। रिंकू जी, बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। बहुत ही मुश्किल समय है। इट्स वेरी वेरी ट्रबलिंग टाइम्स फॉर द फैमिली मेम्बर्स ऑफ the people who have lost their lives in this terror attack, people who unfortunately were present at that very area where this blast took place, very close to the Red Fort metro station. And Ashok Gujar is one of the victims. He had gone there to meet with his friend Lokesh, who also unfortunately lost his life because of the blast. We are now, in fact, getting in more updates. These are fresh CCTV footage of the I-20 car, the same car that was used to unleash terror in the national capital. This is a CCTV from the 29th of October. At the time, the vehicle underwent a pollution check and 3 people were present in the car. The video was time-stamped at about 4:20 p.m. on October 29th and shows these 3 individuals who were inside the car where it was there for a pollution check. That's where the CCTV has emerged from. We are very soon going to put out that CCTV image for our viewers so that you can have a look at not just the vehicle that was used for the terror attack in the national capital, but also the fact that there were 3 people inside the vehicle when that pollution check was happening. There you see that image on your screens. This is from October 29th and it is time stamped around 4 p.m. till after 4 p.m., 4:20 p.m. to be very, very specific. Undergoing a pollution check, that's when we have managed to track down this car. So this car was present in the national capital much before the day of the attack. That is how troubling all these details that are now emerging are. Anshul, my colleague, is now with us on the broadcast. He's got us this fresh input. Anshul, fresh CCTV image of the car, and we are now privy to the very fact that this car was present in the national capital much before, days before this attack has happened.
Well, definitely the CCTV that has been accessed by CNN News 18, the CCTV is from the petrol pump that was right next to the shop from where the accused had brought this vehicle that was eventually used in the blast. Now, in this footage, it can very clearly be seen that on the 29th of October at approximately 4:20 p.m. Was the time when this vehicle was being checked for its pollution, and then eventually the vehicle left from there. Now there are 3 people that can be seen in these footages. Who are these people? That is something that is being looked into, and the people are still being identified by the police agencies. But definitely this has come to the fore that very clearly these people were in the national capital already, at least 2 weeks before the incident happened, and also an angle that is being probed into by the police as well, that specifically a CNG operated vehicle was selected by the said accused, so that eventually when the blast happens, the impact of the blast could be increased, as CNG is already a flammable material. There is already petrol in the vehicle, and then eventually a blast happens with a detonator.
Which
which
place
means
was
that
this, Anshul? Which place in the National Capital Region from where this pollution check was done?
This is in Faridabad,
Okay.
itself, at sector 37 of Faridabad, right next to the location where the entire incident, from where they bought this vehicle initially. Next to that is this petrol pump that is stationed, and it is from that petrol pump that these CCTV footages have come out.
Okay, Anshul, do stay on with us. We have these images here right on the big screen for your viewers. You can see 29th of October, around 4:19 p.m. is when this footage has been recorded. It's a CCTV image from sector 39 of one of the petrol pumps in Faridabad, where the vehicle is undergoing a pollution check. There you can see the vehicle undergoing the pollution check. It's very, very evidently clear it's the same car that was used in that terror attack right next to Red Fort metro station in the national capital on Monday evening. This is the car, and that's not all. We have 3 people, possible perpetrators who were responsible for this crime, who also were in this vehicle, and because of this CCTV footage, probably this will be some impetus to the security agencies to nab, close in on the images of these individuals. We will just see very, very shortly the car move out, and then you will see the individuals also. And we are constantly tracking and we are also highlighting a few other people who are around. So all of these could be suspects, and that's how these 3 individuals have been nabbed, and possibly onlookers could also be questioned. The people who were part of this station where the pollution check was done, possibly because of this image and the CCTV footage, can also be questioned so that the accused can be tracked down. You can see this image of this car, this vehicle, which is very much present at this area, and there you see the 3 people who are there at the pollution check window. These 3 are also the possible perpetrators of the crime. As you will see the car move out, they go back, sit in the vehicle and drive off. So this vehicle was present in the national capital much before the attack. That is on October 29th. There you see them sitting in the vehicle and driving off. Anshul, any details, any leads on these individuals who were in the car?
At this point, let's figure out who are these 3 individuals who can be seen in the CCTV footage. Most likely, these are the same people who bought this vehicle, including Amir and Tariq, the 2 people who were involved in the entire purchase of this vehicle. At least 2 of them, what the police says, that these 2 people are the same people, Tariq and Amir, who can be seen. But however, a detailed facial recognition is being done of the CCTV footage, along with the pictures of both these accused, as both these accused are now in the custody of the Jammu Kashmir Police. So a detailed and a confirmation will come in from the Delhi Police in a very short while from now, as the facial recognition systems will do its work. Tell us that if at all these cases are matching with that of both Amir and Tariq. So that is something that is being done, and just in the next few minutes we can expect an official confirmation to come in. But yes, the CCTV footage very clearly states that the manner in which this vehicle was bought, and then eventually all the legal formalities such as pollution checks were done for the said vehicle, so that the vehicle does not get stopped easily at police checkposts. Apart from this, specifically a CNG operated vehicle was selected so that the impact of the blast could be maximized, and that is the reason why at this point in time this becomes really very significant, because the entire modus operandi is slowly being opened, because this is one of its kind attack that has happened. We have seen before in RDS attacks there, how there are sprinters in ID attacks as well, how there are sprinters, and there is a crater that is made at the location where the blast happens. But this time around, ammonium nitrate has been used, and it has been used in such a in such a sophisticated technique that the blast that happened from the rear end of the vehicle, happened at such a location, specifically at a red light, where there are a lot of vehicles that get behind the vehicle, and that is the reason why a CNG was also a CNG operated vehicle was also used, and then eventually all these legal formalities such as insurance policies and then eventually pollution, all of this was done. However, the RC transfer could not have been done because the documents that were provided, these documents were not correct, and even after that, the owner of the red car of the car zone went ahead and sold this vehicle just for money, and this is specifically the reason why the owner has now also been taken into custody by the Haryana police, where he is being interrogated by them since 9 p.m. last night. So definitely there are a lot of layers that are still being interrogated, and more evidences are coming in court, which are actually connecting the dots of the Faridabad nexus that has been exposed, along with that, of the blast that has happened in the national capital.
Anshul, thank you so much for all of these details. It's also important to highlight that this particular vehicle that was undergoing that pollution check was just found 24 kilometers away from that Al-Falah University in Faridabad. That is also a crucial angle that the investigating agencies are now going to be looking at. Let me hand this over to my colleague Anand Narsimhan to talk more on the investigation angle.
CNN News 18 is going to try and piece together the entire trail of dominoes which allowed the security forces to try and unravel and unveil this entire trail of a terror plot that has now come to the fore, viewers. This is critical to understand that the 10-11 attacks of Delhi were planned by a radical mullah who has been in the garb of an educator and also then a Maulvi, radicalizing young impressionable minds, and that too educated minds, to turn them into white-collar terrorists. And this is nothing but the instigations and the radical thought processes of the Jaish. Now let's understand how it happened. The trail of what investigators now call white-collar terror module, or the Pulwama module, began to unfold in mid-October, when around the 17th of October 2025, there were posters, a chain of events that would eventually lead to one of the biggest terror crackdowns of the year. It started in Naugam, where posters of Jaish's message, Jaish-e-Mohammed's message, were put out, and they appeared overnight. A chilling reminder of the terror outfit's continuing propaganda across the valley. Now, one of these posters, usually what happens is they stick the poster, take an image, and then they remove the poster to avoid censure or being caught. But one of these OGWs forgot to take off the posters, and the posters remain. It alerted the agencies. The agencies then, within days, 3 OGWs were linked to this terror network. They were arrested or detained in Jammu and Kashmir. Further interrogation hinted at a much larger network that is currently operating. By the end of October, the investigation scope widened. Authorities questioned Maulvi Irfan Ahmad, took him into custody. He now is the key radicalizer. He is the one who is brainwashing these youth, because he was, now we CNN News 18 realizes and understands that he was a paramedic at the Srinagar Medical College, where all these terrorists now were students. And from there, he's been in touch with them. He moved on to become the Maulvi at the Naugam Mosque, where these OGWs were also regularly going for prayers. He is the ideological link in this entire growing chain. In the first week of November, Zamir Ahangar was also brought in for questioning. The focus now shifting towards a network of educated operatives, individuals, sympathizers who are highly radicalized and being motivated by Maulvi Irfan. Then came the breakthrough. During interrogation, Dr. Adil Ahmad, already in custody from Saharanpur, revealed a deeper conspiracy, one that pointed investigators towards Faridabad. So how did Adil Ahmad come under the radar? Because of this entire poster incident from Naugam. They realized that this person is in Kazigand. He is also part of this network who is connected with Maulvi Irfan and Zamir Ahangar. Adil, during interrogation, talks about Faridabad, and days later the Faridabad model was busted. Jammu and Kashmir Police coming in, working with the Haryana Police, raids are conducted that leads to recovery of not just weapons but a massive quantity of explosive making material, including ammonium nitrate, nearly 3 tons of explosive making material, confirming fears of a coordinated terror plan and a series of terror attacks that were being planned. On 9th of November, the investigators seizing over 2,900 kilograms of explosive material in Faridabad from the Fatehpur Taga village. The first cache was caught from the Dhauj village, all around this Al-Falah University, where now the key accused, Dr. Umar Nabi, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil and Dr. Shaheen, all of them were operating or working in. Now, one of the largest seizures in recent history. The next morning, 2 more doctors, including Dr. Shaheen Shahid, were arrested. Both were linked to the Al-Falah University and now under intense scrutiny for the alleged infiltration by this entire module. The fourth suspect, Umar Nabi, believed to be the suicide operative, managed to evade capture and he was on the run. The authorities were closing in on him. That evening, on the evening of November 10th, a powerful blast near Delhi's Red Fort, leaving 8 people dead and several injured. Early forensic reports confirmed that the same I-20 which Dr. Nabi was using was used in the attack, and the trail went back to Pulwama. Aides and friends of Nabi by the name of Amir Rashid, Umar Rashid and Tariq, all of them involved in purchase or a dodgy purchase of this car, which was continuously being used by these individuals who continue to operate in Faridabad at the Al-Falah University. The I-20 car has been seen at multiple times in the run-up. They paid their challans, they did their PUC, but their registration certificate here at CNN News 18 was shown was fake. Now this entire terror trail has been pieced together. The originators or the ideological fountainhead is the Jaish, because Maulvi Irfan was in touch with the Jaish operating out of Nangarhar via Threema, Telegram and also VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol. And he was using these platforms to also send radical material to these students who he had cultivated over the last many years. That's how this entire module now shaped, and we pieced it all together to bring to you the entire story. How a small investigation, a small piece of information stumbled upon on the 17th of October leads to the crackdown of one of the most elaborate white-collar terror modules in recent times.
And let's also now play out a reaction. This is the sister-in-law of one of the key conspirators, possible suicide bomber, Dr. Umar Nabi, who possibly was driving that I-20 car. His sister-in-law has gone on record. Here's what she's claiming.
महीने पहले आया था 2 महीने पहले वो यहाँ आया था।
तो क्या कुछ बातचीत हुई थी और वो काम क्या कर रहे थे?
वो एज ए प्रोफेसर वहाँ पढ़ा रहे थे।
तो इस इंसिडेंट के बारे में कब आपने सुना ऐसा हुआ है?
हमने तो इससे पहले नहीं, उसने तो फोन भी किया था फ्राइडे को।
तो क्या बातचीत हुई थी जब उसने फोन किया?
बस मैंने उसे कहा कि घर आ जाओ, यहाँ पे कुछ प्रॉब्लम चल रही है, कुछ जवाब दो, जो भी होगा आमने सामने बात करेंगे, पता चलेगा आपको भी, हमें भी पता चलेगा, हम भी बेफिक्र रहेंगे। हमें बहुत ज्यादा फिक्र लगी है।
पुलिस कब आई आपके पास और क्या कुछ कहा पुलिस ने कल आपसे?
कुछ भी नहीं कहा, उन्होंने उनको ले लिया, बोला कि हमें थोड़ी सी पूछताछ करनी है बस। वो ज्यादा बातें भी नहीं करता था, बस अपने काम में मशगूल रहता था।
आज़ाद, आप डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल के भाई हैं, कहाँ पढ़ाई हुई उनकी पहले, यहाँ पे डॉक्टरी कहाँ से करी हुई?
जी सर, जीएमसी जम्मू से वो MBBS पेमेंट सीट पर आए थे। जी सर, वो उधर जीएमसी बात्रा में।
तो आखिरी बार उनसे कब बात हुई थी आपकी, जो घर वालों की बात कब हुई?
हर दिन हो रही थी, पिछले 13 दिनों से नहीं हो रही हैं।
वजह क्या थी कि 13 दिन से बात नहीं हुई? कुछ पता?
जी सर, पुलिस ने बोला ये उसने हमें गिरफ्तार किया है, उसको गिरफ्तार
13 दिन से उनकी गिरफ्तारी थी, पुलिस के कस्टडी में थे।
वरना हर दिन फ़ोन कॉल हो रहे थे, वीडियो कॉल, सब कुछ हमें मिला। हाँ सर।
तो कभी आपको अंदेशा था कि मतलब ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है कभी ज़िंदगी में आपकी?
सर जी, पहली बार ऐसा एपिसोड देखने को रहा हूँ जब से हमारे पास कोई केसेस नहीं है, कोई केस नहीं है हमारा इससे वाबस्ता।
तो ये बताइए कि मुजम्मिल आने वाले थे, आपने कहा कि कब आने वाले थे?
जी सर, 5 तारीख को आने वाले थे, हमारी बहन की शादी थी 9-10 को। जी सर।
तो वो आते थे यहाँ पे?
साल में 2 बार, मुश्किल से 3 बार। पिछली बार वो आया था, हमारे पापा की छठी सर्जरी थी उसी दिन।
यहीं पे रहते हैं कुछ दूरी पे? डॉक्टर उमर से कोई मुलाकात थी उनकी?
हमारे साथ कोई राबिता नहीं है, ना हम किसी को जानते हैं, ना हम आदिल को जानते हैं, ना।
And we are now getting a very important update in the Delhi terror blast probe case. We are learning that the blast probe has been handed over to the National Investigation Agency. A big update that's coming in right ahead of the second address and second meeting by the Union Home Minister, who will be looking at this very high-profile terror case. And now we are learning that it is the NIA that will be looking at the Delhi terror blast probe. Now, the Delhi terror blast probe has been handed over to the NIA, and this is the update that we have for our viewers at the moment. And this announcement possibly is also going to be discussed at that big meeting that the Union Home Minister will be having. My colleague Arunima is joining us with all the latest on this. Arunima, NIA steps in now.
On expected lines, we've been reporting since last evening that in all likelihood NIA will take over. The paperwork took a bit of a time, but today after the meeting that Home Minister took around 11 o'clock this morning, it was clear that NIA DG Sadanand Date, who was present there, along with Commissioner of Police Satish Golcha and Special Commissioner Special Cell Anil Shukla, it was clear that they were asked to share inputs real time. Coordination has to happen. This is a multi-state probe now. Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir, Delhi. So NIA is the best suited agency for doing this kind of a multi-state union territory probe, and that's why a decision was taken. I think the file has been signed by the Home Minister, and now NIA is in the process of re-registering the FIR, which would begin their investigation.
How soon is that meeting beginning at the Union Home Minister's residence now, Arunima?
The meeting has shifted to the Ministry of Home Affairs, the new building of Kartavya Bhavan, and all the officials have started coming in one by one. So I think in the next 15 minutes or so, you will hear that the meeting has begun. This meeting is part 2, because in part 1 of the meeting, we saw Home Minister giving specific instructions to the IB, to the City Police, as well as to the NIA. The visuals were quite evident. All the DGs were taking notes as the Home Minister gave instructions. So I think round 2 of the meeting is to get in more information and set in motion the instructions that were given, implementing them.
Right. Arunima, Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, was the first high-profile minister to reach the very incident of where the crime happened, also at the hospital. And he was the one who made that announcement that we will be, in fact, investigating on this case as with a terror angle in place. So that was a nod that was granted. Now the NIA steps in. And there have been a lot of developments that have happened since then, including how the Faridabad, the Jaish module has found linkages to this blast that has taken place. There will be ample amount of deliberations now that the NIA steps in. And of course, the meeting is going to be, a longer one this time around. The specific announcements that we are expecting after this meeting culminates.
Law and order in Delhi directly falls under the Home Ministry. The Home Minister is the minister in charge for Delhi's law and order, because the National Capital Territory Act of Delhi makes it very clear it's a union territory which has a legislature. The Chief Minister is not responsible for Delhi Police, it is the Home Minister. And this attack has happened just ahead of the Parliament session. The winter session begins from 1st of December. The opposition, even though initially it restricted its commentary on social media to expressing shock and expressing condolence to those who had lost their lives, but now you see the guns are coming out, the knives are being sharpened, because this has happened in the national capital. And in the past, Bharatiya Janata Party government has attacked the Congress-led UPA for the kind of terror scenario that unfolded in 2008-2009. So the opposition was also ready to sharpen its attack. In that backdrop also, you have to see how Home Minister led from the front. He was there at the spot within no time. He also visited the hospital. He has been in touch with all the agencies right from the time the news of the blast came in. And even today, when multiple meetings are underway, I think the basic focus is to ensure absolute coordination. This is a module which is not this is not Kashmir that you're talking about. This is not a module where you can allege that, line of control has been breached or international border has been breached and a Jaish-e-Mohammed or a Lashkar Tanzim has come in. This is heart of India. This is the national capital, and the people who are in the dock are doctors. They are well-educated people, not somebody who's been brainwashed because of lack of education or because of poverty. So this is a new kind of dynamic, a new kind of challenge that has been thrown towards the internal security establishment of the country. And as head of that establishment, Home Minister is leading from the front.
One major lapse that has happened, Arunima, is the fact that this car went unnoticed, even though now we are learning through fresh CCTV footages that this was present in the National Capital Territory particularly Faridabad in Haryana, days ahead of this attack. And we have just shown a CCTV image that dates 29th of October. So the recce was in place. This car was very much in the National Capital Territory with a fake registration number plate, and yet it could not be nabbed.
You know, it reminds me of what then Union Home Minister P. Chidambaram used to say. He would often say, and it was a time when Delhi, be it Sarojini Nagar, be it Lajpat Nagar, be it the Batla House, it was getting rocked with one incident after the other, apart from the rest of the country. So at that time, Chidambaram used to say that, you know, they have to get lucky only once. We have to get lucky all the time. It looks like they got lucky this time around because even though Faridabad module was getting busted, and Jammu and Kashmir Police had alerted that Dr. Umar was missing in action, but I don't think the details of these vehicles were available till the time the blast happened and it was caught on CCTV camera. Had the car not been caught on CCTV at the parking lot, and then subsequently the damage to the vehicle that has happened, the rear end of the vehicle is completely gone, but the front portion, the number plate is clear. That was a crucial evidence for the police to begin investigation. I think in that sense, police got lucky that they managed to immediately seize the number plate and match it with the CCTV footage, get the full frontal face of Dr. Umar. That CCTV grab, you know, the features are clearly visible. So in that sense, they got lucky. But yes, you can argue that if the Faridabad module and was under scanner, yet the car was driven from Faridabad via the Badarpur toll all the way to Delhi, you can argue that that is the lapse.
Absolutely, Arunima. We'll keep an eye on this story now that NIA steps into the terror blast probe as far as Delhi is concerned, keeping an eye on the biggest story that we are tracking on the broadcast here today on CNN News 18. But right now, we go into a very short break.
Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details that Intel sources have said that there could be a possible use of an IED device, and they are looking at this incident at the Red Fort as a terror attack.
Vehicle is from the Samura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us? The Pulwama connection takes us back to the ongoing investigation and the crackdown on this entire module. And the originator and the mastermind and the first arrest also happened, and there is a Pulwama connection to this, and a Jammu and Kashmir connection. Muzammil, his accomplices, the other doctors, the person in Faridabad, the Maulvi there from whom the house was rented, this guy who buys the car, and the other occupants of the car, were they all connected and were they all linked? That's going to be the biggest question mark right now.
Co-powered by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
More details. Is there going to be a proper briefing? Is there going to be a serious assessment of the security infrastructure and the preparedness in Jammu and Kashmir too? Many questions remain. Arunima, coming to you in a bit. Ankur is also with us, and Neeraj Kumarji is also with us. Neeraj ji, namaste. Good to have you with us, and we'll talk at length in a bit. Just getting an update from Ankur on the fact that at 7:15 a.m. this car has been seen on CCTV footage in Faridabad. Yes, Ankur.
Yes, Anand, that's right. So the first spot, the car was started around 7:15 from Faridabad, and it crossed Badarpur border. The car was captured in a CCTV footage, and that has been already accessed by the investigators. Later, it reached to the North Delhi area. It roamed in North Delhi area, went to Kashmiri Gate, Suneri Masjid, and Daryaganj, and later finally parked at a parking lot. Just after a few minutes before the blast, the car came out from the parking lot, and then the car got blasted. So the important point here is that there are 6-7 hours which is missing, which is still under investigation, which cops are trying to gather all the information. Those 6-7 hours will tell about the driver, to whom, whether he met anybody, whether there was any occupant with him, whether he dropped anyone from the car, or he tried to meet somebody. So all these things, those 6-7 hours would be very crucial for the investigation, and this is for the investigators also to get all the details as soon as possible, because the time is very crucial in such terror cases. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Ankur. Before we go across to the former Commissioner, Delhi Police, Neeraj Kumar ji, in a bit, we've got an eyewitness right now with us. Let's go straight across to him. Namaste.
जी सर.
नमस्ते, आपका शुभ नाम?
जी, मेरा नाम दीपक शर्मा जी.
दीपक जी नमस्ते, आप कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं और कल शाम को क्या आप वहां पर थे घटनास्थल पर?
जी मैं
on the cleric whose link has now emerged to all of these doctors and those moving from Jammu and Kashmir to Al-Falah University. This is a big CNN News 18 exclusive. We are decoding this man who's becoming an important figure behind this attack, Maulvi Irfan, who seems to have played a crucial role in radicalizing these medical doctors and students. He was a paramedic in exactly this college that we were talking about, in the government medical college in Srinagar, and was in touch with all students where they all studied. Later, he was an imam in Nagaon Mosque. Remember, Nagaon is also the area where those posters emerged first. So it's all really a web of link between all of these individuals and these places. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Anand, who continues to be with us. Anand.
Well, this was the question, isn't it? Who was the person and how did these educated individuals get radicalized? That question is being answered by this fact that it is Maulvi Irfan who's the link towards radicalizing all these individuals. And how? Who named Maulvi Irfan? Arif Nisar Dar, Yasirul Ashraf and Maqsood Ahmad Dar. All three of them residents of Nogam, the OGWs who are putting these posters of the Jaish. Now, why is it, how is it that they knew Maulvi Irfan? Because he is the Maulvi of the Nogam Mosque. But where was he before he became a Maulvi of this Nogam Mosque? Irfan was a paramedic teacher. He was teaching them at the paramedic college of GMC. He was a paramedical at GMC Srinagar, Government Medical College Srinagar, where he came into contact with these people, Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar, because they were all students under him. So before he moved to the Nogam Mosque as a Maulvi, he was there, and that's when he came into contact with these students, with whom he continued to stay in touch via platforms like Telegram and Threema, encrypted platforms. And he was the Jaish recruiter and radicalizer. He was the one who the Jaish had recruited to try and seed these, sow these seeds of radicalization among educated minds and slowly convert them. What was he doing? Manoj Gupta getting us these details. He was in touch via VoIP or voice over internet protocol. Again, encrypted platform, difficult to detect, with entities who are based in Afghanistan in Nangarhar. Nangarhar is the alternative base outside of Pakistan, training facility of the Jaish. And that's where his handlers were. And he was feeding them, again, vitriolic info, radicalizing videos, and also wartime Afghan videos which urge these men and these people to fight. Maulvi Irfan is the brains behind and the mastermind. Muzammil and Adil were the executors, whereas Shahina was the facilitator. She was the one who was supposed to collect funds. She was the benign, soft face who would perhaps get people to support them for their cause and collect funds. About 35 to 40 lakhs they had collected. But Irfan was the one who was supposed to have radicalized all these individuals, and they all received ideological guidance.
For a brief minute, because we have the first pictures of those two doctors who have been arrested with 2,900 kilograms of explosives, timers and other material. The plot that they were... Good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde. Our continuous coverage on the Delhi blast, the aftermath of it, the probe that is now widening continues here on this edition as well. But first, let's get started with the headlines. Prime Minister makes statement of intent from Bhutan, says agencies will go to the root of the conspiracy, vows to not spare the perpetrators. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to chair round 2 of high-level security review meeting at his residence shortly. National Investigating Agency takes over Delhi terror blast investigation, UAPA invoked. The I-20 car used in the Delhi blast was illegally registered under Dr. Umar Nabi's name. Umar's kin now detained for questioning by the police in Pulwama. More proof emerges of the Faridabad link. CNN News 18 accesses CCTV footage of the I-20 from October 29th in Faridabad. Blast car seen undergoing pollution check. Dr. Shaheen Shahid on radar of probe agencies. Sources say she funded the attack at the Red Fort yesterday, linked to Al Falah University under Lens. From Rauf Asgar's threat warning attacks to India to anti-India posters in Kashmir, Jaish linked the Delhi terror blast under investigation. It's a high-stakes battle as final phase of polling gets underway in Bihar. Stand by for the biggest exit poll on CNN News 18 beginning 6 p.m.
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, वहाँ तक सीने पे धड़कन की आवाज़ गई।
A high-intensity explosion occurred in a slow-moving Hyundai I-20 late last night. This was at a traffic signal near the Red Fort metro station in the heart of Old Delhi. It happened at about 6:52 p.m. Delhi Police, the National Investigating Agency, the National Security Guard are all coordinating as far as the investigation goes. There are several links that are now coming to the fore. Investigators have established a direct link to a terror module that was busted in Faridabad after weeks of trail that came in right from Jammu and Kashmir, led the investigating agencies to Uttar Pradesh and then to Haryana. From Faridabad, where raids were conducted yesterday, nearly 2,900 kilograms of explosive material, including ammonium nitrate, was seized. This happened just a few hours before the explosion took place in the heart of Old Delhi. The seized material, the material that was used in the Delhi blast, is suspected to be the same. Meanwhile, Delhi Police has now registered an FIR, invoked stringent sections of the UAPA as well. In fact, Union Home Minister is going to be chairing a review meeting shortly. This is round 2 of the meeting that he has been holding. Round 1 concluded just a short while ago. The Prime Minister, the Home Minister have been monitoring where the investigation is going right from the blast yesterday after 7 p.m. onwards. This is CNN News 18 exclusive information that we're gathering for you. The J&K government is now going tough on medical staff across hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir after linkages came through of several of these doctors who were involved in the blast at Red Fort yesterday. We've in fact accessed the order copy here on CNN News 18. Government Medical College Srinagar has issued this circular on unidentified lockers. The administration of associated hospitals, the Government Medical College in Srinagar, has issued the circular directing all faculty and students to identify and label their lockers with their name and designation. And all of this needs to be done by November 14th, which is this Friday. The exercise aims to clear unidentified or surplus lockers occupying space in hospital and college corridors. This is also a precautionary measure to ensure that if there are any unidentified lockers, any storage spaces, then they will be investigated and looked into. Anand Narasimhan joins us, getting us more perspective on this. Yes, Anand.
Good afternoon, Poonam, and to our viewers. Now, after the Government Medical College Srinagar, JMC Anantnag, or the Government Medical College in Anantnag, or the Anantnag Medical College, has also issued a similar circular or notification. And this is not just to the college, but also at the hospital. So, doctors and also those students, trainees, etc., who are going the course and training, they all have to identify their lockers and they have to be marked and coded. And this is because Maulvi Irfan was a paramedic at Government Medical College Srinagar, and despite him leaving there, could there be a locker there? All the other doctors who are part of that entire module of 10-11 blasts, and also the Faridabad module or the Al-Falah module, they're all students who have studied at GMC Srinagar or they have practiced at AMC Anantnag, and they all had lockers which are unidentified and which have been there. And it is inside these lockers that incriminating material was found, arms were found, rounds were found, and other aspects pointing to their involvement beyond just the medical profession was found. So who's keeping these lockers? Who's got the keys to them? Who's operating them? And where are these lockers? Because it's a hazard and also it's a safety issue. The other part is they occupy space, but it's in limited time that anybody and everybody who has their lockers and should. And the other thing is, Poonam and to our viewers, I think it is also the authorities trying to see who are the people who are above board. Because if you've got nothing incriminating in your lockers, you would not have a problem claiming ownership, putting your name tag there, and registering and keeping a record of the locker. It is only if you have kept some nefarious material and you do not want to be identified that you would not come to the fore, and that means those lockers and those lockers will be then subject to investigation and questioning. The other thing is, if there are unidentified and unclaimed lockers, there could be material which could be a threat to security of the people, the students and also residents of the hospital, patients, etc. Or this could be a matter of national security. So all of that is now being considered, as both these government medical colleges in Srinagar and in Anantnag have issued this notice with a deadline for Friday, 14th November.
Right, Anand, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. Now, CNN News 18 has been piecing together what exactly has been transpiring in the aftermath of this deadly blast that we saw, where at least 8 people were killed in the heart of the national capital, in the heart of Old Delhi yesterday. Arunima, my colleague, also joins us, getting us more perspective on the investigation. Arunima, we'll try and trace the steps that was taken by several individuals, several masterminds or perpetrators of this attack. But I first want to ask you, as far as the Union Home Minister's meeting is concerned, we're given to understand the second round of that review meeting will happen sometime now? We'll try and reconnect that line with my colleague Arunima, who's getting us more details as far as Union Home Minister Amit Shah's review meeting is concerned. Remember, he has been in touch with the Delhi Police Commissioner, with the agencies as well, ever since reports of the blast came out a little after 7 p.m. Last evening. CNN News 18 has been trying to speak with family members of those who lost their lives, but also those who are now in the radar of the agencies, of the NIA, of the J&K Police that has been traversing through the length and breadth of this country, at least from Jammu and Kashmir to Uttar Pradesh to Haryana. We've spoken to some of the relatives of those who are now behind bars as well. Listen in to what they had to tell us.
आज़ाद, आप डॉक्टर मुजम्मिल के भाई हैं, कहाँ पढ़ाई हुई उनकी पहले, यहाँ पे डॉक्टरी कहाँ से करी हुई?
जी सर, जीएमसी जम्मू से वो एमबीबीएस पेमेंट सीट पर आए थे। जी सर, वो उधर जीएमसी बात्रा में।
तो आखिरी बार उनसे कब बात हुई थी आपकी, जो घर वालों की बात कब हुई?
हर दिन हो रही थी, पिछले 13 दिनों से नहीं हो रही हैं।
वजह क्या थी कि 13 दिन से बात नहीं हुई? कुछ
जी सर, पुलिस ने बोला ये उसने हमें गिरफ्तार किया है, उसको गिरफ्तार
13 दिन से उनकी गिरफ्तारी थी, पुलिस के कस्टडी में थे।
वरना हर दिन फ़ोन कॉल हो रहे थे, वीडियो कॉल, सब कुछ हमें मिला। हाँ सर।
तो कभी आपको अंदेशा था कि मतलब ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है कभी ज़िंदगी में आपकी?
सर जी, पहली बार ऐसा एपिसोड देखने को रहा हूँ जब से हमारे पास कोई केसेस नहीं है, कोई केस नहीं है हमारा इससे वाबस्ता।
तो ये बताइए कि मुजम्मिल आने वाले थे, आपने कहा कि कब आने वाले थे?
जी सर, 5 तारीख को आने वाले थे। हमारी बहन की शादी थी 9-10 को। जी सर।
तो वो आते थे यहाँ पे?
साल में 2 बार, मुश्किल से 3 बार। पिछली बार वो आया था, हमारे पापा की छठी सर्जरी थी उसी दिन।
यहीं पे रहते हैं कुछ दूरी पे? डॉक्टर उमर से कोई मुलाकात थी उनकी?
हमारे साथ कोई राबिता नहीं है, ना हम किसी को जानते हैं, ना हम आदिल को जानते हैं, ना हम उमर को जानते हैं।
आपको कभी आइडिया था? आप कह रहे थे कि पढ़ाई के बारे में हमेशा भाई बात करते?
हाँ, जब भी मेरे साथ बड़ा भाई बात कर रहा था, चाहे मैं बांग्लादेश में होती थी या यहाँ पे होती थी, पहली बात ये नहीं थी कि सेहत ठीक है या कुछ ठीक है। वो बोल रहा था कंप्लीट कितना हुआ है, मतलब कितना कंप्लीट हुआ है, ये करना है, वो करना है, इतने मार्क्स होनी चाहिए, वो करना है, बस इतना मतलब बोल रहे थे वो, बाकी और कोई नहीं था मतलब जो वो बोल रहा था, मतलब कोई और।
आपको लगता है वो निर्दोष है, उनका इसमें कोई भी?
मुझे लगता है वो निर्दोष है, उसको ये फोर्सफुली कराया गया है या उसको पर ये इल्ज़ाम लगाया गया हो, ये बात मैं बोल सकती हूँ।
तो कानून पे ये भरोसा है कि
हाँ।
वो उनसे छूटेंगे?
हाँ,
कानून पे आपको पूरा भरोसा है कि वो इससे छूटेंगे?
हाँ, वो छूटेंगे इंशाल्लाह।
तो आपको कभी ऐसा लगा कि उसको कोई आइडियोलॉजी थी या वो ऐसे बारे में बात
अगर ऐसा कोई मतलब होता कोई आइडियोलॉजी उसका, तो हम उसको समझाते कि नहीं ये गलत है। हमें मतलब जब हमें यहाँ पे छापा पड़ा तब भी हमें नहीं पता था कि ये भाई के लिए था। यहाँ पे हमें सोचा ये कुछ प्रॉपर्टी डिस्प्यूट हो सकता है, ये भी हमें मतलब यकीन नहीं था, कि दिमाग में नहीं था ऐसा।
तो आपको कानून पे पूरा भरोसा है कि अगर ऐसा होगा?
वो अच्छे से इन्वेस्टिगेट करे इस पे और उसको निर्दोष साबित करना चाहते हैं।
Anvit now joins us, getting us more details on this as well. Anvit, as far as the investigation goes, there are several people that are already on the radar of the investigating agencies. Are there any more suspects that could be picked up for questioning as well?
See, Poonam, already at least 8 to 9 arrests have been made, and some people have also been rounded up other than that. And police teams, in fact, it's a multi-agency probe, not just Delhi Police, but NIA and other agencies are also looking into it. So, multi-agency probe is going on, and multiple people, we are being told, have also been detained for questioning. Not just detention, there have been arrests and there have been detentions as well. People who have been detained are being questioned. Now, these are the people who are directly or indirectly related with the people who have been arrested. Also, the people whose names have emerged so far in the probe, those who had bought the cars previously and then sold it later on, those who are suspect of being driving it at the time of incident, people known to them are also being questioned and have been rounded up. Right now you can see the forensics teams from NIA, they have expanded their domain. Right now they were only inspecting the areas that were barricaded, but now they've also come forward and they are inspecting the entire area, that road that runs in front of Red Fort, and they have picked up samples from, because the intensity of blast was such that the vehicles that were in the vicinity had shattered and metal pieces, entangled metal pieces were thrown around this area. In fact, there are reports that some people who died at spot, their body parts also were flung into the air because of the explosion, and the intensity was such, and that is one reason also why police are looking at all the angles of what possibly explosives could be that have been used here. There are reports that multiple and abundant traces of ammonium nitrate have been found at the spot. There's also suspicion of the investigators that it could be something else, be it the RDX or maybe some other explosive could also be used. Ammonium nitrate is generally used to amplify the intensity of the blast, and that certainly was used by the forensic. Preliminary report from the forensics have confirmed to the investigators, but exactly what explosive was used, that is still being questioned. That there far you can see there's a white tent that has been erected. That is basically the impact site, and all the senior officials right now are there from Delhi Police as well as from NIA and SG, because NIA and NSG have this speciality and expertise of explosives, which can help them determine what group could it be which have been using the same explosive in the past, what kind of explosive was it, and also to identify where could it have been possibly been procured from. So all those details will be Delhi Police will try to get it from the expertise of NIA and SG, and now we are also learning that the investigation of the case has been handed over to NIA, and that is one reason why you just saw a short while ago that experts from NIA and their forensics teams were here. They've expanded their horizon. They have also come to the main road and they're finding out samples from here. They've collected multiple samples which all will be sent to forensics to find out three main things. One, where could these explosives possibly would have been procured from, what was the incident intensity, and what was the real motive of, even in the Faridabad module when these suspected RDX or explosive were recovered. They're also trying to link both of them, the explosives that were found here, the traces that are found here. Could there be any possible link, so to say, with the Faridabad module? So all these chains are to be linked, and now NIA will be probing it. Samples have been collected. An FIR, we earlier broke the news, that has been registered on the UAPA. Now this entire incident is being looked at as a terror act, and NIA is onto it.
Right, Anvit, do stay on with us. Arunima is also getting us more details on this. Arunima, before we lost that audio connection with you, we were talking about Union Home Minister Amit Shah's review meeting. That second review meeting of the day has just begun, is what I believe?
Yes, so as I was speaking to you and I lost that line, Home Minister's cavalcade was brought in. So the Home Minister has gone up to Kartavya Bhavan now and that review meeting has begun. In this review meeting, National Investigation Agency, which is taking up the probe, Sadanand Date, the Director General of NIA, along with the Commissioner of Police of Delhi and the other, special cell officials, Home Secretary, DIB, they're all sitting together. The sense we get is that in the first meeting, Home Minister, after taking the briefing, gave some specific instructions to all those who were present. And this meeting at 3 p.m. Is to take a review of the instructions. This meeting is focusing on better coordination. One of the reasons why NIA has been given this investigation is because the footprint of this module is now spreading from Jammu and Kashmir to Haryana, to Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, perhaps to other states as well. And no one state police could, has the wherewithal to carry out this multi-union territory, multi-state kind of a probe. NIA is best suited. So I think better coordination between all agencies, ensuring real-time actionable intelligence, trying to look for the other module members. One person was arrested, at least detained in Jammu and Kashmir. Another doctor who we are told got married just 2 days ago. So one more doctor has been picked up in Jammu and Kashmir. There are others also who are, being looked at with suspicion at the moment. So what is the intelligence, what is the investigation detail that is emerging and how best to share real time? I think that coordination is the focus of the meeting.
Right, Arunima, the investigation is also gathering pace, isn't it? Like Amit was also pointing out, the NIA has now taken over officially and there is going to be a multi-agency coordinated effort that is put forth as far as finding out who these perpetrators are, what linkages they had, if any, to organizations like the Jaish-e-Mohammed across the border as well. In fact, at the site of the explosion near Red Fort yesterday, what we are seeing now is that the FSL teams, forensic teams are still carrying out the kind of investigation that they are. But, so much time has lapsed since the attack yesterday. So many people have traversed that entire area. The kind of evidence that these teams would be picking up from that site now, how credible is that going to be, do you think?
Well, given the fact that this is a very heavily congested area and when the blast happened, thousands of feet would have trampled on the scene of crime. So there is a possibility that some crucial evidence could have been lost. But then after the first initial few hours, the scene of crime has been covered properly. Today, the Chandni Chowk Traders Association called for a shutdown. So today that entire stretch from Red Fort towards Daryaganj and from Red Fort towards Purani Delhi railway station, that has been shut. And today is the only window that the team has, the forensic team and the Delhi police team has, to pick up as much evidence as they can, because today the area is sanitized. This morning we saw forensic team going up to the Jain Digambar Mandir, which is about 500 meters from the blast site, and the impact of the blast was such that on the roof of that building, so it's a 3-storied building, on the roof of that body parts were found. So imagine 500 meters, 3-storied is how much the body parts were flung off because of the impact of the blast. So they have to carry out proper scrutiny of that entire area, inside the Red Fort premises, around the metro station area, all the buildings in the vicinity. And again, till this afternoon, the car steering, the horn of a car, the broken door, all of this was picked up by the forensic team while we were reporting from ground. So there's still a lot of material evidence. They were also picking up scrapes from the roadside to see if any traces of explosives can be further detected. A preliminary investigation suggests ammonium nitrate was used, but like Anvid and Ankur have been reporting, RDX not being ruled out as well. And use of RDX, Poonam, changes everything. If it is established that RDX was used, then we are once again looking at 2008-2009 Delhi, where every Friday Indian Mujahideen used to carry out one terror attack after the other. Ammonium nitrate is still easily procurable. It is a product used in urea, but RDX is military grade explosive. If RDX has been used, it means Pakistan, even after Operation Sindoor, is refusing to learn its lessons.
Absolutely, and the investigation will get us more details of what exactly was the explosive material that was used, where it was procured from, what the funds were that were used to buy that kind of or procure that kind of material. All of that we will find out sooner than later. But Arunima, do stay on with us because we have some more information that's now trickling in. Since yesterday, we've seen several nations come out and condemn the loss of lives as far as the Delhi terror attack goes. But now Israel has come out and put out a statement as well. It is the first country to mention terror in its message. In fact, the foreign minister of Israel has taken to social media. He says that Israel's deepest condolences are being extended to the people of India, especially to the families of the innocent victims that have been killed in this blast. Wishing speedy recovery to the wounded. Israel stands with India in its fight against terror is the message that Israel government is sending. Siddhant, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more perspective on this. Siddhant, the fight against terror, that's something that Israel knows too well as well, which is why we're seeing this kind of message coming in.
Well, that's right. In fact, Prime Minister Modi was the first world leader to extend support to Israel when 7th October attacks took place. And perhaps this is the reason that even after the Pahalgam terror attack, Israel was the first country to extend full support to India. In fact, at that point in time, Prime Minister Modi spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Now, in fact, this is the first message coming from Israeli Foreign Minister. He extends deepest condolences to the people of India and to the families of the innocent victims. He wished speedy recovery to the wounded. And he also writes, the last line is that Israel stands with India in its fight against terror. Perhaps the first country, Poonam, to officially give this attack a name of calls this attack a terror attack. No other country has done it so far. In fact, the Malaysian Prime Minister also came up with a very strong message, but he writes that if proven, then any act of terror needs to be condemned. But Israeli Foreign Minister writes that Israel stands with India in its fight against terror.
Right. Thank you so much, Siddhant, for getting us the latest on that front. Even as the world sends their condolences and sends out a message of standing with India in this fight against terror, we are still trying to figure out what exactly the nexus is. How large is it? How well-defined is it? How spread across the length and breadth of the country it is? My colleague Anand Narasimhan, in fact, tried and plotted who these individuals are who are under arrest, many of whom are still being detained for questioning, not behind bars yet, but definitely on the radar of several agencies. Here's a look at how the entire terror module was working before the blast took place yesterday.
CNN News 18 is going to try and piece together the entire trail of dominoes which allowed the security forces to try and unravel and unveil this entire trail of a terror plot that has now come to the fore, viewers. This is critical to understand that the 10-11 attacks of Delhi were planned by a radical mullah who has been in the garb of an educator and also then a Maulvi, radicalizing young impressionable minds, and that too educated minds, to turn them into white-collar terrorists. And this is nothing but the instigations and the radical thought processes of the Jaish. Now let's understand how it happened. The trail of what investigators now call white-collar terror module, or the Pulwama module, began to unfold in mid-October, when around the 17th of October 2025, there were posters, a chain of events that would eventually lead to one of the biggest terror crackdowns of the year. It started in Naugam, where posters of Jaish's message, Jaish-e-Mohammed's message, were put out, and they appeared overnight. A chilling reminder of the terror outfit's continuing propaganda across the valley. Now, one of these posters, usually what happens is they stick the poster, take an image, and then they remove the poster to avoid censure or being caught. But one of these OGWs forgot to take off the posters, and the posters remained. It alerted the agencies. The agencies then, within days, 3 OGWs were linked to this terror network. They were arrested or detained in Jammu and Kashmir. Further interrogation hinted at a much larger network that is currently operating. By the end of October, the investigation scope widened. Authorities questioned Maulvi Irfan Ahmad, took him into custody. He now is the key radicalizer. He is the one who is brainwashing these youth, because he was, now we CNN News 18 realizes and understands that he was a paramedic at the Srinagar Medical College, where all these terrorists now were students. And from there, he's been in touch with them. He moved on to become the Maulvi at the Naugam Mosque, where these OGWs were also regularly going for prayers. He is the ideological link in this entire growing chain. In the first week of November, Zamir Ahangar was also brought in for questioning. The focus now shifting towards a network of educated operatives, individuals, sympathizers who are highly radicalized and being motivated by Maulvi Irfan. Then came the breakthrough. During interrogation, Dr. Adil Ahmed, already in custody from Saharanpur, revealed a deeper conspiracy, one that pointed investigators towards Faridabad. So how did Adil Ahmed come under the radar? Because of this entire poster incident from Naugam. They realized that this person is in Kazigand. He is also part of this network who is connected with Maulvi Irfan and Zamir Ahangar. Adil, during interrogation, talks about Faridabad, and days later the Faridabad model was busted. Jammu and Kashmir Police coming in, working with the Haryana Police, raids are conducted that leads to recovery of not just weapons but a massive quantity of explosive making material, including ammonium nitrate, nearly 3 tons of explosive making material, confirming fears of a coordinated terror plan and a series of terror attacks that were being planned. On 9th of November, the investigators seizing over 2,900 kilograms of explosive material in Faridabad from the Fatehpur Taga village. The first cache was caught from the Dhauj village, all around this Al-Falah University, where now the key accused, Dr. Umar Nabi, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil and Dr. Shaheen, all of them were operating or working in. Now, one of the largest seizures in recent history. The next morning, 2 more doctors, including Dr. Shaheen Shahid, were arrested. Both were linked to the Al-Falah University and now under intense scrutiny for the alleged infiltration by this entire module. The 4th suspect, Umar Nabi, believed to be the suicide operative, managed to evade capture and he was on the run. The authorities were closing in on him. That evening, on the evening of November 10th, a powerful blast near Delhi's Red Fort, leaving 8 people dead and several injured. Early forensic reports confirmed that the same I-20 which Dr. Nabi was using was used in the attack, and the trail went back to Pulwama. Aides and friends of Nabi by the name of Amir Rashid, Umar Rashid and Tariq, all of them involved in purchase or a dodgy purchase of this car, which was continuously being used by these individuals who continue to operate in Faridabad at the Al-Falah University. The I-20 car has been seen at multiple times in the run-up. They paid their challans, they did their PUC, but their registration certificate here at CNN News 18 was shown was fake. Now this entire terror trail has been pieced together. The originators or the ideological fountainhead is the Jaish, because Maulvi Irfan was in touch with the Jaish operating out of Nangarhar via Threema, Telegram and also VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol. And he was using these platforms to also send radical material to these students who he had cultivated over the last many years. That's how this entire module now shaped, and we pieced it all together to bring to you the entire story. How a small investigation, a small piece of information stumbled upon on the 17th of October leads to the crackdown of one of the most elaborate white-collar terror modules in recent times.
We have some more information that's now trickling in. This is a suicide bombing that's taken place near Islamabad District Court. At least 9 people have been killed is what we're learning. There are at least 21 people injured in that explosion outside the District Court in Pakistan's capital city. Majority of the victims have now been taken to a hospital nearby. As per initial reports, the explosion occurred right outside the court that affected people that were standing nearby. Akanksha, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details of what exactly transpired. What more can you tell us, Akanksha?
Right. These are inputs that have been shared by Securities Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, and there's only preliminary investigation which is currently underway. As you rightly highlighted, 9 deaths have been confirmed, 21 injuries. The investigation so far is suggesting the attacker detonated the explosive vest near the main entrance during the peak crowd hours outside this district court in Islamabad. Most of the casualties that are taking place currently are of those who were the passers-by. outside the court, and also those who had arrived for the court hearing. Poonam, security agencies so far have cordoned off this entire area. As you can see, there is a thick plume of smoke rising from the wreckage of that charred vehicle which was detonated behind a security barrier following the blast. And the videos have already started doing the rounds on social media. No group as of now has immediately claimed responsibility for this explosion. As we all know, Pakistan has been struggling with militant attacks and a resurgent Pakistani Taliban. Yet to ascertain so far whether it is the TTP which is going to take responsibility, but it is important to highlight that no group has claimed responsibility. Officials do suspect involvement of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan or its allied factions, given we've seen the kind of tensions that have plagued Pakistan across the Durand line in the days that have gone by, especially after how the ceasefire talks in fact collapsed, but yet to in fact ascertain whether it is TTP involved or not. But so far 9 deaths, 21 injuries, Poonam, confirmed in this explosion outside the district court in Islamabad. It is clearly been ascertained that this is a suicide bombing near the district court.
Now, Akanksha, like you were pointing out, there have been several attacks, especially as far as northwestern frontier of Pakistan is concerned. But just yesterday, in fact, we are given to understand that there was another blast, another foiled attempt where an army-run college was held hostage by some of these militants. Any details of whether that's linked to what we've seen in Islamabad today?
Since there has been no information coming in of who's responsible for this particular attack, it would be fairly nascent to piece the two attacks together or to in fact connect them together. But this was, as you rightly highlight, the attack that Pakistan security officials say took place earlier, exploded over there. Right now, they've not been able to sort of establish any connect with that particular incident and today's attack outside the Islamabad district court as of now. But Pakistani forces did foil the militant attack on the army-run college. As you were highlighting, there was a huge blast in Islamabad. It also wounded 8 people. That was in fact foiled by the Pakistani security forces who had attempted, the militants had attempted to take the cadets hostage at this army-run college overnight. It was a suicide bomber, and 5 other Pakistan Taliban targeted the facility in the northwestern province. But so far, we don't know if both these attacks are associated. But Pakistan has been on the boil, particularly at the hands of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, the Afghan Taliban. And as far as the Afghan Taliban government is concerned, they've said that they can only take responsibility for any of the attacks being planned on the Afghan soil. And remember, this was a very bone of contention when the ceasefire talks actually collapsed, because Pakistan wanted written guarantees from them that they'll be controlling the activities of TTP, even those that were being orchestrated on Pakistani soil, which Afghan Taliban has refused to do. They are of the view that the Pakistan government should sit directly in talks with the TTP and work towards a ceasefire.
Right, Akanksha, thank you so much for getting us details of that. Shifting our focus back home, where we saw the deadly blast in the national capital of India, in Delhi, outside the iconic Red Fort, not very far away from the Red Fort, outside the metro station there. Details are still trickling in of who is responsible, who the group is that was behind this entire terror module that was initially busted, the trail of which, the sniff of which the agencies had since October, and the investigations were underway. And it was not just limited to one particular city or state, but that investigation was transversing from Jammu and Kashmir to Uttar Pradesh to Haryana, to eventually that blast occurring in Delhi yesterday. In fact, my colleague Ishan Vani was reporting from Pulwama, where linkages of the accused of this terror module now seem to be ending. Dr. Umar Nabi's family has now been detained by the agencies for questioning. He is one of the accused that was arrested. Dr. Adil as well, one of his associates, both of them worked at the Al Falah University after leaving the GMC hospital in Anantnag in Jammu and Kashmir, which is why the family is now being spoken to.
पहले इनको ले गए थे 10 बजे माँ को आज सवेरे ले गए वो लोग।
ये सर्च भी हुआ यहाँ पे?
हाँ, हो गई तलाशी, आप देख सकते हो।
तलाशी
So, the immediate family of Dr. Umar who was saying that they had no clue about, if he had any role or if he had anything to do with any of these activities. But he was a doctor. This is his house that we are inside right now. And this is a small house located in Pulwama. This is a few kilometers away from where we were reporting earlier. And the woman we just spoke to is the wife of his brother. And you will notice that this small area around this place is where Dr. Umar lived, and few years back, as his family has pointed out, that he moved out of Kashmir Valley to pursue a job there. And my VJ will be able to show you, this is the residence of Dr. Umar. And police has thoroughly searched the entire house since yesterday, and they have been trying to ensure that they are able to bring those clues and leads together so that they could establish the crime. But the family is in shock. Most of those who could be possibly related to the family have been taken into custody, and the further investigation is underway. But as we spoke to his family, they are saying that they had no clue about if he was going to do any of this incident, this sort of nature. He has never had any kind of radicalization in his mind, and he was never radicalized, and he was always friendly to people. But the fact is that today, the path that Umar has chosen is something which has shocked the family, though the investigation is underway. This entire episode of Pulwama is there because, one, this entire area where people have been picked up is within the radius of 5 to 6 kilometers. One. Two, this Dr. Umar was also working in the same hospital where Dr. Adil was working, who was first seen pasting the posters on the outskirts of Srinagar, and later on an AK-47 rifle was recovered from his Anantnag hospital where he was working earlier. So both of them were working in the same hospital. So that's why all the Faridabad, UP and Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir links are being right now connected, and the investigation is underway to find if they could find any further leads and if there are any further people who could be part of this group or planning to carry out any attack.
Several people under arrest, but several associates still on the radar. Their families are being investigated and questioned even as we speak. This is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. A lot of it is happening in Haryana and Uttar Pradesh as well. In fact, News 18's Rishabh Mani spoke with the neighbour of one such accused who's now on the radar of the agencies, Dr. Atta Parvez Ansar. Listen in to what the family had to tell us.
देखिए, मैं इस वक्त राजधानी लखनऊ के मड़ियाव इलाके के मुतक्कीपुर गांव में मौजूद हूं और यहां पर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और यूपी एटीएस की एक टीम ने सुबह 6 बजे छापेमारी की है। डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी का ये घर है जहां पर छापेमारी हुई है। डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी यहां की एक जो प्राइवेट मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी है, इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी से एसोसिएटेड हैं। ये चीज हालांकि कोई नहीं बता पा रहा कि वहां पर वो एक डॉक्टर के तौर पर काम करते हैं या वहां पर पढ़ाते हैं। डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी के इस घर का ताला तोड़ा गया है। ताला तोड़कर यूपी एटीएस और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की टीमें अंदर दाखिल हुई हैं। उन्होंने अंदर सर्च किया है और उसके बाद ये पुलिस अपना ताला लगाकर यहां से गई है। आसपास के लोगों से हमने जो बातचीत की है, उनका ये कहना है कि डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी रात में आते थे और सुबह सुबह फिर निकल जाते थे और इस कार का इस्तेमाल वो आने जाने में कर रहे थे। और जब हालांकि इस इलाके के लोगों को कहना है कि 3-4 महीने से इस घर में ताला बंद है, लेकिन इस कार को देखकर ऐसा नहीं लगता कि इसको काफी दिनों से इस्तेमाल ना किया गया हो। ऐसा देख के लग रहा है कि हाँ, इसका इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। और इसके ऊपर इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का ये गेट पास भी लगा हुआ है, जिससे ये बात साफ हो जाती है कि डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी से एसोसिएटेड हैं। ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि यहाँ से छापेमारी के बाद जो एटीएस और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की टीम है वो इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए निकल गई है। ये बात भी सामने आई है कि जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और यूपी एटीएस की एक टीम राजधानी लखनऊ के खंदारी बाजार इलाके में गई है। ये बताया जा रहा है कि खंदारी बाजार इलाके के ही मूल रूप से रहने वाली है डॉक्टर शाहीन शाहिद, जिसको गिरफ्तार किया गया है। पर कितने बजे यहाँ पर पुलिस की टीम आई होगी?
8:30 का हमने अलार्म लगाया तो उठने के लिए, क्योंकि कॉलेज जाना रहता है। उसी के बाद हम लोग दूध लेके आए अंदर, उसी के बाद गाड़ी की आवाज आई थी। फिर आके बाहर देखा तो बहुत ज्यादा फोर्स थी। हम समझे कि प्रधान जी हैं यहाँ पे, तो क्या पता उनसे मिलने उलने के लिए कोई आया होगा, ऐसा देखा। फिर हम लोग चले गए अंदर।
तो डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी यहाँ कब से रह रहे हैं, कुछ आपको?
ये सब मुझे नहीं पता, क्योंकि मैं खुद 2-3 महीने से इधर रह रहा हूँ बस।
तो क्या 3-4 महीने से मकान खाली पड़ा था?
नहीं, वो आते जाते थे, तो वो अब उनका जो रूटीन है उसके हिसाब से हम लोग कभी बाहर निकले तो दिख गए। ऐसा नहीं है कि वो खाना खा के टहलने के लिए आते हैं, कुछ भी नहीं। बस वो नमाज पढ़ने जाते थे वो कभी दिख गए, फिर जब आते थे कभी गाड़ी खड़ी करके अंदर चले गए। ऐसा हम लोग कभी यहाँ पे बाहर घूमते भी नहीं, या तो बाहर कहीं और चले जाते हैं या तो रूम में रहते हैं।
डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी की क्या परिवार यहाँ साथ में रहता था?
नहीं, सिंगल पर्सन, वो अकेले रहते थे इधर।
अकेले? क्या उम्र होगी कुछ?
एज मेरे ख्याल से उनकी तो 35 के आसपास शायद एज लग रही थी, अब ऐसे नहीं बता सकता।
Now, how did this entire terror module get busted? Well, the first arrest was made in Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Adil Ahmed was the first one who was apprehended. He was caught putting JN posters in Jammu and Kashmir. He was supporting the terror outfit of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Investigators arrested him. They not only arrested him but also made several recoveries from him. Explosives were seized, over 250 kilograms of that. A rifle was also seized from him during that arrest. Soon after, another suspect was arrested. That was Dr. Muzammil Ahmed. He was arrested from Faridabad in Haryana, where the officials reported the recovery of a rifle and nearly 2,800 kilograms of explosive materials from his possession. He is said to be employed at the Al-Falah University. The investigation has also led to the arrest of Dr. Shaheen Shahid, who was arrested late last evening. This arrest happened from Lucknow. She was also a part of the Al-Falah University. She is implicated for allegedly ferrying weapons for Dr. Muzammil. She was also reportedly associated with the same university network. The fourth doctor, the fourth individual who has now been arrested and the entire nexus is being investigated is that of Dr. Umar Nabi. He's suspected to be the suicide bomber who was driving the I-20 vehicle yesterday at the time of the blast. He was also employed with the Al-Falah University. That's perhaps where all four of them met. That further deepens the role of the university to this module as well. And if at all there are any more employees or administrators or doctors that are associated with this university that could also be involved in this plot, that is something that is now under investigation. We have some information that's now trickling in via sources. President of India, Draupadi Murmu, has spoken with Union Home Minister Amit Shah over the phone. She's spoken with him from Angola, is what we're given to understand. She has apprised herself of the blast and the aftermath of it. She asked about what exactly transpired last evening near Red Fort in Delhi and where the investigation stands at the moment. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, remember, was at the blast site late last evening. He visited the victims of the blast at the LNJP hospital as well. He has been holding several review meetings since this morning. The second one is underway currently. Is what we're learning, but at such a time, the President of India, who's not in the country, Draupadi Murmu, has taken stock of what exactly has transpired. She has dialed Union Home Minister Amit Shah from Angola to try and get details of what exactly transpired, who's responsible and what the strategy of the country is going to be. Arunima, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. Arunima, we're given to understand that the Union Home Minister has now apprised the President as well?
Yes, that is what sources are telling us, that the President, who's on a visit to Angola, she spoke to the Union Home Minister after the blast at Delhi's Red Fort, and the Home Minister apprised her about the situation, the number of casualties, people who are injured, how critical they are, and how India is responding to this latest crisis in terms of investigation and what are the leads that are available. So all of this information was shared by the Home Minister. President was assured that government of the day is taking all steps that are required to make the citizens of this country feel safe and secure.
Right, Arunima, that review meeting of the Union Home Minister, is that still underway? Do we have any details of what's exactly transpiring there?
Yes, the meeting is on. As I'm speaking to you at the Kartavya Bhavan, Home Minister is taking that review meeting. The Union Home Secretary, the Director of Intelligence Bureau, the senior officials from the NIA, including the Director General, Commissioner of Police, they're all present at that meeting. There were specific instructions that were given by the Home Minister when he took the first security review at 11 a.m. So this is the second meeting, and in between the two, a decision has already been implemented to ask NIA to take over the probe. So the NIA DG's presence here is also important. There are specific leads that are available with Uttar Pradesh ATS, with the Faridabad police, as well as Jammu and Kashmir Police. So all of them are sharing with the Home Minister and with the NIA what their suspicion is about this module and how they feel, this can be taken forward.
Right, Arunima, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. In fact, the investigation is only widening now. We are getting more details as far as the Al-Falah University network is concerned. We're learning now that several students and the dean of the department has now been questioned by the police and several agencies that are now leading a coordinated effort to probe the matter. More than 52 people have been questioned so far is what we're learning, out of which 6 have been taken into custody. Anshul, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. We'll try and get you a sense of how deep really this rot runs inside the Al-Falah University in Haryana. This is the Faridabad terror module that was busted yesterday. Several arrests have been made from Faridabad, from Uttar Pradesh as well. Now we're learning that several students and the dean of this particular university is also under the radar and has been questioned by agencies. The Al-Falah University seems to be at the center of this entire conspiracy. All of the 4 doctors that have been accused of orchestrating this attack were linked to the Al-Falah University, which is why the dean of the university is now under questioning. He is under the radar of the agencies that are looking at this terror attack. It is a coordinated effort that is being mounted by the police, by the NIA now as well. Anshul now joins us, getting us more details as well. Anshul, what more can you tell us about the investigation that's currently underway at the Al-Falah University?
Well, since this morning, there are several teams of the Faridabad police that have already gone inside the Al-Falah University and are trying to carry out a detailed interrogation as to who are the people who were close to the accused who have now been arrested, both the accused who have been arrested and the other accused who was actually, who could have been the person who was driving that vehicle. Till now, more than 52 people have already been questioned by the Faridabad police. Out of this, 6 people who were looking a bit suspicious, who were looking, who were working very closely with the 2 doctors, Dr. Shahina and Dr. Muzammil, they have been taken into custody, and further interrogation and further questioning is happening with them. Remember, CNN News 18 broke this afternoon that there is an HR who is under the suspicion at this point in time because since the last few years that he has been working over here, the number of Kashmiris that have been enrolled into this university, either in form of students or in form of lecturers or educators, that number has increased significantly. So now the Faridabad police is trying to find out if at all the administration or the said HR was also a part of this nexus where he was picking and choosing people from Kashmir and then were bringing them over here at Faridabad at the Al-Falah University, and then further operations were being conducted. Remember, Dr. Muzammil, who has been arrested from over here with more than 350 kgs of explosive materials, he has been working at the Al-Falah University for the last 3 years.
3 years. The other accused who was driving the car, Umar Muhammad, he has been working in this institute for the last 7 years. And Shahina, who has also been arrested by the J&K-based police, was working over here for the last 2.5 years. And what sources have told to CNN News 18 is that this woman was working very closely with Jaish Mohammed, and in fact was a part of the women's wing of Jaish Mohammed, and was given this specific task to go ahead and indoctrinate other people, other women to be a part of the organization, so that this entire white collar terrorism could go on under the behind the curtains. But the manner in which these exposes have happened, all their plans have failed. But to the bad luck, probably to the bad luck of the agencies, there was this one person, Dr. Umar, whom the police was searching for since the time the first arrest and Dr. Adil had happened. Since then, this person Umar was being searched, and finally, what sources are telling us that the person who could have been driving that I-20 vehicle could have been Umar himself, who was working over here at the Al-Falah University for the last more than 7 years.
Right, Anshul, do stay on with us. We have more information that's now trickling in. Even as the probe is intensifying, world leaders, nations are condemning this dastardly attack that we saw in Delhi. Afghanistan is the latest one to come out and condemn the terror attack near Red Fort in Delhi. A statement has now been issued on behalf of the Afghan administration that condemns this terror attack in Delhi, condoles the loss of lives as well. 8 people, remember, were killed in this blast yesterday. Siddhant now joins us, getting us more details. Siddhant, Afghanistan too joining the long list of countries that have sent their condolences.
Well, that's right. In fact, there's a statement which has come from the spokesperson of the Afghan government. And in fact, Afghanistan has condemned the explosion that occurred in the Red Fort area of New Delhi, claiming several lives. In fact, MOFA expresses its deep sorrow to the bereaved families as well as the government and people of India and wishes speedy recovery for the wounded. Now, since the blast, there has been support, condolences pouring in. First, it started from the embassy, ambassadors, high commissioners here in New Delhi. Now, in fact, the foreign offices, the foreign ministries of these countries have started sending condolence messages. And in fact, before this, it was Israel which has extended support to India and perhaps did mention that Israel condemns all acts of terror in the message. And now we have this statement coming from the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry of the Afghan government condemning the explosion that occurred in the Red Fort area of New Delhi. And in fact, MOFA also expresses deep sorrow to the families as well as to the government and people of India. Perhaps given the renewed ties between India and Afghanistan, the recent visit of the Foreign Minister Amir Khan Mustaqi, and also the kind of support, the political support India offered to Afghanistan during the conflict with Pakistan, perhaps given that in that context, this particular statement coming from the spokesperson is very, very significant.
Right, Siddhant, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We will continue our coverage here, trying to piece together this entire conspiracy and who the perpetrators were behind the blast in Delhi yesterday that claimed 8 lives. But it is a wrap from my side here on this edition. But don't go anywhere. Our coverage here will continue.
Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details that Intel sources have said that there could be a possible use of an IED device, and they are looking at this incident at the Red Fort as a terror attack.
Vehicle is from the Samura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us? The Pulwama connection takes us back to the ongoing investigation and the crackdown on this entire module. And the originator and the mastermind and the first arrest also happened. And there is a Pulwama connection to this, and a Jammu and Kashmir connection. Muzammil, his accomplices, the other doctors, the person in Faridabad, the Maulvi there from whom the house was rented, this guy who buys the car, and the other occupants of the car. Were they all connected and were they all linked? That's going to be the biggest question mark right now.
Co-powered by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
On the cleric whose link has now emerged to all of these doctors and those moving from Jammu and Kashmir to Al-Falah University. This is a big CNN News 18 exclusive. We are decoding this man who's becoming an important figure behind this attack, Maulvi Irfan, who seems to have played a crucial role in radicalizing these medical doctors and students. He was a paramedic in exactly this college that we were talking about, in the government medical college in Srinagar, and was in touch with all students where they all studied. Later, he was an imam in Nagaon Mosque. Remember, Nagaon is also the area where those posters...
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
On the cleric whose link has now emerged to all of these doctors and those moving from Jammu and Kashmir to Al-Falah University. This is a big CNN News 18 exclusive. We are decoding this man who's becoming an important figure behind this attack, Maulvi Irfan, who seems to have played a crucial role in radicalizing these medical doctors and students. He was a paramedic in exactly this college that we were talking about, in the Government Medical College in Srinagar, and was in touch with all students where they all studied. Later, he was an imam in Nagaon Mosque. Remember, Nagaon is also the area where those posters emerged first. So it's all really a web of link between all of these individuals and these places. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Anand, who continues to be with us. Anand.
Well, this was the question, isn't it? Who was the person and how did these educated individuals get radicalized? That question is being answered by this fact that it is Maulvi Irfan who's the link towards radicalizing all these individuals. And how? Who named Maulvi Irfan? Arif Nisar Dar, Yasirul Ashraf and Maqsood Ahmad Dar. All three of them residents of Nogam, the OGWs who are putting these posters of the Jaish. Now, why is it, how is it that they knew Maulvi Irfan? Because he is the Maulvi of the Nogam Mosque. But where was he before he became a Maulvi of this Nogam Mosque? Irfan was a paramedic teacher. He was teaching them at the paramedic college of GMC. He was a paramedical at GMC Srinagar, Government Medical College Srinagar, where he came into contact with these people, Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar, because they were all students under him. So before he moved to the Nogam Mosque as a Maulvi, he was there, and that's when he came into contact with these students with whom he continued to stay in touch via platforms like Telegram and Threema, encrypted platforms. And he was the Jaish recruiter and radicalizer. He was the one who the Jaish had recruited to try and seed these, sow these seeds of radicalization among educated minds and slowly convert them. What was he doing? Manoj Gupta getting us these details. He was in touch via VoIP or Voice over Internet Protocol. Again, encrypted platform, difficult to detect, with entities who are based in Afghanistan in Nangarhar. Nangarhar is the alternative base outside of Pakistan, training facility of the Jaish. And that's where his handlers were. And he was feeding them, again, vitriolic info, radicalizing videos, and also wartime Afghan videos which urge these men and these people to fight. Maulvi Irfan is the brains behind and the mastermind. Muzammil and Adil were the executors, whereas Shahina was the facilitator. She was the one who was supposed to collect funds. She was the benign, soft face who would perhaps get people to support them for their cause and collect funds. About 35 to 40 lakhs they had collected. But Irfan was the one who was supposed to have radicalized all these individuals, and they all received ideological guidance. Just interrupting you for a brief
minute, because we have the first pictures of those two doctors who have been arrested with 2,900 kilograms of explosives, timers and other material. The plot that they were making could have completely destabilized India and its major cities. This is Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who have been caught under the Al-Falah model. They both worked as doctors at the Al-Falah University. They all have links to this Maulvi that Anand was also describing, and possible links to Dr. Umar, who was the suspected man who was driving the car that was involved in the blast last evening, and Dr. Shaheen, that female doctor, who has also been arrested. We have more on that female doctor also that is coming in. In fact, we can play that now because Dr. Shaheen's first images have also been accessed. This is the Lucknow-based doctor who was arrested for the alleged involvement in this terror module, which is now spanning 3 states at least: Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and UP. Saharanpur, Faridabad, Pulwama, Nagaon and Anantnag, Srinagar, all of these cities that are being mapped as far as this entire plot is concerned. One blast has been executed, but what we know from the agencies, of course, or from the findings and the discoveries, is that plan was much, much larger. Much, much larger, possibly multiple attacks and multiple blasts were being planned. They're all doctors by profession. This is what has shocked many. It's not entirely surprising. Not the first time a doctor or an engineer has been found to be involved in a terror plot or terror attack, but it has still shocked many because this shows that radicalization has nothing to do with your background, with your opportunities, with your financial status or your educational status. Yes, and then coming back to you, first images accessed by CNN News 18 of those 3 doctors who are at the heart of those massive discoveries made by the police. and others.
But they have been radicalized since the time they were students. To complete your MBBS and to become doctors, it takes 4 to 5 years. And then for the last 3-4 years, they've been also in practice. But all through, they have been in touch with Maulvi Irfan. And Irfan was a teacher, was a paramedical at GMC, and where all of them were students. There is Umar Nabi or Dr. Umar Nabi, who's the fourth in this, who's also involved, and they were all at the same place. And then Irfan, from being a paramedical, becomes a Maulvi and moves to the Nogam Mosque, from where the OGWs are pasting posters. So he is actually, over the years, busy sowing seeds of radicalization.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
On the cleric whose link has now emerged to all of these doctors and those moving from Jammu and Kashmir to Al-Falah University. This is a big CNN News 18 exclusive. We are decoding this man who's becoming an important figure behind this attack, Maulvi Irfan, who seems to have played a crucial role in radicalizing these medical doctors.
The last owner of this used vehicle is from the Samura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us?
These people are executioners, facilitators, planners, etc. But the mastermind is Maulvi Irfan, who has instigated them.
It's a joint link between Jaish and ISIS are coming and clubbing together for something like what happened in Delhi yesterday.
Targeting women who are professionals, who are highly educated, has been a modus operandi that terror groups have been following some time now.
How suspected to have
Very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. We continue to bring you all the live and latest updates on the Delhi car blast that shook the entire nation yesterday. But before that, we bring you the headlines. We're tracking this up. Prime Minister Narendra Modi makes a statement of intent from Bhutan, says agencies will go to the root of conspiracy, vows to not spare the perpetrators. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has chaired round 2 of a high-level security review meeting at his residence. The National Investigation Agency has taken over the Delhi terror blast investigation. The I-20 used in the Delhi blast was illegally registered under Dr. Omar Nabi's name. Omar's kin now detained for questioning by police in Pulwama. More proof emerges of the Faridabad link. CNN News 18 accesses CCTV footage of the I-20 car from October 29 in Faridabad. Blast car seen undergoing pollution check. Dr. Shaheen Shahid on radar of probe agency. Sources say she funded the attack linked to Al-Falah network under Lens. From Rauf Asgar's threat warning attacks in India to anti-India posters in Kashmir, Jaish link to Delhi terror blast under investigation as well. Israel and Afghanistan condemn Delhi terror blast, stand with India in fight against terrorism. It's a high-stakes battle as final phase of polling gets underway in Bihar. Stand by for the biggest exit poll coverage on CNN News 18. The Supreme Court is seeking ECI's response on pleas against voter roll revision terms issue, one of rectification and non-violation.
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, वहाँ तक सीने पे धड़कन की आवाज़ गई।
high-intensity explosion occurred in a slow-moving Hyundai i20 car at a traffic signal near the Red Fort metro station around 6:52 p.m. on Monday evening. The Delhi Police, National Investigation Agency and National Security Guard are coordinating the entire probe as we speak. Investigators have established a direct link to a terror module recently busted in Faridabad, Haryana, where nearly 2,900 kilograms of explosives, including ammonium nitrate, were seized just hours before the Delhi blast. The seized material and the material used in the Delhi blast are suspected to be the same. Meanwhile, the Delhi police have registered an FIR and invoked UAPA in this case. The Union Home Minister is already chairing a second review meet shortly, and CNN News 18's Ananda Rasaman breaks down this entire terror trail as has been accessed by CNN News 18 listening.
CNN News 18 is going to try and piece together the entire trail of dominoes which allowed the security forces to try and unravel and unveil this entire trail of a terror plot that has now come to the fore, viewers. This is critical to understand that the 10-11 attacks of Delhi were planned by a radical mullah who has been in the garb of an educator and also then a Maulvi, radicalizing young impressionable minds, and that too educated minds, to turn them into white-collar terrorists. And this is nothing but the instigations and the radical thought processes of the Jaish. Now let's understand how it happened. The trail of what investigators now call white-collar terror module, or the Pulwama module, began to unfold in mid-October, when around the 17th of October 2025, there were posters, a chain of events that would eventually lead to one of the biggest terror crackdowns of the year. It started in Naugam, where posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed's message were put out, and they appeared overnight. A chilling reminder of the terror outfit's continuing propaganda across the valley. Now, one of these posters, usually what happens is they stick the poster, take an image, and then they remove the poster to avoid censure or being caught. But one of these OGWs forgot to take off the posters, and the posters remain. It alerted the agencies. The agencies then, within days, 3 OGWs were linked to this terror network. They were arrested or detained in Jammu and Kashmir. Further interrogation hinted at a much larger network that is currently operating. By the end of October, the investigation scope widened. Authorities questioned Maulvi Irfan Ahmad, took him into custody. He now is the key radicalizer. He is the one who is brainwashing these youth, because he was, now we CNN News 18 realizes and understands that he was a paramedic at the Srinagar Medical College, where all these terrorists now were students. And from there, he's been in touch with them. He moved on to become the Maulvi at the Naugam Mosque, where these OGWs were also regularly going for prayers. He is the ideological link in this entire growing chain. In the first week of November, Zamir Ahangar was also brought in for questioning. The focus now shifting towards a network of educated operatives, individuals, sympathizers who are highly radicalized and being motivated by Maulvi Irfan. Then came the breakthrough. During interrogation, Dr. Adil Ahmad, already in custody from Saharanpur, revealed a deeper conspiracy, one that pointed investigators towards Faridabad. So how did Adil Ahmad come under the radar? Because of this entire poster incident from Naugam. They realized that this person is in Kazigand. He is also part of this network who is connected with Maulvi Irfan and Zamir Ahangar. Adil, during interrogation, talks about Faridabad, and days later the Faridabad model was busted. Jammu and Kashmir Police coming in, working with the Haryana Police, raids are conducted. That leads to recovery of not just weapons but a massive quantity of explosive making material, including ammonium nitrate, nearly 3 tons of explosive making material, confirming fears of a coordinated terror plan and a series of terror attacks that were being planned. On 9th of November, the investigators seizing over 2,900 kilograms of explosive material in Faridabad from the Fatehpur Taga village. The first cache was caught from the Dhauj village, all around this Al-Falah University, where now the key accused, Dr. Umar Nabi, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil and Dr. Shaheen, all of them were operating or working in. Now, one of the largest seizures in recent history. The next morning, 2 more doctors, including Dr. Shaheen Shaheed, were arrested. Both were linked to the Al-Falah University and now under intense scrutiny for the alleged infiltration by this entire module. The fourth suspect, Umar Nabi, believed to be the suicide operative, managed to evade capture and he was on the run. The authorities were closing in on him. That evening, on the evening of November 10th, a powerful blast near Delhi's Red Fort, leaving 8 people dead and several injured. Early forensic reports confirmed that the same I-20 which Dr. Nabi was using was used in the attack, and the trail went back to Pulwama. Aides and friends of Nabi by the name of Amir Rashid, Umar Rashid and Tariq, all of them involved in purchase or a dodgy purchase of this car, which was continuously being used by these individuals who continue to operate in Faridabad at the Al Falah University. The I-20 car has been seen at multiple times in the run-up. They paid their challans, they did their PUC, but their registration certificate here at CNN News 18 was shown was fake. Now this entire terror trail has been pieced together. The originators or the ideological fountainhead is the Jaish, because Maulvi Irfan was in touch with the Jaish operating out of Nangarhar via Threema, Telegram and also VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol. And he was using these platforms to also send radical material to these students who he had cultivated over the last many years. That's how this entire module now shaped, and we pieced it all together to bring to you the entire story. How a small investigation, a small piece of information stumbled upon on the 17th of October leads to the crackdown of one of the most elaborate white-collar terror modules in recent times.
All right, getting in breaking inputs from Kashmir in the wake of the Red Fort terror attack and its links to Jammu and Kashmir terror cells, the LG Manoj Sinha has chaired a high-level security review meeting in Srinagar. That's a breaking input we are bringing to you. Remember, all the entire country remains on high alert, but particularly there's focus on Delhi, of course, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, the neighboring states, and all the way to Jammu and Kashmir. Ishan Wani brings me those breaking inputs. He's joining us on the broadcast. Ishan, what are you learning in terms of the security alert that's been issued, not just across the valley, but also in Jammu? Remember, the Yatris are also very much there. There is Katra, which is serving as a base camp. So what is the agenda of the security review meeting?
Well, it's clear that the Lieutenant Governor since few years have given clear instructions that no one should be spared when it comes to dealing with such incidents, and particularly the cases of terror. And he was immediately called, meeting was chaired by him with the top officials of J&K Police security establishment to give him a briefing about how the situation has been and what are the details so far that have been done, because they have been working hard to destroy the ecosystem, and that is something which has been on the priority of the administration to ensure that those who have been able to, who are responsible for orchestrating, funding and funneling any of these activities, that they should be taken to task and they should not be spared. And that's a whole government approach, and that's why Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha chaired a meeting today at Raj Bhavan to ensure that the peace prevails and they're able to bring any such people who could be further out of this investigation for now to justice, and those who are responsible, a stringent action is taken against them. The clues and leads are there. The police is establishing them. He was also possibly briefed about how the situation is, what are the steps being taken in Jammu and Kashmir, because he is the head of J&K when it comes to security matters, and he heads the security apparatus of Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why his meeting with security officials becomes important. He has been trying to ensure that he gives clear and strict instruction to officials to deal with any such elements with an iron fist.
Stay with me, Ishan. We have some more inputs to bring to our viewers. Important that we also highlight how the investigators were able to map the complete route of the Hyundai I-20 that was used in the Delhi blast. Reports have indicated that this has been a Fedayeen attack, but let's piece it together. Those critical moments from over 50 CCTV cameras across the capital that were pieced together by various agencies that worked overnight to scan through these CCTV footages. The suspect vehicle was first spotted on camera in Faridabad around 7:20 a.m. According to the timeline, the car entered Delhi around 8 a.m., crossing into the city, that too through the Badarpur border. Just 20 minutes later, the car is captured on CCTV yet again, this time at an Okhla petrol pump. By 1 p.m., the vehicle was captured on CCTV near the Kashmiri Gate, later seen moving through Daryaganj and eventually reaching the Sunehri Masjid around 3:19 p.m. in the afternoon. The car was parked between 3:19 p.m. and it remained parked till 6:48 p.m. moments before the explosion. At 6:52 p.m. to be precise, the blast occurred near the Red Fort. Investigators are now reconstructing this entire route using the CCTV footages and technical data to determine who was behind the wheel and what transpired during those final minutes. Those are some key critical questions that remain unanswered. But remember, the agencies are all burning the midnight oil to find answers to those questions. On that note, bringing you some more breaking inputs. Uttar Pradesh ATS is in fact, along with Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Lucknow Police, conducting joint raids at several locations in Lucknow. As we've also highlighted to you, the neighbouring states to the national capital are on high alert. That includes not just Haryana, even Uttar Pradesh. And what we can tell you right now, several joint raids being conducted in locations in Lucknow. Now, these, what we are being told, are in coordination with the Uttar Pradesh Police ATS, Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Lucknow Police, all of them conducting those joint raids. This especially after Dr. Shaheen has been arrested from Lucknow. Reports are indicating that she could perhaps also be involved in the funding of this entire terror attack. Most importantly, the use of females in these terror modules is now becoming even more active, something that has been observed in the past as well, whether it's the PFI, whether it is the ISIS or the Al-Qaeda. Now, this kind of a transnational interstate terror module hinting that this could have been a pan-India exercise. But as of now, what we can tell you is that the Uttar Pradesh Police, along with the ATS and the Jammu and Kashmir Police, are conducting joint raids at several locations in Lucknow. Anshul joins me live on the broadcast with more inputs. Anshul, if you could give us a sense of what is the agenda behind these raids, what locations have been zeroed in by the authorities?
Well, Dr. Shahina, who has been arrested by the Jammu Kashmir Police yesterday itself, in fact, she was being questioned by the JKP for the past many days. Remember, the assault rifle that was recovered was recovered from the vehicle of Dr. Shahina herself, the Swift vehicle, and along with that, magazines were also recovered. Now, yesterday, the Jammu Kashmir Police decided to go ahead and take her into custody and eventually arrest her. Post that, these SOPs are being followed, where the searches are being conducted at the places where Dr. Shahina used to stay or had any connections with. One of those places is this Al-Fatah University, in which yet again there has been searches that has been going on since morning itself. And apart from that, her native place in Lucknow, her parents, her family, her friends, all of them are being questioned at this point in time to figure out if at all they knew that she was a part of this larger nexus that was propagating their thoughts over here, specifically in North India, and the manner in which they got in touch with these two other doctors from Jammu and Kashmir, who were yet again faculties over here in the same university. Now, what sources have confirmed to CNN News 18 is that Shahina was given a very specific task. She was a part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed women's module, and she was given this very specific task that she should not only help the others in transporting of these contrabands or assault weapons, but also she would help in going ahead and influencing more people, more women inside the university as well. And that is particularly the reason that both JKP Police, Faridabad Police and the central agencies have all zeroed down to this university over here, where they have already questioned more than 50 people from the university. 6 people have been taken into custody, where further questioning is happened over here in Faridabad.
Stay with me, stay with me. Let's quickly, in fact, bring in more breaking inputs coming in from Lucknow itself. Staying with Lucknow, what we are learning, as Anshul was highlighting, that these joint raids are currently being conducted by the NIA, the ATS and the Jammu and Kashmir Police. All of them have arrived at the residence of Dr. Shaheen Shahid in connection with the Delhi car blast case. As we've been highlighting, that Dr. Shaheen is going to play a very critical role in the overall investigation, not just because the role that women have been playing in these terror modules, but remember, as Anshul was highlighting, she's also suspected to have been playing a critical role in the transfer of this kind of weaponry, could perhaps also be involved with the funding. The questioning of Dr. Shaheen's father is also on. Let's quickly go across to Eshan Wani, who's joining me on the broadcast. He continues to stay with us. So, let's talk about Dr. Shaheen first. Who is she? Why is her interrogation so critical at the moment as we speak? Ishan, remember, her father is already being interrogated, but much is being talked about the role that Dr. Shaheen has played in this entire car blast case.
Akansha, if you recall, yesterday we were reporting from the vehicle which was recovered near that rented accommodation, and from where the weapon was recovered. It belongs to Shaheen, and she is the one on whose name that HR vehicle is registered. It's different from the one which carried out an attack, and that's where her first link emerged. And then later on, investigation found that they were close. She was very close with Muzammil, and from there the investigation picked up. She was detained later on and then arrested, questioned, and sources indicating that she could be the one who was also trying to gather funds, money, because police has said that they were trying to get money from professionals, academicians, and others to to say that they are crowdsourcing funds to help people to manage some houses, to ensure that they help poor people. But that money, according to police, was reaching to those hands who were giving them transportation, who were helping them logistically, providing and buying of IED material and buying of weapons, and that's what the money was used for.
Okay.
So the entire investigation, this clue is important, and that's why the NIA, J&K Police and the ATS is at her residence.
Stay with me, Ishan and Anshul, because as you rightly highlighted, Dr. Shaheen's interrogation is going to prove very critical for this entire investigation. Perhaps also piece together the connect between the Jammu and Kashmir and the Delhi module. The crucial terror link is Dr. Shaheen at the moment, not only because she's a woman doctor from Lucknow, she's linked to the Al-Falah network as well. It's being suspected that perhaps the university and the lab in Al-Falah could have also been used to produce RDX. The link between Delhi and Kashmir module could only emerge after the entire interrogation of Dr. Shaheen. She made multiple visits to Kashmir, as something was being highlighted by Ishan also. She collected funds for the group, an AK rifle recovered from her car as well. She's used her profession to dodge scrutiny. That's a very critical point that we must take forward with Ishan and Anshul. So let's quickly go back to Ishan before I take that question with Anshul as well. So Ishan, if I could come back to you on the role of white-collar terrorism that we are looking at now, this kind of radicalization. Many are saying that terrorism has moved from the mountains to the mind. Is the Delhi car blast bearing testament to this kind of white-collar terrorism?
Well, yes, this is not new. These outfits have been trying to ensure that they take the cream out of the society, and those who are professional, young minds, who they can dilute and then take on quote-unquote what they call mission to destabilize India. Because yesterday when you saw the press release come in, there were two important points that we have to learn from that. One was that there was a mention of ISIS, which is a different ideology, and then Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is a different ideology. Jaish is focused on Kashmir. They want Jammu and Kashmir to be separated from India, while the ISIS is about global jihad and spread of Islam across the globe, and they want to do it through the might of the force. So these two different ideologies who never fit in came together, and that's what the police press release said. But when we read it, as a journalist, you will get alerted that these two different outfits have come together. They might have had differences, but it seemed like to ensure that they get the best of the society and they're able to work in a very closely knitted atmosphere where the person who is not trustworthy is not taken inside, or a person who they believe can harm their cause, quote-unquote cause, they will never take them inside that group. And that's why you see professionals, somebody who has had a track record of being a doctor. Some of them have had the best of medical records in terms of their education. Some of them have pursued well and performed well during their MBBS studies. But then you see that certainly radicalization, how their minds are changed, how their thinking is changed, and they're brought on a path where they're made enemy of their own country. So that is what is alarming and alerting, and one has to see that what happens in the next coming days, because that is something which is concerning for the officials in Jammu and Kashmir.
Absolutely. Let me quickly go back to Anshul. Anshul, taking that point forward as was being made by Ishan also over there. You're looking at, say, a time frame of less than a month, because remember, the posters first surfaced on October 19 in Nowshera, and by 10th of November, the blast had already taken place. Investigators are also of the view that this is the same kind of playbook now shaping up, like the way we've seen the ISI resort to attacks back in the 90s and the 2000s as well. Why should Indian agencies now be concerned, given that this perhaps could just be the beginning of a transnational terror module that investigating agencies are looking at?
Well, this is a massive, massive wake-up call for the intelligence agencies and for all the agencies that are looking into this entire matter. There are some things that have been found different, which is not according to the experience specifically of Delhi police. First of all, the white-collar terrorism, the cream of the society, as Ishan was mentioning, that the cream of the society is being handpicked, and then they are being brainwashed to take up this fight for so-called jihad. Whereas the other point that should be noted is the kind of explosive that has been used. Generally, even IED or RDX that is used, there are splinters, there are wires that are placed in that explosive device, so that once it explodes, it could hurt more and more people. But this time around, instead of using that kind of bomb, a sophisticated technology was utilized, in which
अरे उनको गेट पे आ जाने दो, गेट पे आने दो,
अरे ऐसे नहीं हो पाएगी, ऐसे नहीं हो पाएगी। हमें कहना था सब बता दिया आप लोग को। एक आदमी क्या बातचीत हुई है दादा? हमारे घर की तलाशी हुई है बस, और कुछ नहीं। घर की तलाशी में क्या क्या तलाशी? कुछ नहीं नीचे करो, कुछ नहीं मिला। शायद जी आपके कितने बच्चे हैं? सुनिए, आप बाहर कितने बच्चे हैं आपके? आपके मीडिया वालों को हम सब बता चुके हैं। अरे वो मीडिया गई, वो मीडिया गई, उससे उसके हम नहीं बताएंगे। अभी क्या बात? हम बार नहीं बताएंगे, एक बार और बताएंगे, नहीं बताएंगे। आप कोर्ट से ऑर्डर ले आइए तो भी नहीं बताएंगे। क्या बात हुई है? हमें कुछ नहीं कहना है। अभी क्या बात हुई? हमें कुछ कहना ही नहीं है।
All right, so let's quickly go back to Anshul, who continues to stay with us. Those are, in fact, the press over there outside the residence of Dr. Shahid's father. He's completely refused to speak to the press. He's saying that even if you come up with a court order, I will not share any details. The police were not able to find anything in my house. My house has no such arms and ammunition that they were looking for. Anshul continues to stay with us. Anshul, the interrogation of Dr. Shaheen's father has already happened. Doesn't seem that they've been able to find anything. But what does this speak? The way these white-collared, radicalized individuals have been operating in isolation, because remember, many families that Ishan also reached out to of these individuals who are allegedly involved, their family members were equally unaware.
Well, definitely, this is absolutely surprising to see, and as you rightly mentioned, that Ishan spoke to all those family members of those people who were stationed in Pahalgam, and they also said that they had no idea that something like this was happening, and this is becoming a massive challenge for the intelligence agencies as well, because remember, this is for the first time that white-collar terrorists have been seen on ground, have been seen trying to carry out such a massive operation, specifically out here in the national capital and the NCR region. Apart from that, it is also very pertinent to note that the kind of explosives that has been used, these are sophisticated explosives and not normal IEDs or RDX-laden bombs that are generally used by terrorists, because this time around the carter that should have been found, that was not seen on ground. There should be sharpeners, there should be wires that should be in those IEDs. That was something that was not there. Probably a small quantity of explosives were used, and the explosion was amplified, is what sources are telling us, is that the explosion was amplified by the specific use of a CNG tank that was behind the vehicle. The vehicle was selected specifically because of its CNG features, because of CNG, the inflammable material increases. So the quantity of the bomb could be explosive materials that could have been used could have been lesser, but the explosive materials that were present inside the vehicle, such as the CNG tank, such as the fuel tank of the vehicle, these were something that were present over there, and that is probably the reason why the explosion happened on the rear end of the vehicle when the person was driving that vehicle alone, all by himself. So definitely there are a lot of new experiences for the agencies to learn from this, but definitely the manner in which this case has opened up, it is definitely a massive wake-up call, because if at all that CCTV would not have come out where people were seen pasting those posters in Kashmir, then probably this entire nexus would not have come out, and probably a much larger attack could have happened on the soils of a country, or probably in the national capital itself.
Absolutely, and we still don't know how many more terror modules are thriving in the country. Remember, this could perhaps just be the beginning of unraveling of many of those terror modules. But News 18's Rishabh Mani spoke to one of the neighbors of Dr. Athar Parvez Ansar, as we've been talking about, whether it's the family members or even the neighbors. All of them seem to have been extremely ignorant of their activities, because it seems that this kind of radicalization has been happening in isolation. Listening to the kind of reactions that have come.
देखिए, मैं इस वक्त राजधानी लखनऊ के मड़ियाव इलाके के मुतक्कीपुर गांव में मौजूद हूं, और यहां पर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और यूपी एटीएस की एक टीम ने सुबह 6 बजे छापेमारी की है। डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी का ये घर है जहां पर छापेमारी हुई है। डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी यहां की एक जो प्राइवेट मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी है, इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी से एसोसिएटेड हैं। ये चीज हालांकि कोई नहीं बता पा रहा कि वहां पर वो एक डॉक्टर के तौर पर काम करते हैं या वहां पर पढ़ाते हैं। डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी के इस घर का ताला तोड़ा गया है। ताला तोड़कर यूपी एटीएस और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की टीमें अंदर दाखिल हुई हैं। उन्होंने अंदर सर्च किया है और उसके बाद ये पुलिस अपना ताला लगाकर यहां से गई है। आसपास के लोगों से हमने जो बातचीत की है, उनका ये कहना है कि डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी रात में आते थे और सुबह सुबह फिर निकल जाते थे, और इस कार का इस्तेमाल वो आने जाने में कर रहे थे। और जब हालांकि इस इलाके के लोगों को कहना है कि 3-4 महीने से इस घर में ताला बंद है, लेकिन इस कार को देखकर ऐसा नहीं लगता कि इसको काफी दिनों से इस्तेमाल ना किया गया हो। ऐसा देख के लग रहा है कि हाँ, इसका इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। और इसके ऊपर इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का ये गेट पास भी लगा हुआ है, जिससे बात साफ हो जाती है कि डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी से एसोसिएटेड हैं। ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि यहां से छापेमारी के बाद जो एटीएस और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की टीम है वो इंटीग्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए निकल गई है। ये बात भी सामने आई है कि जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और यूपी एटीएस की एक टीम राजधानी लखनऊ के खंदारी बाजार इलाके में गई है। ये बताया जा रहा है कि खंदारी बाजार इलाके के ही मूल रूप से रहने वाली है डॉक्टर शाहीन शाहिद, जिसको गिरफ्तार किया गया है। पर कितने बजे यहाँ पर पुलिस की टीम आई होगी?
8:30 का हमने अलार्म लगाया था उठने के लिए, क्योंकि कॉलेज जाना रहता है। उसी के बाद हम लोग दूध लेके आए अंदर, उसी के बाद गाड़ी की आवाज आई थी। फिर आके बाहर देखा तो बहुत ज्यादा फोर्स थी। हम समझे कि प्रधान जी हैं यहाँ पे, तो क्या पता उनसे मिलने उलने के लिए कोई आया होगा, ऐसा देखा। फिर हम लोग चले गए अंदर।
तो डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी यहाँ कब से रह रहे हैं, कुछ आपको?
ये सब मुझे नहीं पता, क्योंकि मैं खुद 2-3 महीने से इधर रह रहा हूँ बस।
तो क्या 3-4 महीने से मकान खाली पड़ा था?
नहीं, वो आते जाते थे, तो वो अब उनका जो रूटीन है उसके हिसाब से हम लोग कभी बाहर निकले तो दिख गए। ऐसा नहीं है कि वो खाना खा के टहलने के लिए आते हैं, कुछ भी नहीं। बस वो नमाज पढ़ने जाते थे, वो कभी दिख गए, फिर जब आते थे कभी गाड़ी खड़ी करके अंदर चले गए। ऐसा हम लोग कभी यहाँ पे बाहर घूमते भी नहीं, या तो बाहर कहीं और चले जाते हैं या तो रूम में रहते हैं।
डॉक्टर परवेज अंसारी की क्या परिवार यहाँ साथ में रहता था?
नहीं, सिंगल पर्सन, वो अकेले रहते थे इधर।
अकेले? क्या उम्र होगी कुछ?
एज मेरे ख्याल से उनकी तो 35 के आसपास शायद एज लग रही थी, अब ऐसे नहीं बता सकता।
The last owner of this used vehicle is from the Samura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us?
These people are executioners, facilitators, planners, etc. But the mastermind is Maulvi Irfan, who has instigated them.
It's a joint link between Jaish and ISIS are coming and clubbing together for something like what happened in Delhi yesterday.
Targeting women who are professionals, who are highly educated, has been a modus operandi that terror groups have been following some time now.
How suspected to have
Co-powered by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
On the cleric whose link has now emerged to all of these doctors and those moving from Jammu and Kashmir to Al-Falah University. This is a big CNN News 18 exclusive. We are decoding this man who's becoming an important figure behind this attack, Maulvi Irfan, who seems to have played a crucial role in radicalizing these medical doctors and students. He was a paramedic in exactly this college that we were talking about, in the Government Medical College in Srinagar, and was in touch with all students where they all studied. Later, he was an imam in Nagaon Mosque. Remember, Nagaon is also the area where those posters emerged first. So it's all really a web of link between all of these individuals and these places. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Anand, who continues to be with us. Anand.
Well, this was the question, isn't it? Who was the person and how did these educated individuals get radicalized? That question is being answered by this fact that it is Maulvi Irfan who's the link towards radicalizing all these individuals. And how? Who named Maulvi Irfan? Arif Nisar Dar, Yasirul Ashraf and Maqsood Ahmad Dar. All three of them residents of Nogam, the OGWs who are putting these posters of the Jaish. Now, why is it, how is it that they knew Maulvi Irfan? Because he is the Maulvi of the Nogam Mosque. But where was he before he became a Maulvi of this Nogam Mosque? Irfan was a paramedic teacher. He was teaching them at the paramedic college of GMC. He was a paramedical at GMC Srinagar, Government Medical College Srinagar, where he came into contact with these people, Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar, because they were all students under him. So before he moved to the Nogam Mosque as a Maulvi, he was there, and that's when he came into contact with these students with whom he continued to stay in touch via platforms like Telegram and Threema, encrypted platforms. And he was the Jaish recruiter and radicalizer. He was the one who the Jaish had recruited to try and seed these, sow these seeds of radicalization among educated minds and slowly convert them. What was he doing? Manoj Gupta getting us these details. He was in touch via VoIP or Voice over Internet Protocol. Again, encrypted platform, difficult to detect, with entities who are based in Afghanistan in Nangarhar. Nangarhar is the alternative base outside of Pakistan, training facility of the Jaish. And that's where his handlers were. And he was feeding them, again, vitriolic info, radicalizing videos, and also wartime Afghan videos which urge these men and these people to fight. Maulvi Irfan is the brains behind and the mastermind. Muzammil and Adil were the executors, whereas Shahina was the facilitator. She was the one who was supposed to collect funds. She was the benign, soft face who would perhaps get people to support them for their cause and collect funds. About 35 to 40 lakhs they had collected. But Irfan was the one who was supposed to have radicalized all these individuals, and they all received ideological
for
guidance.
A brief minute, because we have the first pictures of those two doctors who have been arrested with 2,900 kilograms of explosives, timers and other material. The plot that they were making could have completely destabilized India and its major cities. This is Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who have been caught under the Al-Falah model. They both worked as doctors at the Al-Falah University. They all have links to this Maulvi that Anand was also describing, and possible links to Dr. Umar, who was the suspected man who was driving the car that was involved in the blast last evening, and Dr. Shaheen, that female doctor who has also been arrested. We have more on that female doctor also that is coming in. In fact, we can play that now because Dr. Shaheen's first images have also been accessed. This is the Lucknow-based doctor who was arrested for the alleged involvement in this terror module, which is now spanning 3 states at least: Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and UP. Saharanpur, Faridabad, Pulwama, Nagaum, and Anantnag, Srinagar, all of these cities that are being mapped as far as this entire plot is concerned. One blast has been executed, but what we know from the agencies, of course, or from the findings and the discoveries, is that plan was much, much larger. Much larger, possibly multiple attacks and multiple blasts were being planned. They're all doctors by profession. This is what has shocked many. It's not entirely surprising. Not the first time a doctor or an engineer has been found to be involved in a terror plot or terror attack, but it has still shocked many because this shows that radicalization has nothing to do with your background, with your opportunities, with your financial status or your educational status. Yes, Anand, coming back to you, first images accessed by CNN News 18 of those 3 doctors who are at the heart of those massive discoveries made by the police and others.
But they have been radicalized since the time they were students. To complete your MBBS and to become doctors, it takes 4 to 5 years. And then for the last 3-4 years, they've been also in practice. But all through, they have been in touch with
Welcome back. The deadly Red Fort blast that shook Delhi and claimed at least 8 lives has now drawn the immediate attention of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh. Prime Minister Modi, while speaking from Bhutan, in fact, even said that the conspirators behind the Red Fort were there and that India will not spare those. But we are getting in some breaking inputs at the moment. Another set of CCTV visuals of that I-20 car that was the car behind the car blast in Delhi has now finally surfaced. This CCTV footage is from the Badarpur toll plaza. Remember, it was at around 8:15 a.m. that this car entered Delhi from the Badarpur toll plaza. That very moment has been captured while this Hyundai I-20 was entering the national capital from that toll plaza at Badarpur. Those are the visuals on your screen. The suspect, Omar, is even seen in the CCTV visuals. Remember, these CCTV footages that CNN News 18 has been bringing to you have all been captured by various authorities, from the Delhi police to the NIA. All of them have been working together in tandem overnight, piecing together over 200 footages of these CCTV camera clips. The suspect, Omar, is wearing a mask, as you can see in that footage. The CCTV footage is from 8:13 a.m. to be precise, because remember, it was at 8:15 a.m. that this I-20 entered Delhi from Badarpur. This is when Omar was behind the wheel. He can be spotted in these CCTV visuals that we are bringing to you from the Badarpur toll plaza while entering Delhi from this toll plaza. Earlier, the suspect Omar's I-20 car passed in front of the Asian hospital. That is between 7 and 7:30 a.m. when the car was spotted in front of the Asian hospital in Faridabad at 7 a.m. This footage that we are bringing to you is from yesterday, 10th of November at 8:13 a.m. at the Badarpur toll plaza. Let's quickly go across to Anshul, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Anshul, a very, very important piece of CCTV footage being accessed by the authorities over there. This clearly is going to play a very pivotal and critical role in piecing together the entire modus operandi of yesterday's blast.
Well, definitely, this will clear out 2 things. The first thing is that the police will be able to find out from where were these explosives picked up, if at all these were picked up from the locations that were actually seized by the Haryana police and Jammu Kashmir police yesterday itself, or were there some other centers that were made to keep smaller quantities of explosives aside, because this is just one person who was at the run for the past at least a week and a half since the time this investigation was going on, and he had these explosives in his hand. Apart from that, what sources in the police have also told us that a detonator was also used. So from where were these materials sourced? This entire route that is being charted out by the authorities at this point in time, this will clear this out, that from where these explosive materials and the detonators were picked up, and then eventually what routes were taken. As we have told our viewers that first the first spotting of the said vehicle happened inside Faridabad near Asian Hospital at 7:20 a.m. Then they cross the Badarpur border. Then they get into New Delhi and refuel their tanks from Okhla itself, and then take the outer ring road towards Kashmiri Gate, and then from Daryaganj side they reach towards the Suneri Masjid parking, where they parked the vehicle for 3 hours, waited for the crowd to gather over there so that more and more people could gather. And as soon as the peak hours of the national capital started, which is approximately between 6:45 to at least 8 p.m. It is at that point that at 6:55 he went ahead.
It also, the entire piecing together of these CCTV footages is raising some very critical unanswered questions at the moment. What was Omar doing for these 3 hours between say 3 p.m. and that 6:48 p.m. when the car was eventually detonated? A. B. How could he escape so many security checks? Were there security checks at all? You're looking at a toll plaza. You're looking at, say, a critical area like the Red Fort, where we've seen there's heavy police barricading, and yet he managed to escape.
Well, if you look at the modus operandi that has been applied, this is unlike any other blast in which huge amounts of explosive materials are used. In this particular case, apart from the material that was used to make sure that the explosion is of a large intensity, a CNG vehicle was utilized. The petrol tanks were absolutely full, which meant that whenever a blast happened, specifically in the rear end of the vehicle, this will have a massive impact, because flammable material, apart from the explosive material that is inside the vehicle, that will have an impact on having a larger explosion. So this is a new kind of modus operandi that has been utilized this time around, and that is the reason why that they were able to escape through all these CCTV footages, all these CCTVs, and then also park themselves inside a parking at the Suneri Masjid, and that is a fresh challenge for the authorities at this point in time to somewhere or the other work intelligently and make sure that such terrorists are not allowed to gather such huge amount of explosive material.
Even though Omar Nabi is being treated as the suspected Fidaiin killer over here in this entire blast case, but the ownership of the I-20 is also come to the forefront. Why so?
Well, if you look at this vehicle is very suspicious in itself, and this is also a part of their planning, that the vehicle that they will utilize, that the authorities should not be able to reach the owner very easily. The first owner was Salman. He sold it to another person in Gurugram, and then that person sold it to a third person in Faridabad, and then eventually this was taken by Amir himself on the name of Tariq, who is unknown to him and is a part of this entire nexus. So they were creating these webs to make sure that the authorities, even if they are able to find the vehicle, they are not able to reach the owners very easily. Another thing that is very pertinent to note, that the documents were all legitimate. We have seen those CCTV footages where the pollution of the vehicle was being done. The vehicle had a valid insurance just to make sure that no police officer actually stops them or frisks them if at all they do not have their valid papers. So all those papers were also made. So this entire plan was made in such a way that an unsuspicious vehicle, an I-20, which is a very common vehicle out here in the national capital and across the country as well, that vehicle was used. That vehicle had a CNG tank, which was also filled to the capacity, so that more flammable material should be present inside the vehicle. Once the explosion happened, all these things came together, and then eventually this massive blast happened, in which at least 6 to 7 vehicles got damaged and several people got injured and lost their lives.
Thanks to you, Anshul, for bringing us all those inputs. As and when more information keeps trickling in, we will keep coming back to you and Ishan. But important to highlight right now, just overnight, how the Faridabad module has been busted by all of these agencies, whether you're looking at the Jammu and Kashmir Police all the way to the Haryana Police or the Delhi Police and the NIA. It all began began on 27th of October when posters supporting the JEM or Jaish-e-Mohammed surfaced in Srinagar. On 28th of October and up until 3rd of November, 3 overground terror workers were also arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir Police. By then, they had already swung into action and the entire investigation had started moving beyond Jammu and Kashmir. What happened between 3rd and 5th of November? The OGWs reveal a link to Maulvi Irfan. Remember, he's the kingpin. He's the man who radicalized the Kashmir doctors, 3 of them. And these were the doctors who orchestrated the entire plan. Between 3rd and 5th of November, the Jammu and Kashmir Police nab Maulvi Irfan. It is during the interrogation when they are led all the way to Faridabad, even Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. Between 3rd and 5th of November, Maulvi Irfan has revealed these leads of the 3 doctors involved in the Faridabad module, including Dr. Adil, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Shaheen. Remember, she is the lady doctor who has been arrested from Lucknow. Between 5th and 7th of November, again, joint teams nabbed Dr. Adil Ahmed from Saharanpur. Dr. Adil had fled from GMC Anantnag with an AK-56 rifle which was discovered in his locker as well. Between 6th and 8th of November, Maulvi Irfan reveals the role of his aide Zamir Angar, who leads the probe team to then Dr. Muzammil in Faridabad. Yesterday in the morning, the entire cache of close to 2,900 kilograms of bomb-making paraphernalia was recovered from 2 rooms in Faridabad. On 9th of November, these raids at Faridabad residence leads to this massive seizure of ammonium nitrate. Not just ammonium nitrate, timers, detonators, all of them recovered. 9th of November itself, the police teams nabbed Dr. Muzammil's friend, Dr. Shaheen, from Lucknow, an AK rifle found in her car linked to her. And on 10th of November, the cops begin searching for Dr. Muzammil's associate, Dr. Omar Nabi. He's the Fidai who was behind the wheel when the blast happened. The letter suspected to be the driver of the blast car in the Delhi. CCTV footages of him we have already shown you as far as the access is concerned from the toll plaza. Now, the deadly Red Fort blast that shook Delhi and claimed at least 8 lives has now, of course, drawn the immediate attention of Prime Minister Modi. Remember, he's in Bhutan. And the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has also reacted. Prime Minister Modi, while speaking from Bhutan, said the conspirators behind the Red Fort blast will not be spared, and assured that all those responsible will be brought to justice. He's expressed deep sorrow over the incident and said the entire nation stands with the victims, their families, adding that he had been in touch with investigative agencies throughout the night. The Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh echoed the Prime Minister, saying a swift and thorough inquiry under anti-terror laws is also underway while Delhi remains on high alert. Listen in to the reactions that have come in.
इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
Well, a warning very reminiscent of Prime Minister's message delivered in April during Operation Sindoor. It's an ominous warning. We'll have to see how the days go ahead now, with security authorities also now unraveling the entire terror module, a transnational one at that. That's all I have for you in this broadcast. Thank you so much for watching. User updates continue on CNN News 18.
Last owner of this used vehicle is from the Samura village in Pulwama, and guess where the Pulwama connection takes us?
These people
people are executioners, facilitators, planners, etc. But the mastermind is Maulvi Irfan, who has instigated them.
It's a joint link between Jaish and ISIS are coming and clubbing together for something like what happened in Delhi yesterday.
Targeting women who are professionals, who are highly educated, has been a modus operandi that terror groups have been following some time now.
How suspected to have
Co-powered by. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
On the cleric whose link has now emerged to all of these doctors and those moving from Jammu and Kashmir to Al-Falah University. This is a big CNN News 18 exclusive. We are decoding this man who's becoming an important figure behind this attack, Maulvi Irfan, who seems to have played a crucial role in radicalizing these medical doctors and students. He was a paramedic in exactly this college that we were talking about, in the government medical college in Srinagar, and was in touch with all students where they all studied. Later, he was an imam in Nagaon Mosque. Remember, Nagaon is also the area where those posters emerged first. So it's all really a web of link between all of these individuals and these places. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Anand, who continues to be with us. Anand.
Well, this was the question, isn't it? Who was the person and how did these educated individuals get radicalized? That question is being answered by this fact that it is Maulvi Irfan who's the link towards radicalizing all these individuals. And how? Who named Maulvi Irfan? Arif Nisar Dar, Yasirul Ashraf and Maqsood Ahmad Dar. All three of them residents of Nogam, the OGWs who are putting these posters of the Jaish. Now, why is it, how is it that they knew Maulvi Irfan? Because he is the Maulvi of the Nogam Mosque. But where was he before he became a Maulvi of this Nogam Mosque? Irfan was a paramedic teacher. He was teaching them at the paramedic college of GMC. He was a paramedical at GMC Srinagar, Government Medical College Srinagar, where he came into contact with these people, Adil, Muzammil, Shaheen and Umar, because they were all students under him. So before he moved to the Nogam Mosque as a Maulvi, he was there, and that's when he came into contact with these students with whom he continued to stay in touch via platforms like Telegram and Threema, encrypted platforms, and he was the Jaish recruiter and radicalizer. He was the one who the Jaish had recruited to try and seed these, sow these seeds of radicalization among educated minds and slowly convert them. What was he doing? Manoj Gupta getting us these details. He was in touch via VoIP or Voice over Internet Protocol. Again, encrypted platform, difficult to detect, with entities who are based in Afghanistan in Nangarhar. Nangarhar is the alternative base outside of Pakistan, training facility of the Jaish. And that's where his handlers were. And he was feeding them, again, vitriolic info, radicalizing videos, and also wartime Afghan videos which urged these men and these people to fight. Maulvi Irfan is the brains behind and the mastermind. Muzammil and Adil were the executors, whereas Shahina was the facilitator. She was the one who was supposed to collect funds. She was the benign, soft face who would perhaps get people to support them for their cause and collect funds. About 35 to 40 lakhs they had collected. But Irfan was the one who was supposed to have radicalized all these individuals, and they all received ideological guidance. Just interrupting you for a
brief minute, because we have the first pictures of those two doctors who have been arrested with 2,900 kilograms of explosives, timers and other material. The plot that they were making could have completely destabilized India and its major cities. This is Dr. Adil and Dr. Muzammil, who have been caught under the Al-Falah model. They both worked as doctors at the Al-Falah University. They all have links to this Maulvi that Anand was also describing, and possible links to Dr. Umar, who was the suspected man who was driving the car that was involved in the blast last evening, and Dr. Shaheen, that female doctor who has also been arrested. We have more on that female doctor also that is coming in. In fact, we can play that now because Dr. Shaheen's first images have also been accessed. This is the Lucknow-based doctor who was arrested for the alleged involvement in this terror module, which is now spanning 3 states at least: Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and UP. Saharanpur, Faridabad, Pulwama, Nagaum and Anantnag, Srinagar, all of these cities that are being mapped as far as this entire plot is concerned. One blast has been executed, but what we know from the agencies, of course, or from the findings and the discoveries, is that plan was much larger. Much larger, possibly multiple attacks and multiple blasts were being planned. They're all doctors by profession. This is what has shocked many. It's not entirely surprising. Not the first time a doctor or an engineer has been found to be involved in a terror plot or terror attack, but it has still shocked many because this shows that radicalization has nothing to do with your background, with your opportunities, with your financial status or your educational status. Yes, and I'm coming back to you. First images accessed by CNN News 18 of those 3 doctors who are at the heart of those massive discoveries made by the police and others.
But they have been radicalized since the time they were students to complete your MBBS and to become doctors.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. I'm joining you from the site of the Delhi blast that took place evening yesterday. This is the first such blast that has been carried out in the national capital, and right in the heart of the national capital for the first time since 2011. And certainly this has brought back some ugly memories. But remember, there is a context within which we are talking about this Delhi blast, and that's the fact that there is a massive recovery of explosive material, cache of other ammunition, etc. that has been done just in the last few days. In fact, that news was breaking all over Indian media just yesterday before the blast took place in the evening. So what does that tell us? That and more is coming up with our set of reporters and guests over the next 1 hour. But first up, let's take a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Prime Minister makes statement of intent from Bhutan, says agencies will go to the root of the conspiracy, vows to not spare the perpetrators. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs round 2 of a high-level security review meeting at his residence. NIA takes over the investigation into the Delhi blast. From suspected suicide bomber to financer of attacker, your terror doctors under radar of probe agencies. Staff of Al Falah University quizzed. More proof emerges of the Faridabad link. CNN News 18 accesses CCTV footage of the I-20 car from October 29 in Faridabad. Blast car seen undergoing pollution check. From Rauf Asgar's threat warning attacks in India to anti-India posters in Kashmir, Jaish linked to Delhi terror blast under investigation. .4% voter turnout recorded till 3 p.m. in phase 2 of Bihar elections today. Final phase set to conclude shortly. And stand by for the biggest exit poll coverage, the most accurate numbers and fastest analysis only on CNN News 18.
आज करीब 6:52 पे एक स्लो मूविंग व्हीकल जो रेड लाइट की तरफ आके रुका था, उसमें एक ये एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है।
बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ, वहाँ तक सीने पे धड़कन की आवाज़ गई।
So So Delhi has become witness to yet another terror blast. It has claimed as many as 8 lives, but there could be more casualties as this progresses. But the focus now is on the investigation. Here on the site of the blast, right in front of Red Fort, you can see behind me, not only is there a lot of media around here, but that white tent that has been put up. Now that white tent has been put up to cordon off the area, which is the actual site of the blast. Yesterday evening, we brought to you visuals of how blown away pieces, mangled pieces of the car in which the blast took place, and also the adjacent cars had blown away to as far as half a kilometer. In fact, right now we are standing roughly 200 meters away from that spot. This is right next to the Digambar temple on my right, and actually parts of human body that were blown away, bits of pieces were found as far back as where I am standing right now. This is the main thing about this blast. Exactly what was the nature of the blast is still to be ascertained officially. But Delhi police investigative agencies are all hard at work. NIA has now officially taken over this investigation. Was this connected to the Faridabad Al-Fateh University model, where as many as 4 doctors have been caught as part of a conspiracy to carry out possibly serial blasts, not just in the national capital, but across the country. As much as 3 tons of explosive material was seized from them. These include Dr. Adil, Dr. Muzammil, and even Dr. Shaheen, a female doctor. So is there a link that has now been established? For more on this, I want to quickly go across to my colleague Amit, who is with me here at the spot. He's been at the spot since morning. Amit, can we say safely that there is a connection with the Faridabad model?
See, at least the police are probing that right now, and because it just happened hours after 3 tons of explosive were recovered, and it is also being said by the investigators that one of the persons who had escaped the arrest from the module, he could have probably Umar Nabi, who was actually suspected to have been driving the vehicle and whose mother's sample have also been taken to confirm that he is the person who was driving the vehicle. He had stopped actually on that red light when the explosion took off, and the intensity of explosion was such, Vani, that we are standing ahead of the barricade. And a short while ago, when NIA had taken over the case, NIA teams crossed the barricades to check the entire vicinity, the radius of at least 500 meters, and collected samples even from where we are standing. There were pieces of human body remains, there were pieces of metals and tangled bodies of metals of vehicles that were damaged. At least 7 to 8 vehicles were completely damaged. So that was the intensity. So it is being said that possibly because of the 3 tons of explosives like material and ammonium nitrate that had been recovered, it could be a part of that. It is also being suspected as a Fedayeen attack because that person was there, but it is not known because he died. Whether his intent was to explode at Red Fort or whether he was taking a vehicle to another sensitive location where he could have exploded it. So those things remain under investigation, but currently because the large amount of explosive was recovered, so it is suspected that the explosive that has gone off could be a part of what already has been recovered.
But it was nitrate, ammonium nitrate.
Ammonium nitrate traces have been recovered abundantly from this area. It is also suspected there could be a larger amount of explosive, possibly RDS. However, there is no official word on it yet.
Okay. Anvit, I'm going to come back to you. I'm also joined by our reporters from across the country. Srinagar, Ishan is joining us from Srinagar. I have Ananya and also my colleague Anshul in Faridabad. But before that, let's go across to the latest reaction that is coming in from the Home Minister right now. Remember, the Home Minister has finished his second round of meetings a short while ago, and he has put out a tweet warning perpetrators. It reads, and I quote, chaired review meetings on the Delhi car blast with senior officials, instructed them to hunt down each and every culprit behind this incident. Everyone involved in this act will face the full wrath of our agencies. So that's the message that is coming in as far as the Home Minister is concerned. Remember, the Prime Minister will also take stock of the situation.